Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter met a Neville Longbottom and awoke a new godly power. Here is short summary. When Harry crosses paths with a newly awakened Neville, no longer a timid boy but a reincarnated genius with god-tier power, the entire fate of Hogwarts shifts. Together, they uncover secrets, defy Dumbledore's plans, and rise as a force even Voldemort never prepared for. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Mark, an 18-year-old with dreams of studying electrical engineering, was on the journey of a lifetime. In a few weeks, he would be starting college, having enrolled for the winter term. This meant a long drive across the country through snowy landscapes, all the way to California. As he drove, he kept himself entertained by singing along to Ed Sheeran, the familiar melodies filling the car and helping to pass the time. The snowy road stretched out before him, a ribbon of white winding through the mountains. His car's heater was working overtime to keep the chill at bay, and the windows were fogged up from the warmth inside. Mark's thoughts drifted between the excitement of college life and the sadness of leaving home. His parents had wanted to come with him to see him off, but they had caught COVID-19 at the last minute and were now quarantined at home. It was a bittersweet moment, but Mark was determined to make the best of it. As he sang along to another Ed Sheeran song, his phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts. He glanced over at the passenger seat where his phone lay, its screen lighting up with an incoming call from his mother. Pausing the music, he picked up the phone and answered with a cheerful, "Hey, Mom." "Don't worry, Mom. I can make it there on my own," he reassured her. He could hear the worry in her voice, even through the phone. "It's okay, Mom. You and Dad can come visit me after you guys are cleared," he said, turning a corner on the winding road. "Yeah, I will let you know when I reach the campus," he promised as he continued driving. "Yeah, love you too. Bye," he said before hanging up. Mark then checked his phone to see a message his friend had sent him. The glow of the screen was a brief distraction from the snowy road ahead. Just as he finished reading the message, he looked up and saw a deer standing directly in his path. "Oh shit," he muttered, his heart racing. Instinctively, he jerked the steering wheel to the left, trying to avoid the deer. The car swerved violently, and Mark could feel the loss of control. "Shit, shit, shit," he exclaimed, his voice rising in panic as the car skidded on the icy road. He struggled to regain control, but it was too late. The car careened off the road, the wheels losing their grip completely. No, 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 no. Mark's stomach lurched as the car plunged off the edge of the cliff, tumbling nose first into the void. "Ah!" he screamed, his voice a mix of terror and disbelief as the world around him seemed to slow down. The rocky bed of the cliff rushed up to meet him, and Mark's life flashed before his eyes in a series of rapid-fire images and memories. He saw his childhood home, his parents' smiling faces, his friends, and the countless moments that had shaped his life. The car hit the ground with a sickening thud, the impact jolting him violently. The last thing he remembered before everything went bright was the sharp pain as his head struck the steering wheel, followed by an overwhelming wave of blackness. As soon as the pain came, it was gone. Mark found himself numb to all sensations, floating in a blank white space. He couldn't feel his body or see anything, there was just the sensation of floating in nothingness. Time seemed to lose all meaning. He didn't know how long he floated there. It could have been hours, years, or just minutes. It was as if time was passing and not passing at the same time. Suddenly, Mark felt a sharp pain in his head. He woke up with a gasp, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch his forehead. "What happened?" he asked, his voice sounding different to his own ears. His eyes widened as he looked around and realized he was lying on a hospital bed. But what caught his attention most was his body. It was way too small to be his. He looked at his hands and touched his face, feeling the unfamiliar contours. "What's happening?" he whispered, panic starting to rise in his chest. He glanced down at his clothes, which seemed to be some sort of uniform. "How is my body smaller?" he thought to himself, trying to make sense of the situation. All right, I need to calm down, he told himself, taking a deep breath. This must just be a dream. But if it were a dream, I wouldn't be feeling the pain. He closed his eyes and tried to focus, recalling the last moments before everything went dark. I fell down that ravine and blacked out hitting the steering wheel, he remembered. First, I have to figure out where I am, he decided, looking around at his surroundings. He was in a medical room of sorts, with multiple beds, all of them empty. The room had an old-fashioned feel to it, with high ceilings and large windows letting in the morning light. He tried to sit up, but his head hurt too much to move. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see a middle-aged woman dressed in a Victorian-era nurse's uniform, complete with a cap similar to those worn by British nurses. She walked over to him, placing a tray on his bedside table. "Ah, Mr. Longbottom, I see you are awake. How is your head? Is it still hurting?" she asked, her voice kind and soothing. Hearing the name, Mark asked out loud, "Longbottom." He was confused. He didn't understand why she was calling him that. Was this some sort of Harry Potter-themed hospital? He winced as the pain in his head intensified. The nurse stopped preparing something and looked at Mark with a raised eyebrow. "Well, that is your name, isn't it? Mr. Neville Longbottom?" she asked, her tone a mix of concern and curiosity. "My name," Mark repeated, struggling to comprehend what was happening. And then it hit him all at once. The smaller body, the old-fashioned beds, the nurse dressed in clothing from another time period. He was overcome with shock. "Where am I?" he asked desperately, clutching his head as if trying to hold on to reality. "We are in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Oh my, don't you remember anything?" The nurse gasped as she pulled out her wand and muttered something under her breath. The wand's tip glowed and flashed. Seeing the wand's tip glow, it confirmed Mark's suspicions. He had been transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter as Neville Longbottom. Mark's mind raced as he tried to process this new reality. How was any of this possible? One moment he was driving through the snow, and now he was in a completely different world. The constant throbbing in his head reminded him that this was no dream, it was all too real. "Where am I?" he asked desperately, clutching his head as if trying to hold on to reality. "We are in the Hogwarts hospital wing. Oh my, don't you remember anything?" The nurse gasped as she pulled out her wand and muttered something under her breath. The wand's tip glowed and flashed. Seeing the wand's tip glow, it confirmed Mark's suspicions. He had been transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter as Neville Longbottom. Mark's mind raced as he tried to process this new reality. How was any of this possible? One moment he was driving through the snow, and now he was in a completely different world. The constant throbbing in his head reminded him that this was no dream, it was all too real. Pomfrey's voice cut through Neville's thoughts. "What's the last thing you remember?" she asked, her brow furrowing with concern. Neville brought a hand up to his aching head and winced. "I don't know. Waking up here," he said after a moment of silence. He looked at Pomfrey. "Who are you?" The matron introduced herself as Madame Pomfrey, her expression softening as she saw Neville's confusion. "I'm the matron of Hogwarts," she explained gently. "You don't remember anything." Neville shook his head, wincing again at the sharp pang in his head. "No," he muttered. "Oh my," Pomfrey exclaimed, examining him closely. "That fall must have caused amnesia." She handed him a small vial filled with a thick, foul-smelling liquid. "Here, drink this, it will help ease the pain." Neville's face twisted in disgust as he forced himself to gulp down the thick, bitter potion. The taste lingered on his tongue like a foul curse. Madame Pomfrey gently helped him lay on the bed. "It'll take a few minutes for the pain to subside," she assured him, her voice soft and soothing. "But it will pass, and you'll feel better soon." With a reassuring pat on his shoulder, Pomfrey turned to leave. "I need to fetch someone. Please don't leave," she said before disappearing out of the infirmary. As Neville lay there, feeling his headache begin to fade and his thoughts became clearer, he couldn't help but think, bloody hell, did I really die from that fall? Is this some kind of afterlife or strange dream? Frustration and confusion welled up within him as he closed his eyes tightly, not wanting to cry in front of anyone. And now I've been transmigrated into the Harry Potter world as Neville, just like in those fanfictions. Lying still on the bed, Neville gazed up at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Okay. I need to calm down and think logically, he thought to himself. Glancing down at his hands and body, he noted their small size and realized that he must be around 11 or 12 years old. That means I'm at the beginning of the story, he thought with a nod. Either the Philosopher's Stone or the Chamber of Secrets. A sense of relief washed over Neville at this realization. That's good, he mused to himself. I won't be too far behind the others, and I can use my knowledge of what's to come to change the timeline in my favor. It's a good thing Pomfrey thinks I have amnesia, he thought. I should maintain that so I won't raise suspicion about Neville's sudden change in attitude or the fact that I don't remember any of my classmates. That should give me cover. His mind was already buzzing with ideas for the future. I need to plan for the future. What do I remember from the books and movies? He pondered. In the first book, it was Voldemort after the stone. In the second, it was the bloody basilisk. The third has the werewolf and those creepy dementors. The fourth is when Voldemort comes back. The fifth year, I don't really remember, something about Dumbledore and his group. In the sixth year, Dumbledore dies, I think. And the seventh year is Harry on the run and the final battle. After a few minutes, Pomfrey returned with a tall, stern-looking witch. Her black hair was pulled back into a tight bun and her sharp features were framed by square-rimmed glasses. As they approached, Neville recognized her as Minerva McGonagall, the Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. She was dressed the same as in the movies, but her face was different from the actress. McGonagall's voice was concerned as she asked Pomfrey, how could this have happened? Poppy explained, this morning Madame Hooch brought him here after he suffered a head injury from falling off his broom. She added, Mr. Longbottom appears to have amnesia. He doesn't remember anything except waking up here. Hearing that Neville had fallen from a broomstick and been brought to the hospital wing, Neville thought to himself, if I remember correctly, this is before Malfoy goaded Harry into chasing him and McGonagall made Harry the Seeker in the first book. So, I'm at the beginning of the story. That's good. That's good. He continued to ponder. I can make sure Harry isn't just cannon fodder that gets by on sheer luck. If I remember correctly, Neville was the other chosen by the prophecy and has the same potential as Harry if given proper training. McGonagall turned her attention to Neville and asked him gently, Mr. Longbottom, do you remember anything that happened earlier today before you woke up here? Neville shook his head sadly. I only remember waking up here. McGonagall's expression grew even more worried as she asked Pomfrey, oh my, Poppy, is there a chance Mr. Longbottom will regain his memories? Poppy responded reassuringly, there's a chance he might get his memories back. Neville raised his hand and asked, may I know who you are, ma'am, and where I am? He didn't want to blow his cover as an amnesiac by calling her Professor McGonagall before she introduced herself. McGonagall let out a sigh and answered, I am Professor McGonagall. I am your head of house and the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. And you, Mr. Longbottom, are in the hospital wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Just then a tall and thin man with long silver hair, and a long beard entered the hospital. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore. Neville instantly recognizable him thanks to his appearance similar to the movies. Ah, good evening, Minerva, Pomfrey, Mr. Longbottom. Dumbledore greeted them with a smile before turning to Pomfrey and asking, may I cast some diagnostic spells on Mr. Longbottom? With a flick of his wand, he cast several spells and said, everything seems fine with Mr. Longbottom. You said that he had lost memories. Nodding, McGonagall asked with concern, do you think it's possible that his memory loss is permanent? Dumbledore's expression turned thoughtful as he replied, it's difficult to say. But I don't believe it will be too much of a problem for Mr. Longbottom. He is still young and even if his memories do not return, he can make new ones. Turning to McGonagall, Dumbledore suggested, Minerva, I think we should inform Augusta of Mr. Longbottom's situation. Then he turned to Pomfrey and requested, Poppy, please allow Minerva to use your flow. Pomfrey nodded in agreement and said, certainly, Headmaster, before leading McGonagall to her office where she could use the flow network. Once they were gone, Dumbledore turned to Neville with a gentle smile and said, my boy, could you spare a moment to look at me? Neville nodded and looked up at Dumbledore expectantly. As soon as their eyes met, Neville felt a prickling sensation in his mind. It was as if someone was digging around in his thoughts and memories. But before he could react, Dumbledore stumbled back with a surprised expression on his face. "My apologies, my boy," he said with a slight frown, regaining his footing. "It seems I have lost my balance." Neville realized that Dumbledore had been trying to delve into his mind without his consent. His mind raced. That old bugger, did he just try to use legilimency on me? I need to be careful with this old coot. He's always manipulating everything. He was the reason why Harry was so unprepared. Meanwhile, Dumbledore regained his composure and told Neville that he should not worry about losing his memories. Neville just nodded solemnly and averted his gaze, feigning sadness and disappointment. Inside, he made a mental note: I need to learn occlumency as soon as possible. But before he could react, Dumbledore stumbled back with a surprised expression on his face. "My apologies, my boy," he said with a slight frown, regaining his footing. "It seems I have lost my balance." Neville realized that Dumbledore had been trying to delve into his mind without his consent. His mind raced. That old bugger, did he just try to use legilimency on me? I need to be careful with this old coot. He's always manipulating everything. He was the reason why Harry was so unprepared. Meanwhile, Dumbledore regained his composure and told Neville that he should not worry about losing his memories. Neville just nodded solemnly and averted his gaze, feigning sadness and disappointment. Inside, he made a mental note: I need to learn occlumency as soon as possible. As they waited for Pomfrey and McGonagall to return, Neville, wanting to keep his amnesiac act going, turned to Dumbledore with a furrowed brow. "Who are you?" he asked warily. Dumbledore replied, "I'm Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. You're a first year, so don't worry. The new school year is just starting, and you won't be too far behind your peers." Neville nodded, still feeling uneasy being alone with Dumbledore. Just then, Madame Pomfrey returned and approached Neville with a kind smile. "How are you feeling, dear? Any discomfort? Is that headache still bothering you?" Neville shook his head, relieved that the pain had subsided. "No, ma'am." Right then, Professor McGonagall stormed back into the hospital wing with another person in tow. She was tall, thin, and bony, sporting a hat with a stuffed vulture on it and carrying a bright red handbag. Seeing the woman beside McGonagall, Neville thought, that must be Neville's grandmother. Dumbledore, noticing both McGonagall and the woman, said, "Ah, Augusta, glad you could make it." Augusta nodded, muttering, "It's only been a week since he got to Hogwarts and already I've been summoned." She then turned to Dumbledore and said, "I came as soon as I heard my Neville was in the hospital wing." She looked at Neville and seeing him all right, she asked confused, "What's wrong with him? He looks all right to me." McGonagall sighed and said, "Augusta, Mr. Longbottom took a tumble off his broom during this morning's flying lesson. He lost control of his broom and fell bashing his head on the ground. It seems he's lost his memory." Hearing McGonagall's explanation, Augusta's eyes widened. "What? How could this have happened?" Worriedly, she moved to Neville's side and asked, "Neville, do you remember who I am?" Neville, wanting to keep up his amnesia act, shook his head. "Who are you, ma'am?" Augusta looked shocked. "You don't remember me, Neville? I'm your Gran." Neville, still confused, asked, "Gran?" Augusta turned to Madame Pomfrey. There must be a way for Neville to get his memories back. Pomfrey shook her head. "I'm afraid there's no way to force it. That might make things worse. But there's a chance his memories could return with time." Augusta sighed, rubbing her head. "Ah, Neville, what am I going to do with you? It's only been a week, and you've already lost all your memory. There are 7 more years to go." Neville felt a pang of sympathy, knowing how much of a klutz he was in the books. Dumbledore chimed in, "It's not all that bad, Augusta. While Mr. Longbottom has lost his memories, he's young and just starting out in life." Augusta sighed again. "So, what are we going to do now?" Dumbledore stepped in. "Well, considering it's only been 2 weeks since the school year started, Mr. Longbottom shouldn't have any trouble catching up with his peers." He added, "But I think, for today, you should spend some time with Mr. Longbottom, letting him get to know you since you're his guardian." Dumbledore then took something off a small table and handed it to Augusta. And you might want to get Mr. Longbottom a new wand. It seems his wand was broken in the fall. Looking at the wand, Augusta almost had tears in her eyes and whispered, Frank, referring to her son's wand. She gently took it. Neville, seeing the broken wand, thought, ah, so my wand is broken. This is good. I can get a wand that suits me and won't have to be held back by an incompatible wand. Hearing the name, Minerva connected the dots, realizing it was Frank Longbottom's wand. She looked a bit sad and said, you should take it to Ollivander's. He might be able to fix it. Sighing, Augusta nodded, carefully placing the wand in her handbag. If there's nothing else keeping Neville here, we'd like to depart. Pomfrey shook her head. No, everything else is fine with Mr. Longbottom. McGonagall offered, you can use the flow in my office. Augusta nodded and turned to Neville and said, come on, Neville, let's go, helping him get off the bed. Neville got off the bed and trailed after Augusta. Leaving behind the hospital, he asked, where are we going? Augusta sighed and replied, we are heading to Diagon Alley to get you a new wand. Neville nodded, already having figured that part out. When they reached the office, McGonagall asked, when can we expect Mr. Longbottom back, Augusta? Augusta said, around 8 in the evening. That should give us enough time to sort everything out. McGonagall nodded and said, well, when you're done, use the main entrance. I'll let Hagrid know to expect Mr. Longbottom. Opening the office door, McGonagall added, since Mr. Longbottom has forgotten everything, we should teach him how to use the flow first. Augusta nodded and said, I'll go first. Turning to Neville, she explained, grab a handful of the powder and step into the fireplace. Throw down the powder while clearly saying the name of the place you're heading to. Make sure you say it clearly. Seeing Neville nod at her instructions, Augusta said, I'll go first, then you follow. Watch carefully, all right. Augusta proceeded as she'd instructed, tossing the powder into the fireplace and calling out, Diagon Alley. She was enveloped in green flames and disappeared. McGonagall then held up the flow powder and said to Neville, say the destination loudly and clearly, Mr. Longbottom. It's Diagon Alley. Punctuating the name. Damn, that looks cool. This will be my first time doing magic, Neville thought. He reached into the sack of flow powder, stepped into the fireplace facing McGonagall, took a deep breath, and threw down the powder, calling out, Diagon Alley. Green flames erupted around him and consumed him. Neville soon found himself stumbling out of a fireplace, some soot patch covering his clothes. His grandmother caught him and said, easy there. The first time using the flow can be a bit jarring. She patted the soot off his clothes. Looking around, Neville saw himself in an alleyway lined with multiple fireplaces on both sides of the wall, with wizards appearing and disappearing through them. It reminded him of the scene at the Ministry of Magic in the 5th Harry Potter movie. Damn, that looks cool. This will be my first time doing magic, Neville thought. He reached into the sack of flow powder, stepped into the fireplace facing McGonagall, took a deep breath, and threw down the powder, calling out, Diagon Alley. Green flames erupted around him and consumed him. Neville soon found himself stumbling out of a fireplace, some soot patch covering his clothes. His grandmother caught him and said, easy there. The first time using the flow can be a bit jarring. She patted the soot off his clothes. Looking around, Neville saw himself in an alleyway lined with multiple fireplaces on both sides of the wall, with wizards appearing and disappearing through them. It reminded him of the scene at the Ministry of Magic in the 5th Harry Potter movie. Patting the soot off Neville, Augusta gestured for him to follow her. Come on, Neville. Neville followed her out of the alleyway and into Diagon Alley. His first thought was, wow, it's massive. Unlike in the movies, Diagon Alley wasn't just an alley, it was more like a bustling district filled with people and shops. Walking down the main street, Neville spotted an imposing snow-white, multi-storied marble building and thought, that must be the Wizarding Bank, Gringotts. As they made their way through the bustling street, Neville noticed a bookstore with a sign reading Flourish and Blots. Seeing the bookstore, he thought, I wonder if I could get Gran to buy me some books. Some books on defensive magic might help, though I could always read them in the room of requirement. They walked past the bookstore and eventually arrived at a small cafe. Neville slid into the wooden chair, the legs scraping against the stone floor of the cafe. Augusta settled herself across from him with a gracefulness that seemed at odds with her stern demeanor. The table between them was small and round, its surface slightly worn, as if it had witnessed countless conversations over tea and pastries. The waiter approached their table, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers. His eyes darted between Augusta and Neville, awaiting their orders. "Good afternoon," Augusta began, her voice steady and commanding as always. "I'll have an Earl Grey tea and the fish and chips, please." The waiter jotted down her order with a swift nod before turning his attention to Neville. Neville hesitated. What did wizards even eat? I'll have the same," he finally said, hoping he didn't sound too unsure. The waiter nodded again, scribbling down the duplicate order before retreating to the kitchen. "Fish and chips is always a good choice," Augusta remarked, bringing Neville back to the moment. "All right, Neville," she began after setting down her cup. "Since you don't remember anything, let's start from the beginning. Your name is Neville Longbottom," Augusta said, her eyes softening just a fraction. "You were born on July 30th, 1980. That makes you 11 years old now." Neville nodded. "Your father's name is Frank Longbottom, and your mother's name is Alice Longbottom." Augusta's voice grew softer, tinged with a note of sorrow. "I am Frank's mother, which makes me your grandmother. We are wizards. With me so far." "Yes, Gran," he nodded. "Now, your parents were war heroes," Augusta continued, her voice filled with emotion. "They were injured during the war, rendering them unable to take care of you. You were just 1 year old when that happened, and since then, I have been raising you. We can visit them this winter break," she added softly, her eyes softening for the briefest moment before she straightened up again, her usual stern demeanor returning. Augusta peered at him over her spectacles, her eyes softening just a fraction. "Are you finding this overwhelming?" Neville shook his head. "Good," Augusta replied, offering a rare smile. "We'll take this one step at a time." Their food arrived, and they ate in relative silence. "Gran," Neville ventured, breaking the silence, "what were my parents like?" He asked, wanting to sound like a kid who wanted to know about his parents. Augusta paused, her fork halfway to her mouth. Her eyes misted over, and for a moment, Neville thought she might not answer. "Brave," she finally said, placing her fork down gently. "They were both very brave." "Let's finish our meal," Augusta said, her tone firm once more. "We have much to do today." "Right," Neville agreed, taking another bite of his fish and chips. "Gran," Neville ventured again, more confidently this time, "do you think we could stop by Flourish and Blots on our way back? I saw some books that might be helpful for school, I mean." Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly, a rare sign of approval. "Of course, Neville. It's good to see you're taking an interest in your studies. Knowledge is power, after all." "Thanks," Neville said, thinking, "I can get some advanced books on spells. That would come in handy." "All right, let's finish up," Augusta said, her eyes flicking to the ornate silver stopwatch she drew from her robe. "It's 2:30. We should get going." They left the cafe and walked past Gringotts, making their way to a small, run-down shop with an old sign reading Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The shop's display featured a single wand lying on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. "After you," Augusta gestured, opening the door. As they entered, the bell above the door rang. The shop was tiny, and empty except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it. "Ah, Madame Longbottom," he greeted Augusta with a slight bow. 8 inches, willow, and dragon heartstring. Slightly bendy. "And, young Mr. Longbottom," a soft rasp echoed around the room as a man emerged from the back. "I was expecting you a lot earlier." "Mr. Ollivander," Augusta nodded back, her voice calm and respectful. She reached into her bag and produced Neville's broken wand, handing it over with a sigh. "My grandson broke his wand. Can you fix it?" Ollivander took the fractured pieces, turning them over in his hands with a delicate touch, almost reverent. His eyes flicked up to meet Neville's, And for a moment, it felt as though he was peering into Neville's very soul. Let's see what we can do, he murmured, his attention already shifting back to the broken wand. Ollivander's fingers traced the jagged edges of Neville's broken wand. He turned it over with a curious expression, eyes narrowing slightly. Ah, he said softly, English oak and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. If this is the same wand I sold to your father, Frank Longbottom. Can you fix it? Augusta asked, her voice tinged with hope. Ollivander looked up, meeting her gaze with those pale, penetrating eyes. I can fix it, he said carefully, but it won't work for young Mr. Longbottom. This wand is bonded to its owner. English oak is known for its loyalty to its owner. It will not work for anyone but its original master, Ollivander explained, turning to Augusta, who nodded gravely. The wand chooses the wizard, my lady. If Mr. Longbottom tries to use this wand, it will resist and fight back, making it quite difficult for him to keep up with his peers, as he might have noticed already. Neville thought. It was just like how Neville struggled in the books with the wand. Well, if that's the case, then we would also like a new wand for Neville, Augusta said with a resigned sigh. And how long would it take to fix this one? I can have it done by the end of the week, Ollivander replied, his pale eyes examining Neville closely. Please hold out your wand arm, Mr. Longbottom. Now let's see, Ollivander muttered, disappearing into the rows of towering shelves. Dust motes floated in the air, catching the light as he moved. The measuring tape, seemingly alive, continued its task, looping around Neville's chest and shoulders. Try this, Ollivander said, emerging with a wand. Cherry and unicorn hair, 13 inches, slightly bendy. Give it a wave. Neville took the wand cautiously, feeling its smooth surface against his palm. The cherry wood was warm, almost inviting, but as he lifted it, there was no spark, no sense of connection. Still, he gave it a hesitant flick. Nothing happened. Not quite right, Ollivander muttered, snatching the wand back with practiced speed. His pale eyes narrowed in concentration as he rummaged through another stack of boxes behind the counter. Ollivander reappeared, clutching another wand. Here, try this one, he said, thrusting it into Neville's hand before he'd even had a chance to brace himself. The wand felt heavier, more solid. Yew and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, unyielding. Go on, give it a wave. Neville lifted the new wand, hoping this time something would be different. But as he swished it through the air, it remained stubbornly inert, like a piece of dead wood. No sparks, no magic. Interesting, Ollivander murmured, taking the wand back with a thoughtful frown. He seemed unfazed, as though this were all part of some intricate puzzle. Very interesting indeed. Try this one, Ollivander said, handing Neville yet another wand. Willow and phoenix feather, 11 inches, quite flexible. Neville took it, feeling its smooth surface under his fingers. He gave it a tentative wave, but nothing happened. Not even a flicker of light or a puff of smoke. The wand was as lifeless as the others. Next, Ollivander said without missing a beat, taking the wand from Neville's hand and replacing it with another. How about holly and dragon heartstring? 10 inches, swishy. All right, Neville muttered, giving it a try. Again, nothing. Interesting, Ollivander murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He handed Neville another wand. Aspen and unicorn hair, 12 inches, rigid. Neville sighed, waving it through the air. It felt wrong, like trying to write with your non-dominant hand. Still, no magic. That's all right, Mr. Longbottom, Ollivander said, not losing his enthusiasm. We have plenty more to go through. 6 hours, Augusta whispered beside Neville, her voice barely masking her tiredness. We've been here for 6 hours. One more, Ollivander insisted, almost gleefully. Maple and phoenix feather, 13 inches, pliable. Okay, Neville said, though his hope was waning. He waved it, expecting the same result. And that's exactly what he got. Nothing. Curious, Ollivander repeated, scratching his chin thoughtfully. Very curious indeed. Still no luck, I'm afraid, Neville said, glancing at the piles of rejected wands. They seemed to mock him, each one a reminder of his failure. Ah, but sometimes, the best matches come after the longest searches, Ollivander said cryptically. He paused, a sudden look of bewilderment crossing his face. His eyes widened, then narrowed thoughtfully. Maybe that might work. What's that? Neville asked, curiosity piqued despite himself. Wait here, Ollivander instructed, disappearing into the depths of his shop. Augusta and Neville exchanged puzzled glances, neither sure what to expect. Minutes felt like hours before Ollivander reappeared, carrying an old, dusty wand box. It looked ancient, like it had been forgotten on a high shelf for centuries. He placed it gently on the counter before them, treating it with a reverence Neville had never seen before. He carefully opened the box, revealing a wand with dark, rich wood and intricate carvings along its length. It looked both delicate and powerful. Go on, Ollivander urged, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Give it a try. Neville took the wand from the box, feeling the warm pulse of magic as he gripped it. As he raised it and gave a tentative flick, a soft, golden glow flared from the tip, illuminating the shop with a warm light. The air seemed to hum with a newfound energy, and for a moment, the dusty shop felt alive. Ollivander's eyes widened in amazement, his pale face breaking into a rare, genuine smile. Curious, curious indeed, he said softly, clearly awed by the wand's reaction. A most remarkable match, if I may say so. He stepped closer, his voice almost reverent. This wand is made of elder wood and thestral tail hair, 11 inches. A most unusual combination. Neville's eyes widened knowing the significance of elder wood and thestral tail hair. Why is that? He asked hesitantly. Ollivander nodded slowly. Elder is one of the rarest wand woods, known for its immense power but also its fickleness. Thestral tail hair is incredibly difficult to master. Only a witch or wizard who has truly come to terms with death can wield it effectively. Augusta's expression shifted between pride and concern. What does that mean for Neville? It means, Ollivander said, his gaze locking onto Neville, that young Mr. Longbottom here has a special destiny ahead of him. This wand wouldn't choose just anyone. There must be something remarkable about you, something that sets you apart. Neville swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the responsibility. Has there ever been another wand like this? Ollivander's voice dropped to a near whisper. Only one. Many have tried to replicate it, but only my grandfather succeeded in creating a wand with this combination. But no one had ever gotten the wand to produce magic, until now. Augusta's expression shifted between pride and concern. What does that mean for Neville? It means, Ollivander said, his gaze locking onto Neville, that young Mr. Longbottom here has a special destiny ahead of him. This wand wouldn't choose just anyone. There must be something remarkable about you, something that sets you apart. Neville swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the responsibility. Has there ever been another wand like this? Ollivander's voice dropped to a near whisper. Only one. Many have tried to replicate it, but only my grandfather succeeded in creating a wand with this combination. But no one had ever gotten the wand to produce magic, until now. He's definitely talking about the Elder Wand, Neville thought to himself, glancing at the wand in his hand. The wand was humming with energy, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate with his very core. This wand must be an attempt to recreate the Elder Wand, he mused, feeling a mix of awe and trepidation. Did the wand choose me because I've died and been transmigrated? How much for the wand? Augusta Longbottom's voice broke through Neville's thoughts, pulling him back to the present moment. Ah, yes, Ollivander said, his eyes twinkling with the excitement of a successful match. 7 galleons. 7 galleons, Augusta repeated, as she reached into her purse with a practiced motion. She counted out the coins and placed them on the counter. Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom, Ollivander said with a respectful nod, sweeping the coins into his palm with a swift. May your new wand serve you well, Mr. Longbottom. Come along, Neville, Augusta urged, already a few steps ahead. Neville hurried to catch up, clutching the wand box tightly in his hand. He was still not used to this body. As they stepped out of the shop, Neville noticed that the sky had darkened considerably. The once bustling alley was now quieter, the sounds of the day fading into the soft murmur of evening. The lanterns flickered gently, casting long shadows that danced on the walls of the ancient buildings. Oh my, we are already late, Augusta exclaimed as she stepped out of the shop, her eyes widening slightly. We've already passed the time I told Minerva that I would bring you back. I'm sorry, Gran, Neville said. I didn't realize how late it had gotten. It's quite all right, Neville, Augusta replied, her tone softening. We just need to hurry. Minerva will understand, but it's best not to keep her waiting too long. Augusta gestured for him to follow her, and they began to walk, weaving through the dimly lit streets of Diagon Alley. As they passed by the shops, they noticed that many were closing for the night, shutters being drawn and lights being extinguished. I'm sorry, Neville, Augusta said, breaking the silence. We won't be able to buy those books today. I'll pick some up tomorrow and owl them to you. Neville nodded, understanding but slightly disappointed. He had been looking forward to getting his hands on some books. As they continued walking, his stomach rumbled loudly, betraying his hunger. Augusta glanced back at him, her expression softening. Oh my, you haven't had your dinner yet, have you? She asked, concern evident in her voice. Before Neville could respond, she led him over to the shop where they had lunch earlier. The familiar scent of hearty food wafted through the air as they stepped inside. They quickly found a table and ordered a simple but satisfying meal. After dinner, they made their way to the designated apparition point. The night had grown even darker, and the streets were now almost deserted. Augusta turned to Neville, her expression serious. Hold on to my hand and don't let go, she instructed, extending her hand towards him. Neville took hold of Augusta's outstretched hand, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. With a final glance around, Augusta twisted on the spot, and Neville felt the familiar, uncomfortable sensation of being squeezed through a narrow tube. The world around them blurred and twisted, and for a moment, Neville felt as if he couldn't breathe. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the sensation stopped, and they landed. Augusta landed gracefully, her feet touching the ground with practiced ease. Neville, on the other hand, stumbled and fell face first into the ground. Are you all right, Neville? Augusta asked, helping him to his feet. I'm fine, Gran, Neville replied, brushing himself off and trying to hide his embarrassment. Just need to work on my landings. The first time apparating is always the worst, Augusta chuckled softly. You'll get the hang of it, she assured him. Now, let's get you settled in. You've had quite a day. With a flick of her wand, she cast a silent cleaning charm, efficiently removing the dirt from his robes. Neville glanced around, trying to get his bearings. They were standing in front of an enormous gate made of wrought iron. This must be the Hogwarts gate, Neville thought, his heart racing at the sight. Come along, Neville, Augusta's voice cut through his thoughts. She was already moving towards the gate. We're already late. Right, Neville muttered, hurrying to keep up with her. The gravel crunched under their feet as they approached the imposing entrance. Augusta reached the gate and rapped on it sharply with her knuckles. The sound echoed in the quiet night. Keep your chin up, Neville, she said, her tone softer than before. Professor McGonagall told me you would be here by 8, the man said, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. I was startin' to think you weren't comin'. He towered over them, easily thrice Neville's height, and his beard looked like it could house a family of birds. This must be Hagrid, Neville thought, feeling a mix of awe and trepidation. He's a lot taller than in the movies. Man, he looks scary in the dark like this. Sorry we are late, Hagrid, Gran sighed. We were held at Ollivander's. It took longer than we thought for Neville here to select his new wand. We must have kept you waiting. Hagrid waved her off with a large, calloused hand. It's all right, Mrs. Longbottom. I just finished feedin' the mooncalves, he said, his West Country accent thick and comforting. He opened the gate to let Neville in, his massive frame moving with surprising gentleness. Neville felt Gran's hand on his shoulder, a steadying presence in the midst of all the newness. Well, Neville, I'll see you during the winter break, she said. Send me a letter if you need anything. She wrapped her arms around him in a brief but firm hug. Stay safe, she whispered, releasing him and giving a gentle push towards Hagrid. Goodbye, Gran, Neville said awkwardly, not really knowing the woman well. He turned and walked past the gates. Better get going, Gran urged again. She gave him one last nod before turning back, twisting on the spot, and disappearing. Well, Come along then, Hagrid said, swinging the lantern to light the way. Got quite a trek up to the castle. Right, Neville muttered, falling into step beside him. I'm Neville Longbottom, Neville said, breaking the silence. His voice sounded small next to Hagrid's looming presence, but he didn't want the walk to be filled with just their footsteps echoing in the dark. Ah, good to meet ye, Neville, Hagrid replied, glancing down at him with a warm smile. His eyes crinkled at the corners, and the light from his lantern made them twinkle kindly. Yea no, my name's Hagrid. Keeper of keys and grounds here at Hogwarts. Nice to meet you, Hagrid, Neville replied, trying to match his stride despite the difference in their heights. Got wand sorted then? Hagrid asked, his curiosity genuine. Yeah, it's right here, Neville said, patting his pocket. You said you were feeding the mooncalves earlier. What are those exactly? Neville asked, eager to keep the conversation going. Ah, mooncalves. Lovely little critters they are, Hagrid said, his eyes lighting up. Only come out of their burrows during a full moon. Got these big, round eyes and smooth, pale skin. Fascinating creatures. Neville remembered seeing them in the Fantastic Beasts movies. Are there any other magical creatures here at Hogwarts? Neville asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. Plenty. Hagrid replied with enthusiasm, his lantern swinging as he gestured animatedly. We've got everything from hippogriffs to thestrals. The Forbidden Forest is full of surprises, though it's not a place fair wanderin' alone, mind ye. Ye'll learn all about 'em in care of magical creatures classes, Hagrid continued, a grin spreading beneath his bushy beard. And if you're ever interested in more, just drop by. I love introducing students to the wonders of magical beasts. Almost there, Hagrid said, pointing ahead. Neville breathed, unable to hide his awe. Wow, seeing the castle at night was majestic. Impressive, ain't it? Hagrid chuckled, clearly pleased with Neville's reaction. As they neared the massive front doors, Hagrid announced, "Here we go." He pushed them open with ease, revealing the grand entrance hall bathed in warm, welcoming light. Go on in, Hagrid urged, stepping aside to let Neville enter first. Well, Hagrid yawned widely, his large hand coming up to cover his mouth. That's me done for the night. Good night, Neville. Best get yourself to the Gryffindor dormitories and get some sleep. Wait, Hagrid, Neville started to say, but Hagrid was already halfway out the door. With a heavy creak, the door closed behind him, leaving Neville alone in the vast, echoing hall. Great, Neville muttered under his breath as he stared at the closed door. The realization hit him like a bludgeon to the head. He had no idea where the Gryffindor common room was. Okay, think, Neville muttered to himself, scratching the back of his head. I could just sit here and wait for someone to come, or I could go exploring the castle. If I remember correctly, the Gryffindor common room is in a tower behind the portrait of the fat lady. With a heavy sigh, Neville decided to start walking down the hallway. Maybe I'll run into one of the professors or something, he hoped out loud. Neville spent the next hour wandering around the castle, feeling increasingly frustrated and disoriented. The twisting corridors and countless staircases seemed designed to confuse him. Every portrait he passed was asleep, and none of them were the fat lady. Damn it, where is that portrait? Neville sighed tiredly, turning yet another corner. His feet ached from all the wandering, and his mind was beginning to fog from exhaustion. Not even Filch's cat, he muttered under his breath, referring to the creepy caretaker's ever-watchful feline companion that usually appeared in the movie to find the students out of bed. Neville sighed, thinking, maybe I could just sleep in the room of requirement for tonight, but I don't even know where it is, other than it's on the 7th floor, opposite a painting. He was about to give up on searching for the Gryffindor common room and just sleep on the floor when he heard a voice coming from around the corner. Finally, someone, Neville thought, quickly rushing to the corner, not wanting to lose the person. Rounding the corner in his haste, Neville bumped into someone, and they both fell down on their bums. Damn it, where is that portrait? Neville sighed tiredly, turning yet another corner. His feet ached from all the wandering, and his mind was beginning to fog from exhaustion. Not even Filch's cat, he muttered under his breath, referring to the creepy caretaker's ever-watchful feline companion that usually appeared in the movie to find the students out of bed. Neville sighed, thinking, maybe I could just sleep in the room of requirement for tonight, but I don't even know where it is, other than it's on the 7th floor, opposite a painting. He was about to give up on searching for the Gryffindor common room and just sleep on the floor when he heard a voice coming from around the corner. Finally, someone, Neville thought, quickly rushing to the corner, not wanting to lose the person. Rounding the corner in his haste, Neville bumped into someone, and they both fell down on their bums. Ouch, the other person hissed, rubbing his head where he had bumped into Neville. Neville quickly stood up and looked at who he had bumped into. He saw a boy with black hair and glasses on the floor, and beside him was a brown, bushy-haired girl and a ginger-haired boy. They looked stunned, and Neville instantly recognized them as the Golden Trio. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" Neville asked, extending a hand to help the boy up, though he seemed perfectly capable of managing on his own. "Yes, I'm fine," Harry replied, as the ginger-haired boy helped him up. Brushing off his robes as he stood, Harry asked, "Why were you running?" "Neville, what are you doing here?" Hermione asked, looking concerned. Well, I'm lost. I don't know where the Gryffindor common room is," Neville admitted, hesitating before adding, "but do you guys know me?" He was trying to keep up the act of having amnesia. "What do you mean, do we know you?" the red-haired boy asked irritably. "Of course we know you, we stay in the same room." Neville shook his head and said, "I don't really remember anything. Madame Pomfrey said I have amnesia or something." "Oh my," Hermione said, covering her mouth. "You can't remember anything?" she asked. Neville shook his head again, confirming her question. "Well, look, Neville, we've got to be somewhere. We'll see you later," Ron started to say. "Can I come with you?" Neville interrupted. "I don't know where the Gryffindor common room is. I've been wandering around for the last hour, and you're the first people I've come across." "Fine," Ron muttered, glancing at his watch before glaring furiously at Hermione and Neville. "If either of you get us caught, I'll never rest until I've learned that curse of the bogies Quirrell told us about, and used it on you." Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but Harry hissed at her to be quiet and beckoned them all forward. As they followed Harry and Ron, Neville whispered to Hermione, "Why are we sneaking around?" Hermione replied in a hushed tone, "Malfoy tricked these two idiots into dueling him. I tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. I wanted to return to the common room, but the fat lady had gone somewhere. Now, they're going to lose us a lot of house points," she ranted in a whisper. Neville nodded, absorbing the situation. They sped up a staircase to the 3rd floor and tiptoed toward the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe weren't there yet. The crystal trophy cases glimmered where the moonlight caught them. Cups, shields, plates, and statues shined by the light of the torches. They edged along the walls, keeping their eyes on the doors at either end of the room. Harry took out his wand, ready in case Malfoy leapt in and started at once. The minutes crept by. "He's late, maybe he's chickened out," Ron whispered. Then a noise in the next room made them jump. Harry had only just raised his wand when they heard someone speak, and it wasn't Malfoy. "Sniff around, my sweet, they might be lurking in a corner." It was Filch, speaking to Mrs. Norris. Harry waved madly at the others to follow him as quickly as possible. They scurried silently toward the door, away from Filch's voice. Neville, already tired from the day's events, followed them around the corner just as they heard Filch enter the trophy room. "They're in here somewhere," they heard him mutter. "Probably hiding." "This way," Harry mouthed to the others. They began to creep down a long gallery full of suits of armor. They could hear Filch getting nearer. Panic rising, they broke into a run, but Neville, exhausted, tripped and fell, toppling right into a suit of armor. The clanging and crashing were enough to wake the whole castle. "Run!" Harry yelled, and the 4 of them sprinted down the gallery, not looking back to see if Filch was following. They swung around a doorpost and went down one corridor, then another, Harry in the lead, with no idea where they were or where they were going. They ripped through a tapestry and found themselves in a hidden passageway, hurtling along it and emerging near what looked like a classroom. "I think we've lost him," Harry panted, leaning against the cold wall and wiping his forehead. Neville was bent over, wheezing. "I told you," Hermione gasped, clutching at her chest. I told you. We've got to get back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron said urgently, as quickly as possible. Malfoy tricked you, Hermione said to Harry. You realize that, don't you? He was never going to meet you. Filch knew someone was going to be in the trophy room. Malfoy must have tipped him off. Let's go, Harry said, urgency in his voice. But it wasn't going to be that simple. They hadn't gone more than a dozen paces when a doorknob rattled, and something shot out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. He caught sight of them and gave a squeal of delight. Shut up, Peeves, please, you'll get us thrown out, Harry pleaded. Peeves cackled. Wandering around at midnight, ickle firsties. Tut, tut, tut. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Not if you don't give us away, Peeves, please, Harry pleaded. Neville froze, looking terrified. He knew there were ghosts at Hogwarts, but seeing one in person was a completely different experience. Should tell Filch, I should, said Peeves in a saintly voice, but his eyes glittered wickedly. It's for your own good, you know. Get out of the way, snapped Ron, taking a swipe at Peeves. It was a big mistake. Neville, still scared, whispered to Hermione, he's not that bright, is he? To Neville, that was the stupidest thing to do, provoking someone who's blackmailing you. Students out of bed, Peeves bellowed, his voice echoing down the corridor. Students out of bed down the charms corridor. Ducking under Peeves, they ran for their lives, right to the end of the corridor where they slammed into a door, and it was locked. This is it. Ron Mo. Ned, pushing helplessly at the door. We're done for. This is the end. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Filch ran as fast as he could toward Peeves's shouts. Oh, move over, Hermione snarled. She grabbed Harry's wand, tapped the lock, and whispered, Alohomora. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. They piled in, shut the door quickly, and pressed their ears against it, listening. While the others were focused on the sounds outside, Neville was drawn to something far more terrifying. A giant three-headed dog that was slowly waking up. Shit, that must be Hagrid's, he thought. Guys, Neville said, tugging at the closest person to him to get their attention. He thinks this door is locked, Harry whispered. I think we'll be okay. Get off, Neville. He shouted, as Neville had been tugging at his bathrobe for the last minute. That UF idiot, Neville nearly cursed, stopping himself just in time. The three-headed dog was fully awake now, staring down at them with menacing growls. What? Harry turned around and saw, quite clearly, what had Neville so panicked. Without wasting another second, Neville acted quickly. He yanked the door open, pulling everyone out, and then slammed it shut behind them. The three of them ran as fast as they could, with Neville following closely behind. Filch must have hurried off to search elsewhere because they didn't see him anywhere, but they hardly cared. All they wanted to do was put as much space as possible between themselves and the three-headed dog. They didn't stop running until they reached the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor. Seeing the fat lady's portrait, Neville sighed in relief, thinking, finally, I can get some sleep. Where on earth have you all been? The fat lady asked, looking at their flushed, sweaty faces. Never mind that. Pig snout, panted Harry, and the portrait swung forward. Neville sat down on the couch, catching his breath and thinking, definitely need to exercise and get into shape. It was a while before any of them said anything. What do they think they're doing, keeping a thing like that locked up in a school? Ron finally said, if any dog needs exercise, that one does. Hermione had regained both her breath and her bad temper. You don't use your eyes, any of you, do you? She snapped. Didn't you see what it was standing on? The floor. Harry asked. I wasn't looking at its feet, I was too busy with its heads. A door, Neville said, not really paying attention to the conversation. Yes, it was standing on a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something, Hermione said, standing up and glaring at them. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed, before either of you come up with another clever idea to get us killed or worse, expelled. Ron watched her leave and shook his head. She needs to sort out her priorities, he muttered. You'd think we dragged her along, wouldn't you? he added as they walked into the Gryffindor boys' dormitories. Entering the room, Neville saw a furnace in the middle of the room with some socks hung around it to dry, warming up the space. There were 7 four-poster beds, all with red bed sheets, and 3 were unoccupied. Neville asked, "Which one is my bed?" Harry pointed to an empty bed in the top right corner next to a window. Nodding a thanks, Neville walked over, plopped down, and drifted off to sleep almost immediately. Yes, it was standing on a trapdoor. It's obviously guarding something, Hermione said, standing up and glaring at them. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed, before either of you come up with another clever idea to get us killed or worse, expelled. Ron watched her leave and shook his head. She needs to sort out her priorities, he muttered. You'd think we dragged her along, wouldn't you? He added as they walked into the Gryffindor boys' dormitories. Entering the room, Neville saw a furnace in the middle of the room with some socks hung around it to dry, warming up the space. There were 7 four-poster beds, all with red bed sheets, and 3 were unoccupied. Neville asked, "Which one is my bed?" Neville lay on his back, his mouth slightly open as he breathed softly. The early morning light began to filter through the windows, gently rousing him from sleep. He groaned as he opened his eyes, staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling above. He squinted, trying to get a better look, and then it hit him, this wasn't his usual room. He jolted upright, looking around in surprise. He found himself in a dormitory adorned in red and gold, with 7 beds, each one occupied. Glancing down at his hands, he thought, so, it wasn't a dream after all. I really am in the world of Harry Potter, he mused, noticing how small and childlike his hands were. His eyes drifted towards Harry's bed, and he thought, so that did happen, then, recalling the events of the previous night. That must be where Dumbledore's hiding the stone. He turned his attention to the bedside table and spotted his wand still in its box. Slipping out of bed, Neville carefully took the wand out, and the moment he touched it, he felt a faint hum as if it was resonating with him. He had the urge to try out some spells but stopped himself. He didn't know any yet, and he certainly didn't want to wake the others. Putting the wand back in its box, he opened the top drawer and found his Hogwarts uniform neatly folded inside. Noticing he was still wearing yesterday's clothes, he decided to take a shower, especially since his stomach felt a bit uneasy. He found his towel in the bottom drawer, gathered his clothes, and quietly left the dormitory. As he stepped into the corridor, Neville thought, where's the bathroom? He wandered down the hall for a few steps before spotting a door with a wizard's head carved into it. Guessing it might be the bathroom, he opened the door to find a communal space with several bathtubs. After taking a bath and getting dressed for the day, Neville walked back into the first-year dormitory. As he approached his bedside, he noticed that his bed was already made. Must be the house elves, he thought, slipping his wand into the designated slot in his trousers. He glanced at the books on his table and wondered, is it a weekday or the weekend? He wasn't sure if he had classes or if he was free to explore. With a sigh, Neville decided to leave the dormitory, still pondering what to do. He made his way down the stairs that led to the common room. As he entered the common room, Neville took a proper look around for the first time. Yesterday, he'd been too tired to notice much, but now he saw that the room, like the dormitory, was adorned in red and gold. The clock on the wall showed it was 6:28 in the morning. A few early risers were already up, some quietly reading while others chatted with friends. Among those reading was the bushy-haired witch herself, Hermione. Recognizing her from yesterday, Neville thought, I could ask her for help. Neville walked over to where Hermione was sitting on a couch near the entrance and greeted her, hello there. Sorry, I didn't catch your name yesterday. He played along with the amnesiac roles since none of them had properly introduced themselves to him. Hermione looked up from her book, and upon seeing Neville, she said, Oh, Neville, it's you. Right, I'm sorry, I'm Hermione Granger, she said, extending her hand for a handshake. Neville nodded and shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Hermione. I'm Neville Longbottom, though you might already know that. Gesturing to the empty spot next to her on the couch, he asked, Is anyone sitting here? Hermione shook her head. No, it's free. Neville sat down, and she asked, "So, you don't remember anything from the past 2 weeks?" Neville shook his head. "No, the last thing I remember is waking up in the Hogwarts hospital wing." Hermione then asked, "So, what were you doing out so late yesterday? I doubt Madame Pomfrey would have just let you leave without someone to escort you back to the Gryffindor common room." Neville shook his head and replied, "Madame Pomfrey discharged me yesterday after lunch. My grandmother took me to Diagon Alley to get a new wand since my old one broke when I fell off a broom. It took longer than expected to find a wand that suited me, so I ended up getting back to the castle quite late." Hermione nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see. Can I ask you a few questions?" Neville asked. "What day is it, and do we have classes today?" Hermione nodded. "It's Friday. On Fridays, we have double transfiguration in the morning, then history of magic, and double potions after lunch." Neville sighed inwardly, thinking, "Just great. I have to sit through potions with that git, Snape." He then asked, "Could you show me which books we need?" I wasn't sure which ones were for which subject. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. Of course. She reached down to grab her book bag, which was leaning against the couch near her feet. Hermione took out the books and showed them to him. "This is for Transfiguration. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch." Then she pulled out another book, Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger for potions, and A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot for, well, history. Seeing the books, Neville nodded. "I think I saw them on my dresser." He stood up and asked, "Could you wait here while I go fetch my books?" Hermione nodded, and Neville quickly rushed up to the first-year boys' dormitory. Walking over to his bedside table, he found the 3 books. He also grabbed 3 notebooks labeled Transfiguration, History, and Potions. After emptying his sling bag, he stuffed the books and notebooks inside. Slinging the bag over his shoulder, Neville left the dormitory. On his way out, he noticed that some of the other boys were starting to stir and wake up. Re-entering the common room, Neville walked back to where Hermione was still reading. When she saw him, she closed her book and said, "We should head to the Great Hall for breakfast." She slipped the book back into her bag and stood up. Neville nodded and followed her out through the portrait entrance. As they exited the Gryffindor common room, Neville glanced back at the fat lady's portrait before turning to Hermione. "What floor are we on?" he asked, having lost track of where the Gryffindor common room was. "We're on the 7th floor," Hermione replied. Neville nodded, thinking to himself, 7th floor. No wonder I couldn't find it on the 5th. As they walked, Hermione began explaining that they were in the Gryffindor Tower, pointing out different floors and what was on each one. Neville then asked about the room where they had run into Filch the previous day. Hermione told him it was the trophy room, where all the trophies people had won were kept, and it was located on the 4th floor. As they continued down the corridor, Neville couldn't help but notice that Hermione was quite the chatterbox. But instead of finding it annoying, he found her eagerness endearing. Just a kid trying to make friends. After descending a few flights of stairs, they arrived at the Great Hall and entered through the open doors. As they stepped inside, Neville noticed many students already seated, eating with their respective groups. At the front of the hall, a few professors were having their breakfast as well. Neville then looked up at the ceiling, expecting something magical. He saw candles floating above them, but otherwise, the ceiling looked quite ordinary. He thought, I thought the ceiling was enchanted to show the sky outside, maybe that's just at night." His thoughts were interrupted by Hermione calling out, "Neville, come on." He followed her to the right-hand side of the hall, where they sat down. As soon as they did, breakfast appeared on the table: toast, sausages, and eggs. They began eating, with Hermione continuing to explain the differences between the houses. Neville listened attentively, nodding along as she spoke. As they ate and Hermione explained things to him, the Great Hall gradually filled up with more students coming in for breakfast. Neville then looked up at the ceiling, expecting something magical. He saw candles floating above them, but otherwise, the ceiling looked quite ordinary. He thought, I thought the ceiling was enchanted to show the sky outside, maybe that's just at night. His thoughts were interrupted by Hermione calling out, "Neville, come on." He followed her to the right-hand side of the hall, where they sat down. As soon as they did, breakfast appeared on the table: toast, sausages, and eggs. They began eating, with Hermione continuing to explain the differences between the houses. Neville listened attentively, nodding along as she spoke. As they ate and Hermione explained things to him, the great hall gradually filled up with more students coming in for breakfast. Neville took some bacon and placed it between 3 slices of bread. As he took a bite of his sandwich, he turned to Hermione and asked, "So, what have we learned in potions so far?" Neville knew that Snape would harass him, but he didn't want to be caught off guard. If memory served him right, after Harry, Neville was always Snape's preferred target. Hermione nodded, pulling out her potions book. "Well, let's go over what we've done," she said, ready to explain. She pointed to a page and slid the book over to him. "We've just covered the cure for Boyle's potion." Neville took the book and began reading about the potion. Hermione leaned in and added, "Chances are, we'll be asked to brew the next potion in the book." Neville flipped to the next page, revealing the forgetfulness potion. He hummed thoughtfully, scanning through some of the ingredients. 2 drops of Lethe river water, 2 valerian sprigs. The great hall gradually filled with students as it always did. Harry and Ron came in and sat with the rest of the Gryffindor first years. Neville looked up from his book and saw them sitting a bit further away from him and Hermione. Both Ron and Harry were deep in conversation about what the large 3-headed dog might be guarding. Hermione leaned over to Neville and whispered, "You should steer clear of those 2. They're always getting into trouble and don't seem to care much about their studies." She then added, "I warned them that Malfoy would overhear, and they nearly got caught by Filch. They could have been killed." Neville smiled and replied, "Well, if you hadn't snuck out last night, I'd have just stayed asleep on the floor." Hermione huffed and said, "Just make sure you don't get tangled up in their shenanigans." A few minutes earlier, a flock of owls had delivered the mail and newspapers. Neville smiled and nodded, finishing off his sandwich, then asked, "What time do classes start?" She glanced at her wristwatch and replied, "Classes begin at 9 a.m., and it's about 8:30 now, so we should get going." Neville looked surprised. He hadn't realized how quickly time had flown by. They packed their books and got up to leave the Great Hall, with Neville following closely behind Hermione. On the way, Neville asked, "Which floor is the class on?" Hermione replied, "For first years, classes are in room 1B, on the ground floor, near the middle courtyard." Neville nodded and followed her. They were the first to get to the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall was seated at her desk, engrossed in some paperwork. Hermione knocked on the door and greeted, "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." Neville followed her lead and added, "Good morning, Professor." Looking up from her papers, McGonagall set down her quill and said, "Good morning, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom." She then focused on Neville and continued, "Hagrid informed me that Augusta dropped you off at the front gates rather late." Neville scratched the back of his head and replied, Sorry, Professor. It was my fault. Choosing the right wand took longer than we expected." McGonagall nodded, removing her glasses. "That's all right. I hope everything has been sorted now." Neville nodded in agreement. McGonagall then asked, "So, how have you found Hogwarts so far?" Neville answered, "So far, so good, Professor," and added, "Hermione has been helping me a lot." McGonagall remarked, "I see you've found assistance from Miss Granger. Use this opportunity to help you catch up with the rest of your year." Neville nodded, and McGonagall directed him to take a seat, saying, "We'll start the class as soon as everyone arrives." As some of the first years began to filter into the room, Neville walked over to Hermione, who had been reading her Transfiguration book while he spoke with McGonagall. "Is anyone sitting beside you?" Neville asked. Hermione looked up from her book and shook her head. "No, you can sit next to me." Neville took the seat beside her as more students with green, blue, and yellow ties entered and settled down. Hermione was seated in the front row. As Neville took his place beside her, he noticed students with green, blue, and yellow ties coming in and finding their seats. He turned to Hermione and asked, "Do we share classes with all the other first years from the other houses?" Looking up from her book, Hermione nodded. "Yes, We share transfiguration, history, charms, and astronomy with all the houses. We have herbology with Hufflepuffs, defense against the dark arts with Ravenclaws, and potions with Slytherins. Neville nodded in understanding, then took out his notebook and transfiguration textbook. After rummaging through his bag, he found some quills and a bottle of ink, placing them on the desk as he waited for the class to begin. After a while, everyone had arrived, and the clock struck 9. Harry and Ron were seated at the back of the class, engrossed in a conversation. As soon as the clock chimed, McGonagall stood up and announced, "All right, class, today we'll be reviewing the match-to-needle spell." She flicked her wand, and a matchstick floated from her desk to each student's desk, one in front of everyone. McGonagall continued, "Since only some of you have successfully cast this spell so far, we'll spend the rest of the class practicing until everyone can do it. For those who have already mastered it, try to make the needle more intricate with engraved designs. It will be good practice. In our next class, we'll move on to the next topic." She added, "I'll be walking around to assist you. Remember the incantation. Aku Signis," she said, spacing out the words and repeating it a few times. Neville assumed this was for him, as he didn't know the incantation. McGonagall then said, "Now, wands out." Neville pulled his wand from his robe, and as soon as he grasped it, he felt a subtle thrumming sensation. Looking at the wand, he wondered, do all wands feel like this to their masters? He turned it over in his hand, inspecting it closely. He tried holding the wand with a full grip, much like one would hold a flag, but found it uncomfortable. Shifting his hold, Neville adjusted his grip to rest between his ring finger and index finger rested on and pushed the wand down while keeping his thumb near the ring finger and wrapping his other fingers around the base of the wand. He thought, it feels right holding it like this. Beside him, Hermione spoke the incantation and tapped her wand on the matchstick, transforming it into a needle adorned with intricate patterns. She beamed down at the needle, examining it carefully. Neville smiled and said, "Congratulations, Hermione, you managed to change it." Hermione grinned at him and advised, "You should give it a go. Remember to say the incantation clearly and imagine the matchstick turning into a needle." Neville nodded, turned his attention to his own matchstick, and, gripping his wand firmly, closed his eyes. He visualized a needle with detailed engravings, then tapped the matchstick with his wand. Neville felt a warm sensation flowing through his hand and into his wand as he touched the matchstick. As soon as his wand made contact, the matchstick shimmered and transformed into a shining needle with engravings, just as Neville had imagined it. Neville stared at the needle, then at his wand, wondering, was it supposed to be that easy? Hermione, from beside him, exclaimed, "Well done, Neville. You managed to do it on your first try." At that moment, McGonagall arrived next to Neville, took the needle from his desk, and examined it. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom. It seems you just needed a change of wands. This is the finest piece of transfiguration I've ever seen a first-year perform. 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Longbottom," she said, handing the needle back to him. Neville smiled and scratched the back of his head. Neville felt a warm sensation flowing through his hand and into his wand as he touched the matchstick. As soon as his wand made contact, the matchstick shimmered and transformed into a shining needle with engravings, just as Neville had imagined it. Neville stared at the needle, then at his wand, wondering, was it supposed to be that easy? Hermione, from beside him, exclaimed, "Well done, Neville. You managed to do it on your first try." At that moment, McGonagall arrived next to Neville, took the needle from his desk, and examined it. "Well done, Mr. Longbottom. It seems you just needed a change of wands. This is the finest piece of transfiguration I've ever seen a first-year perform. 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Longbottom," she said, handing the needle back to him. Neville smiled and scratched the back of his head. Neville was jolted awake by a gentle but persistent shaking, accompanied by a voice calling his name. "Neville, wake up. Neville, come on, wake up." Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, and he blinked at the person standing beside him. It took a moment for the blurry figure to come into focus, but when it did, he saw it was Hermione, looking down at him with an expression of exasperation. "Has the class finished?" Neville mumbled, still groggy as he rubbed his eyes. He glanced around the room, and sure enough, students were gathering their belongings and making their way toward the door. It was clear the lesson had ended without him realizing it. Hermione's expression shifted to one of disapproval. Yes, of course, the class has ended. Honestly, Neville, you'd know that if you hadn't slept through the entire thing, she scolded, her voice tinged with frustration. Neville stifled a yawn and gave her a sheepish grin. I did try to stay awake, Hermione, I really did. But you can't blame me, can you? That lecture was unbearably dull, he said, as he started to gather his things, trying to sound more innocent than he felt. Hermione huffed and crossed her arms. Boring or not, you should have at least made an effort to listen. Now you're going to have to start from scratch, she replied, turning on her heel to leave the classroom. Neville hurried after her, slinging his bag over his shoulder. I can still catch up, Hermione. I'll read the chapter in the textbook. It's not the end of the world, he reasoned, trying to keep up with her brisk pace. But right now, I'm absolutely starving. As they walked out of the classroom, Neville paused at the junction of two corridors, looking a bit lost. He turned to Hermione with a sheepish smile and asked, which way's the Great Hall again? Hermione sighed, with exasperation. This way, Neville. Just follow me, she said, leading the way. As they descended a flight of stairs, Neville suddenly remembered something. Oh, Hermione, I forgot to ask earlier, what other classes do we first years have to attend? Hermione answered promptly. Well, there's charms, defense against the dark arts, astronomy, and herbology. Then there's potions, which we have after lunch today. Neville stifled another yawn and asked, how many spells have we learned so far in charms? Hermione replied, only one so far, the Lumos spell. It's only been 2 weeks since the term began. We spent the first week on theory, and this week we've finally started with the actual spellwork. Neville hummed thoughtfully as they reached the entrance to the Great Hall and pushed open the door to step inside. The hall was buzzing with activity, filled with students seated at their respective house tables, chatting and eating. Even some of the professors were present at the head table, keeping a watchful eye on the lively scene. Hermione and Neville made their way over to the Gryffindor table and found seats among their fellow first years. Neville slipped into an open spot next to a boy he recognized as Seamus Finnegan. Professor McGonagall had called him Mr. Finnegan in class. Hermione sat down beside Neville, just as Seamus turned to him with a friendly grin. Hey, mate, where were you last night? We didn't see you in the dorm this morning either. Neville, who had just reached for a piece of roast chicken, paused and hesitated. Yeah, I left earlier with Hermione. Your name's Seamus, right? He asked, playing the amnesiac. Seamus frowned, looking a bit puzzled. Huh, of course, I'm Seamus, he replied, sounding slightly offended. What do you mean? My name's Seamus. Have you lost your memory or something? Before Neville could come up with a response, Hermione leaned in and said matter-of-factly, that's exactly it. He's lost all his memories. He doesn't remember a thing. A.B. Owned girl sitting opposite Hermione perked up, her curiosity piqued. Really? Did he actually? Meanwhile, an Indian girl sitting beside the B.Owned shook her head, looking skeptical. Surely not. Hermione let out a small sigh, as though she'd been through this before. Yes, it's true. Neville lost all his memories after hitting his head in the nasty fall he had during yesterday's flying lesson, she explained. The group of students around Neville exchanged glances, trying to process the news. Parvati leaned forward, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. You've lost all your memories. What's the last thing you remember? Neville nodded. Well, I remember waking up in bed, and then meeting Madame Pomfrey, he said, his voice uncertain. Further down the table, Ron chimed in, it's true, guys. The bloke was wandering around the castle last night, looking for the common room. The group fell silent for a moment. Seamus glanced at Neville. Blimey, mate, I didn't know. Are you all right? He asked, his voice softer. So you don't recognize any of us? Neville gave a helpless shrug. Sorry, I don't remember anyone's name. I didn't even know my name until Madame Pomfrey told me. Lavender Brown, who had been listening quietly, asked, "Surely Madame Pomfrey has some way to help you get your memories back." Neville shook his head again. "She said I might get them back, or I might not." She wasn't sure. Dean, sitting beside Seamus, spoke up. "So that's why you seem, I don't know how to put it, but more confident, maybe." The others nodded in agreement, noticing the slight change in Neville's demeanor. Seamus, after a moment of reflection, extended his hand to Neville with a friendly grin. "Well, I'm Seamus Finnegan," he said, offering a handshake. Neville accepted the handshake, feeling a bit more at ease. "Nice to meet you, Seamus." Dean then did the same, and one by one, everyone around the table introduced themselves to Neville. After the introductions, everyone returned to their lunches, occasionally asking Neville questions or answering the ones he had about Hogwarts life. The chatter around the table was lively, but Neville felt a bit more at ease now that he was beginning to put names to faces. As they ate, Neville looked up and was surprised to see a massive owl soaring into the great hall, carrying what appeared to be a stack of books. The owl swooped down gracefully and landed right in front of Neville, placing the books on the table with a soft thud. Neville blinked in surprise, then realized what this must be. "These must be the books Gran said she would send me," he thought to himself. Spotting a letter attached to the bundle, he quickly opened it and confirmed it was from his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. The letter explained that she had sent these books to help Neville readjust to the wizarding world, especially now that he was back at Hogwarts. Grateful, Neville offered the owl a piece of bacon as a thank you. The owl took the bacon, gave a soft hoot, and flew off back through the open windows of the Great Hall. "Who sent you those books?" Seamus asked, eyeing the package curiously. Neville glanced up at him and replied, "I asked my Gran yesterday to send me some books about the wizarding world. Looks like she came through." Curious, Neville unwrapped the package and began to sift through the books. There were 4 in total, each one looking well-worn and full of knowledge. Ages of Enchantment, A History of the Wizarding World, by Bathilda Bagshot, The Noble Wizard's Path, Etiquette and Duties of Heirs, by Ignatius Pruitt, Magical Society and Its Unspoken Rules, by Septimus Burke, The Essential Spells for Every Witch and Wizard, by Miranda Goshawk. As Neville read through the titles, a few of his housemates leaned over to get a closer look. "Blimey, those look proper serious," Ron remarked, his eyebrows raised. Hermione leaned over and read one of the book titles, Magical Society and Its Unspoken Rules. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. I haven't seen this one before," she admitted, her tone tinged with intrigue. Neville, aware of Hermione's reputation as a bit of a bookworm, offered the book to her. "Here, you can read it if you want," he said, hoping it might interest her. Hermione's eyes brightened with genuine excitement. "Really? You don't mind?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, I can't get through all 4 books at once. Might as well let you borrow it while I read the others. Maybe you can give me a summary when you're done." Hermione's enthusiasm was palpable as she nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. I'd be happy to." With that, Neville's attention shifted to the next book in his stack, The Essential Spells for Every Witch and Wizard, by Miranda Goshawk. He opened it and began leafing through the pages, discovering a range of practical spells. There were useful ones like the cleaning spell and the umbrella spell, which Neville noted with interest. As he scanned through, he thought to himself, these spells could come in handy. The book seemed to offer practical knowledge that would be useful in everyday magical life. After lunch, all the Gryffindor first years walked together in a group toward their potions class. On the way, Neville turned to Hermione, who was deeply engrossed in the book he had lent her. "Where's the classroom, Hermione?" Without looking up from her reading, Hermione replied, "It's in the dungeons." Seamus, walking beside Neville, added with a hint of concern, "Just be careful with Professor Snape. He seems to always pick on Harry and you the most." When they arrived at the dungeon, they joined the other students waiting outside the classroom. As they stood there, A.B. owned kid, flanked by 2 others, walked over. "I hear you've lost all your memories, Longbottom," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. Neville, seeing the B.-owned kid, recognized him as Draco Malfoy. Playing along, he responded, "Yeah, sorry, but I don't remember you." Malfoy sneered. How pathetic. You really lost your memories, Longbottom. Ron and Harry immediately stepped in to defend Neville. Oi, Malfoy, leave him alone. Ron said, his voice edged with anger. Seamus and Dean also jumped in. Yeah, piss off, Malfoy. Mind your own business. Just as the situation was starting to escalate, Snape's dramatic entrance interrupted them. The potions master flung open the dungeon door, his eyes narrowing at the commotion. 10 points from Gryffindor for shouting outside the classroom, he intoned coldly before instructing them to enter. As they entered the potions classroom, Neville turned to his friends and said, "Thanks, guys. You really didn't have to, though." They waved off his gratitude, clearly more concerned with the situation than accepting thanks. "Don't worry about it, mate," Seamus said, giving Neville a reassuring pat on the back. The class settled into pairs, and Neville asked Hermione if she minded working together again. "Of course not," she replied. As the class settled into their seats, Snape addressed the students with his usual cold disdain. "I will not be explaining everything again. You should have learned what I've taught so far." His gaze swept across the room before landing on Neville. A sneer crept onto his face. "I hope you're not as much of a dunderhead as before, Mr. Longbottom." Neville thought to himself, this git is already picking on me. With a final, dramatic slam of the classroom door, Snape strode to the front of the room and announced, "Hand in your assignments." Neville glanced around at his classmates handing in their work. He hadn't a clue what the assignment had been. He sat there, clueless, as the others submitted their papers. Noticing Neville's hesitation, Snape's eyes narrowed. "Are you waiting for an invitation, Mr. Longbottom? Where is your assignment?" Malfoy and his cronies sniggered from their seats, clearly enjoying Neville's discomfort. Neville stammered, I don't remember what the assignment was." Hermione, sitting beside him, jumped in to help. "Professor." Neville lost his memories. He doesn't remember anything from before yesterday afternoon. Snape's eyes flashed with irritation as he turned to Hermione. 5 points from Gryffindor, Miss Granger. "I didn't ask you for an explanation, did I?" He then turned back to Neville with a cold, calculating look. "That's no excuse for not completing your work. You will serve detention for failing to hand in your assignment." Neville really loathed Snape. The git was incredibly selfish. He even begged the Dark Lord to kill a toddler and spare Lily just so he could swoop in and win her over. On top of that, he was a terrible teacher. People only like Snape because of Alan Rickman's portrayal of him. They might defend him as a good person and a double agent, but they conveniently forget that he only became a double agent after Voldemort went after the Potters. And let's not forget, Snape was the one who told Voldemort about the prophecy the moment he overheard it. In Neville's eyes, Snape was nothing more than a bullying git who never grew up, and he wasn't about to let Snape push him around. Neville raised an eyebrow and said, "You expect me to remember your assignment when I've lost all my memories and couldn't even remember my name at first?" His comment elicited a few chuckles from the Gryffindor students. With a touch of sarcasm, Neville added, "Next time, I'll be sure to write myself a reminder not to forget your classwork before losing my memories." Snape's face darkened. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Longbottom. And you will serve 2 days of detention. Neville thought to himself, yeah, right. Like I'll actually show up for your detentions. Snape flicked his wand and announced, "Today, you will be brewing the forgetfulness potion." He then turned to Neville with a sneer. "I hope you don't mess everything up as badly as you did in the last class." The Slytherins around him snickered. Hermione, clearly uncomfortable with Snape's mocking, opened her mouth to speak. But Neville gently placed a hand on her arm, signaling her to stay quiet. Neville and Hermione worked together to brew the forgetfulness potion. Their combined efforts resulted in a potion that Snape inspected with a critical eye. After a moment, he grudgingly said, "Passable. It seems losing your memories has made you a bit more competent." Relieved but still frustrated, Neville and Hermione submitted their potion vials. As they prepared to leave, Snape called after them, "Hand in an essay as long as 2.5 feet before our next class." With that, he dismissed them, and the students shuffled out of the dungeon. He then turned to Neville with a sneer. "I hope you don't mess everything up as badly as you did in the last class." The Slytherins around him snickered. Hermione, clearly uncomfortable with Snape's mocking, opened her mouth to speak. But Neville gently placed a hand on her arm, signaling her to stay quiet. Neville and Hermione worked together to brew the forgetfulness potion. Their combined efforts resulted in a potion that Snape inspected with a critical eye. After a moment, he grudgingly said, "Passable. It seems losing your memories has made you a bit more competent." Relieved but still frustrated, Neville and Hermione submitted their potion vials. As they prepared to leave, Snape called after them, "Hand in an essay as long as 2.5 feet before our next class." With that, he dismissed them, and the students shuffled out of the dungeon. 28, 29, 30. Neville muttered under his breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he pushed himself up from the ground, finishing his final set. With a groan, he collapsed onto the grass, rolling onto his back to catch his breath. Neville closed his eyes, breathing heavily, as the early morning sun slowly crept higher, casting a golden glow over the black lake. He lay there, still panting in his t-shirt and joggers. It had only been a week since he found himself transmigrated to the wizarding world as Neville Longbottom. One of the first things he'd decided to do was get in shape, especially considering how he'd been a bit on the chubby side. Knowing what was to come in the next few years, he figured being fit might give him an edge. Neville's routine began at 6 a.m. sharp. He'd kick things off with 5 laps around the length of the Black Lake behind Hogwarts, then dive into some calisthenics, 4 sets of 30 push-ups, squats, and pull-ups. After a few moments of catching his breath, Neville pushed himself up and began walking back towards the castle. "I really need to find a potion that helps with soreness," he muttered to himself, rubbing his aching arms and legs. It had only been a few days since he'd started working out, and his body was still adjusting to the strain, especially since the old Neville hadn't been much into fitness. Following his first day at Hogwarts, Neville had 2 days off from lessons, which he used to explore the castle and familiarize himself with its many nooks and crannies. On top of that, he'd finished all his homework with a bit of help from Hermione. With the extra time, he also practiced casting some of the spells from the first-year textbooks. Transfiguration, to his surprise, had come naturally to him, and curious to see if other spells would be as easy, he gave them a go as well. To his delight, most spells came almost instinctively to him. Neville found he could cast nearly all of the first-year spells on his first attempt. Feeling pleased with his progress in charms, he decided to try something more advanced from one of the books his gran, Augusta Longbottom, had given him, The Essential Spells for Every Witch and Wizard, by Miranda Goshawk. Neville found the book had some incredibly useful spells, most of which were taught to students in the upper years. Feeling eager, he decided to try the first spell he came across, the Shrinking Charm, Reducio, which he reckoned would be one of the most practical spells to learn. He headed to an empty classroom and cast the charm on a chair. It was noticeably harder than the first-year spells he'd practiced. It took him 4 attempts to get it right. The first time, nothing happened at all, and on his second go, the chair only shrank slightly before the spell fizzled out. It wasn't until his 4th try that he finally managed to shrink the chair properly. The same went for the counter charm, Engorgio. Much like Reducio, it took more than 1 attempt, but Neville successfully cast it on his 3rd try. He realized these more advanced spells required much more focus. By the end of the session, he was worn out, having spent the rest of the time practicing both spells over and over until he felt confident in perfecting them. Elated, Neville spent his Saturday and Sunday exploring the castle and practicing spells. But the excitement came crashing down the moment Monday arrived. In his thrill at being in the Harry Potter world, he had completely overlooked one crucial fact: he was still attending school. And with school came all the tedious assignments and the inevitable annoyances that came with it. Pigsnout, Neville muttered as he reached the fat lady's portrait on the 7th floor, giving the password to enter the Gryffindor common room. The portrait swung open, and he stepped inside. Glancing at the clock in the corner, he sighed. It was only 7:15 a.m., and he still had 2 hours before classes began. "You look like you're about to keel over," came a familiar voice from his side. Neville turned to see Hermione, already dressed and ready for the day. She'd clearly been up for a while, as usual. He greeted her with a tired nod. Morning, Hermione. Over the past week, the two had become good friends. Hermione shook her head, clearly amused. You'd better hurry and get cleaned up, or we'll be late for breakfast. Neville nodded, stifling a yawn. Give me 10 minutes. Neville made his way up the stairs to the dormitory he shared with the other first-year Gryffindors. Harry was just waking up. As he walked to his bed, Neville greeted Harry. Morning, Harry. Harry, still groggy from sleep as he climbed out of bed, nodded. Morning, Neville. Neville nodded in return, gathering his clothes and towel, which he'd neatly set aside before heading out for his morning workout. Without much further conversation, he gave Harry another nod and headed off for the showers. After a refreshing shower, he returned to the dorm, adjusting his shirt cuffs as he walked in. Seamus let out a big yawn and greeted him. Morning, mate. Just back from your workout. Neville smiled and nodded. Yeah, just got back and had a quick shower. Ron, stretching and yawning loudly, gave him a look. You're mental, mate. Who in their right mind would torture themselves like that? Dean, who was sitting up in bed next to Seamus, chimed in. Why are you even doing all that, anyway? Neville shrugged, stuffing his charms, herbology, and defense against the dark arts books into his bag. Just trying to get in shape, you know. Seamus snickered. Ah, for the ladies, is it? You sly dog. Dean laughed along, adding, more like for Hermione, I reckon. Ron, shaking his head as he gathered his things for a shower, chimed in. I dunno how you get along with her, mate. She's a nightmare. Neville gave them both a flat look, unimpressed. I'll see you lot later, he said, slinging his book bag over his shoulder and heading out of the dormitory. Down in the common room, Hermione was already sitting with a book, fully immersed in reading. Come on, let's go, Hermione, Neville said as he adjusted the sleeves of his shirt. Hermione glanced up from her book, raising an eyebrow. Took you long enough, she huffed as she stood up, slipping her book back into her bag. Neville ran a hand through his hair, styling it as he and Hermione stepped out of the portrait hole. Just a few steps ahead, they spotted Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. Good morning, Parvati. Morning, Lavender, Neville greeted them with a smile. Both girls turned around, smiling back. Oh, hey, Neville. Lavender replied brightly, while Parvati gave a cheerful, morning, you too. Hermione greeted them as well, and they all fell into step together, heading towards the Great Hall. The girls chatted amongst themselves, while Neville hummed quietly to one of his favorite tunes. I really need to figure out a way to listen to music here, Neville thought as they approached the Great Hall. When they reached the entrance, Neville pulled open the door and held it for the others, letting them go in first before following behind. They made their way over to the Gryffindor table and took their seats. Neville quickly helped himself to some breakfast, grabbing a few slices of bread, eggs, bacon, and sausage to make a hearty sandwich. As soon as Neville entered the Great Hall, he felt a familiar gaze on him. He didn't need to look up to know who it was. At the head table, Professor Snape sat, sneering in his direction. Neville could practically feel the disdain from across the room, no doubt because of what had happened last Tuesday in the Great Hall. Earlier that week, Neville had sat down with his yearmates for a quiet breakfast, his body still aching from the exercise. He took a bite of his toast, hoping for a peaceful start to the day. Unfortunately, his reprieve was brief. A looming shadow fell over the Gryffindor table, and the greasy-haired potions master made his presence felt. Longbottom, Snape hissed, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you think you can simply ignore a detention and get away with it? Neville raised an eyebrow, clearly unbothered. Detention. Oh, that. I wasn't about to waste my time on something so trivial. He lazily reached into his bag, pulling out a parchment and holding it up. Here's the assignment you wanted. Snape's face twitched in fury, his voice rising sharply. You think handing in this pitiful excuse for an assignment excuses your blatant disregard for authority? For defying a direct order? Neville shrugged, taking a casual bite of his toast. I didn't defy anything, Professor. I just didn't bother attending because it wasn't worth my time. By now, heads were turning, and whispers rippled through the hall as students watched the heated exchange. You're arrogant, Snape sneered, his voice loud enough for half the Great Hall to hear. 40 points from Gryffindor for insubordination, and another detention for. Excuse me, Severus, came Professor McGonagall's stern voice as she swept over. Her sharp eyes glanced between the two of them. What is going on here? Snape, his lips curling in distaste, turned to her. Longbottom here seems to think he's above attending detention for not submitting his assignment. Neville set his toast down and stood up, unfazed by the confrontation. Professor McGonagall, you know I've lost all of my memories. How exactly was I supposed to know about his assignment on Friday? His voice was calm. Neville gestured towards Snape, frustration clear in his voice. Professor Snape took points and gave me detention for something I had no control over. How's that fair, Professor? Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed deeply, her sharp gaze shifting to Snape. Severus, is this true? You punished him for not remembering an assignment he couldn't possibly recall because of his condition. Snape's usual sneer faltered for a brief moment. He's been back in classes long enough to. That is entirely beside the point, McGonagall cut in, her voice as sharp as a knife. She folded her arms, standing firm. If Longbottom is missing memories, punishing him for forgetting something he couldn't help is hardly just, is it? Sensing the conversation turning in his favor, Neville handed her the completed work. Here's the assignment, Professor McGonagall. I finished it the moment I found out about it, but I'm not attending any detention that isn't deserved. McGonagall's stern expression softened slightly as she glanced at Neville, but her tone remained firm as she turned back to Snape. Severus, you know better than this. Retract the detention immediately. Snape's face flushed with irritation, his lips thinning as he tried to hold his temper. Even he knew better than to challenge McGonagall in front of the entire Great Hall. Fine, he spat, his voice barely above a whisper. But this changes nothing. It changes plenty, McGonagall interrupted curtly. Neville, finish your breakfast. Severus, we'll be having a word about this in private. Her tone left no room for debate. With a swish of his cloak, Snape stalked off, his robes billowing dramatically behind him. McGonagall gave Neville a brief nod before following after Snape. Neville sat back down, calmly returning to his toast. Well, that went better than I thought it would, he muttered under his breath. Ron leaned in, whispering excitedly, that was mad, mate. I dunno what's gotten into you, but no one stands up to Snape like that. Seamus, sitting next to Ron, was wide-eyed with excitement. Blimey, Neville, you've got some serious nerve. I thought Snape was gonna turn you into a toad right there in the Great Hall. Dean, across from Seamus, let out a nervous chuckle. Or worse, take away even more points. I don't think I've ever seen Snape that livid since we got here. Harry nodded, his eyes wide. Yeah, mate, I can't believe you actually talked back to him. That took some serious guts. Hermione, however, wasn't nearly as impressed. She leaned forward, her brow furrowed in concern. Neville, you do realize Snape's not going to let this slide, don't you? He's probably already planning how to make things worse for you in potions. She shot him a meaningful look. He controls your grades, and he can make your life at Hogwarts miserable if he wants to. Neville, still adjusting to everything but determined, sighed. I'm not going to let him punish me for something I couldn't possibly remember. How was I supposed to know about an assignment when I've lost all my memories? Seamus leaned in, grinning broadly. Well, I'm just glad you stood up to him, mate. Someone had to. You're already becoming a legend, and we've only been here a few weeks. A little while later, the rest of the Gryffindor boys strolled into the Great Hall and took their seats for breakfast, joining the other first years. They all settled down, chatting away as they ate. After finishing his breakfast, Neville dusted off his hands and stood up. Right, I'm done. I'm heading to class early. I've got a question for Professor Flitwick. Anyone fancy coming along? He asked, glancing around at the others. Hermione, who was sitting beside him, looked up from the book Neville had lent her. She checked her watch and nodded. Yeah, I'll come with you. The others just shook their heads, content to stay and finish their meal. With a shrug, Neville left the Great Hall with Hermione in tow. As they walked out, Neville turned to her. So, Hermione, what have you learned from that book I lent you? Hermione's face lit up with excitement. Oh, it's fascinating. I had no idea there were so many differences between the Muggle world and the Wizarding world. Did you know that what we call Christmas is called Yule here? And all the traditions that come with it? It's brilliant. Neville hummed thoughtfully. Interesting. Well, when you're done, could you make me a summary? That way, I won't have to read the whole thing, he added with a cheeky grin as they climbed a flight of stairs. Hermione nodded, about to respond when they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Turning around, Neville saw Harry and Ron sprinting towards them, Harry carrying a broom wrapped in a bundle. The pair rushed past without saying a word. Hermione huffed, clearly unimpressed. She hadn't spoken to Harry or Ron for nearly a week, and the sight of them racing past didn't seem to improve her mood. Neville, noticing the broom in Harry's hands, thought to himself, so, Harry's finally got his broom, then. Harry and Ron reached the first floor but found themselves face to face with Malfoy. Neville and Hermione arrived just in time to hear Malfoy sneer. That's a broomstick, Malfoy said, tossing it back to Harry with a mix of jealousy and spite on his face. You'll be in for it this time, Potter. First years aren't allowed them. Ron couldn't resist. It's not just any broomstick, he said, grinning at Harry. It's a Nimbus 2000. What was it you said you've got at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260. He shot a smirk at Harry. Comets might look flashy, but they're not in the same league as a Nimbus. Malfoy's face twisted in annoyance. What would you know about it, Weasley? You couldn't afford half the handle. I suppose you and your brothers have to save up twig by twig. Before Ron could retort, Professor Flitwick appeared beside Malfoy, his tiny form barely reaching Malfoy's elbow. Not arguing, I hope, boys. He squeaked in his usual cheerful tone. Potter's been sent a broomstick, Professor, Malfoy said quickly, eager to stir up trouble. Yes, that's right, said Professor Flitwick, beaming at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all about the special circumstances. And what model is it, Potter? A Nimbus 2000, sir, Harry replied, barely containing his laughter at the horrified look on Malfoy's face. And it's really thanks to Malfoy here that I've got it, he added with a grin. Malfoy's scowl deepened, but he said nothing as he stormed off. Flitwick, after congratulating Harry, continued on his way, leaving Harry and Ron smothering their laughter. Well, it's true, Harry chortled. If he hadn't nicked Neville's Remembrall, I wouldn't be on the team. Hermione, who had been trailing behind, suddenly piped up, her tone sharp. So, I suppose you think that's a reward for breaking the rules. Harry turned to her, surprised. I thought you weren't speaking to us. Yes, don't stop now, Ron added cheekily. It's doing us so much good. Hermione huffed in frustration and marched off after Professor Flitwick, clearly not in the mood for their jokes. Neville, catching up behind her, gave Harry a quick smile. Congrats, mate, he said warmly before hurrying after Hermione as they made their way to Charm's class. After classes ended for the day, Neville excused himself from his yearmates and made his way to the empty classroom where he'd been practicing spells. It was about 3 in the afternoon, and Neville had chosen this spot over the room of requirement. It was too dangerous to use the room with Quirrell and Voldemort somewhere in the castle. As he entered the deserted classroom, Neville closed the door quietly behind him and walked over to one of the seats. He placed his bag on the table, pulling out the spell book his grandmother had sent him. All right, let's see what spell I should learn today, he muttered to himself, flipping through the pages. He skimmed past spells he'd already mastered before stopping at one in particular. Ah, I remember this, Arresto Momentum. That's the spell Dumbledore used to save Harry when he fell off his broom. Reading through the description, Neville learned the charm was invented by a witch named Daisy Pennifold in 1711 to slow down falling quaffles during Quidditch matches, giving chasers a chance to catch them in midair. So, something useful did come out of that game after all, Neville thought, a hint of amusement in his voice. Right then, let's give it a go, he said, placing the book on the table. He grabbed a nearby duster and tossed it into the air, aiming his wand at it. Arresto Momentum. He cast, moving his wand in the M-shaped motion as described in the book. The duster slowed, but only slightly, before falling to the ground. Undeterred, Neville kept practicing the spell. After 3 more tries, he finally got it right on his 4th attempt, the duster floating gently to the ground at a much slower pace. Encouraged by his success, he spent the rest of his time refining his technique, casting Arresto Momentum again and again, each time with more confidence and precision. Feeling satisfied with his progress after a good session of practice, Neville packed up his things, tucked the spell book back into his bag, and made his way out of the empty classroom. He headed back to the Gryffindor common room, ready to relax after a productive afternoon of spellwork. When he arrived, he spotted Hermione at her usual table, deeply absorbed in her work. Walking over to her, Neville asked, "So, what are you working on there, Hermione?" Looking up from her work, Hermione said, "The charms assignment." Neville nodded and sat opposite her, pulling out his own charms book. "Might as well finish it early," he said. For the next couple of hours, they worked in silence, focused on their assignments. Eventually, Neville stretched and stood up, feeling accomplished. "Well, I'm done," he announced, shaking out his arms. Hermione looked at him, surprised. "How did you finish all your assignments so quickly? I've been working on mine for an hour before you even got here, and I'm just finishing up." She grabbed Neville's parchment and scanned through it. "Hey, this isn't even the required length. The professors asked for 1.5 feet, and this is way too short." Neville shrugged casually. "1.5 feet is just pointless, Hermione. The whole point of the assignment is to show we understand the subject. I don't see the need to add unnecessary padding to reach some arbitrary length. As long as all the important information is there, who cares?" Hermione frowned, clearly not pleased with his answer. "That's not how you're supposed to do assignments, Neville. You'll get into trouble for not following the instructions." Neville just shrugged again. "Well, I'm not going to waste time writing an essay longer than it needs to be. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Before Hermione could respond, the entrance to the common room opened, and Harry came in, looking completely exhausted, followed by the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Neville shrugged casually. "1.5 feet is just pointless, Hermione. The whole point of the assignment is to show we understand the subject. I don't see the need to add unnecessary padding to reach some arbitrary length. As long as all the important information is there, who cares?" Hermione frowned, clearly not pleased with his answer. "That's not how you're supposed to do assignments, Neville. You'll get into trouble for not following the instructions." Neville just shrugged again. "Well, I'm not going to waste time writing an essay longer than it needs to be. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Before Hermione could respond, the entrance to the common room opened, and Harry came in, looking completely exhausted, followed by the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Neville walked down the stairs of the Gryffindor dormitories, adjusting his sleeves as he went. His hair was still damp from his recent shower. As he reached the common room, he spotted Hermione sitting alone, as she often did. She had a hard time making friends with the other students, but Neville had managed to form a good friendship with her. "Come on, Hermione," he said with a smile as he approached her. Together, they left the common room. On their way down, Hermione handed him the book he had lent her. "Here you go, Neville. I've finished it," she said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "It was quite interesting. I placed sticky notes on each chapter to summarize it like you asked for." Neville took the book from Hermione, offering her a grateful smile. "Thanks, Hermione," he said, flipping open to one of the pages with the sticky notes. "This is brilliant. Now I don't have to read the whole thing." Hermione gave him a mildly reproachful look. "You should still read the whole book, Neville. While I've noted down the key points, there's a lot of other interesting stuff in there." Neville nodded thoughtfully. "I'll bear that in mind. So, which book would you like to borrow next?" Hermione paused, considering. "The Noble Wizard's Path. Etiquette and Duties of Heirs. I'm curious to see what it's about." Neville nodded again. "I'll get it for you later. It's on my dresser. I've read it already. It's mostly about manners and the etiquette expected of heirs, just like the title suggests. Bit boring, if you ask me, but you might find it interesting. As they reached the first floor, Neville turned to Hermione. I'll see you in the Great Hall, Hermione. I just need to pop by the hospital wing quickly. Hermione looked at him, puzzled. Why? Are you hurt or feeling ill? Neville shook his head. No, just a bit sore. Madame Pomfrey said she could give me a Wiggenweld potion to help with it. Hermione nodded. All right, then. See you in the Great Hall. She waved before heading down the stairs. It had been a month since Neville had transmigrated into the wizarding world, and honestly, it hadn't been as eventful as he'd expected. But what did he expect? It was a school for witches and wizards, after all. Aside from learning magic, nothing particularly exciting had happened. However, in the realm of magic, Neville had made great strides. After mastering the Arresto Momentum spell, he had also learned the disarming charm Expelliarmus with surprising ease. If he remembered correctly, it was the only spell Harry Potter seemed to use in the films. There were even memes about it. He'd also learned the freezing charm Immobilis, the banishing charm Depulso, and the general counter spell Finite or Finite Incantatum, a powerful spell indeed. He recalled that when used by someone strong, or multiple people, it could counteract spells as powerful as the one Grindelwald had cast at the end of Fantastic Beasts, The Crimes of Grindelwald. At present, he was working on the summoning charm Accio, though it was proving trickier than expected. For the past week, he had been stuck, only managing to move objects ever so slightly. It was frustrating, and he couldn't quite figure out why it wasn't working. As for transfiguration, Neville's prodigious talent had become quite clear. He'd mastered nearly all the spells taught to first years and was eager to move on to second-year spells. However, upon discovering that many of them involved transfiguring living creatures, like mice, beetles, and birds, into inanimate objects, he hesitated. He didn't like the idea of tampering with living beings and decided instead to focus on perfecting the first-year spells. His body had also adjusted to his workouts, and he no longer felt as worn out afterward. He had even found the perfect potion to help his recovery after training, the Wiggenweld potion. It was part of the first-year potions curriculum, and they'd be brewing it in about 2 weeks. It was also the same potion Madame Pomfrey had given him the day he transmigrated into Neville's body. After feeling sore from his workouts, he'd asked her for more, and she kindly obliged, with a warning: he mustn't take it too often. Madame Pomfrey had advised him to only drink it every 3 days or so, as there could be side effects from overuse, like with any medicine. With the potion's help and regular exercise, he had started some of his extra weight, and he could feel his muscles starting to develop. After drinking the Wiggenweld potion Madame Pomfrey had given him, Neville immediately felt a surge of rejuvenation. He thanked her, feeling refreshed, and made his way to the Great Hall. It was Halloween at Hogwarts, and the castle was alive with a festive atmosphere. The corridors near the Great Hall were filled with the mouth-watering scent of baked pumpkin, blending perfectly with the crisp autumn air. The enchanted ceilings flickered with floating candles, casting a warm, flickering light over the castle. When Neville finally reached the Gryffindor table, he greeted his friends, "Morning, everyone," as he sat down next to Hermione. By the time he'd returned from fetching the potion, it seemed everyone else had already arrived. They greeted him in return as they continued eating their breakfast. The long table was heaving with a spread of pumpkin-themed dishes, pumpkin pasties, pumpkin juice, pumpkin pie, but Neville wasn't particularly fond of pumpkin. Instead, he opted for a more traditional English breakfast of sausages, eggs, and mashed potatoes. While tucking into his meal, Neville pulled out the book Hermione had returned to him earlier and began to read, balancing a bit of sausage on his fork. As he scooped up a spoonful of scrambled eggs, Seamus leaned over, noticing the book. "Hey, mate, what are you reading?" Seamus asked curiously. Neville looked up from his book and replied, "Just one of the books my gran sent me. It's about wizarding culture." He then turned back to his reading, taking a bite of his scrambled eggs. Ron, sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow. "Blimey, how can you read this early in the morning? You sure you weren't meant for Ravenclaw?" Neville shrugged without looking up. "It's interesting, that's all. You should give reading a go sometime, you know." Hermione snorted quietly at Ron's remark, but she didn't say anything. She hadn't spoken to Ron or Harry for a whole month, ever since the incident at midnight. Neville reached out and took the cup in front of him, lifting it for a sip. As soon as the pumpkin juice hit his taste buds, he grimaced, spitting it back into the cup. What is this? It's awful. He scowled. It's pumpkin juice, Hermione said, glancing at him with an amused smile from her spot beside him. Neville scowled. This is the worst drink I've ever had. How do you lot manage to drink this? He closed his book, placed it back on the table, and asked out loud, could I get some water, please? Knowing that the house elves were responsible for cooking and cleaning the castle, he hoped that if he requested water instead of pumpkin juice, they would accommodate him. His friends exchanged looks, as if to say he was being daft. To his surprise, the cup of pumpkin juice vanished, and a cup of water appeared in its place. It really worked, Neville thought with a smile, taking the cup and sipping it while the others looked on, dumbfounded. Hermione, noticing what had just happened, asked, how did you do that? Neville shrugged. I don't know. Maybe magic. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned back to her book, clearly not amused. Finishing up his breakfast, Neville glanced at the clock and noticed it was only 8 a.m. He packed his book away in his bag, stood up, and slung it over his shoulder. Well, I'm off, guys. Where are you going? Hermione asked, looking up from her book. To the charms classroom. I have something to ask Professor Flitwick. Having finished her breakfast, Hermione stood up as well. I'll come with you. Neville shrugged and began walking out of the Great Hall, Hermione at his side. As they exited and reached the stairs, Hermione asked, so, what is it you want to ask Professor Flitwick? Not seeing any harm in sharing, Neville replied, I've been having some trouble with one spell and wanted to see if Professor Flitwick could help me with it. Curious, Hermione asked, what spell is it? Maybe I can help. Neville shrugged. It's the summoning charm, Accio. I just can't seem to get it right. Hearing this, Hermione stopped and looked at him incredulously. Neville, climbing a few more steps, noticed she wasn't beside him anymore and turned to see her staring at him in disbelief. What? Why did you stop? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Hermione exclaimed, the summoning charm. You're trying to learn the summoning charm. Neville moved closer to her, wincing slightly. Shush, Hermione. Don't shout. And what's wrong with me learning the summoning charm? She looked at him incredulously. Of course it's not working, you dummy. That spell is taught to us in our 4th year. How are you so far ahead already? Her whisper yell was tinged with exasperation. Neville shrugged as they began walking up the stairs. Well, it's one of the spells in the book my gran sent me. He pulled out the book to show her. The essential spells for every witch and wizard. Hermione took the book from him, leafing through the pages as she read aloud. Shrinking charm, engorgement charm, arresto momentum, disarming charm, freezing charm, banishing charm, general counter spell, summoning charm. She looked up from the book, wide-eyed. You've learned all these spells? Neville nodded, humming in agreement. Yeah, those spells are really useful, just like the book says. They might come in handy. Hermione bit her lip, a hint of sadness flickering across her face. Noticing this, Neville said, if you want, you can join me, and I can teach you the spells I've learned so far. Hermione's face brightened, and she nodded as they reached the charms classroom. Entering the classroom, which was already open, they spotted Professor Flitwick sitting at his table, seemingly marking papers. Good morning, Professor. Neville greeted him cheerfully. Hermione also greeted him. Good morning, Professor Flitwick. Flitwick looked up from his papers and smiled. Ah, good morning, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. He then glanced at the clock. You're both rather early today. Neville scratched the back of his head. Well, you see, Professor, I wanted to ask if you could help me with a spell I'm having trouble with. Ah, come. Flitwick ushered them over to his desk. Which spell are you having difficulty with, Mr. Longbottom? Neville took the book from Hermione's hands and showed it to Flitwick. It's the summoning charm. I can't seem to cast it. The diminutive professor exclaimed. Ah, the summoning charm. That's quite an advanced spell you're trying to learn, Mr. Longbottom. We won't cover it until your 4th year in charms. Hermione sighed exasperatedly. That's what I said, Professor. Neville replied. You know, there's no harm in learning it in advance. Flitwick leafed through the book, glancing at the previous spells. Have you learned the spells that precede the summoning charm? He asked, flipping through the pages. Neville thought to himself, why did I show him the book? He sighed internally but nodded. Yes, Professor. The diminutive professor looked up from the book, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Really? Can you demonstrate one of the spells, Mr. Longbottom? Sighing again, Neville nodded. Which one, Professor? Flitwick hummed thoughtfully and asked, could you perform the shrinking charm on the quill on my desk? Neville sighed and took out his wand. Pointing it at the quill, he cast the spell. Reducio. The quill began to shrink until he spotted the spell's effect. Professor Flitwick jumped up and clapped his hands. Excellent, Mr. Longbottom. That was a second-year spell. 10 points for Gryffindor for superb casting. He examined the quill closely before asking, now, would you mind turning it back to its previous size? With a sigh, Neville cast Engorgio, and the quill enlarged back to its original size. He stopped the spell as soon as it was back to normal. Excellent, excellent, Mr. Longbottom. You seem to have fine-tuned the charm very well, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, inspecting the quill again. 10 more points for Gryffindor. After a moment, he added, ah, how I missed out on having you two in my house, what a shame. He turned back to Neville and Hermione. Now, what seems to be the problem you're having with the summoning charm, Mr. Longbottom? Neville explained, every time I try to cast the spell, it doesn't work. The most I've managed is to make the object shake a bit. The professor nodded thoughtfully. Why don't you give it another go? Summon a pillow from the side of the classroom. He pointed to a shelf stacked with small pillows. Neville nodded, turning to face the pillows. Holding his wand, he made the movement described in the book and called out, Accio pillow. One of the pillows wobbled slightly before coming to a stop, not doing anything else. Neville turned to the professor. The diminutive professor said, ah, I see the problem. It's your wand movement, Mr. Longbottom. He took out his wand and demonstrated. Your movement is just a bit off at the end. See this. Neville and Hermione watched closely as the professor executed the wand movement, and then they tried it themselves. Ah, that's right. The half circle at the end, Flitwick encouraged. Now give it another go. Neville nodded and tried again, this time using the wand movement that Professor Flitwick had shown him. Accio pillow. The pillow didn't just shake, it moved towards him before falling to the ground. Beside him, Hermione attempted the spell as well, calling out, Accio pillow. While making the necessary wand movement, one of the pillows on the shelf shook and moved a bit, but that was all. Excellent, excellent, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. As you can see, it was just the wand movement. With a bit more practice, both of you will be able to perform the spell flawlessly. Neville and Hermione watched closely as the professor executed the wand movement, and then they tried it themselves. Ah, that's right. The half circle at the end, Flitwick encouraged. Now give it another go. Neville nodded and tried again, this time using the wand movement that Professor Flitwick had shown him. Accio pillow. The pillow didn't just shake, it moved towards him before falling to the ground. Beside him, Hermione attempted the spell as well, calling out, Accio pillow. While making the necessary wand movement, one of the pillows on the shelf shook and moved a bit, but that was all. Excellent, excellent, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. As you can see, it was just the wand movement. With a bit more practice, both of you will be able to perform the spell flawlessly. Flitwick flicked his wand, and the pillow on the ground floated back to the shelf. Turning to Neville and Hermione, he said with a smile, well done, both of you. With a bit more practice, I'm sure you'll both manage the spell perfectly. He slipped his wand back into his pocket. Neville stood with his wand resting by his side, watching the pillows float back to the shelf. Beside him, Hermione lowered her outstretched wand arm, looking a little worn out. It's harder to cast this spell than the others, she remarked, slightly breathless. Flitwick chuckled softly. Well, there's a reason it's taught in the later years. It's far more demanding on your magic. I'm surprised you're both able to manage it at all. Oh, you two would have made excellent Ravenclaws, he added with a wistful sigh, mourning the loss of such talent to another house. For the past half hour, Neville and Hermione had been practicing Accio. Neville had managed to move the pillow a bit further than before, while Hermione had successfully moved it from the shelf, dropping it to the floor. Glancing at the clock, Flitwick exclaimed, "Oh my! Look at the time. It's nearly 8:45. Class is about to start, so you'd better find your seats." He returned to his desk and handed Neville back his book. "Thank you for your help, Professor," Neville said gratefully, taking the book from him. Hermione, still slightly out of breath, nodded her thanks as well. Neville stuffed the book back into his bag and went to the top seat at the back of the classroom. Sitting down, he placed his sling bag and wand on the table before he stretched his back by leaning on the chair. Hermione sat beside him in the open seat, then turned to ask, "How far along are you in the other subjects?" Neville rested his head on the desk and thought for a moment. "Well, let's see, I've got all the charms we're meant to learn this year sorted, and all the transfiguration spells too. I've covered everything in the book up to the summoning charm. So, that's about it, I think." He glanced at Hermione. She bit her lip, clearly mulling something over. After a moment, Neville added, "Like I said, Hermione, I don't mind helping you catch up if you'd like." Hermione nodded and sighed. "Well, if you need help with your assignments, I'll give you a hand. Though you'll probably still end up doing them wrong," she added, wrinkling her nose slightly at the end. Neville chuckled. "I might take you up on that," he said, knowing full well how much it bothered her that he never did his assignments the way she thought he should. As they chatted, the classroom began to fill up with other first years from all the houses, 40 students in total. When the classroom filled up, the diminutive Professor Flitwick began, "Glad to see you've all made it today. We'll be working on the levitation charm, but first, I want to divide you into pairs." The class immediately started chattering, shifting towards their friends. Flitwick chuckled and said, "I can see you're all excited, but I'll be assigning your partners myself." With a wave of his wand, the names appeared on the chalkboard, randomly pairing everyone up. Neville glanced up and saw he was partnered with Harry Potter. Meanwhile, he heard Hermione groan. Looking over at the board, he spotted why. She had been paired with Ron Weasley of all people. Neville couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like you'll have to talk to him, then," he said with a grin. Hermione shot him a glare before standing up and heading toward her new partner, clearly less than thrilled. A few moments later, as everyone shifted to sit with their assigned partners, Harry walked over and sat in the seat Hermione had just vacated. "Hey, Neville," he greeted. Neville smiled back. "Well, hello there, Harry." Over the past month, Neville had been trying to get closer to Harry, being friendly and offering his help when he could. But Ron always seemed to wedge himself between them, dragging Harry off to play chess or do something else. It was almost as if Ron was determined to keep others from getting too close to Harry. Once everyone had taken their seats, Professor Flitwick began the lesson. "All right, now that everyone's settled, let's start by practicing the wrist movements. Repeat after me," he instructed, demonstrating a delicate flick of his wrist. The class followed along, trying to mimic his motion. Just like that. Swish, then flick," he repeated, showing them again. Swish, then flick. "Now, the spell is Wingardium Leviosa." The class echoed him, practicing the incantation while Neville lazily held his wand, waiting for them. Satisfied with their progress, Flitwick said, "Well done. Now, try the spell on these feathers." With a flick of his wand, a feather floated onto the desk in front of each pair. "Take turns casting the spell, and don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing." Perched on top of his usual pile of books, Flitwick added with a squeak, "Swish and flick, remember. And make sure to say the magic words properly. Don't be like Wizard Barafio, who said S instead of F, and ended up with a buffalo on his chest." Harry gave his wand a swish and flick, chanting, "Wingardium Leviosa," but the feather didn't budge. He blinked in surprise, then tried again. Still, nothing happened. With a sigh, Harry turned to Neville and said, "Your turn, Neville." Neville shrugged and gripped his wand casually. Noticing how Neville was holding it, Harry asked, why are you holding your wand like that? Pointing at Neville's unusual grip. Neville paused, confused, and glanced down at his hand before shrugging again. It just feels comfortable, I guess. With a casual flick, Neville muttered, Wingardium Leviosa, under his breath, and the feather floated gracefully into the air, following the movement of his wand. Professor Flitwick squeaked in delight. Well done, Mr. Longbottom. 5 points to Gryffindor, he praised, watching the feather rise smoothly. Lowering the feather back down, Neville turned to Harry and said, Your turn. Harry looked at him, astonished. How did you do that on your first go? Neville smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Well, that wasn't exactly my first time using the spell. I learned it about a month ago. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. You learned it a month ago? Neville nodded. Yeah, during the first week after I lost my memory. Harry looked curious. How many spells have you learned? Just as Neville was about to answer, Professor Flitwick called out, Mr. Longbottom, you've been summoned to the headmaster's office. Please follow Mr. Smith here. Neville glanced to the front of the room, where a prefect stood next to Flitwick's desk. Why would Dumbledore want to see me? Neville wondered, his mind racing. Harry broke his thoughts. What do you reckon the headmaster wants with you? Neville shrugged. Only one way to find out, he said, starting to pack his bag. Well, I'll see you later, then, Harry, he added, slinging his bag over his shoulder and walking over to the prefect waiting by the door. Harry simply nodded as Neville left. Neville nodded to Professor Flitwick as he walked past him. As he approached the prefect, the older student nodded and said, All right, follow me. Neville simply nodded back and followed as they made their way up the stairs. It took them over 15 minutes, weaving through the castle from one end to the other until they reached the 7th floor. They walked down a corridor that ended with a statue of a gargoyle. The prefect looked at the gargoyle and said, Iced mice. Instantly, the gargoyle began to rotate, revealing a spiral staircase that ascended beneath it, carrying the statue upwards like a screw. So this is where the office is, Neville thought. The prefect turned to him and said, Well, I'll leave you to it then. Just head up the stairs, and you'll be let in. Neville nodded in thanks and began walking up the spiral staircase. Upon reaching the top, he saw a door. Just as he raised his hand to knock, he heard the headmaster's voice call out, Come in. He must have some sort of wards to alert him when someone's here, Neville thought, as he opened the door to step into the office. As Neville opened the door, he saw that the headmaster wasn't alone. Standing with him were his head of house, Professor McGonagall, and the ever-dreaded dungeon bat himself, Severus Snape. Seeing them, Neville immediately knew what this was about and thought to himself, so, he's gone and complained, has he? Dumbledore smiled warmly upon seeing him. Come in, my boy. Snape sneered as Neville entered, but Neville ignored him, keeping his focus elsewhere. He closed the door behind him and walked over, bowing slightly to McGonagall and Dumbledore. Good morning, professors. Looking up, he addressed the headmaster, carefully avoiding direct eye contact by focusing on Dumbledore's nose instead. You asked for me, headmaster. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Ah, yes. First, I'd like to ask how you've been over the past month, particularly after the accident. And how are you finding your classes? Neville returned the smile and replied, I'm doing well, professor, and the classes are fine. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Yes, I've heard from a few of your professors that you're doing particularly well with your spell work. Minerva here, he gestured to McGonagall, says you're quite the prodigy in transfiguration. Neville sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure about that, professor, but thank you, he said, nodding to McGonagall, who gave him a kind smile. He could almost feel Snape's sneer without even looking at him. If you're done with the pleasantries, headmaster, Snape drawled, his tone dripping with disdain, I believe we called him here for something far more important. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious as he turned back to Neville. Ah, yes. The reason we've called you into my office is that Professor Snape has lodged a few complaints against you. He claims that you're not completing your assigned work properly and that you've been disregarding his authority. Snape, clearly relishing the moment, placed a stack of papers on the headmaster's desk. The boy completely ignores the assignments I set for the class, handing in barely half of what's required. When asked to redo the work, this is what he produces: absolute nonsense. He practically threw the papers onto the desk. And every time I assign him detention, he simply doesn't turn up. Dumbledore calmly took the papers and glanced over them before handing them to Professor McGonagall. She read through them, stifling a laugh as she returned the papers to the headmaster, much to Snape's irritation. Snape's glare intensified as he looked at Neville, who remained standing there, seemingly unfazed. "I want him expelled," Snape hissed, his voice full of venom. The assignment in question was for the herbicide potion that they had learned to brew a week prior. It required students to define all the uses of the ingredients and the order in which they were used. When Neville handed in a rather short assignment, Snape had ordered him to rewrite it, demanding that it be the same length he had specified. Neville thought to himself, "You want padding? I'll give you padding." So, he wrote about how each ingredient smelled, where he sourced it, why he chose it, and how he sliced and crushed some of the ingredients, answering questions like, "I don't know, it says so in the book." He filled his parchment with complete nonsense just to meet the exact length Snape had requested. This led to the loss of numerous Gryffindor house points and several detention sessions he didn't attend, all culminating in this meeting. Dumbledore placed the papers back on the table and looked at Neville. "Can you explain this, Mr. Longbottom?" Neville nodded. "Sure, but I'd like to ask you a question first, Headmaster." Dumbledore inclined his head, granting him permission to continue. "What is the purpose of assigning work to students?" Neville asked. Before Dumbledore could respond, McGonagall chimed in, to determine how well the lessons are being understood by their students. Neville nodded and said, "So what's the point of writing 2 to 3 feet of parchment when it could be conveyed in just a few paragraphs? Especially if most of what's written won't even be read in the first place. It's just a complete waste of time, Headmaster." He doubted that all the professors could possibly read through the assignments of all 600 students at Hogwarts. Turning to Professor McGonagall, he added, "Professor McGonagall, when I handed in my assignment to you, you said that as long as I understood what I'd learned, that was enough." She nodded in agreement. Neville then turned back to Dumbledore. "Most of the professors don't really have a problem with it as long as I grasp the material, do they?" He pointed at his herbicide potion assignment. "That's what Professor Snape requested. 4 feet of unnecessary wording." "You heard him, Headmaster. The brat thinks he knows more than us. You should expel him before the others start doing the same. Set an example." Snape sneered, his disdain evident. Neville quickly responded, "I never said I knew more than any of the professors. I just don't want to waste my time working on something that will be completely disregarded." Albus sighed and said, "While I understand your perspective, Mr. Longbottom, that doesn't give you the right to completely disregard Professor Snape's authority. As such, you will hand in the required length of his assignments, and you will serve detention under him." McGonagall interjected, "Actually, Professor Dumbledore, I think Mr. Longbottom should serve his detention under me. I'm afraid that if they are left alone together, things might get worse." Dumbledore acquiesced. "Very well. You will serve your detention under your head of house. Am I understood, Mr. Longbottom?" "Yes, Headmaster." Neville nodded, thinking, that piece of work. Well, it's not like I didn't anticipate this anyway. He opened his bag, pulled out all the potion assignments he had completed, and handed them over to Snape. "Well, here you go, Professor. All the assignments are at your required length. I was going to give them to you in our next class, but I might as well hand them over now," he said, watching as Snape reluctantly accepted the papers. Then Neville took out 2 vials of potion and placed them on the desk. "While we're here, Headmaster, could you and Professor McGonagall please tell me what's wrong with these potions? Professor Snape gave me a troll for both, but he didn't explain why they were faulty. I'd like to learn what mistakes I made." Snape's scowl deepened as Neville asked the headmaster and Professor McGonagall to examine the potions. McGonagall took one of the vials, uncorked it, and sniffed it, followed by Dumbledore, who let out a sigh. He knew this was just Snape being petty. After examining the potion, McGonagall remarked, I don't see anything wrong with this potion, Professor Snape. It's a perfectly good potion. Why did you grade it a troll? It's at least an exceeds expectations. She shot a pointed look at Snape. Snape glowered and opened his mouth to respond when Dumbledore interjected. It seems that Professor Snape's judgment might have been clouded by anger during that particular lesson. McGonagall glared at Snape, stating firmly, he shouldn't let anger interfere with his teaching or impact students' grades. I would expect this sort of behavior from a new graduate, but not from a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore stepped in again. I'm sure Professor Snape won't let anger cloud his judgment in the future. Snape merely glared at Neville, then nodded curtly before stalking out of the office, his cape billowing behind him. Sighing, Dumbledore turned to Neville. Well, that should be all. You may return to your classes, Mr. Longbottom. Snape glowered and opened his mouth to respond when Dumbledore interjected. It seems that Professor Snape's judgment might have been clouded by anger during that particular lesson. McGonagall glared at Snape, stating firmly, he shouldn't let anger interfere with his teaching or impact students' grades. I would expect this sort of behavior from a new graduate, but not from a professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore stepped in again. I'm sure Professor Snape won't let anger cloud his judgment in the future. Snape merely glared at Neville, then nodded curtly before stalking out of the office, his cape billowing behind him. Sighing, Dumbledore turned to Neville. Well, that should be all. You may return to your classes, Mr. Longbottom. Neville descended the spiral staircase from the headmaster's office, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. The encounter with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape had been thoroughly vexing, but at least he'd managed to dodge detention with Snape. Damn, stupid old man, he muttered under his breath. At least I won't be serving detention with Snape. Detention with Professor McGonagall is loads better than suffering one with Snape, he thought. As he stepped onto the 7th floor, Neville decided he needed to clear his head. Glancing at a clock, he realized Charm's class was still in full swing, and there was at least another 30 minutes before lunch. Might as well make good use of the time, he mused to himself. He headed towards one of the empty classrooms he used for extra practice. The corridors were quiet, the usual hustle and bustle of students absent as classes were in session. Pushing open the creaky door of the deserted room, he stepped inside. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall windows, casting a warm glow across the classroom. He placed his bag on a worn wooden table and drew his wand, rolling it thoughtfully between his fingers. He was going to continue practicing the summoning charm, and he was determined to get the hang of it this time. Right then, he said quietly, setting a quill on the far side of the room. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind entirely on the task at hand. Accio quill. The quill wobbled uncertainly before skidding a few inches towards him. Frowning, Neville squared his shoulders and tried again, concentrating even harder. Accio quill. This time, the quill slid a bit further, inching its way across the floor. On come. On, he chided himself. Remembering that most magic was about visualizing, he closed his eyes for a moment, picturing the quill flying straight into his hand. Opening his eyes, he pointed his wand with renewed determination. Accio quill. The quill lifted off the ground slightly before dropping back down. Well, progress is progress, he muttered with a sigh. Neville spent the next half-hour practicing, summoning the quill with increasing success. By the end of his session, he was still unable to summon the quill into his hand. Sighing, he tucked his wand away. At least I made some progress. Not too shabby, he encouraged himself. As his stomach gave an audible grumble, Neville realized it was lunchtime. Gathering his things, he made his way to the Great Hall. The corridors were now bustling with students heading to lunch, laughter, and chatter echoing off the stone walls. Entering the Great Hall, Neville spotted Seamus, Dean, and the rest of his classmates already seated at the Gryffindor table. He slid into an empty seat beside them. Hey, Neville, Seamus greeted him, piling mashed potatoes onto his plate. We wondered where you'd got to. Yeah, Dean chimed in, you missed the end of charms. Where were you, then? Neville chuckled. Sorry, got held up. Had a meeting with the headmaster. At this, several heads turned. That's right, you were called to Dumbledore's office, Parvati exclaimed. Lavender, leaning in with wide eyes. What was that all about? Neville sighed, reaching for a slice of roast beef. It's nothing serious. Snape complained about my assignments. He wanted me expelled. Lavender exchanged a knowing look with Parvati. I bet Hermione's going to say, I told you so, when she hears about this, she said with a teasing grin. Neville shrugged. Wouldn't be the first time, he admitted, though he couldn't help but smile. Hermione was always nagging him about his assignment. After a few moments, he glanced around. Speaking of Hermione, has anyone seen her? Lavender tilted her head thoughtfully. I saw her leaving Charms earlier, but I'm not sure where she went. Probably the library, knowing her. Parvati nodded in agreement. She must have gone there after class ended. Neville nodded but thought to himself, she's probably off researching spells so she doesn't fall behind me, especially after seeing how far I was in spellcasting. Seamus nudged him playfully. Oh, forget about studying for a bit. Did you hear about the Quidditch trials happening this week? Neville shook his head and joined in the conversation, discussing the latest gossip and the upcoming matches. Lunch passed quickly, filled with laughter and friendly banter. As the bell signaled the end of lunch, students began to disperse to their afternoon classes. Neville gathered his belongings and headed towards the greenhouses for herbology with Professor Sprout. Inside Greenhouse 3, the earthy scent of soil and plants enveloped him. Rows of peculiar flora lined the benches. Neville took his usual spot but noticed the empty space beside him. Where could Hermione be? He muttered under his breath. It wasn't like her to miss herbology, she loved the subject. Professor Sprout clapped her hands to get the class's attention. Today, we'll be studying the properties of puffapods, she announced cheerfully. Now, pair up and collect a pod from the front. Seeing that Hermione wasn't here yet, Neville had hoped to pair with Harry but noticed that Ron had already teamed up with him. He ended up partnering with a Hufflepuff named Justin Finch-Fletchley. As they worked together, carefully handling the delicate pink pods, Neville kept glancing towards the door of the greenhouse, hoping to catch a glimpse of Hermione's bushy hair, but to no avail. Everything all right? Justin asked, noticing Neville's distraction. Yeah, just wondering where Hermione could be. It's not like her to miss a class, Neville replied. Justin shrugged. Maybe she's feeling under the weather and went to the infirmary. Maybe, Neville murmured. After herbology, Neville decided to swing by the library before their next class, considering it was closest to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The grand hall of books was quiet, save for the soft rustling of pages and the occasional whisper. He wandered between the towering shelves, peering down each row, but Hermione was nowhere to be found. With time running short, he hurried off to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Entering the classroom, Neville scanned the seats. Hermione's usual spot was empty. He took his own seat, a knot of concern gnawing at him. Professor Quirrell shuffled in shortly after, his turban slightly askew and his nervous stutter as pronounced as ever. The lesson was as unengaging as ever, Quirrell's quivering voice doing little to capture the class's interest. Neville found his mind wandering, replaying the day's events. Where could she be? He wondered. It's not like Hermione to miss classes. As soon as the lesson ended, Neville decided to visit the hospital wing. Maybe Justin was right. Perhaps Hermione wasn't feeling well and had stayed in the infirmary, he thought. He made his way to the infirmary, and not finding Hermione there, he approached Madame Pomfrey. The matron looked up from her paperwork as he entered. Yes, dear. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine, ma'am, Neville assured her. I was wondering if Hermione Granger has been in here today. Madame Pomfrey pursed her lips thoughtfully. No, I haven't seen Miss Granger. Is something the matter? Neville hesitated. No, ma'am. I was just looking for her and haven't seen her since this morning. Thought she might have come here for something. She gave him a reassuring smile. I'm sure she's fine. Perhaps she's resting in your common room. Some students do get overwhelmed and need a bit of quiet from time to time. You're probably right, Neville conceded. Thanks anyway. As he made his way back towards Gryffindor Tower, a nagging feeling persisted. Something didn't add up. Hermione wasn't the type to skip lessons or hide away. From what he knew of her, she wouldn't miss classes without a good reason. Reaching the portrait of the fat lady, Neville muttered the password, Caput Draconis. The portrait swung open, and he stepped into the cozy common room. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a golden glow across the room. A few students lounged on the sofas, chatting quietly or immersed in their homework. He glanced around but saw no sign of Hermione. He saw a few first years huddled over their homework, but there was no Hermione. Neville sighed, dropping into an armchair. Maybe he was overthinking it, but he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Looking up the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory, he hesitated for a moment. Maybe she's sleeping, just as Madame Pomfrey suggested, he thought. Deciding there was little else he could do, for now, Neville headed up to his dormitory. He placed his bag at the foot of his bed and took a quick shower before dinner might. Dressed and feeling somewhat refreshed, he lay on his bed and picked up one of the books his grandmother had sent him, the very one he had lent to Hermione. Flipping through the pages, he smiled as he read the summaries Hermione had written for him, minutes slipping away unnoticed. It wasn't until he saw his dorm mates grabbing their robes and heading out that he glanced at the clock. "Is it time for dinner already?" he exclaimed. Quickly setting the book aside, he went down the stairs, thinking, maybe she'll be in the common room now. But upon entering the common room, he found it emptier than before. Not seeing any of the girls around, Neville thought they might have already gone ahead to the Great Hall. He joined Seamus, Dean, Harry, and Ron as they made their way down the tower to the Great Hall. Entering the Great Hall, Neville's eyes immediately sought out the Gryffindor table. The girls were already seated. Lavender, Parvati, and a few others, but there was still no sign of Hermione. He sat down, a sense of unease settling over him like a heavy cloak. "Hey, Neville," Seamus said between bites of pie. "Who are you looking for?" he asked, noticing Neville scanning the hall. "Have any of you seen Hermione?" Neville asked, glancing at his classmates. "I've been looking for her everywhere but can't find her. Did she stay back in the dormitory?" Lavender looked up from her conversation with Parvati. "Haven't you heard?" she said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Neville tilted his head, puzzled. "Heard what?" Leaning in closer, Lavender whispered, "Hermione's been in the first-floor lavatory all day, crying her eyes out." "What? Why?" Neville asked, alarmed. Parvati sighed. "Apparently, Ron Weasley said something awful to her after charms. She's been upset ever since." Neville felt a surge of anger and worry. "She's been crying all day." He shot a glare down the table at Ron, who looked uncharacteristically guilty, while Harry was giving him a pointed stare. Lavender nodded. "We tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't come out." Neville's mind raced. Suddenly, pieces began to fall into place. First floor lavatory Halloween the Troll. His eyes widened as he remembered the events from the first book. "Shit," Neville muttered under his breath. Neville tilted his head, puzzled. "Heard what?" Leaning in closer, Lavender whispered, "Hermione's been in the first floor lavatory all day, crying her eyes out." "What? Why?" Neville asked, alarmed. Parvati sighed. "Apparently, Ron Weasley said something awful to her after charms. She's been upset ever since." Neville felt a surge of anger and worry. "She's been crying all day." He shot a glare down the table at Ron, who looked uncharacteristically guilty, while Harry was giving him a pointed stare. Lavender nodded. "We tried to talk to her, but she wouldn't come out." Neville's mind raced. Suddenly, pieces began to fall into place. First floor lavatory Halloween the Troll. His eyes widened as he remembered the events from the first book. "Shit," Neville muttered under his breath. Neville felt his heart race as the realization hit him. The pieces were all coming together. The Troll, Halloween night, and Hermione alone in the girls' lavatory. "I've got to find her," he muttered under his breath, urgency propelling him into action. Without a second thought, he pushed himself up from the Gryffindor table, his plate of food barely touched. "Where are you off to?" Seamus called after him, noticing Neville's abrupt departure. "Forgot something important," Neville replied hastily as he walked past, heading to the doors of the Great Hall. The buzz of conversation and clinking of cutlery faded behind him as he slipped out into the entrance hall. The corridors were dimly lit by torches flickering along the stone walls. Most students were still at dinner, leaving the hallways empty and quiet. Neville quickened his pace, jogging as he headed up the stairs to the upper floor. First floor girls' lavatory, where was it? He paused, thinking to himself, recalling that it was in the west wing. He took off at a sprint, took a sharp turn, and almost collided with a suit of armor as his shoes skidded. "Oi, watch where you're going," shouted a portrait. "Sorry," he mumbled to the portrait. Reaching the entrance to the girls' lavatory, Neville slowed down and hesitated for a few moments. He looked around to see if anyone was about. He didn't want anyone finding him entering the girls' lavatory and spreading it around the school. Seeing that no one was around and everyone was at dinner, the chances of being caught were slim. "I need to hurry," he thought, taking a deep breath and pushing the door open cautiously. Inside, the lavatory was quiet, the soft drip of a leaky tap the only sound. From one of the closed stalls came a muffled sniffle. He walked over. "Hermione," Neville called out tentatively, his voice echoing slightly as he stood in front of the door he could hear the sniffles coming from. "What are you doing here?" Hermione's voice sounded surprised, but strained. Neville presumed it was from crying. "What else? I came looking for you," he said gently. "I was worried when you didn't show up for the 2 classes after lunch. I've been searching for you. I only just heard from Lavender and Parvati that you were here, so I came to get you." There was a pause before she responded. "I don't want to leave," she said stubbornly. "Just go away." Neville sighed, glancing anxiously over his shoulder. He needed to get her out of here before the troll arrived. "Hermione, please. You shouldn't be here alone. You've been here all day. Just leave me alone. I want to be by myself," she insisted, sniffling. He ran a hand through his hair, searching for the right words. "Look, I heard what happened with Ron. He's a git, Hermione. You shouldn't listen to him. He's just jealous of how brilliant you are." Silence met his words, broken only by a soft sniffle. "He's right," she whispered finally. "I am a know-it-all. I don't have any friends." "That's not true," Neville said firmly. "Yes, you tend to know things and share them, but that's not a bad thing. You're just trying to make friends the only way you know how. That doesn't make you a bad person." A pause followed. Neville could almost hear her thoughts, the weight of her insecurities pressing down on her. "You wouldn't understand," she said quietly from behind the stall door. He felt a pang of empathy. "Actually, I do understand," he replied gently. "I know what it's like to feel out of place, to think you don't belong. But you do have friends. I'm here, aren't I?" There was a rustling sound, and the latch of the stall clicked. The door opened slowly, revealing Hermione's tear-streaked face. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her cheeks flushed. "Do you really mean that?" she asked, her gaze searching his for sincerity. "Every word," Neville affirmed, feeling a bit awkward as he looked around warily. She managed a faint smile, wiping her cheeks with the back of her hand. "You don't have to stay if you don't want to," she murmured. Neville offered a small smile in return. "I wouldn't be much of a friend if I left you here, would I?" Hermione sniffed, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "I suppose not. Do you want to go back to the Great Hall or the common room?" he asked gently. "We can skip dinner if you're not up to it." She hesitated before replying. "I'd prefer the common room, if that's all right." "Works for me," Neville said with a shrug. "Come on, then. Just let me wash my face first," she said, moving towards the sinks. "Of course," he agreed, leaning against the wall and trying to appear casual, though his mind was racing. "We need to hurry," he thought anxiously. The troll could be here any minute. As she turned on the tap, the sound of running water filled the silence. Hermione splashed her face, the cool water washing away traces of her tears. She glanced at her reflection, taking a deep breath to steady herself. "You missed 2 classes today," Neville remarked, attempting to keep the conversation light. "I'll give you the notes from Herbology and Defense Against the Dark Arts." "Never thought I'd be the one sharing notes," he added with a chuckle. Hermione gave his arm a gentle smack, shooting him a mildly reproachful look as she dabbed her face with a paper towel. "Very funny," she said, though there was a hint of gratitude in her tone. "So, why did the headmaster call you to his office?" she asked as they headed towards the door. Neville hesitated for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Oh, that. Snape tried to get me expelled over the assignments, he said as he held the door open for her. Her eyes widened in shock. Expelled? You almost got expelled. Well, not exactly, he admitted with a shrug. He complained about my assignments. I suppose I'll have to let you say, I told you so, this time. She smacked his arm again, this time with a bit more force. I did warn you. So, what happened? Neville smirked. The headmaster told me to redo my assignments and gave me detention with Snape. But Professor McGonagall, bless her, thought that putting me in detention with Snape would only make things worse. So I've got detention with her instead. Hermione narrowed her eyes, a mix of exasperation and amusement playing across her features. You're lucky to get away with just detention and redoing the assignments. I'll have to make sure you do them properly this time. Who knows what you'd hand in otherwise? He grinned. Already done. I handed them over to Snape in the headmaster's office. Her jaw dropped slightly. How did you finish them so fast? Then, realization dawned on her. She pointed an accusatory finger at him. You did this on purpose. You expected this to happen. That's why you had your assignments pre-made. Neville raised his hands in mock surrender. Guilty as charged. She shook her head, a half-smile tugging at her lips. You're impossible. He was about to retort when the floor beneath them trembled slightly. A foul odor wafted through the corridor, seeping into the hallway and causing them both to wrinkle their noses. What's that smell? Hermione asked, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Neville's eyes widened in alarm. It's here, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Shit, he whispered, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. What's wrong? She questioned, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. He looked at her urgently, his expression grave. We need to get out of here. Now. Before she could respond, a low grunting noise echoed from around the corner, followed by heavy, dragging footsteps that reverberated through the stone floor as a towering figure entered the corridor they were in. As that, Hermione began, her face paling as realization set in. He was about to retort when the floor beneath them trembled slightly. A foul odor wafted through the corridor, seeping into the hallway and causing them both to wrinkle their noses. What's that smell? Hermione asked, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Neville's eyes widened in alarm. It's here, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Shit, he whispered, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. What's wrong? She questioned, noticing his sudden change in demeanor. He looked at her urgently, his expression grave. We need to get out of here. Now. Before she could respond, a low grunting noise echoed from around the corner, followed by heavy, dragging footsteps that reverberated through the stone floor as a towering figure entered the corridor they were in. As that, Hermione began, her face paling as realization set in. Neville and Hermione stood frozen, their eyes locked on the towering figure that had just lumbered into the corridor. The troll was even more terrifying in person than Neville could have ever imagined. Standing at a staggering 12 feet tall with gray, warty skin, it exuded a stench so foul it was like being trapped in a neglected public loo. Neville felt his stomach churn, almost losing his dinner right there. Bloody hell, Neville muttered under his breath, eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. The troll dragged a massive wooden club along the stone floor, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Its small, beady eyes zeroed in on them, and it let out a low, guttural snarl. Hermione began to hyperventilate beside him, her breaths coming in rapid, shallow gasps. Stay calm, Neville whispered, more to himself than to her. Without taking his eyes off the troll, he reached out and grabbed Hermione's hand. Slowly, they began to step backward, trying not to make any sudden movements that might provoke the creature. Just nice and easy, he murmured. The troll, however, took a lumbering step forward, matching their retreat. Its eyes narrowed, and saliva dripped from its slack mouth. Not good, Neville thought, his heart pounding in his chest. Suddenly, the troll let out a roar and swung its club horizontally. Neville reacted instinctively, yanking Hermione towards him and ducking. The massive club whooshed over their heads, smashing into the wall behind them. Bits of stone and shattered porcelain rained down as a nearby vase exploded on impact. Neville's eyes widened at the sight. If they hadn't ducked, they'd have been crushed. Run! He shouted, gripping Hermione's hand tightly. They bolted down the corridor, the way they'd come. Neville glanced back over his shoulder. The troll, realizing it had missed, let out another roar and started after them, its heavy footsteps echoing ominously. He's gaining on us, Hermione cried, panic lacing her voice. Just keep running, Neville urged, though he knew it was futile. The troll's strides were enormous. It would catch up in no time. Sure enough, after only a few seconds, the troll was nearly upon them. Neville heard the rush of air as the troll swung its club down vertically. Watch out, he yelled, pushing Hermione forcefully to the side. He dove in the opposite direction, pulling out his wand as he rolled. The troll's club smashed into the floor where they'd just been standing, cracking the stone tiles and sending up a cloud of dust. Neville scrambled to his feet, pointing his wand at the troll. Flipendo, he shouted. A jet of red light shot from his wand and hit the troll square in the face. For a moment, he thought it might work, but the spell merely fizzled out against the troll's thick hide. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, he groaned. Of course it's spell resistant. Hermione had managed to get back on her feet. Neville, what are we going to do? She asked, her voice shaking. The troll shook its massive head as if annoyed by a pesky fly. Then it fixed its gaze on Neville and snarled, lifting its club once more. Move! Hermione screamed. Neville saw the club coming down towards him and leapt to his left, rolling across the floor to end up beside Hermione. Any brilliant ideas? He panted. Trolls are resistant to most spells, Hermione said frantically as they backed away. We need to think of something else. Neville racked his brain. In the original timeline, Ron knocked it out by dropping its own club on its head, he thought. Worth a shot. As the troll raised its club again, Neville pointed his wand at it. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted. The club wrenched itself from the troll's grasp and floated upwards. The troll looked confusedly at its empty hand, then up at the club hovering above. Now, Neville thought, and with a flick of his wand, he directed the club to drop straight down onto the troll's head. The club crashed onto the troll's skull with a resonating thud. The creature groaned, staggering slightly and rubbing its head, but remained standing. You've got to be kidding me, Neville exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. How did Ron manage to knock it out, and I can't? That's just dumb, he muttered to himself, feeling both baffled and mildly exasperated. Just then, a voice called out from behind the troll. Well, we've found the troll. Neville looked past the creature to see Harry and Ron skidding to a halt at the end of the corridor. Blimey, that thing is ugly, Ron remarked, his eyes as wide as saucers. Perfect timing, Neville muttered sarcastically. Help! Get someone! Hermione shouted towards them. The troll shook its head vigorously, then bent down to retrieve its club. Angered, it turned back to Neville and Hermione, eyes blazing. Watch out! Neville yelled as the troll swung the club horizontally, its movements more erratic now. He grabbed Hermione and pulled her down to the floor just as the club smashed into the wall above them, dislodging tapestries and cracking the stone. We can't keep this up, Neville panted, helping Hermione back to her feet. The troll shook its head again, trying to clear the dizziness. Ron and Harry began picking up bits of broken stone and wood, hurling them at the troll. Oi, over here, you great git! Ron shouted. Yeah, that's right. Come and get us, Harry added, throwing a piece of debris. The troll turned its head slightly but seemed more focused on Neville and Hermione. Brilliant plan, lads, Neville thought sarcastically. The troll roared, lifting its club high above its head, preparing to bring it down on them. Not again, Neville groaned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Harry sprinting towards the troll. What does he think he's doing? Neville thought, alarmed. Harry, no, Hermione screamed. Realizing Harry was about to get himself killed by doing something utterly daft, Neville acted without a second thought. He pointed his wand straight at Harry. Flipendo. The spell hit Harry squarely in the chest, knocking him backward and away from the troll's reach. Stay back, you idiot! Neville shouted. his voice frustrated. Turning back to face the troll, Neville saw the creature's massive club already swinging down towards him, and he had barely a moment to react. No time to dodge. Without a second thought, he raised his wand. Arresto momentum. The club slowed dramatically mid-swing, halting inches above their heads, its weight suspended as if frozen in thick air. Neville felt his heart pounding as he stared up at the massive, hovering weapon. But he didn't waste a second. Thinking fast, he grabbed Hermione's arm. Move, now, he urged, pulling her aside. They scrambled out of the way just as the spell wore off, and the club crashed into the floor, sending shards of stone flying. Blimey, he muttered. Neville was breathing heavily, feeling the strain of casting overpowered spells. I can't keep this up, he thought. Spells only seem to slow it down, Hermione said, her face pale. We need another plan. Neville's mind raced. Wait, if I can trip it. He pointed his wand at the troll's leg. Flipendo. This time, he poured as much strength as he could into the spell. The force hit the troll's knee, causing it to buckle. The troll wobbled unsteadily before crashing face first onto the floor. The troll began to push itself up, shaking its head. Won't stay down for long, he muttered. Scanning the corridor, Neville's eyes fell on a sword lying amidst the wreckage of a suit of armor behind the troll. That might do it, he thought. He aimed his wand at the sword. Accio sword, hoping this time the spell would work. The blade trembled for a moment before flying through the air towards him. Neville caught it by the hilt just as the troll was getting back to its feet. The troll turned to face him, the club at the ready. All right, big fella, Neville muttered. Let's see how you like this. With a deafening roar, the troll swung its club downwards. Neville darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. The club smashed into the floor beside him. Using the momentum, Neville swung the sword at the troll's arm. The blade struck, but barely scratched the tough hide. Oh, that's just brilliant, he muttered under his breath, exasperated. Might as well be trying to chop down a tree with a butter knife. The troll, enraged, lashed out with its free hand. The massive fist connected with Neville's chest, sending him flying backward. He slammed into the wall with a sickening thud, the sword clattering to the ground beside him. Neville, Hermione screamed, rushing to his side. He groaned, pain radiating through his back as he tried to push himself upright. I'm all right, he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Actually, no, that's a lie. I feel like I've been hit by the troll, he managed, attempting a weak smile to lighten the moment. Rubbing the spot on its arm where Neville had struck it. The troll began advancing towards them. Come on, you've got to get up. Hermione urged, her voice filled with desperation as she tried to pull him to his feet. Neville shook his head weakly, wincing as he attempted to shift his weight. Don't think I can, he murmured, pain lacing his words. You need to go. Get yourself out of here. Hermione's grip on his arm tightened. She shook her head. Not a chance, she replied fiercely. I'm not leaving you. Desperate, Hermione stepped in front of Neville, raising her wand. Stay back, she shouted, though her voice quavered. Hermione, what are you doing? Neville rasped. He needed to think of something, anything, to help them. Harry and Ron were frantically searching for anything that might help. There's got to be something, Ron exclaimed, rummaging through the debris. Neville's eyes fell on the sword lying next to him. An idea sparked. Summoning his remaining strength, he tapped his wand against the sword. Levioso, he whispered. The sword lifted off the ground, hovering unsteadily. Come on, he urged, guiding it with his wand. The troll was nearly upon them, raising its club once more. Now, for the tricky part, Neville thought. Hermione, get down, he shouted. She dropped to the floor without hesitation, trusting him completely. He directed the sword towards the troll's open mouth. Depulso. The sword shot forward, plunging into the troll's gaping maw and embedding itself deep into its skull. The troll's eyes widened in surprise. It let out a final, gurgling groan before collapsing backward, the ground shaking with the impact. Silence fell over the corridor. Neville slumped back, exhaustion washing over him. Hermione turned, her eyes wide. You did it, she whispered. He gave a weak smile. All in a day's work, he mumbled, his voice barely a whisper. He closed his eyes, letting out a sigh of relief, only for it to turn into a grimace as a fresh wave of pain rippled through him. Ron approached the troll cautiously, giving it a poke with his foot. Is it dead? I'd say so, Harry replied, staring at the lifeless creature. Is he all right? Harry asked, rushing over with Ron. Hermione knelt beside Neville, checking his pulse. He's hurt, we need to get him to the hospital wing. Quickly, Hermione urged, glancing over her shoulder. Help me lift him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Neville slumped back, exhaustion washing over him. Hermione turned, her eyes wide. You did it, she whispered. He gave a weak smile. All in a day's work, he mumbled, his voice barely a whisper. He closed his eyes, letting out a sigh of relief, only for it to turn into a grimace as a fresh wave of pain rippled through him. Ron approached the troll cautiously, giving it a poke with his foot. Is it dead? I'd say so, Harry replied, staring at the lifeless creature. Is he all right? Harry asked, rushing over with Ron. Hermione knelt beside Neville, checking his pulse. He's hurt, we need to get him to the hospital wing. Quickly, Hermione urged, glancing over her shoulder. Help me lift him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell arrived on the scene, McGonagall's eyes widening at the sight of the fallen troll and the battered students. My goodness, she exclaimed, moving swiftly towards the students. She knelt down beside Neville, checking on his slumped form while asking, is everyone all right? Hermione, seeing the professors, said urgently, Neville is hurt, Professor. He can't move. McGonagall nodded, and without wasting a moment, she pointed her wand at Neville. Mobilicorpus. Neville's body lifted gently off the ground, floating slightly as McGonagall began to escort them. We need to get all of you to the hospital wing immediately, she said firmly. Professor McGonagall's gaze turned to Snape. Professors Snape and Quirrell, please see to the removal of this troll. Afterward, we shall have a very serious discussion about this security breach. Snape's eyes flashed as he looked at the students, particularly at Neville. Very well, but I'll be back, he sneered, clearly annoyed as he and Quirrell reluctantly set about dealing with the troll. With a swift motion, McGonagall conjured a silvery tabby cat, her Patronus, which dashed off down the corridor. That will inform Professor Dumbledore to meet us there, she explained. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed closely as McGonagall guided the floating Neville through the winding corridors. Madame Pomfrey was already waiting for them, alerted by the Patronus. Neville Longbottom, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her tone a mix of exasperation and concern. What have you gotten yourself into this time? Neville managed a weak grin. Had to rescue a damsel in distress, Madame Pomfrey, he joked softly. The professors moved away, and Madame Pomfrey turned back to Neville, muttering under her breath as she examined him. You lot will be the death of me, I swear. She shook her head, guiding him onto a bed. I might as well reserve a permanent bed for you if this is any indication of how your years at Hogwarts are going to be. Neville chuckled and winced. Suppose you might at that. Shaking her head, Madame Pomfrey cast a diagnostic spell over Neville, her expression turning to exasperation. Broken ribs and a bruised spine by the looks of it. Worse than the last time you were here. This will require Skele-Gro, I'm afraid. It won't taste pleasant. Turning to the others and fussing over them, she said, let me have a look at all of you to ensure you're not hurt. After finishing her examinations, she announced, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, you all seem unharmed. You're free to leave, but do get some rest. Neville, you'll need to stay overnight. The potion will mend your bones, but it's best if you remain here. She left to fetch the potion. Just then, Professor Dumbledore entered the hospital wing, his eyes grave yet kind. I came as quickly as I could. It seems we have much to discuss. Explain yourselves. All of you, McGonagall demanded, her tone sharp and unyielding. Hermione, ever quick thinking, took a step forward, her voice steady though she was visibly shaken. Professor, it was I was the one who went. She glanced nervously at Neville, who was shaking his head slightly. Actually, Neville cut in, giving Hermione a frown. I came looking for Hermione because she'd been missing all day, thanks to an idiot who decided to make her life difficult out of jealousy. McGonagall's eyebrow arched slightly. Jealousy? She asked icily. Neville nodded. Yes, ma'am. Someone said something to Hermione, and she didn't come to the Great Hall. I learned from Parvati and Lavender that she'd been in the first floor girls' lavatory all day. But on our way back, he glanced down, sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck. We sort of ran into the troll. Harry and I came looking for them when we noticed they weren't with the rest in the Great Hall, and we saw Neville leaving earlier to look for Hermione, Ron added quickly. Neither of them knew there was a troll loose in the castle, so we wanted to inform them. Dumbledore looked between them all, his eyes twinkling. And the troll, how exactly did it end up dead? All eyes turned to Neville, who managed a small, embarrassed laugh. Well, that was me. I used a banishing charm to send the sword into the troll's mouth because the troll was magic resistant, he admitted, looking down. Though I got hurt doing something stupid. He chuckled a little, though it ended in a grimace. Tried to cut its arm with a sword, but, turns out troll skin's a bit tough for that. Dumbledore and McGonagall's eyes widened upon hearing that Neville was able to perform advanced spells. That's quite an advanced spell, Mr. Longbottom. It's not taught until your third year, McGonagall remarked. Dumbledore added, Indeed, that is quite an advanced spell. What other spells do you know? How far ahead are you in terms of spellwork? Neville started. Not many, just a few from a book my gran sent me. I'm not that far ahead of the others. Just then, Professor Snape strode in, his robes billowing behind him. He eyed the students coldly. Headmaster, these students were out of bounds during a dangerous situation. They should be expelled for their reckless disregard of safety. Rolling his eyes, Neville winced slightly as he sat up and interrupted, Professor Snape, we weren't aware there was a troll loose in the school. And is it against school rules to leave the Great Hall during dinner? Perhaps you should adjust your priorities and ask the real question here. Why was there a troll in the castle in the first place? Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be safe for students? He continued. I mean, aren't there security measures in place? Don't other schools make sure creatures like that don't get anywhere near students? Or is that just a Hogwarts thing? Snape looked livid, but before he could respond, Dumbledore spoke up. That's quite enough, Severus. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. An excellent point, Mr. Longbottom. Rest assured, we will be investigating how this breach occurred. In the meantime, I must commend all of you for your bravery. Neville rolled his eyes, thinking, yeah, like you'll actually do something since you already know who let the troll in. Dumbledore smiled gently at them. For your courage, quick thinking, and loyalty to your friends, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron looked down, guilt flickering across his face as he remembered how he'd treated Hermione earlier. Now, Madame Pomfrey interjected, returning with a vial of potion. Her voice was exasperated as she waved her hands at everyone crowding around Neville's bed. I need space to tend to Mr. Longbottom, so kindly take your congratulations and scoldings elsewhere. She handed Neville a goblet filled with a steaming, foul-smelling liquid. Drink up. I won't sugarcoat it, it's dreadful. Neville grimaced but drank it all in one go, coughing slightly. That's worse than I imagined. Madame Pomfrey patted his shoulder. Well, perhaps you should avoid getting injured if you don't want to taste my potions. Professor McGonagall addressed them. I'll be back shortly to escort you back to the Gryffindor common room. Your dinner will be brought here while I attend to something. As the professors left, Ron and Harry lingered awkwardly by Neville's bed. Once McGonagall was out of earshot, Ron cleared his throat. Neville, Hermione, we just wanted to say thanks, Ron began sheepishly. You know, for everything. Harry nodded. Yeah, we really appreciate it. Neville looked at them seriously. You know, Ron, you've been acting just as badly as Malfoy. The only difference is that Malfoy's rich. Ron flushed, his gaze dropping to the floor. I know, he mumbled. Neville turned to Harry. And you, Harry, you only stand up to Malfoy because he picks on your friends, he nodded towards Ron. But you don't seem to care if the bully is your friend. A real friend tells their mates when they're being gits. Hermione placed a gentle hand on Neville's arm. It's all right, she whispered. But Harry shook his head. No, Neville's right, he admitted, his voice tinged with regret. I haven't been a good friend. This is the first time I've ever had mates, and I didn't want to lose them. But that's no excuse. Ron looked up, eyes earnest. Hermione, I'm really sorry for what I said. I was wrong, and I didn't mean it. I was just frustrated because you're so good at everything, and I felt left behind. I'm sorry. Hermione's eyes shimmered with tears. I forgive you, she said softly. And I'm sorry if I was a bit much. I was just trying to impress you both. I wanted to make friends, too. They exchanged small smiles. Harry extended his hand. Friends. Neville looked at Harry's hand, then over at Ron and Hermione. A smile slowly spread across his face. Friends, he agreed, shaking Harry's hand firmly. Just then, plates of food appeared magically on the table beside them. Ron's eyes widened. Finally, I'm starving, he exclaimed, grabbing a piece of bread. They all settled down to eat, the delicious aromas making their stomachs rumble. As they dug in, Harry leaned forward, his fork hovering over his plate. Neville, that spell you used to stop the troll for a moment. What was it? I've never seen anything like it. Neville swallowed a bite of shepherd's pie before answering. Oh, that was Arresto Momentum. It slows down moving objects. I wasn't even sure it'd work on a troll. That's brilliant, Ron said, eyes wide. Where'd you learn that? We're only first years. Neville shrugged modestly. It's from one of the books my gran sent me. I've been practicing a few spells from it on my own. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. That's actually really advanced magic. I'm impressed you could pull it off under pressure. Neville smiled sheepishly. Well, it's a good thing it worked, even if just for a second. It gave us enough time to get out of the way, or we might have been squashed flat. The earlier tensions seemed to fade away as they got to know each other better. After they finished their dinner, Professor McGonagall returned. Time to head back to the Gryffindor common room, she said kindly to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mr. Longbottom needs his rest. Hermione leaned over and hugged Neville. I'll visit you first thing tomorrow, she promised with a smile. Get well soon, mate, Ron added, giving him a thumbs up. See you tomorrow, Harry said, nodding. Neville watched as they left, feeling a warm glow inside. He leaned back on his pillows and sighed, happy that everything had turned out relatively okay. Only he had gotten injured, and no one else was hurt. Closing his eyes, he let sleep claim him. Neville smiled sheepishly. Well, it's a good thing it worked, even if just for a second. It gave us enough time to get out of the way, or we might have been squashed flat. The earlier tensions seemed to fade away as they got to know each other better. After they finished their dinner, Professor McGonagall returned. Time to head back to the Gryffindor common room, she said kindly to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mr. Longbottom needs his rest. Hermione leaned over and hugged Neville. I'll visit you first thing tomorrow, she promised with a smile. Get well soon, mate, Ron added, giving him a thumbs up. See you tomorrow, Harry said, nodding. Neville watched as they left, feeling a warm glow inside. He leaned back on his pillows and sighed, happy that everything had turned out relatively okay. Only he had gotten injured, and no one else was hurt. Closing his eyes, he let sleep claim him. Neville made his way back to the Gryffindor common room after his shower, pondering better places to train as the chill of the changing seasons set in. His hair was soaking wet and stuck to his face. Running a hand through his hair, Neville reflected on the past week. It had been a week since the troll incident, and, as usual, the Hogwarts rumor mill was at its finest, it seemed. The entire school had learned how Neville had killed a troll and saved Hermione. There were a few versions of the rumor circulating, and the day after Neville was cleared to leave the hospital wing, he was bombarded by his fellow first-year Gryffindors asking him what had happened and if it was true. Some of the stories he heard had Ron and Harry fighting the troll alongside him, helping in the ordeal. Neville thought this must have been Ron's doing, embellishing his side of things, but he didn't care. In fact, Neville preferred if they took all the credit. The worst were Lavender and Parvati, who had besieged him with how he saved Hermione and how romantic it was, calling him Hermione's knight in shining armor. He was even approached by the Weasley twins, who joked about it endlessly. It had taken a week for the rumors to die down, mainly because the Quidditch season was starting. Other than that, it had been relatively quiet. Neville and Hermione had started learning more spells together after classes, and Hermione was doing really well. Harry joined them occasionally, but most of the time Ron would distract him and led him elsewhere. Hermione had also become more relaxed about breaking rules and was less strict, seeming more at ease. Late yesterday evening, Neville and Hermione returned to the common room after practicing spells. Neville had his bag slung over his shoulder, carrying it like a sack. Hermione was humming a tune beside him as they entered. She was chuffed because she'd finally managed to get Accio to work flawlessly after a week of practice, though it required her to concentrate hard and left her slightly winded. Entering the common room, they were greeted by the usual chatter of students. Walking past them to get to the dormitories, they came across Harry and Ron huddled near the window, ostensibly doing their homework. Hermione tapped Neville on the shoulder and whispered, "What do you reckon they're discussing? I bet they're definitely up to something." Neville looked over to see Harry and Ron speaking in hushed, conspiratorial tones, their homework left forgotten. He shrugged and said, "Well, let's go ask them," wondering if they'd found out about the stone already as he and Hermione walked over. They approached, and Neville said, "All right, you two, what are you up to?" Both paused mid-discussion upon hearing Neville. Harry looked up and said, "Oh, hey Neville, Hermione. Just working on our assignments. You two just back from practicing spells?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, just got back. You haven't finished them yet." Ron grumbled, "We would have been done if someone had shared their work." Hermione replied, "Well, how would you learn if you didn't do it yourselves?" As they sat down in the empty chairs, Harry glanced at Hermione and asked, "Mind reading through mine?" He handed her his assignment. "Sure." Hermione nodded, taking the paper, and began to read through it. While Hermione was reading, Neville leaned over to Harry and asked in a low voice, "So, what were you two whispering about before we came in?" Hermione looked up from the paper, leaning in as well, clearly interested. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Ron looked like he didn't want to share. After a moment's silence, Harry leaned in and said, "Remember earlier today when Snape confiscated that book?" Neville and Hermione nodded. "Well," Harry continued, "I wanted the book back, so I went to the staff room looking for him. I saw Snape getting his leg bandaged, and he was complaining about how someone was supposed to keep an eye on all three heads at once." He paused. "You know what this means?" Neville shrugged, already knowing what Harry was getting at, but Hermione asked, "What?" "He tried to get past the three-headed dog on Halloween. That's where he was headed when Ron and I came looking for you two. He's after whatever Dumbledore is keeping safe." "No, he wouldn't," Hermione said. "I know he's not very nice, but he wouldn't try to steal something Dumbledore is keeping safe." "Honestly, Hermione, you think all teachers are saints or something," snapped Ron. "I'm with Harry. I wouldn't put anything past Snape. But what's he after? What's that dog guarding?" Neville shot Ron a glare for snapping at Hermione but said calmly, "I don't like Snape any more than the rest of you, but I'm with Hermione on this one. I don't think Snape is the one trying to steal it. You can't always take things at face value, you should always look underneath the underneath," Neville said, channeling his inner Kakashi. Both Ron and Harry looked puzzled at Neville's comment. Neville stood up and said, "Well, I need to have a shower before dinner. See you lot later." With a wave, he headed up to the dormitories. Entering the common room, Neville spotted Hermione, Ron, and Harry sitting and waiting for him. He walked over and greeted them, "All right, you lot, let's get to the Great Hall," while adjusting his sleeves. Hermione sprang up from her seat. "Yeah, sure, Neville," she replied, and Harry and Ron followed suit. Ron was trying to distract a jittery Harry by chatting about something, which Neville tuned out. Turning to Hermione, he asked, "So, when do we leave for the holidays, Hermione?" It was Saturday the 9th of November 1991, the opening day of the Quidditch season. Hermione shrugged and said, "It should be around Christmas. I'd guess somewhere around the 20th or 21st, she replied as they entered the Great Hall for breakfast. The Great Hall was filled with the delicious smell of fried sausages and the buzz of excited chatter, as everyone was eager for the season's first match. They sat down to eat, and Neville dug into some sausages, eggs, and bacon with toast, assembling them into a sandwich. Taking a bite of his creation, Neville reached for his cup of apple juice. After swallowing, he took a sip. Setting it down, he noticed that Harry wasn't eating anything. Harry was sitting opposite him, with Ron beside him, shoveling food into his mouth. "Not hungry, Harry?" Neville asked, taking another bite of his sandwich. Harry shook his head. "I'm not that hungry," he replied. Hermione, who was sitting next to Neville, said, "You should eat some breakfast, Harry." "I don't want anything," Harry said, hoping they'd drop the subject. "Just a bit of toast," Hermione coaxed, handing him a slice. Harry shook his head again. "I'm not hungry," he insisted. Neville shrugged. "Leave him be, Hermione. He'll eat if he wants to." Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but sighed and returned to her breakfast. "Harry, you need your strength," said Seamus, who was on Neville's other side. "Seekers are always the ones who get clobbered by the other team." Neville couldn't help but smile, seeing Seamus only make Harry more nervous as Harry thanked him sarcastically. By 11 o'clock, they were in the Quidditch Stadium stands. Harry had gone off with Wood and the other Gryffindor team players after breakfast. The stands towered high above the ground, and a brisk wind was blowing. They were seated in the top row alongside Seamus, Dean, Parvati, Lavender, and all the other Gryffindor first years. They were holding a banner made from a bed sheet that read, "Potter for President," with a large Gryffindor lion beneath it. Dean had made it, and Hermione had charmed the paint so it flashed different colors. They stood there, waiting for the game to begin. Looking down at the field, Neville saw both teams coming out onto the pitch, walking over to Madame Hooch, who was standing in the center. 15 brooms rose high into the air. They were off. The match had started. As the game got underway, the commentator, Lee Jordan, enthusiastically narrated the action, and the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. "What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too, Jordan." "Sorry, Professor." Neville laughed at that. He had to admit that Jordan's commentary was quite entertaining. Jordan continued his lively commentary, much to everyone's amusement, while Professor McGonagall couldn't help but chide him whenever he let his opinions slip in. The crowd cheered as Gryffindor and Slytherin battled fiercely for possession of the quaffle. Gryffindor's chasers were in fine form, with Angelina Johnson making impressive moves, but Slytherin was giving them a run for their money. While watching the match, Neville heard a familiar voice saying, "Budge up there. Move along, excuse me, coming closer." Turning his head, Neville saw Hagrid making his way towards them, holding a large pair of binoculars. Ron shuffled over so Hagrid could sit beside him, just behind Neville and Hermione. "Been watchin' from me hut," said Hagrid, patting the binoculars around his neck, "but it's not the same as bein' in the crowd." "No sign of the snitch yet, Nope," said Ron. "Harry hasn't had much to do yet. Kept out of trouble. Though, that's somethin'," said Hagrid, raising his binoculars and peering skyward at the speck that was Harry. Neville remarked aloud, "You know, Quidditch as a whole doesn't really make sense." Hearing this, Ron became a bit defensive. "What did you just say?" he challenged. "Just saying it doesn't make much sense," Neville replied. "The entire game relies too heavily on one position. There's no time limit. The match could go on forever if nobody catches the snitch, and if someone does catch it, the game's over." Hermione nodded in agreement. Ron crossed his arms. "You just don't get it. You've never even seen Quidditch before." "Maybe so," Neville conceded, "but you have to admit some things don't add up. If the seeker catches the snitch in, like, a minute, then the game only lasts a minute. That's just daft. Why would anyone pay to watch something that could end as soon as it starts or could drag on indefinitely? And then there's the scoring. 10 points for a goal is fine, but 150 for catching the snitch. That diminishes the whole point of scoring goals at all if all it takes to win is catching the snitch. Seamus, who was sitting beside Neville, scratched the back of his head. Well, when you put it like that, Quidditch doesn't make much sense, he admitted. Dean and Hermione nodded, agreeing with Neville. Ron's ears turned red as he grumbled, whatever. You're just not smart enough to understand the beauty of Quidditch. Neville thought to himself, yeah, more like JK didn't really think this through, as they continued watching the match. Shrugging, he glanced around, wondering if he could spot the snitch, not particularly focusing on the rest of the game. Maybe so, Neville conceded, but you have to admit some things don't add up. If the seeker catches the snitch in, like, a minute, then the game only lasts a minute. That's just daft. Why would anyone pay to watch something that could end as soon as it starts or could drag on indefinitely? And then there's the scoring. 10 points for a goal is fine, but 150 for catching the snitch. That diminishes the whole point of scoring goals at all if all it takes to win is catching the snitch. Seamus, who was sitting beside Neville, scratched the back of his head. Well, when you put it like that, Quidditch doesn't make much sense, he admitted. Dean and Hermione nodded, agreeing with Neville. Ron's ears turned red as he grumbled, whatever. You're just not smart enough to understand the beauty of Quidditch. Neville thought to himself, yeah, more like JK didn't really think this through, as they continued watching the match. Shrugging, he glanced around, wondering if he could spot the snitch, not particularly focusing on the rest of the game. Slytherin in possession, announced Lee Jordan. Chaser Pusey dodges 2 bludgers, evades both Weasleys and Chaser Bell, and speeds towards the, wait a moment, is that the snitch? A ripple of excitement spread through the crowd as Adrian Pusey suddenly dropped the quaffle. Just then, Harry dived sharply after something, but a roar of fury erupted from the Gryffindors below. Marcus Flint had deliberately blocked Harry, sending his broom spinning off course. Harry clung on for dear life. Foul! The Gryffindors shouted in unison. Madame Hooch flew over, her face stern, and reprimanded Flint before awarding a free shot at the goalposts for Gryffindor. But amidst all the chaos, naturally, the golden snitch had vanished from sight once again. Down in the stands, Dean Thomas was shouting, "Send him off, ref. Red card. What are you on about, Dean?" Ron asked, looking confused. Red card. Dean repeated passionately. In football, you get shown the red card and you're out of the game. But this isn't football, Dean, Ron reminded him patiently. Neville chimed in, that's another reason why it doesn't make sense. There's no serious punishment for fouling a player. Hagrid nodded in agreement with Neville. They ought to change the rules. Flint could have knocked Harry clean out of the air. Lee Jordan was finding it increasingly difficult to remain unbiased. So, after that blatant and appalling bit of cheating, Jordan. Professor McGonagall growled warningly. I mean, after that open and revolting foul, Jordan, I'm warning you. All right, all right. Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure, so a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Spinner, who puts it away with no trouble at all, and we continue play, Gryffindor still in possession. Harry dodged a bludger that whizzed just past his head, but then something happened. His broom gave a sudden, violent lurch. Harry gripped it tightly with both arms and legs. Neville noticed and thought, ah, I remember now, Quirrell tried to kill Harry during this game. The Slytherins were cheering loudly. No one seemed to have noticed that Harry's broom was acting strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. Don't know what Harry thinks he's playing at, Hagrid mumbled, staring through his binoculars. If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom, but he can't have. Suddenly, people all over the stands were pointing up at Harry. His broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped. Harry's broom gave a wild jerk, and he swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him? Seamus asked, bewildered. Can't have, Hagrid said, his voice shaking. Nothing can interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. No kid could do that to a Nimbus 2000. At these words, Hermione grabbed Hagrid's binoculars, but instead of looking up at Harry, she started scanning the crowd frantically. What are you doing, Mo? Ned Ron. I knew it, Hermione gasped. Snape. Look. He's doing something. Jinxing the broom, said Hermione. Neville took the binoculars from Hermione and looked at Snape. He had his eyes fixed on Harry and was muttering nonstop under his breath. Looking above him, Neville saw Quirrell also doing the same, only his face looked more focused, with a glare. The binoculars were snatched away from him by Ron, who looked at Snape and said, "You're right. But what should we do?" "Leave it to me," Hermione said before dashing down the stands towards the entrance. Neville decided not to interfere and let Hermione handle things. After all, she did the same in the movies. "Lend me that, Ron," Neville said, grabbing back the binoculars. He watched as Harry's broom tried to throw him off. Then he turned back to observe Quirrell and Snape. "Come on, Hermione," Ron muttered. Neville watched as Hermione sprinted down the row, accidentally knocking Quirrell headfirst into the seats in front. He couldn't help but smile. It was rather comical how she'd practically thrown him into the stands below. Turning back to the game, Neville saw Harry regaining control of his broom, even before Hermione set Snape's robes on fire. "Neville, look, Hermione did it!" Ron exclaimed. Neville handed the binoculars back to Ron. "Yeah, it seems Hermione managed to sort it out," he said with a grin. As soon as he steadied himself, Harry dived towards the ground and caught the snitch. "He's got the snitch!" Ron shouted, his face alight with joy as the crowd went wild, cheering while Harry held the golden ball aloft. Ron and Seamus hugged each other, jumping around in excitement. "Well, it was more like he swallowed it," Neville chuckled. Lee Jordan's voice boomed across the stadium, announcing the final score. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60. Harry was lifted onto the shoulders of the Weasley twins as they cheered triumphantly. Hermione made her way back up the stands, and Neville patted her on the head. "Well done, Hermione. You've turned to the dark side," he joked. She blushed and playfully batted his hand away with a grin. "Oh, stop that, you prat," she laughed. "Come on, we should go find Harry," Ron suggested. "You lot ought to come to me hut for a cuppa," Hagrid offered warmly. Neville nodded. "Sure thing, Hagrid." Neville, Ron, and Hermione made their way down to the Gryffindor locker room. Arriving there, they greeted Harry. "Well done, mate. That must have been a record," Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. Hermione beamed at him. "Congratulations, Harry. You were fantastic." "Yeah, you were brilliant out there, even if the game doesn't make any sense," Neville added with a smirk and a shrug, holding his hands up in a lighthearted gesture. Ron looked annoyed at Neville's comment. "Quidditch makes perfect sense. You're the one who doesn't understand the game." "Whatever you say, Ron," Neville replied with a cheeky grin, shrugging again. Harry looked a bit miffed by the brewing argument. Not wanting Ron and Neville to start bickering, Hermione jumped in. "Anyway, Hagrid invited us to his hut, so we should get going," she said. Leaning over to Harry conspiratorially, she added, "And we've got something to tell you." Harry just nodded his head confused. "Yeah, sure." Back in Hagrid's hut, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione were all squeezed together on the snug sofa as Hagrid poured them mugs of strong black tea. "It was Snape," Ron was explaining to Harry. "We saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering under his breath, and he wouldn't take his eyes off you." "That's a load of codswallop," Hagrid said as he handed them each a steaming mug. "Why would Snape do something like that?" As they continued their discussion, Neville was more preoccupied with the rock cakes Hagrid had offered them. He tapped one against his mug, only to hear a sharp clink as two solid objects met. He realized the cakes were practically as hard as stones. He decided to soak his in the tea for a few minutes and cautiously took a bite. It was still rock hard, so he gave up and placed both the tea and the rock cake back on the table. "I found out something about him," Harry told Hagrid. "He tried to get past that three-headed dog on Halloween. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it's guarding." Hagrid dropped the teapot with a loud clatter. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he exclaimed, looking alarmed. "Fluffy." Ron, Hermione, and Harry echoed in unison. Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chap I met in the pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the what? Said Harry eagerly. Now, don't ask me any more, said Hagrid gruffly. That's top secret, that is. But Snape's trying to steal it, Ron insisted. Rubbish, said Hagrid firmly. Snape's a Hogwarts teacher. He'd never do anything of the sort. But we saw him. Hermione persisted. He was jinxing the broom. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all. I saw him. Neville spoke up. Well, he could have been trying to use the counter curse, you know. All three of them looked at him incredulously. What are you talking about? Ron exclaimed. You were there. You saw him cursing Harry. I'm not saying he wasn't, Neville replied calmly. All I'm suggesting is that both jinxing and counter curses require maintaining eye contact. Remember, always look beneath the surface. Hermione looked thoughtful at this. But why would Snape try to save me? Harry questioned. He's always had it in for me. It doesn't make sense. He must have been the one cursing my broom. I'm tellin' ye, you're wrong, said Hagrid heatedly. I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student. Now, listen to me, all of ye. You're meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin'. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, said Harry triumphantly. So there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there? I shouldn't have said that, Hagrid muttered, rubbing his forehead. I should not have said that. Neville interjected. Hagrid, let them be. You won't change their minds. Anyway, Hagrid, I've been meaning to ask you something. I've heard there are Bowtruckles here at Hogwarts, and I've been wondering where to find them. Do you know where they are? I tried asking some of the older students, but they weren't sure where they could be found. Neville recalled those thin, plant-like creatures from the Fantastic Beasts films but couldn't remember their name at first. He had looked them up in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and discovered they were called Bowtruckles. The book mentioned they lived on trees with magical properties but didn't specify where to find them, which Neville found rather misleading. He remembered seeing Newt Scamander playing with Bowtruckles when he was at Hogwarts and wondered if Hagrid knew where they might be. Hearing Neville's question, Hermione asked, what exactly are Bowtruckles? I've never read about them before. Hagrid explained. Oh, Bowtruckles, Fascinatin' little critters, they are. Guard trees with magical properties, ootsie. Look like skinny twigs themselves, with them long fingers and shiny little eyes. They're right clever, too, proper protective of their trees. Neville chimed in. They're said to be very protective of the trees they inhabit. They might even gouge your eyes out if you provoke them. Hagrid laughed. They're harmless, less ye bother 'em. They live on Bowtruckle Island in the Black Lake. If you lot fancy it, I can take ye to see 'em, but not now. What with winter comin', they'll be hibernatin'. Could I come along as well? Hermione asked eagerly. Course ye can, Hagrid agreed. Neville nodded. Thanks, Hagrid. I've been wanting to see some magical creatures ever since you told me about the Mooncalves. Oh yeah, the Mooncalves. Hagrid said brightly. Ye asked if I could take ye to see 'em. How about after the winter holidays, I take ye all to see both? We're going off topic, Ron interjected, leaning forward. Who's Nicholas Flamel? I told ye, I can't tell ye any more, Hagrid insisted, avoiding their eyes. Hermione glanced at the others. Well, we'd better get going, she said, standing up. Thank you for the tea, Hagrid. Yeah, cheers, Ron added, getting to his feet. Neville sighed as he stood up with the others. Thanks, Hagrid, and don't forget about the Bowtruckles and Mooncalves. Won't forget, Hagrid nodded. I'll let ye know when we're goin'. As they made their way to the door, Hagrid called after them, now, promise me ye won't go meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. That dog's there for a reason. Of course, Hagrid, Harry replied, giving him a reassuring smile. Once outside, Neville couldn't help but grin. Can't wait to see Mooncalves and the Bowtruckles. He was giddy. He'd been wanting to see magical creatures for ages, and now he had the chance. He was over the moon. Getting off topic again, Neville, Harry said, shaking his head. We've got to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. I've heard the name somewhere, Hermione mused thoughtfully. I'll have a look in the library. Ron rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Of course you will. Hermione glanced at the others. Well, we'd better get going, she said, standing up. Thank you for the tea, Hagrid. Yeah, cheers, Ron added, getting to his feet. Neville sighed as he stood up with the others. Thanks, Hagrid, and don't forget about the Bowtruckles and Mooncalves. Won't forget, Hagrid nodded. I'll let ye know when we're going. As they made their way to the door, Hagrid called after them, now, promise me ye won't go meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. That dog's there for a reason. Of course, Hagrid, Harry replied, giving him a reassuring smile. Once outside, Neville couldn't help but grin. Can't wait to see Mooncalves and the Bowtruckles. He was giddy. He'd been wanting to see magical creatures for ages, and now he had the chance. He was over the moon. Getting off topic again, Neville, Harry said, shaking his head. We've got to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. I've heard the name somewhere, Hermione mused thoughtfully. I'll have a look in the library. Ron rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Of course you will. It was mid-December, and Christmas was fast approaching. Hogwarts was enveloped in a blanket of snow, the once lush green grounds transformed into a vast expanse of white, glittering under the pale winter sun. Neville Longbottom walked down the corridor towards the dungeons, taking a hearty bite of the warm toast he'd snagged from the Great Hall before setting off. Ready for potions, Neville? Hermione Granger asked, pulling her scarf tighter around her neck as she caught up with him. Neville turned to face her, adjusting the strap of his satchel. As ready as I'll ever be, he replied with a slight smile. Though I wish it wasn't so dreadfully cold down in the dungeons. Hermione nodded sympathetically. Tell me about it. It's colder down there than anywhere else in the castle. Together, they made their way down the moving staircases, joined by Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and the rest of the first-year Gryffindors. The chatter among the students was a mix of excitement for the upcoming holidays and grumblings about the biting temperatures. As they descended into the dungeons, the air grew noticeably chillier. Their breaths formed small clouds, and Neville pulled his cloak tighter around himself. The stone walls seemed to radiate cold, and he couldn't help but shiver slightly. Inside the potions classroom, Professor Snape stood at the front, his dark eyes surveying the students as they took their seats. Neville and Hermione settled at a workstation near the middle. Today, they would be brewing the Wiggenweld potion, a healing concoction that, when made correctly, could awaken someone from a magically induced sleep. Instructions are on the board, Snape said in his usual monotone. You have 1 hour. Begin. Neville collected the ingredients listed on the board. Wiggentree bark, moly, dittany, horklump juice, flobberworm mucus, 7 chisperful fangs, billywig sting slime, a sprig of mint, boomberry juice, 1 stewed mandrake, honeywater, sloth brain mucus, moondew drops, salamander blood, 10 lionfish spines, unicorn horn, and wolfsbane. He carefully brought the listed ingredients back to his table, laying them out neatly. Hermione glanced over their setup, nodding approvingly. Let's start by heating the cauldron to a gentle simmer, she suggested. Neville looked down at the recipe in his potions book. The instructions for brewing the Wiggenweld potion were detailed and precise. He felt a bit anxious but was determined to get it right. They worked together, carefully measuring and adding ingredients. Neville crushed the lionfish spines into a fine powder while Hermione prepared the horklump juice. The familiar sounds of bubbling potions and the murmur of students filled the dungeon classroom. As Neville was grinding the lionfish spines, Draco Malfoy's loud and obnoxious voice cut through the ambient noise. I do feel so sorry, Malfoy drawled loudly during the potions class, for all those poor souls who have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because they're not wanted at home. He cast a sly glance over at Harry as he spoke. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled appreciatively. Neville glanced up to see Malfoy smirking in Harry's direction. Harry, who was calmly measuring out his own powdered spine of lionfish, seemed determined to ignore them. Malfoy had been even more unpleasant than usual since the Quidditch match where Gryffindor had triumphed. Having failed to unsettle Harry with his previous jibes, Malfoy had reverted to mocking him about not having a proper family. It was a cruel dig, even for Malfoy, and it made Neville's stomach churn with unease. Professor McGonagall had come around the week before, making a list of students who would be staying at the castle over the holidays, and Harry had signed up at once. Neville remembered the look on Harry's face, resigned but not surprised. As for Neville, he had received a letter from his gran just a week prior, asking him to come back home for the holidays. She had mentioned wanting to spend time with him and thought it would be a good opportunity for Neville to learn more about their family history. Neville wasn't exactly looking forward to it. He felt awkward, knowing that he wasn't the original Neville and had essentially taken his place. A pang of guilt tugged at him, but he decided he should spend time with Augusta since he was her only family left as well. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Hermione's huff of annoyance. Honestly, Malfoy is insufferable, she whispered to Neville. He always has to make a scene, doesn't he? Neville shrugged lightly. Some people are just like that, he replied. Best to ignore him, really. Malfoy had long since stopped targeting Neville. After several unsuccessful attempts to bully him, which Neville met with calm indifference, Malfoy seemed to lose interest. There was also that one incident when Malfoy and his cronies tried to hex Neville in the corridor. Without a second thought, Neville had turned his wand on them and cast Petrificus Totalis, leaving them immobilized on the floor. The memory brought a slight smile to his face. Add the moly leaves now, Hermione instructed, pulling Neville's attention back to their potion. He carefully sprinkled the shredded leaves into the simmering liquid, watching as it turned a soft shade of green. Longbottom, less chatting, more brewing, Snape called out sharply. 10 points from Gryffindor for talking in class. Neville exchanged a glance with Hermione but said nothing. Snape had been particularly harsh on him ever since the assignment incident. Since then, Neville had lost more than 100 points, more than Harry and the other Gryffindors combined in that time frame. Time's up. Professor Snape's voice sliced through the classroom chatter. Stop whatever you are doing. They were among the first to complete their potion. Hermione ladled a sample into a vial, and Neville carried it up to Snape's desk. Snape held the vial up to the light, scrutinizing its color and consistency. Acceptable, he said curtly, setting it aside. Neville nodded and returned to his seat. Neville released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. I think that's the closest to a compliment we'll ever get from him, he whispered. Hermione chuckled softly. I'll take it. As the class ended, Neville and Hermione packed up their materials. Harry and Ron joined them at the door. Neville glanced over at Harry. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Harry nodded. Yeah, Malfoy's just being Malfoy. Neville nodded in understanding. If you need anything over the holidays, you can always owl me. Thanks, Neville, Harry said appreciatively. I might just do that. How did it go? Ron asked. Not too bad, Neville replied. We managed to get the potion right. Better than ours, Ron admitted sheepishly. Ours was a bit thick. They made their way up from the dungeons, the cold air gradually giving way to the slightly warmer corridors above. They found a large fir tree blocking the corridor ahead. 2 enormous feet sticking out at the bottom and a loud puffing sound told them that Hagrid was behind it. Evenin', you lot, Hagrid beamed, his face nearly hidden behind a massive fir tree. Gettin' the last o' the trees up to the Great Hall. Hi, Hagrid. Need any help with that? Ron offered eagerly. All sorted, but cheers for asking, Hagrid replied, brushing a bit of snow from his beard. Neville pulled out his wand. Here, Hagrid, let me lighten the load for you. Wingardium Leviosa. The tree lifted gently off the ground, easing Hagrid's burden. Much appreciated, Neville, Hagrid said with a grateful grin. Would you mind moving out of the way? Came Malfoy's cold drawl from behind them. Trying to earn some extra pocket money, Weasley. Hoping to become the next gamekeeper when you leave Hogwarts, are you? That hut of Hagrid's must seem like a mansion compared to what your family's used to. Ron flushed with anger and lunged at Malfoy just as Professor Snape appeared at the top of the stairs. Weasley. Snape barked sharply. Ron released his grip on Malfoy's robes. He was provoked, Professor, Hagrid said, peering around the tree. Malfoy was insulting his family. Be that as it may, fighting is against Hogwarts rules, Snape replied silkily. 5 points from Gryffindor, Weasley, and consider yourself fortunate it's not more. Move along, all of you. Snape's gaze shifted to Ron and then fixed on Neville, who still had his wand out. Wands away in the corridors, he snapped. Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle pushed past the tree with smug grins, scattering pine needles across the floor. Neville calmly lowered his wand, unfazed by Snape's reprimand. Hagrid frowned slightly but said nothing as Snape and Malfoy moved on. I'll get him one of these days, Ron muttered through gritted teeth, glaring after Malfoy. I can't stand either of them, Harry said, his eyes following Snape's retreating figure. Don't let them get to you, Hagrid said reassuringly. Now, how about you all come and see the Great Hall? It's looking right festive. They agreed and followed Hagrid toward the Great Hall. The corridors were adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and the warm glow of lanterns cast a cozy light on the stone walls. Inside the Great Hall, the sight was simply breathtaking. 12 towering Christmas trees stood majestically around the room, each adorned with shimmering ornaments, enchanted snowflakes, and twinkling fairy lights. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were adding the final touches, the latter charming golden bubbles to float gracefully onto the branches from his wand. It's absolutely beautiful, Hermione breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. Couldn't agree more, Neville replied. How many days have you got left until your holidays? Hagrid asked, his eyes twinkling beneath his shaggy eyebrows. Just the one, said Hermione. And that reminds me. Guys, we've got half an hour before lunch, we should be heading to the library. Neville groaned softly. Really? Must we? Hermione gave him a pointed look. Yes, we must. The library, said Hagrid, trailing after them as they left the hall. Right before the holidays. You're a keen lot, aren't ye? Oh, we're not off to study, Neville decided to explain. Ever since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, these three have been trying to find out who he is. You what? Hagrid looked genuinely startled. Now listen here, I've told ye before, drop it. It's none of your business what that dog's garden. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is, that's all, Hermione persisted. Unless you'd like to tell us and save us the trouble. Harry added hopefully. We've combed through hundreds of books already and haven't found a thing. Just give us a hint. I know I've read his name somewhere. I'm not saying another word, Hagrid said firmly. Looks like we'll just have to find out on our own, then, Ron sighed. Hermione seized Neville's arm. Come on, we need to get a move on. And they left Hagrid looking rather disgruntled as they hurried off towards the library. Neville allowed himself to be dragged along, casting a wistful glance back at the festive hall. Neville sighed as they reached the library. He already knew who Nicholas Flamel was but had decided not to let the others know. Revealing his knowledge would only lead to awkward questions about how he knew, and he wasn't keen on explaining that. Hermione would undoubtedly press him for details, perhaps even ask which book he'd read it in. Given that she spent so much time with him, she'd find it suspicious that she hadn't noticed him reading any texts on alchemy, which he hadn't. Besides, Neville wasn't even sure which book actually mentioned Nicholas Flamel, and besides this kept them occupied. All right, let's split up and search, Hermione instructed, pulling him from his thoughts. I'm going to check the magical history section, Harry said. And I'll look into famous alchemists, Ron added. Yeah, you do that, Neville muttered, heading towards a quiet table near the back. Instead of joining their fruitless search, he pulled out his holiday assignments. There was an essay for Transfiguration and another for Charms that he needed to finish. After a while, Hermione returned with a towering stack of books and settled across from him. She eyed his open notebook. Neville, why aren't you helping us look? He glanced up, meeting her gaze. I've got other things to do, he replied, gesturing to his assignments. I'd rather finish these now and enjoy my holidays without any homework hanging over me. Hermione pursed her lips but then nodded. I suppose you're right. We do have a lot of work due after the break. They settled into a comfortable silence, each absorbed in their own tasks. The quiet atmosphere of the library allowed Neville to focus, and he found himself making good progress on his essays. Time passed quickly, and the bell ringing signaled that it was lunchtime. Classes were officially over for the term. Neville began packing up his things. Come on, Hermione, I'm starving. He asked. She looked up from her book, stretching slightly. She sighed. Sure. Here, let me help you with those, Neville offered, stacking her books back onto the trolley. Thanks, Neville, she said with a grateful smile. They left the library and met up with Harry and Ron in the corridor. Any luck? Harry asked, his expression a mix of hope and frustration. Hermione shook her head. Nothing. I've looked everywhere. It's as if he doesn't exist. Neville shrugged as they walked towards the Great Hall. Maybe you're overcomplicating it. Sometimes the answer is right under your nose. Ron raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Just that perhaps you're looking in the wrong places, Neville replied enigmatically. As they entered the Great Hall, the aroma of roasted meats, fresh bread, and sweet puddings filled the air. The long tables were laden with dishes, and the chatter of students created a lively atmosphere. They took their seats at the Gryffindor table. Neville helped himself to a generous portion of roasted chicken and mashed potatoes. Any luck? Harry asked, his expression a mix of hope and frustration. Hermione shook her head. Nothing. I've looked everywhere. It's as if he doesn't exist. Neville shrugged as they walked towards the Great Hall. Maybe you're overcomplicating it. Sometimes the answer is right under your nose. Ron raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Just that perhaps you're looking in the wrong places, Neville replied enigmatically. As they entered the Great Hall, the aroma of roasted meats, fresh bread, and sweet puddings filled the air. The long tables were laden with dishes, and the chatter of students created a lively atmosphere. They took their seats at the Gryffindor table. Neville helped himself to a generous portion of roasted chicken and mashed potatoes. Neville sat in the Great Hall, finishing the last bites of his hearty breakfast. The aroma of bacon and sausages lingered in the air, mingling with the warm scent of freshly toasted bread. He had opted for a full English breakfast that morning. Bacon, sausages, fried eggs, and toast. A glass of orange juice sat beside his plate, the condensation forming tiny droplets that trickled down the sides. Across from him, Hermione had already polished off her meal and was now engrossed in the pages of the Daily Prophet. Her brow furrowed occasionally as she scanned the headlines, her fingers absent-mindedly twirling a strand of her bushy brown hair. Anything interesting in there? Neville asked, taking a sip of his orange juice. Just the usual nonsense, Hermione replied without looking up. Although there's an article about new potion regulations that's quite intriguing. Sounds absolutely riveting, Neville said with a wry smile. Beside him, Seamus was finishing his own breakfast with gusto. Harry sat on Neville's other side, his eyes wide with fascination as Ron animatedly explained something about Quidditch which Neville pointedly ignored. A bit further down the table, Lavender and Parvati were giggling over an article in Witch Weekly, pointing at the latest fashion trends and whispering excitedly. Neville glanced around the Great Hall. The enchanted ceiling above showed a clear winter sky, flecked with delicate snowflakes that vanished just before they reached the students below. The hall buzzed with chatter, everyone abuzz with plans for the upcoming holidays. Thick sweaters and scarves were the order of the day, warding off the castle's persistent chill. Finishing his orange juice, Neville set the glass down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Turning to Seamus, he asked, "Do you remember what time the train leaves today?" Seamus leaned back, letting out a satisfied sigh. Not entirely sure, mate, he admitted. Think it's 9:30, same as when we came in September. Hermione looked up from her newspaper. It's at 9:30, she confirmed crisply. But the carriages to Hogsmeade leave at 8:30 sharp. She glanced pointedly at the large clock mounted on the wall above the staff table. Which means we should really get a move on. Neville followed her gaze. You're right, he said. I still need to finish packing. Ron stretched lazily. Plenty of time, he said dismissively. What's the rush? Some of us like to be punctual, Hermione retorted. Neville stood up, pushing his chair back. I should probably check that I've got everything, he said. Last thing I want is to forget something important. Like your toad, Seamus chuckled. Exactly, Neville agreed, not entirely sure if Seamus was joking. He turned to Harry and Ron. Are you two coming? We're heading back to the common room to grab our things. Yeah, might as well, Ron said, finally conceding. Harry nodded. Lavender and Parvati gathered their belongings and joined the group. Wait up, Parvati called. We'll come along. Seamus nudged Dean, who was doodling on a piece of parchment. Come on, Dean, time to get moving. The group of first-year Gryffindors made their way out of the Great Hall, their footsteps echoing off the stone floors. The castle was alive with activity, students hurrying to and fro, portraits chattering amongst themselves, managing to reach the fat lady's portrait without incident. Password? She asked, eyeing them over the rim of her goblet. Fortuna Major, Neville supplied. Correct, she said, swinging forward to reveal the entrance to the common room. Once inside, the group began to disperse. See you in a bit, Neville said to the others. Just need to pack a few more things. Don't take too long, Hermione cautioned. We should leave in about 15 minutes. 10, she added, seeing Ron's complacent expression. Neville climbed the spiral staircase to the boys' dormitory, Seamus and Dean following close behind. The room was in its usual state of disarray, robes tossed over beds, books piled haphazardly, and the occasional sock lying forlornly on the floor. Neville began gathering his belongings, checking under his bed and inside drawers to make sure he hadn't missed anything. He carefully placed his herbology notes into his trunk, followed by a small potted plant, a gift from Professor Sprout. Don't forget Trevor, Dean reminded him, nodding toward the toad sitting contentedly on Neville's pillow. Right, thanks, Neville said, scooping up Trevor and placing him gently into a ventilated box. Seamus was wrestling with his own trunk, trying to force it closed. Why does it feel like I have more stuff now than when I arrived? He grumbled. With some effort, they managed to get their trunks secured. Neville wrapped a thick scarf around his neck and pulled on his gloves. Ready to go. All set, Dean replied, hoisting his trunk. They made their way back down to the common room, where Harry and Ron were engaged in a heated game of wizard chess near the roaring fireplace. Who's winning? Neville asked, setting his trunk down and taking a seat. Pawn to c4, Ron declared, watching as his pawn dutifully moved to the square. Harry sighed, scratching his head. I'm rubbish at this, he admitted. Ron beats me every time. Ron grinned. You're not awful, Harry, you just need a bit more practice, that's all. Neville leaned in, observing the board intently. Have you played much before, Harry? He inquired. Harry shook his head. Not until I came to Hogwarts. Just then, Hermione approached, pulling her suitcase behind her. She stood beside them, watching the game unfold. Knight to e5, Harry said, and his white knight trotted to the designated spot. Queen to e5, Ron countered. His queen slid across the board, then dramatically took the chair the knight was sitting on and slammed it down, shattering Harry's knight into pieces. Hermione watched as the captured piece exploded into a puff of smoke. Honestly, wizard chess is so unnecessarily violent, she remarked with a hint of disapproval. Looking rather smug, Ron added, that's wizard's chess for you. Then, noticing Hermione's luggage, he said, I see you've already packed. I see you haven't, Hermione retorted, raising an eyebrow. Change of plans, Ron explained. I'm staying. My family's heading to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. Neville picked up one of the broken fragments, which wriggled slightly in his hand. Fascinating, he murmured. I wonder how they're enchanted. Do you suppose they have runes inscribed on them? Ron shrugged nonchalantly. Never really thought about it, to be honest. It's just wizard's chess. Well then, Hermione said thoughtfully, you can help Harry look for Nicholas Flamel while I'm away. Ron groaned. But we've searched like 100 times already. Not everywhere. Hermione leaned in, her voice dropping conspiratorially. We haven't checked the restricted section. Neville grinned. Hermione Granger suggesting we break the rules. Whatever next. Hermione gave him a playful swat on the shoulder. Oh, hush. But seriously, we haven't explored there yet. Yeah, because it's restricted, Ron pointed out. Clues in the name. What's so important about Nicholas Flamel, anyway? Dean asked, wandering over to join the conversation. Just some extra credit work, Harry said quickly, exchanging a glance with Hermione. Extra credit over the holidays. Seamus chuckled, shaking his head. You lot are absolutely barking mad. Hang on, Ron interjected. Why can't we just enjoy the holidays without all this sleuthing about? Because it's important, Hermione insisted. And if you won't help, then I'll have to rely on Harry and Neville. All right, Ron conceded. But I'm not making any promises. Hermione turned to Harry. You'll keep looking, won't you, Harry? When he nodded, she added, send me an owl if you find anything. And you could ask your parents if they know who Flamel is, suggested Ron. It'd be safe to ask them. Very safe, considering they're both dentists, Hermione replied dryly. Harry then turned to Neville. You could ask your Neville. She might know who he is. This caught Ron and Hermione's attention. Hermione exclaimed, of course. You could ask your grandmother. Why didn't I think of that? Neville shrugged. Yeah, I suppose I could ask her, if I remember. Hermione grabbed Neville's shoulder and gave him a little shake. Oh, come on, Neville, please. It's been driving me mad. Neville, trying to free himself, said, all right, I'll ask her. Just stop shaking me. Neville glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. We really ought to get going, he said. Agreed, Hermione replied, lifting her suitcase with some effort. Noticing her struggle, Neville tapped his wand on the suitcase, making it float. Here you go, he offered. She smiled warmly. Thank you, Neville. They gathered their belongings and headed towards the portrait hole. See you after the holidays, Neville said to Harry and Ron. Have a good Christmas, Harry replied. The corridors were bustling with students making their way to the entrance hall. Their chatter echoed off the stone walls, mingling with the distant sounds of shifting staircases and whispering portraits. As they stepped outside, the crisp winter air nipped at their faces. The grounds were blanketed in a light layer of snow, the white expanse stretching out towards the forbidden forest. Neville paused as they approached the line of carriages waiting to take them to Hogsmeade Station. His eyes widened at the sight before him. Standing silently were skeletal horses with leathery wings and blank, white eyes. Thestrals, he whispered, a chill running down his spine. A knot tightened in his stomach. Why can I see them? He thought, his mind racing. Is it because I died? He reached out tentatively, his hand hovering near the muzzle of one of the Thestrals. Oi! Neville, Seamus called from the carriage. What are you doing over there? Come on. Neville snapped out of his reverie. Right, sorry, he called back, withdrawing his hand. He decided not to mention the Thestrals. It wasn't something he felt ready to share. Everything all right, Neville? Hermione asked, noticing his sudden stillness. He blinked, pulling himself back to reality. Yeah, just thought I saw something, he said vaguely. She followed his gaze but saw nothing unusual. We should get on the carriage, she suggested gently. Right, Neville agreed, tearing his eyes away from the creatures. He climbed into the carriage, taking a seat next to Seamus and across from Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. Seamus looked at him quizzically. You look like you've seen a ghost, he remarked. Just a bit chilly, Neville lied, rubbing his hands together. The carriage began to move, gliding smoothly along the path. Neville couldn't help but steal another glance out the window, catching sight of the Thestrals, eerie forms pulling them forward. What were you staring at earlier? Lavender asked curiously. Probably admiring the snow, Parvati suggested. Something like that, Neville muttered. Hermione gave him a thoughtful look but didn't press the matter. So, what are everyone's plans for the holidays? Seamus asked, breaking the silence. Visiting family, Lavender said. My aunt's coming over from France. She always brings the best sweets. I'm spending time with my sister, Parvati added. We might go shopping in Diagon Alley. Sounds fun, Dean said. I'm just looking forward to Mum's cooking. Nothing beats a home-cooked meal. What about you, Neville? Hermione prompted. Oh, I'm not sure, Neville replied. Gran mentioned in her letter that we'll be spending some time together. Other than that, I don't know much. What about you, Hermione? Parvati asked. Any exciting plans? Nothing out of the ordinary, she said. Just spending time with my parents. Maybe catch up on some reading. Of course, Seamus chuckled. Wouldn't be a holiday without books, would it? Neville leaned back in his seat, trying to push thoughts of the Thestrals out of his mind. Instead, he focused on the rhythmic motion of the carriage and the pleasant chatter of his friends. Before long, they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The platform was alive with activity, steam billowing from the Hogwarts Express as students hurried aboard. "Here we go," Dean said, hefting his trunk. They found an empty compartment and settled in, stowing their luggage overhead. As the train whistle sounded, they felt the gentle lurch of movement. A while later, their compartment was interrupted. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" came the voice of the trolley witch. They all indulged, purchasing a variety of treats to share. Neville bought a few chocolate frogs and some sugar quills, and Dean bought a packet of every flavor beans. The sweets were met with both delight and disgust, depending on the luck of the draw. "Ugh, earwax," Seamus grimaced, prompting laughter all around. "I don't know how anyone could eat this," Neville said, examining a bean between his fingers. He popped it into his mouth and immediately spat it out. "Grass. It tastes like fresh grass. At least it's not vomit flavored," Dean said, tossing one into his mouth. They spent the journey playing games, sharing stories, and enjoying each other's company. Neville found himself relaxing, the earlier unease fading away. As the sky outside began to darken, Hermione pulled out a book and nestled into a quiet corner. Neville watched her for a moment before turning back to the window. The countryside sped past, a blur of snow-dusted fields and distant lights. "Almost there," Dean observed, glancing at his watch. Neville felt a mixture of excitement and nervousness. He wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing his Gran, but at the same time, he felt sorry for her. The train finally pulled into King's Cross Station. The platform was bustling with families eagerly waiting to greet their children. "Well, this is us," Seamus said, standing up and stretching. They gathered their belongings and made their way onto the platform. Neville spotted his grandmother immediately, her tall figure and distinctive crow hat standing out in the crowd. "She looks impressive," Parvati remarked. "That's one way to put it," Neville said with a small smile. They exchanged goodbyes, promising to ride over the holidays and see each other soon. "Take care, Neville," Hermione said, giving him a quick hug. "And Happy Christmas." "Happy Christmas," he replied. "Don't forget to ask your Gran," Hermione whispered as they parted. "I won't," Neville assured her. As he approached his Gran, she greeted him with a warm embrace. "Neville, dear, you look well," she said, her eyes shining. "Hello, Gran," he replied. "It's good to see you. Come along. Let's get you home," she said, taking charge and holding out her hand for Neville to grasp. When he did, she instructed, "Hold tight, okay? Remember, don't let go." Neville nodded, and Augusta apparated them both out of King's Cross Station. Neville felt a pulling sensation, as if he were being squeezed through a tube, and then it was over. They landed in front of a large gate, and beyond it stood an impressive manor house, the setting sun casting a warm glow behind it. Seeing the manor, Neville said, "That's huge," as he let go of Augusta's hand. She straightened her clothes and, with a smile, said, "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Neville," as the gates opened. "Hello, Gran," he replied. "It's good to see you. Come along. Let's get you home," she said, taking charge and holding out her hand for Neville to grasp. When he did, she instructed, "Hold tight, okay? Remember, don't let go." Neville nodded, and Augusta apparated them both out of King's Cross Station. Neville felt a pulling sensation, as if he were being squeezed through a tube, and then it was over. They landed in front of a large gate, and beyond it stood an impressive manor house, the setting sun casting a warm glow behind it. Seeing the manor, Neville said, "That's huge," as he let go of Augusta's hand. She straightened her clothes and, with a smile, said, "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Neville," as the gates opened. Neville woke up to his now familiar room in the Longbottom Manor. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Neville swung his legs off the bed and stood up, walking off to the attached bathroom. It had been a week since Neville had come back for his winter break. Neville was treated to a feast by his Gran on the day of his arrival and was shown to his room. During the feast, Augusta had been proud of Neville for his academic performance and was happy that her grandson was finally coming out of his shell. Augusta asked, "So, Neville dear, how are you adapting to Hogwarts after everything?" Neville scooped another spoonful of chocolate pudding into his mouth and replied, "It's great, Gran. I've made a few friends." He paused for a second before adding, "All except for the troll incident, everything is well." Neville had deliberately told her about the troll incident, wanting to know if Dumbledore had told any of the parents about the incident. He wanted to know if Dumbledore was hiding it from the parents. And as expected, Augusta paused mid-bite. She was happy to hear that Neville was making friends and adapting well to the magical world after he had lost his memories, but hearing about a troll, she paused, placing the spoon back on the plate. She asked, "What troll?" Neville cocked his head to the side and asked, "Huh. Weren't you told about the troll on Halloween?" Augusta's eyes narrowed as she asked, "Troll on Halloween? Explain, dear. Why wasn't I informed?" Neville swallowed his pudding and said, "I don't know. I think the headmaster would have informed you of the incident, especially with me getting injured by it. Well, a troll was set loose in Hogwarts on Halloween. I wasn't aware of the troll as I was out looking for one of my friends. Earlier that day, she was bullied, and that got to her, and she had been crying in the girls' lavatory for the whole day. She didn't have much friends. She can be a bit much, and I was one of her only friends, so I went looking for her." He paused to scoop a spoonful of pudding and continued, "Well, anyways, when we were heading back to the common room, we came across the troll and I had to kill it, and got injured doing that." He rubbed his ribs and said, "Madame Pomfrey said that I broke my ribs and bruised my spine, had to stay in the hospital wing for the day." Augusta's face whitened as Neville told the story, and she asked at the end of the tale, "You got hurt," she exclaimed, "and managed to kill the troll?" Looking concerned and angry at the same time. Neville paused and said, "Yeah, killed it with a sword and the Depulso charm, blasted the sword into the roof of the troll's mouth. You can ask Harry, Ron, or Hermione about it. They were there when it happened. Oh, thank you for the books you sent me, the spells in that book came in handy." Augusta looked angry at the very end of it but also looked proud at Neville and told him so, that she was proud of him. And she hadn't heard of a first year slaying a troll before, but told him that it was dangerous and next time to get to a teacher. The next day, Neville woke up to find a note from his gran that she had gone to take care of some business. Neville smiled reading that as he knew that she had gone to Hogwarts to give Dumbledore a piece of her mind for not informing the parents and guardians about the troll incident, and if he remembers correctly, she was part of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Neville spent the morning being shown around the manor by his house elf, Tinkle. The manor was huge. It was a large castle and castle-like. According to his gran, it was the ancestral home of the Longbottoms and had been in the family for hundreds of years. According to Augusta, the Longbottoms were very wealthy and made their wealth by selling potion ingredients and even having some potion distilleries. They also exported potion ingredients to other countries. All in all, the Longbottoms were among the wealthiest families in Britain. Neville also found out that he was able to practice magic in the manor. According to Augusta, the trace doesn't work in magical households. The Longbottoms had a library. It was vast and contained many books on herbology and potions. According to Gran, the books she had sent him were part of this very collection. He spent most of his time, when not practicing spells, in the library, and there he found something interesting. While browsing through the numerous shelves, Neville found a book on occlumency, something he had been eagerly seeking, and he began practicing the exercises within. As Neville had expected, what was written in the book and what he remembered Snape teaching Harry about occlumency in the Order of the Phoenix were completely different. Neville thought, so it's true then. Snape was making Harry more vulnerable to Voldemort. He had always suspected that the way Snape taught Harry was somewhat suspicious, and now this confirmed it. It must have been Dumbledore's manipulations. According to the book, occlumency is more about organizing thoughts and calming the mind and controlling emotions, and it takes time. The rest of the week was spent practicing spells and his occlumency, and spending time with Augusta and Augusta teaching him about the Longbottoms and their history. After getting dressed for the day with a red festive sweater and a green scarf around his neck, Neville made his way downstairs to the living room. Entering the room, he greeted his grandmother Augusta Longbottom. "Merry Christmas, Gran." Augusta looked up and smiled. "Merry Christmas, Neville. You look quite handsome today." Neville smiled and said, "You too, Gran." She then said, "Well, let's eat breakfast then. I'm sure Tinkle made a feast." After breakfast, Augusta got up off the armchair and said, "We should get going if we are to come back before your great uncle Algy comes for dinner." It turns out that usually on Christmas they would attend one of the Christmas parties hosted by the ministry or one of the allied houses, but due to him losing his memories, she didn't want to overwhelm him and decided to host a small Christmas celebration at home, inviting only great uncle Algy. Walking over to the flow, Augusta handed him some flow powder and said, "You remember how to use the flow, right, Neville?" Currently, they were going to visit Neville's parents at St. Mungo's. Augusta didn't go into much detail but said that Neville's parents, Alice and Frank Longbottom, were in St. Mungo's and were Aurors and heroes of the previous Wizarding War. They were currently in the permanent spell damage ward and had been there for 10 years. Taking a pinch of the powder, Neville stepped into the fireplace. "St. Mungo's Hospital," he declared, throwing the powder at his feet. Green flames enveloped him, and after a dizzying whirl, he stepped out into a grand atrium lined with fireplaces. Gran appeared moments later, dusting soot from her robes. Placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, she guided him through the bustling corridors. He noticed the respectful nods and greetings from staff and visitors alike as they passed. "Gran, everyone seems to know you," Neville observed. She gave a modest smile. "The Longbottoms have long donated to St. Mungo's. It's important work they do here." They reached the entrance to the permanent spell damage ward. Neville's heart pounded in his chest. Neville was nervous as this would be the first time him seeing the original Neville's parents. He hadn't even seen a picture of them and he wasn't sure if he should see them with him now occupying their son's body. They approached a room where two patients sat by the window, gazing out at nothing in particular. "Frank, Alice," Augusta greeted softly. "Look who's here. It's Neville." Neville froze upon seeing them, his mother and father. They looked remarkably like the parents he remembered from before. His mind raced, emotions swirling. Both had vacant expressions, their eyes dull and unfocused. His mother's once vibrant hair was now a lifeless shade of white, thin strands framing a face etched with lines of pain and time. His father sat stoically, hands resting limply in his lap. Gran moved to Frank's side, recounting stories of Neville's achievements at school, her voice filled with a mix of hope and sorrow. Neville stood rooted to the spot, tears welling up in his eyes. "Mum. Dad," he whispered, his voice barely audible. His mother turned slowly, her gaze drifting past him. For a fleeting moment, a spark seemed to flicker in her eyes. She reached into her pocket and shuffled towards him, extending her hand. In it was a sweet wrapper. Neville blinked, a tear escaping down his cheek. "For me?" he asked softly. She gave a faint smile, one that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Without another word, she returned to her chair by the window. He clutched the wrapper tightly. "Thank you, Mum," he whispered. The rest of the visit passed in a blur. Neville sat silently the whole visit, watching them while Augusta talked about her day to both Alice and Frank, now his mum and dad. Neville's mind was racing, thinking, maybe there is a way to cure them. Think, but first I need to know what's wrong with them. If I remember correctly, their minds broke after prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. At this, his fist tightened at the thought. He swore, "I will make them pay." Standing up, he left the room and went up to the reception. He approached the lady. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said politely. Not looking up from her work, she asked, "How can I help?" Neville asked, "Could I have a copy of Frank and Alice Longbottom's medical report, please?" She paused, looking up. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you that. It's confidential." Neville pleaded, "Please, ma'am, I need to see them. They're my parents, please." His eyes had tears in them. The lady hesitated, looking at the crying child. "I'm sorry, I can't," she said gently. Just then, Augusta walked over. "Neville, there you are. What are you doing here?" she asked. Neville, wiping his tears away, said, "Gran, can you get me Mum and Dad's medical reports? I need to see them. Augusta paused, seeing Neville in this state. She hesitated and asked, "Why do you want them, Neville?" Neville grabbed her hand. "Please, Gran, I just need to see them. Maybe there's something I can do." "Please, Gran." He looked determined as he said that. Augusta hesitated, but, seeing Neville's determination, she let out a sigh and asked the nurse, "Can we please have a copy of the reports?" The nurse, not knowing what to say, replied, I need to ask the healers first." With that, she left to find them. Later that night, Neville lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling. They had returned to the manor after their visit. The healers agreed to send them the report files. As Neville lay there, he thought, why do Neville's parents look like my mum and dad? Were they transmigrated here too? Or is this a sign that they can be saved? Neville grabbed her hand. "Please, Gran, I just need to see them. Maybe there's something I can do." "Please, Gran." He looked determined as he said that. Augusta hesitated, but, seeing Neville's determination, she let out a sigh and asked the nurse, "Can we please have a copy of the reports?" The nurse, not knowing what to say, replied, I need to ask the healers first." With that, she left to find them. Later that night, Neville lay on his bed, looking at the ceiling. They had returned to the manor after their visit. The healers agreed to send them the report files. As Neville lay there, he thought, why do Neville's parents look like my mum and dad? Were they transmigrated here too? Or is this a sign that they can be saved? Neville and his grandmother appeared on platform 9 3/4 with a loud crack of apparition. Neville had gotten used to apparition after the first 2 times and was now able to remain composed when side-along apparating. He looked sleepy, wearing a gray jumper, a red scarf, and brown trousers, with his sling bag hung across his shoulders. His grandmother had charmed his clothes with a warming charm to keep him nice and warm in the cold winter, and Neville appreciated it. His gran was wearing a green coat to stave off the cold, along with her usual vulture hat. Speaking of the vulture hat, over the 2 weeks Neville had stayed at Longbottom Manor, his curiosity had gotten the better of him, and he had asked why she wore that hat and if the vulture was real. Much to his surprise, the vulture was indeed real. According to her, it was fashion and symbolized status in the olden days, and she wore it now because she had gotten used to it. "Come along now, Neville," Augusta called, ushering him out of the apparition zone. Neville pulled along his trunk, following his grandmother into the throng of people. The station was filled with parents and their children waving goodbye as they parted ways after the winter break. Neville yawned as they walked nearer to the Hogwarts Express. The steam from the Arlet Hogwarts Express billowed into the crisp morning air, mingling with the excited chatter of young witches and wizards returning to school. "Have you got everything?" Gran asked him. Neville, yawning, replied, "Yes, Gran, I've got everything packed." Augusta chided him, saying, "You shouldn't have stayed up all night reading." Neville smiled sheepishly and said, "I'm just a little tired, Gran." "Nothing much." She sighed as they came to a spot near the Hogwarts Express. She then hugged him and asked him to be safe and not go finding trouble, saying that she would grow more white hairs if he got into more mischief. Neville smiled and hugged her back. "I'll keep that in mind, but no promises," he grinned. She covered her face in exasperation. "What am I going to do with you, Neville?" Over the holiday, Neville had grown close to his grandmother. She hadn't had the easiest time after her son and daughter-in-law were unable to take care of their son, and she'd had to raise him at such an old age. Neville found her fun to discuss topics with and to learn spells from. Over the past 2 weeks, she had taught him a few spells. The Hogwarts train whistled as steam billowed out of the engine. Augusta looked at her wristwatch and said, "Oh, look at the time. The train is about to leave. You should go and find a compartment and meet your friends." She gave Neville another hug and said, "Goodbye, Neville. We'll meet again at the end of the term. And remember to write me a letter every week." "Will do, Gran. Goodbye. And take care, okay," said Neville as he waved to her and pulled his trunk along into the train. Walking down the narrow corridor, Neville found an empty compartment at the end of the train. Entering the compartment, he heaved his trunk into the luggage rack, then sat down. Neville settled himself beside the window and took out a book from his sling bag. It was a book on neurology. He needed to know how the brain worked and which part of his parents' brains was affected if he was to cure them. He had first looked through the Longbottom library for any books on healing and had found a few. A potions book about healing potions explaining the ins and outs of brewing healing potions, what ingredients do what, and why a specific ingredient is used. He had found the book a must-read and had brought it along to Hogwarts after asking permission from Augusta, of course. But there weren't any books on brains and the effects of magic on specific parts of the brain. He had asked Augusta about any books she might know of, but she didn't know of any. Of course, she had done her own research over the years to find a cure for her son and daughter-in-law. Neville had asked her if there were any mind healers or books pertaining to that. He vaguely remembered reading something about mind healers in some Harry Potter fanfiction. Well, it turns out there was no such thing, only healers. They don't have specialists in areas like in the Muggle world. Hearing that, Neville was disappointed but understood. The magical world, from what he remembered from his previous life and living in it now, was stagnant and lacked innovation. The magical world as a whole stayed stagnant compared to the Muggle world because of magic itself. The people of the magical world relied on magic too much, in Neville's opinion, which had led to them being stagnant in all fields. The flow network was invented in the 13th century, and everyone was just content with it and didn't try to innovate after that. The wizarding world seemed to run on the notion, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He had to custom order this book from a bookstore in the Muggle world, and to do that he had to convince his gran to bring him to a Muggle bookshop. He had told her that Hermione had mentioned her parents were dentists. They are healers specializing in teeth. And if there are specialists for teeth, then there must be specialists for brains as well. Augusta had asked him if he was suggesting taking his parents to see a Muggle healer. Neville had told her that he doubted they could cure them, but they might know more about the brain and how it functions. Seeing how insistent Neville was being, Augusta had acquiesced, and they visited a bookshop and browsed through it. Neville really wished the modern internet was a thing in 1991. They had gone to a few bookshops until one accepted a custom order for the book since they didn't sell these kinds of books. It took them a week and a half, but the book arrived late yesterday evening, and he had stayed up the whole night reading it, which would explain why he was tired now. Neville was so absorbed in the book's content that he missed the train leaving the station. A few minutes into the ride, he heard a knock on the door to his compartment. Neville yawned and looked up from the book, seeing it sliding open to reveal Hermione with her bushy hair. She wore a red jumper and a purple scarf around her neck. She exclaimed, "There you are. I've been looking all over the train for you, Neville. The others are in a compartment further down." Neville gave her a weak smile and said, "Good morning to you too, Hermione. How was your holiday?" Shutting his book, Hermione sat across from him and said, "It was fine, spent Christmas visiting family. What about you? You look like you haven't slept in days. And what's that book you've got there?" She asked and peered over to get a look at the book. Neville, seeing this, looked down and said, "Oh, this. Just a book I found," showing it to her. Hermione took the book and exclaimed, "An Introduction to Neurology. You're studying neurology. Isn't this a Muggle book? This is quite advanced. Where did you get it?" She started reading. Neville internally cursed himself. He didn't want to let Hermione know about his parents, and he especially didn't want to let her know that he knew about the Muggle world. That would blow his cover of him losing his memories. Neville said, "It was Gran's. Found it interesting and wanted to read it." Hermione nodded and asked if he could lend it to her. Neville shrugged and said, "Yeah, sure, after I'm done with it," taking the book back. Hermione, after giving him the book, asked, "You haven't answered me yet. How was your Christmas break?" Neville yawned and said, "You know, the usual, working out, spending time with Gran. Learned a few new spells from her," he said, putting the book into his sling bag. Hermione waited a moment before asking, "Wait, you practiced magic outside of Hogwarts? You know it's against the rules. You could get expelled." Neville yawned again and said, "Oh, that. According to Gran, the trace doesn't work in magical households." Hermione looked askance and said, but that's just not fair. That means kids from wizarding families have a huge advantage if they can learn at home." She crossed her arms and glared at Neville. Neville yawned again and said, and according to Gran, the trace can't really identify who used magic. It's more of a location-based spell. It's mapped to the general area where the kid lives. If any magic is detected there, it'll automatically pin the kid as the one who used it. They chatted along the way, and were soon joined by Seamus, Dean, Parvati, and Lavender. They all chatted as they continued their journey. Soon, night fell as they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. They left their luggage and got off the train, walking along with the other years to the Thestral carriages. They rode the carriages down to the castle. They walked into the great hall among the students as it erupted into chatter while it filled up. Neville and the rest of the first-year Gryffindors walked over to Harry and Ron and sat near them. Neville greeted them, "All right, lads." Hermione also said, "Good to see you both. How was your Christmas at the castle?" Harry said, "Oh, hello, you too. It was brilliant." Harry looked like he wanted to say something but decided to save it for later. Ron, looking at Neville, said, "Blimey, mate, you look like you haven't slept in days." Neville yawned and took a seat next to Harry. "Yeah, I haven't slept since the day before." Soon after, Dumbledore stood up and welcomed everyone back after the winter break, and then the food appeared. After dinner, the Gryffindors went up to the common room. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione decided to stay in the common room. They moved to the corner, their usual spot near the window. They sat down, and Hermione asked, leaning in, "So, what did you find?" Harry leaned in and said that he had received an invisibility cloak on Christmas. Hermione asked, "Who sent it to you? Aren't those like super expensive?" Ron nodded and said, "Yeah, they're dead expensive. They can go for more than 10,000 galleons." Harry said, "I don't know who sent it, but apparently my dad lent it to them, and they were returning it." Neville yawned. He was already dozing off and was only half following the story. He asked, "They returned it?" Harry nodded and said, as Hermione suggested, "I used the invisibility cloak to sneak out and tried looking in the restricted section. The book I opened started screaming bloody murder." Hermione gasped and said, "Oh, Harry, what if you were caught? You could have got into trouble." Harry nodded and continued, "Yeah, I almost got caught by Filch and ran into Snape threatening Quirrell about something." Hermione asked again, "Professor Snape was threatening Professor Quirrell?" Harry nodded and said, "Well, while I was running away from them, I found this mirror in an abandoned classroom." He paused and said, "I saw my parents in it. I even showed it to Ron." Ron nodded and said, "Well, I didn't see Harry's parents, but I saw me winning the Quidditch Cup and being head boy." Harry said, "According to Dumbledore, the mirror shows the heart's deepest desire." Neville, dozing off, said, "Yeah, doesn't sound dodgy at all." The three of them looked at him, and a while later Hermione asked, "So you haven't found anything on Nicholas Flamel?" Ron and Harry shook their heads and said, "No, we didn't want to risk getting caught in the restricted section again." Hermione turned to the dozing Neville and shook him. "What about you, Neville? Did you ask your gran?" Neville looked at her and said, "Huh. Yeah, Nicholas Flamel, yeah. He's an alchemist from France. Dumbledore was his student or something. He's known for creating the Philosopher's Stone," saying that he started dozing off again. Hermione exclaimed, "That's where I've heard his name before. I had you guys looking in the wrong section. He was the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone," waking Neville up. Harry asked, "Wait, what's a Philosopher's Stone?" Neville, wanting to cut the conversation short, said, "The stone can turn any metal into gold." Hermione quickly added, "And it can also produce the elixir of life, which will make the drinker immortal." Ron asked, "Immortal?" Hermione said, "It means you never die." Ron sounded offended. "I know what it means." Hermione shot him a look and said, "That's what Fluffy's guarding on the third floor. That's what's under the trapdoor, the Philosopher's Stone." Neville said, "I doubt that," yawning. He stood up. "I doubt Nicholas Flamel would give something so valuable to Dumbledore of all people." Standing up, Neville said, "Well, I'm knackered. I'm off to bed. See you lot tomorrow." He slung his bag over his shoulder and paused before digging into his bag and taking out a small album. Neville handed it over to Harry and said, Here you go, Harry. I almost forgot. This is for you. Harry took it and asked, "What's this?" As he opened it, Neville shrugged and said, "It's pictures of your mum. Apparently, my mum and yours were best friends, and my mum was even your godmother and yours mine. Anyway, I copied some of her pictures for you." Harry was stunned, looking at the moving pictures of his mother in the album, from when she was their age to when they were adults. Neville yawned and said, "Well, good night." He was too tired and just wanted to sleep. Hermione said, "It means you never die." Ron sounded offended. "I know what it means." Hermione shot him a look and said, "That's what Fluffy's guarding on the third floor. That's what's under the trapdoor, the Philosopher's Stone." Neville said, "I doubt that," yawning. He stood up. "I doubt Nicholas Flamel would give something so valuable to Dumbledore of all people." Standing up, Neville said, "Well, I'm knackered. I'm off to bed. See you lot tomorrow." He slung his bag over his shoulder and paused before digging into his bag and taking out a small album. Neville handed it over to Harry and said, "Here you go, Harry. I almost forgot. This is for you." Harry took it and asked, "What's this?" As he opened it, Neville shrugged and said, "It's pictures of your mum. Apparently, my mum and yours were best friends, and my mum was even your godmother and yours mine. Anyway, I copied some of her pictures for you." Harry was stunned, looking at the moving pictures of his mother in the album, from when she was their age to when they were adults. Neville yawned and said, "Well, good night." He was too tired and just wanted to sleep. Neville strolled along with the rest of the Gryffindor's first years, heading into the North Tower courtyard. The match had ended not too long ago, Gryffindor against Hufflepuff, and they were returning from the stands. Almost everyone around him was in high spirits, chattering away about the victory. It was a fairly pleasant afternoon, and the sun had dipped just enough to cast a soft light on the old stone walls. A gentle breeze carried the distant voices of other students still lingering about, most discussing the outcome of the match. The Gryffindors were buzzing with talk of how strange and unfair the match had been at times. They went over every last detail, as was common after any Quidditch match. Who'd caught the snitch, who'd dodged the bludgers best, and who'd done something foolish. But the main point of discussion, nearly everyone mentioned it, was how Professor Snape, acting as referee, had been rather biased. Snape had awarded a penalty to Hufflepuff because one of the Weasley twins had accidentally sent a bludger in Snape's direction. Granted, it did nearly knock Snape sideways, but no one believed that deserved a penalty. Then, Snape had given Hufflepuff a second penalty for what seemed to be no reason at all. It had left a sour taste in many mouths, despite the Gryffindor win. Ron was being especially loud about it. "I mean, did you see that?" he said, waving his arms about as they walked. Snape was giving them penalties like they were sweets. Completely out of order. He was just waiting for a chance to hand Hufflepuff some points, I'm sure of it. Seamus and Lavender joined in, nodding firmly and adding their own complaints. "Too right," said Seamus. "He's got it in for Gryffindor, everyone knows it." Lavender shook her head and said, "It's not fair at all. He just can't stand to see Gryffindor do well." Hermione, walking beside Neville, also looked annoyed. She glanced over at Neville and huffed. Professor Snape's behavior was absolutely unfair, wasn't it? Just shocking. I know referees are meant to be strict, but that was something else. She folded her arms tightly. I've half a mind to write a note to Professor McGonagall about it. There's meant to be some sense of fairness in the game, and that was just Snape being Snape, as usual. Honestly, I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am. Neville, on the other hand, didn't care much about Quidditch. He found the game dumb and a waste of time, not worth getting worked up about. Neville offered a small shrug. He had no desire to get worked up over a silly game, no matter how important Quidditch seemed to everyone else. "It's Snape," he murmured quietly, keeping his voice low. "What can any of us do about it? At least Harry caught the snitch, so he won. That's 2 matches in a row for him, isn't it? Pretty impressive. I doubt many first years have a record like that." Hermione sighed, crossing her arms. "I suppose you're right," she said. "We did win, and that's something. I just wish the match had felt fair." They reached a small bench in the courtyard, not too far from a patch of well-tended flowers. Neville settled down on it and let himself relax. The courtyard was calmer than the stands had been. Hermione took a seat right next to him. Meanwhile, Ron was still pacing about, running his hands through his ginger hair and muttering under his breath about Snape's blatant cheating. Hermione, Neville, and Ron had decided to wait there for Harry before heading back to the common room. The rest of the Gryffindors had gone on ahead, no doubt eager to start the victory party Fred and George were surely throwing. The Weasley twins loved a good celebration, and with Gryffindor's win, there'd be no shortage of laughter, sweets, and noise in the common room tonight. Ron, still worked up about the match, shifted his complaints from Snape to Malfoy. During the match, Malfoy had walked over to where they were seated to taunt them. He was successful in riling up Ron, and Ron had ended up punching Malfoy right in the face. Neville could still picture the look of surprise on Malfoy's pale features. Naturally, Crabbe and Goyle had rushed in to defend their friend, and it had nearly turned into an all-out brawl right there in the stands. Neville, who normally avoided fighting, had decided he'd had enough. He'd whipped out his wand and cast a body-bind curse on all three of them, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, leaving them stiff as boards, unable to move. Neville still thought it was rather funny. By the time they'd left the stands, the three of them were probably still stuck there if no one had come along to free them. Ron now considered it quite a moment of pride. He taunted Malfoy for the rest of the match up until they left. Ron saw it as a second, smaller victory alongside the Quidditch one. At last, Neville couldn't help himself. He opened one eye and said softly, "It's just a game, Ron." He tried to keep his tone gentle and calm. "Really? You're getting yourself all worked up. We won, didn't we? We came out on top, so what's the point of moaning about it?" Ron spun round, looking astonished that Neville had dared to downplay Quidditch. "Just a game," he burst out, his voice cracking with disbelief. "Just a game. Neville, Quidditch is everything here. It's tradition, honor, house pride." He flung his arms about, red in the face. "It's not just a silly game. It means something." But Neville, now slightly annoyed, reached into his robes for his wand. He knew a little jinx he'd been practicing. Without opening his eyes fully, he cast Langlock on Ron. At once, Ron fell silent, his mouth moving but no sound coming out. He looked shocked, pawing at his own tongue. Hermione gasped, giving Neville a quick swat on the shoulder. "Neville, you shouldn't do that to our friends." She pulled out her wand, muttering the counter curse. Ron stumbled back, coughing and touching his tongue gingerly. Once he was free of the jinx, he glared at Neville. That was strange," Ron said, still a bit startled. "My tongue, it wouldn't budge. Don't do that again." He then turned to Hermione and said, "Thanks. That was a right weird feeling." Hermione explained quietly, "Langlock is a jinx that makes your tongue stick to the roof of your mouth. It's not very nice to use on your friends." She shot Neville a disapproving look. Neville just shrugged, closing his eyes again and leaning back more comfortably. He didn't feel guilty. Ron had been working his last nerve, but he supposed he shouldn't have done it. Still, it was over now. It had been about 2 months since Christmas, and things had changed in small but noticeable ways. After Christmas break, Neville remembered meeting Hermione early one morning after his usual workout. She'd mentioned how thoughtful Neville's Christmas gift to Harry had been, and Neville had tried to brush it off as nothing special. Truth be told, it had been a simple gesture. Over Christmas, Neville had sorted through some old photos he had, and he'd copied one and given it to Harry. Just something nice, not worth making a fuss over. Harry, for his part, had come to thank Neville in private later that day. He'd said it was the best gift he'd received, and he felt bad for not thanking him straight away the day before. He'd thought Neville was tired and didn't want to bother him just to say thanks. Neville never felt comfortable making a fuss about such things, so he told him that when he was going through some of his parents' old photos during Christmas break they found them, so he copied them and gave them to Harry. It's no big deal. This change had brought Harry a bit closer to Neville and Hermione. Harry had taken to joining their spell practice sessions, spending time with them both. Ron, meanwhile, had seemed annoyed by this. Neville had noticed before how Ron always tried to keep Harry from making friends, pulling him away whenever he got too close to Neville or spent too long talking with Hermione. The months had passed without much fuss, except for Harry's growing worry when he found out Snape would referee the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match. Speaking quietly so that no one else would hear, Harry told the other three about Snape's sudden, sinister desire to be a Quidditch referee. "Don't play," said Hermione at once. "Say you're ill," said Ron. "Pretend to break your leg," Hermione suggested. "Really break your leg," said Ron. Harry shook his head. "I can't," he'd said. "There isn't another seeker to stand in for me. If I don't play, Gryffindor can't play at all." Neville, who had been leaning against a wall, had pointed out, "He's not going to kill you out there, Harry. It's a Quidditch pitch, not a battlefield." Harry had nodded. "I suppose I'll play. If I back out, the Slytherins will all say I'm scared of facing Snape. I'll show them. If we win while Snape's the referee, that'll wipe the smirks off their faces." They hadn't talked about Nicholas Flamel, since Neville had told them about Flamel. Back in the present, Neville opened his eyes when he heard footsteps. Harry came running towards them, looking quite frantic. He had that excited yet anxious look, and his hair was even messier than usual. Hermione stood up at once and asked, "Harry, where have you been?" she asked. Ron, having recovered from the Langlock jinx, rushed over to Harry, practically jumping on the spot, grinning. "You won it for us, Harry. And you'll never guess. I gave Malfoy a shiner in the stands, right on his smug face. And Neville here knocked him, Crabbe, and Goyle stiff as planks. They were all left in the stands." Ron sounded almost proud. "Everyone's waiting for you in the common room. Fred and George nicked some cakes and other stuff from the kitchens. It's going to be a proper party." Harry, however, looked as if he had more pressing matters on his mind. He caught his breath and said, "Never mind that now. Let's find a place to talk. I've got something to tell you." He hurried them along to an empty room near the corridor. Neville followed, Hermione right behind him, and Ron bringing up the rear. Harry checked that Peeves wasn't around, pushing the door open with caution and peering inside. The room was small and dusty, with an old desk and a few chairs. Nothing special, but certainly private enough. He motioned them all inside and closed the door quietly. Then he turned to face them. "You won't believe what I've just seen," Harry said, voice low but urgent. "We were right. It is the Philosopher's Stone. Snape's trying to get it, and he's forcing Professor Quirrell to help him. I heard him asking if Quirrell knew how to get past that three-headed dog, Fluffy, and he also said something about Quirrell's hocus pocus. I reckon there are all sorts of enchantments guarding the stone, not just the dog. Different teachers must have set them up, and Quirrell's done something to keep the stone safe. Snape needs Quirrell to break his own enchantment. It's all happening right under our noses." Hermione's eyes went wide. So you mean the stone's only safe as long as Professor Quirrell can stand up to Snape?" She looked genuinely alarmed, and she wrung her hands together. "But he's such a nervous sort, what if he can't hold out?" Ron gulped, his bravado fading. "It'll be gone by next Tuesday, then," he said, eyes darting between them. Neville rolled his eyes at this, letting out a sigh. He had never been fully convinced by all this worry. "I doubt that it's really the Philosopher's Stone. You're all panicking for nothing, if you ask me." He leaned against the wall, arms folded over his chest. Ron blinked at Neville. "What are you on about, mate? Of course, it's the real stone. Hagrid told us it belonged to old Flamel, and everyone knows he's famous for making it, isn't he?" Hermione nodded at Ron's words. "It's quite clear, Neville. Nicholas Flamel gave the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore so he could keep it safe. That must be why it's here. Dumbledore's the best wizard around, isn't he? He beat Grindelwald ages ago, and people say he's the only one you know who was ever scared of." Ron joined in, looking pleased with himself. "My mum always says Dumbledore is the best wizard there is. Everyone knows that." Neville sighed, rubbing his face as he thought it over. "But why would Flamel give the stone to Dumbledore now?" he asked. "Flamel's had it for over 600 years, and everyone knows he owns it. If dark wizards had known about it all this time, and they surely would have, wouldn't they have tried to steal it long ago? If it was safe with Flamel all this while, why bother moving it now? He looked doubtful that the stone in Hogwarts was the real thing. He couldn't see Flamel suddenly fearing a weak Voldemort. Harry, who had been pacing around the dusty floor, stopped and frowned. He looked like he wanted to argue but seemed worn out. If it really is the stone, we have to do something, he said quietly. Neville cut in, speaking calmly but firmly. And what can we do, really? We're only first years. We can't stop Snape if he truly wants it. And if it's not the stone, we're worrying over nothing. He shrugged. I'm off back to the common room. There's a party on, and it might cheer us all up. If you lot want to come, feel free. If not, stay here and fret. He headed for the door, leaving them to think. Hermione frowned but nodded and said, he's right, you know. We're just kids. Let's go back to the common room. She followed Neville. Harry sighed. Yeah, let's head back, he said. Ron grumbled under his breath, no shock that she'd agree with him, and trudged after them all. Harry, who had been pacing around the dusty floor, stopped and frowned. He looked like he wanted to argue but seemed worn out. If it really is the stone, we have to do something, he said quietly. Neville cut in, speaking calmly but firmly. And what can we do, really? We're only first years. We can't stop Snape if he truly wants it. And if it's not the stone, we're worrying over nothing. He shrugged. I'm off back to the common room. There's a party on, and it might cheer us all up. If you lot want to come, feel free. If not, stay here and fret. He headed for the door, leaving them to think. Hermione frowned but nodded and said, he's right, you know. We're just kids. Let's go back to the common room. She followed Neville. Harry sighed. Yeah, let's head back, he said. Ron grumbled under his breath, no shock that she'd agree with him, and trudged after them all. It was a late afternoon that felt more like early evening, and for the first time in ages, the Scottish Highlands were filled with warm, gentle sunlight. Beams of soft light slipped through the tall windows of the Hogwarts library, stretching across desks and chairs, making the dust motes sparkle as they drifted quietly in the still air. It had been a long, damp stretch of bad weather lately, rain and mist clinging to the castle walls. But now, at last, the sky was a bright, clear blue, the sort of blue that made you think of summer holidays and lazy afternoons by the lake. The library was almost peaceful. Most students, eager to enjoy the fine weather, had headed outdoors. You could guess that some would be down by the lake, soaking up the sun, or strolling around the greenhouses, or even sneaking off towards the Quidditch pitch. But here, in this hushed space, there were still a few who chose to stay inside and study. Among them were Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger, sitting opposite each other at one of the broad wooden tables. Hermione had her head bent low over her notes, her bushy hair falling around her face. She was reviewing textbooks and crinkled bits of parchment filled with tidy writing. Exams were not far off, and Hermione took revision seriously. She always had some subject to go over, some facts to file away in her mind, determined to be as ready as possible. Neville, on the other hand, had a large, potions book open in front of him, practical potioneering, a healer's handbook, not a standard Hogwarts textbook but a book from the Longbottoms' personal library. These days, Neville was on a mission that had little to do with school exams. He was looking for a way to help his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who had been tortured into madness by the Cruciatus curse many years ago. The thought weighed heavily on him. As he gazed down at the pages, he tried to piece together what he knew, what he'd read, and what he could guess. From everything Neville had learned about the effects of that curse, he understood that his parents' minds had effectively shut down to preserve the most basic functions needed for survival. The Cruciatus curse was pure agony, as though countless white-hot knives were stabbing you at once. A body and mind could endure only so much before something had to give. For Alice and Frank, their minds had sealed off many parts, emotions, memories, even clear thoughts. According to the hospital reports, they no longer felt pain, nor did they display proper emotional responses. Still, when Neville and his grandmother visited, there were moments, tiny sparks of recognition, suggesting that somewhere deep within their damaged minds, something familiar still lingered. If those faint glimmers existed, Perhaps all was not lost. Neville had read that the area of the brain dealing with fear, emotion, and memory, the amygdala, was likely shut down or harmed in his parents. If he could somehow restart or heal it, they might return to who they once were. He had filled page after page of a secret notepad, charmed so only he could read it, with ideas and theories. Some were wild guesses, while others were more carefully considered. But Neville was no healer, and magic for healing minds was not something deeply researched. One idea he had seemed cruel: use the Cruciatus curse again. The thinking behind it was that if the original cause had forced the mind to shut down, maybe the same cause could shock it awake. But Neville hated this thought. The idea of hurting his parents or people that looked like them made him sick. It wasn't even worth proper consideration. He marked it as a last resort. Really, something he would never try unless there was no other option. Hurting them again. That would be monstrous. Another idea was to try healing the damaged part of the brain if he could figure out how. Perhaps a potion might mend it. The problem was that none of the healing spells or potions that he had read about could regrow something like the amygdala. Regrowing bones was one thing. Skelegrow did that. But regrowing or awakening a part of the brain that governed feelings and memories seemed far beyond known magic. Neville had even spoken with Madame Pomfrey. She told him that while healing organs was sometimes possible, regrowing one entirely was another matter. There was no known potion that could regenerate an organ or any part of it, at least not to her knowledge. Still, Neville refused to give up. Just because it hadn't been done before didn't mean it was impossible. He thought about science. He'd read that Muggle scientists had studied creatures like axolotls, which could regrow limbs and organs. If science could do something like that, then why couldn't magic? After all, they'd managed to create methods of instant transportation. Regrowing an organ should be possible too, shouldn't it? He sighed, pressing his forehead against the desk. His head throbbed from all this thinking. Coming up with ideas was easy enough, but making them real felt like climbing a steep, endless hill. From across the table, Hermione looked up from her notes, concern shining in her brown eyes. "Are you all right, Neville?" she asked softly, leaning toward him. She had noticed how tense he'd been ever since the Christmas break. Neville kept his forehead on the desk and mumbled, "Yeah, I'm fine, just thinking, that's all." He knew Hermione wouldn't push him too hard if he didn't feel like talking. She was smart and caring but also respected when someone needed a bit of space. She gave a small nod and went back to her book, though he could sense that she was still worried about him. It wasn't long before Harry Potter and Ron Weasley turned up. Harry approached with a small grin, Ron trailing behind, both boys looking a bit windblown as if they'd just come in from outside. "Hey, you two," Harry greeted, sliding into a seat next to Hermione. Ron took a chair beside Neville, though Neville still kept his head down. Hermione nodded in greeting, her attention drifting back to her notes. Neville barely lifted his head, letting out a quiet grunt to acknowledge them. Harry glanced at Neville's hunched figure. "What's wrong with him?" he asked, nodding towards Neville but directing the question to Hermione. Hermione sighed, looking at Harry and Ron with a hint of annoyance. "He's just a bit tired, I think. You two really should be focusing on exams as well. They're not going to pass themselves, you know." She turned her stare on them meaningfully. Harry pulled out a stack of parchment and a couple of Hermione's carefully prepared notes. "I am studying," he said with a bit of a smile. "Your notes are really helpful, Hermione." Ron rolled his eyes dramatically and groaned, "Bloody hell, Hermione, the exams aren't until ages away." He leaned back and crossed his arms, looking as if the mere mention of studying put a sour taste in his mouth. Hermione snapped, 10 weeks, Ron. That's not ages. That's no time at all, not if you want to do well. Honestly. Ron grumbled, "You make it sound like we've got to know every fact in every book. Look at Neville. He's got a headache just from all this studying." Hermione sniffed, trying to look unbothered. "You do realize these exams matter for getting into our second-year classes, don't you?" Harry tried to reason with Ron. "She's got a point, mate. We do have to pass if we want to move on. I'd rather not end up failing." Ron thumped his head softly on the table and gave a muffled, "Not you as well, Harry." Neville, tuning out his surroundings for a moment, let his thoughts return to his parents. He wondered how they'd ended up in such a terrible state. As far as he knew, his mum and dad had been hidden away just like the Potters. How, then, had Bellatrix Lestrange and her followers found them? Was there a traitor, as there had been for the Potters? Who had served as their secret keeper? Another question nagged at him. He knew Dumbledore had instructed both the Potters and the Longbottoms to go into hiding using the Fidelius charm. If his mother had been Harry's godmother, now that Sirius was no longer in the picture, she should have gained custody of Harry. Neville was certain that Dumbledore hadn't helped Sirius because he wanted Harry placed with the Dursleys to shape him in a particular way. He remembered Hagrid taking Harry straight to Privet Drive after that dreadful night, before Sirius was even convicted, despite the fact that Sirius, as Harry's godfather, should have been given custody. Now Neville wasn't sure if Alice really had been Harry's godmother, or if that was something he'd once read in a fanfiction. Still, it seemed plausible. Considering all the photographs Neville had seen of Alice and Lily together at Hogwarts and beyond, it was clear they were very close friends. If that were true, then Dumbledore suddenly became Neville's prime suspect for having leaked the Longbottom's location. Neville groaned quietly at the headache forming behind his eyes. I need more information, he thought. Maybe I should talk to Gran about this. If he understood more about what had happened to his parents, he might uncover something crucial. He suddenly sat upright and grabbed a clean bit of parchment, causing the others to glance over in surprise. Neville wrote a quick note to his grandmother, asking if they could meet in Hogsmeade or arrange some way of having a talk. He wanted to ask her a few things face to face. He thought maybe he could ask Professor McGonagall if he could leave the grounds for a short time to meet Gran or sneak out if she didn't allow it. It was a long shot, but he had to try. After folding the letter neatly and tucking it into his pocket, Neville turned to Harry. Harry, he said softly, would you mind if I use Hedwig later? I need to send this to my Gran. Harry looked up and gave a friendly nod. Sure thing, Neville. Hedwig's been a bit bored, anyway. She'll like the chance to stretch her wings. Neville managed a small smile. Thanks, Harry, he said, feeling a little lighter now that he had a plan. It might not solve things straight away, but it was a start. They returned to their quiet work for a few moments. Hermione went back to flipping pages and taking notes. Ron tried not to complain too loudly, and Harry attempted to absorb some of Hermione's notes. Just then, Ron's eyes drifted towards a large shape moving between the shelves. He gave a small start and said in a hushed tone, Hagrid. What are you doing in here? The others looked up, startled to see the half-giant gamekeeper shuffling through the library of all places. Hagrid looked completely out of place, towering over the shelves, trying to hide something behind his back. He wore a nervous smile that didn't quite fit under his wild beard. Ah, just lookin', he said, glancing around as if expecting the librarian, Madame Pants, to throw him out at any second. Nothing important, just a bit o' readin'. This was suspicious enough to get everyone's interest. Normally, Hagrid didn't poke around the library much. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron exchanged curious looks. Hagrid's eyes narrowed slightly. And, what are you lot doin' in here on a day like this? He asked, voice suddenly suspicious. Not still tryin' ter find out about Nicholas Flamel, are ye? Ron puffed out his chest a bit. Oh, we found that out ages ago, he said proudly. We know who he is, and we know what that dog, Fluffy, is guarding. It's a sorcerer's street. Shish, Hagrid hissed, whipping his head around. Not so loud, Ron. Do ye want the whole school ter know? Harry, trying to calm things down, said softly, Hagrid, we're not going to shout it about. But we did want to ask you a couple of questions about what might be down there besides Fluffy. Hagrid's eyes darted nervously. Shish, he said again, leaning forward so that his beard nearly brushed the table. Listen, I can talk in air. If ye want ter ask me summit, ye meet me after dinner, outside the Great Hall. I'm not promisin' I'll say anythin' at all, mind, but Dawn, go rabbitin' on about it in the library. Students ain't s'posed ter know anythin' about that. They'll think I told ye. He straightened up, something still tucked behind his back, and began to shuffle off. "See ye later, then," said Harry quietly, and Hagrid gave a small nod before disappearing around a bookshelf and then out of sight. As soon as he was gone, Hermione frowned and tapped her quill against the desk. What on earth was he hiding behind his back? "Probably something to do with the stone," said Ron thoughtfully. "I mean, what else would get him to come in here? He's not the study type." Hermione shook her head. "Not sure. But let's see what he was looking at." She started to get up, but Ron was quicker. He wandered down the aisle Hagrid had come from and returned a minute later carrying a heavy armful of books. He dropped them onto the table with a thump. Neville, who had been trying to sort through his own worries, looked up. The titles on the covers made his eyebrows rise. "Dragons," Ron whispered eagerly. Hagrid was looking at dragons. "Look at these. Dragon species of Great Britain and Ireland, from Egg to Inferno, a Dragon Keeper's Guide. He's up to something with dragons." Harry scratched his head. "Hagrid's always wanted a dragon," he said slowly. "He told me that the first time I met him. Said he'd love a dragon as a pet." Neville groaned internally. Of course, the whole dragon egg thing with Hagrid, he thought, yet he couldn't deny feeling a bit excited at the thought of seeing a real dragon. "But it's against wizarding law," said Ron, keeping his voice low. "Has been for ages. Breeding dragons was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that. And it's not as if you can keep a dragon secret for long. Too much fire. Too much danger. My brother Charlie works with them in Romania and he's got loads of burns. Letting a dragon loose around here would be mad. But are there wild dragons in Britain?" Harry asked, curious. Ron gave a small shrug. "A few, yeah. There are common Welsh greens and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic keeps them hidden from muggles. They've got folks whose whole job is to memory charm muggles who spot them. I heard my dad talking about it once." Hermione glanced at the books. "So what is Hagrid doing looking up dragons at a time like this? He knows it's against the law. It might have something to do with what he's guarding for Dumbledore. Or maybe he's just being, well, Hagrid." Neville groaned internally. Of course, the whole dragon egg thing with Hagrid, he thought, yet he couldn't deny feeling a bit excited at the thought of seeing a real dragon.
"But it's against wizarding law," said Ron, keeping his voice low. "Has been for ages. Breeding dragons was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. Everyone knows that. And it's not as if you can keep a dragon secret for long. Too much fire, too much danger. My brother Charlie works with them in Romania and he's got loads of burns. Letting a dragon loose around here would be mad."
"But are there wild dragons in Britain?" Harry asked, curious.
Ron gave a small shrug. "A few, yeah. There are common Welsh greens and Hebridean blacks. The Ministry of Magic keeps them hidden from muggles. They've got folks whose whole job is to memory charm muggles who spot them. I heard my dad talking about it once." Hermione glanced at the books. "So what is Hagrid doing looking up dragons at a time like this? He knows it's against the law. It might have something to do with what he's guarding for Dumbledore. Or maybe he's just being, well, Hagrid." They were sitting at the Gryffindor table, the great hall buzzing with chatter as dinner was in full swing. The golden glow of floating candles reflected off the enchanted ceiling, which showed the darkening sky outside. At the head table, only Professors McGonagall, Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Sprout were present, quietly eating their meals. Neville sat opposite Hermione, barely touching his food, lost in thought. His mind kept circling back to his parents and how he could help them. He stared blankly at his plate, poking at a piece of chicken with his fork. "Oi, Neville." Seamus plopped down beside him with such force that Neville was startled, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Oh, hey," Neville said, blinking and offering a quick nod in greeting. "I've been looking for you everywhere, mate," Seamus said, his brow furrowed. "Where've you been?" Neville rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, the library. Why? What's up?" Dean leaned over from across the table, grinning. "We needed someone for 5A side. Thought you'd want to join in since you love footy." Seamus jumped in before Neville could respond. "Yeah, you missed it. We played against the Hufflepuffs and won. A fourth-year Gryffindor joined us last minute." Neville sighed, a touch of regret crossing his face. Aw, man, I missed it. I've been looking forward to that. Over the past few months, playing football had become a popular pastime for the Muggle-borns, thanks to Dean bringing a ball back after the Christmas break. Don't worry, mate, Dean said reassuringly, we're playing again tomorrow evening against Hufflepuff, same time. Neville perked up and nodded. Yeah, I'll definitely be there. The Great Hall gradually began to empty as students finished their meals. Neville took one last bite of his dinner, then stood up with the rest of the Gryffindors, trailing behind them as they moved toward the doors. He walked along absent-mindedly, his thoughts drifting again, when a familiar voice pulled him back. Neville. Hermione grabbed his arm and tugged him to the side, her bushy hair bouncing slightly as she turned to face him. Neville blinked in confusion. What's wrong, Hermione?
Don't tell me you forgot. Hermione scolded, hands on her hips. Hagrid asked us to wait for him after dinner, remember?
Neville's eyes widened in realization. Oh right. He shook his head, grinning sheepishly. I completely forgot. Thanks, Hermione.
The rest of the Gryffindors noticed Neville and Hermione staying behind. Lavender called out, aren't you lot coming with us?
Hagrid asked to see us, Harry explained. Seamus shrugged. All right, well, have fun, then. See you back in the common room. As the hall emptied, Harry frowned slightly. You reckon Hagrid's going to talk about the stone again? Ron shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. Probably. What else would it be about? Neville tuned out the conversation as the four of them waited quietly near the entrance. Neville? Hermione's soft voice brought him back to reality. She was looking at him, her brow furrowed with worry. Are you okay? You've been a bit off ever since the Christmas break. Neville blinked and forced a small smile. It's nothing, Hermione. Just thinking, he said, waving her concerns away with a dismissive gesture. I'm fine. Hermione didn't look entirely convinced, but before she could say anything else, the large doors to the Great Hall creaked open, and everyone turned to look. Hagrid entered, his heavy boots echoing against the stone floor, and walking alongside him was none other than Professor McGonagall. Here they are, Professor, Hagrid said as they stopped in front of Neville, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Neville's raised an eyebrow. Why's Hagrid here with McGonagall? Did he rat us out? Neville's thoughts as he exchanged quick glances with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. By the looks on their faces, they were all thinking the same thing. No, that doesn't make sense. Dumbledore wants Harry to know about the stone, doesn't he? Before Neville could dwell on it any further, Hermione straightened up and stammered nervously, Good evening, Professor.
Good evening, Professor, Neville quickly added, sound normal. Harry and Ron mumbled their greetings as well, a little less composed. McGonagall nodded at them, her sharp gaze moving from one to the other. Good evening, she replied crisply. Now, Hagrid tells me that you four have been asking about mooncalves. Neville blinked. Mooncalves. The word rang a faint bell, but it still caught him off guard. He vaguely remembered asking Hagrid about them months ago and had completely forgotten since. Mooncalves. Hermione repeated, her voice laced with confusion, clearly expecting McGonagall to reprimand them for snooping around about the Philosopher's Stone. Yeah, mooncalves, Hagrid said cheerfully, oblivious to the tension. Neville's been askin' me a few times about 'em. Thought today'd be a good night for ye lot to see. McGonagall cleared her throat, pulling their attention back to her. Yes, well, she said, her tone brisk but not unkind. You may accompany Hagrid to see the mooncalves tonight. However, I expect you all to follow his instructions and use caution. While mooncalves are relatively harmless, accidents can still happen, and I don't want any of you getting hurt. They all nodded quickly, a mix of relief and curiosity on their faces. Yes, Professor, Neville said, with Hermione and Harry echoing him immediately. Satisfied, McGonagall nodded once more. Very well. I'll leave you in Hagrid's care. Good night. Good night, Professor, they chorused as McGonagall turned on her heel and swept out of the Great Hall, her robe swishing behind her. Hagrid clapped his hands together, his grin wide and excited. Right then. Come along, you lot. No time to waste. With that, he ushered them out of the Great Hall and down the stone corridors, carrying a large lantern that cast a warm golden light around them. The crisp evening air hit them as they stepped outside, the castle doors closing softly behind them. As they made their way across the grounds, Harry finally spoke up. So, Hagrid, did you really bring us out here to see mooncalves? Course I did, Hagrid said, beaming. Tonight's a full moon. Mooncalves only come out then. Ye lot are in for a treat. They followed Hagrid as he stopped briefly outside his hut to collect 2 large buckets, each one sloshing softly with grainy feed. He handed one to Neville. Here ye go, Neville. This is fair the mooncalves. Careful not to spill it. Neville took the bucket carefully, glancing inside to see what looked like a glowing, silvery feed. What's in here? He asked curiously. Mooncalf pellets, Hagrid replied, hefting his own bucket. They love it. Keeps their coats all shiny, ye know. As they continued down the path toward the hills, Harry asked another question. So where do they live, Hagrid? These mooncalves. In burrows underground, Hagrid replied, holding the lantern high to light their way. They're shy creatures, don't come out much except during a full moon. Hogwarts has a mooncalf den that's been here fair centuries. Hermione, walking beside Neville, lit up with excitement. I've read about them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It says mooncalves dance in the moonlight during a full moon. That's how they leave those strange patterns. Patterns? Ron asked, wrinkling his nose. What do you mean? You know, Hermione replied patiently, those patterns found in cropped fields, circles and swirls that muggles think are made by aliens. It's actually mooncalves. They're the ones who make them. Hagrid chuckled, nodding his approval. Right. You are, Hermione. They dance in the moonlight, leaving them patterns behind. Part o' their mating ritual, ye see. It's something magical to watch. After a while of walking, they climbed a hill and reached a tall, gnarled tree. The moonlit clearing spread out below them, and Hagrid held up his hand, signaling for them to stop. There they are, he said softly, pointing toward the open space. They're so cute, Hermione whispered, barely able to contain her excitement. Neville stood his face a mixture of awe and delight. They look just like they did in the movie, he thought. The mooncalves moved with slightly clumsy energy, almost like overly excited puppies that still managed to behave themselves. They nibbled on the grass or playfully bumped into one another. Blimey, Ron muttered, taking a step back. They're a bit freaky looking with those huge eyes, though. Don't be daft, Ron. They're lovely, Hermione countered, glaring at him before taking a few careful steps forward. Hagrid placed his bucket on the ground and gestured for the others to do the same. All right, now, take some o' the pellets and toss 'em gently. The mooncalves'll come over. Following Hagrid's instructions, they each grabbed a handful of the glowing feed and scattered it into the clearing. The pellets floated gently in midair, hovering just at the perfect height for the mooncalves. The mooncalves immediately perked up, their wide, glowing eyes fixing on the floating pellets. With graceful, yet slightly clumsy steps, they trotted forward to eat, their pale, shimmering coats gleaming in the moonlight. A group of smaller mooncalves, babies, by the looks of them, waddled toward the feed, their spindly legs carrying them with an adorable wobble. Neville couldn't help but smile as they moved, their tiny, curious faces peering up at him. They were so endearing, like gentle, oversized puppies eager for attention. Hermione let out a high-pitched squeal as one of the baby mooncalves came close. Oh, you're adorable, she exclaimed, scooping it up gently to feed it by hand. The creature nibbled happily, its wide eyes blinking up at her. Neville knelt down as a few of the baby mooncalves approached him, holding out handfuls of pellets. You're even better up close, he murmured, grinning as one of them ate directly from his palm. Harry smiled, watching the scene unfold as he tossed more pellets. They're not what I expected, he said quietly. As they fed the mooncalves, Harry glanced at Hagrid, seizing the opportunity while they were alone. Hagrid, we wanted to ask you about the Sorcerer's Stone and Fluffy. Ron nodded, adding quickly, yeah, who else is guarding it besides you? Hagrid froze mid-throw, his face going pale in the glow of the full moon. He quickly glanced around the clearing, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. Hush, not here. You lot shouldn't be talking 'bout that out in the open. The group fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances. Hagrid sighed heavily and muttered, "Come on. Let's get you back to me hut." After tossing the last of the glowing pellets to the mooncalves, Hagrid led them back up the winding path toward his hut. The lantern bobbed in his hand, its warm light guiding the way. As they walked, Neville couldn't help but smile. "Thanks for taking us to see the mooncalves, Hagrid. That was amazing. Seeing them in person is so much better than just reading about them in a book." His voice was lighter now, more at ease than it had been in weeks. For the first time in a while, Neville relaxed. Hermione, who had noticed how relaxed Neville seemed during their time with the mooncalves, smiled softly. "Yes, thank you, Hagrid. Can we come see them again sometime?" Hagrid let out a booming laugh. "Course ye can. Ye just let me know when ye want ter visit 'em. Mooncalves are always glad fair a bit o' attention." By the time they reached Hagrid's hut, the night had grown cooler. Inside, however, it was sweltering. The blazing fire in the grate made the small room feel like an oven, despite the warm evening outside. Hagrid set the lantern down, stoked the fire a bit more, and gestured for them to sit at the table. "Sit yourselves down," Hagrid said cheerfully. He pulled out a kettle to make tea, whistling softly to himself, and laid out a plate of suspicious-looking sandwiches. "Tea's comin', and I've made some stoat sandwiches if you're hungry." No thanks, Hagrid," Ron said hastily, his nose wrinkling at the sight of the sandwiches. As Hagrid poured the tea, he turned back to them. "So, ye wanted to ask me something?" Neville, sitting quietly, wasn't paying much attention to the conversation. His gaze drifted toward the fireplace, where something large sat nestled among the flames. It was an egg. That must be the dragon egg, he thought, narrowing his eyes. It's surprisingly small for what's supposed to be inside. If I'm correct, it's not much bigger than an ostrich egg. Meanwhile, Harry decided not to waste any time. "We were wondering if you could tell us what's guarding the Sorcerer's Stone, apart from Fluffy." Hagrid frowned, his thick eyebrows pulling together. "O' course I can't tell ye that," he said gruffly. "Number 1, I don't know myself. Number 2, ye know too much already, so I wouldn't tell ye even if I could. That stone's here fair a good reason. It was almost stolen out of Gringotts. Bet y'ave worked that out too, haven't ye?" He shook his head. "Beats me how ye even know about Fluffy." "Oh, come on, Hagrid," Hermione said, her voice warm and coaxing. "You might not want to tell us, but you do know, don't you? You know everything that goes on here." Hagrid's beard twitched, and though he tried to hide it, they could tell he was smiling. Harry and Ron grinned at Hermione, clearly impressed by her tactic. "We just wondered," Hermione continued innocently, "who Dumbledore trusted enough to help him, apart from you." Hagrid's chest swelled with pride at her words, and he couldn't help but puff out his chest a little. "Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt to tell ye that much," he admitted, ticking off his fingers as he spoke. "Let's see, he borrowed Fluffy from me, o' course then some o' the teachers did enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall." He paused, scratching his head. "Professor Quirrell. And Dumbledore himself did something, o' course. Hang on, I've forgotten someone." His face scrunched up in thought before it brightened. "Oh yeah, Professor Snape." "Snape." Harry, Ron, and Hermione said almost in unison, their voices sharp with disbelief. "Yeah," Hagrid replied firmly. "You're not still on that, are ye? Look, Snape helped protect the stone. He's not about to steal it." Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione, and he knew they were all thinking the same thing. If Snape was one of the ones protecting the stone, then he probably knew how to get past all the other teachers' enchantments. Everything except Quirrell's spell, and how to get past Fluffy. "You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Hagrid?" Harry asked anxiously. "And you wouldn't tell anyone, would you? Not even one of the teachers?" "Not a soul knows, except me and Dumbledore," Hagrid said proudly, puffing up his chest. "Well, that's something," Harry muttered to the others, trying to sound reassured. Hagrid busied himself pouring another round of tea, but Harry shifted uncomfortably and wiped at his forehead. "Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm boiling." "Can't," Harry, sorry, Hagrid said quickly. His eyes darted nervously toward the fire. Harry followed his gaze and frowned. Something was there. Right at the center of the fire, just below the kettle. He leaned forward, his voice slow and deliberate. Hagrid, what's that? Hagrid shifted awkwardly, fiddling with his beard. Ah, that's, Ron crouched closer to the fire, his face lit up with curiosity. That's an egg. It's massive. Where did you get it, Hagrid? It must have cost a fortune. Won it, Hagrid said proudly. Last night, I was down in the village having a few drinks, got into a game o' cards with a stranger. Think he was glad to get rid of it, to be honest. But what are you going to do with it once it hatches? Hermione asked, her voice tinged with concern. Well, I've been doing some readin', Hagrid said eagerly, pulling a large, battered book from under his pillow. Got this out of the library, Dragon Breeding for Pleasure and Profit. It's a bit out of date, o' course, but it's all in here. Keep the egg in the fire 'cause their mothers breathe on 'em, see? And when it hatches, feed it a bucket o' brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. And look here, this part shows how to recognize different eggs. What I've got there's a Norwegian ridgeback. They're rare, them. Hagrid looked thoroughly pleased with himself, but Hermione didn't share his excitement. She looked around the hut, her expression incredulous. Hagrid, you live in a wooden house. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He hummed cheerfully as he stoked the fire, clearly picturing himself as the proud father of a baby dragon. The group left Hagrid's hut a short while later, their heads spinning with what they'd just seen and heard. That's mad, Ron muttered as they trudged back toward the castle. A dragon in a wooden house. Hagrid's going to set the whole place on fire. Not to mention he got it off some stranger, Hermione added, shaking her head. Doesn't he think that's suspicious? Harry nodded, deep in thought. Yeah, but he won't listen to us. We'll just have to keep an eye on him. Dragons are illegal for a reason. The four of them made it back to Gryffindor Tower, their conversation buzzing with worry and excitement over Hagrid's new egg. Inside the common room, students were sprawled out, working on homework or chatting by the fire. Neville slipped away quietly to take a shower, letting the warm water wash away the chill from the evening air. A little while later, Neville walked back into the dormitory, drying his hair with a towel. His eyes drifted to his bedside table, where a letter sat neatly folded and sealed. He paused mid-step, cursing under his breath. I forgot to send this to Gran. Harry was gathering his things to head for a bath when Neville walked over. Harry, he said, holding up the letter, mind if I borrow Hedwig to send this? Harry looked up and nodded with a smile. Sure, mate. She'll be happy to have something to do. Neville grinned back. Thanks. He made his way over to the snowy white owl perched near the window. Hedwig hooted softly, tilting her head curiously as Neville approached. Hey, girl, Neville said gently, holding out the letter. Can you take this to Augusta Longbottom at Longbottom Manor? Hedwig gave another happy hoot, as if she were agreeing. Neville tied the letter carefully to her outstretched leg and stroked her soft feathers. Thanks, Hedwig. Safe flight. The owl gave a small flap of her wings, then soared gracefully out of the open window, disappearing into the night. Neville watched her until she was nothing more than a small speck against the dark sky. With a sigh, he turned back to his bed and collapsed onto it, still damp from his shower. The day had been long, but seeing the mooncalves had brought him a surprising sense of peace. He closed his eyes, listening to the muffled sounds of his dorm mates settling in for the night. He made his way over to the snowy white owl perched near the window. Hedwig hooted softly, tilting her head curiously as Neville approached. Hey, girl, Neville said gently, holding out the letter. Can you take this to Augusta Longbottom at Longbottom Manor? Hedwig gave another happy hoot, as if she were agreeing. Neville tied the letter carefully to her outstretched leg and stroked her soft feathers. Thanks, Hedwig. Safe flight. The owl gave a small flap of her wings, then soared gracefully out of the open window, disappearing into the night. Neville watched her until she was nothing more than a small speck against the dark sky. With a sigh, he turned back to his bed and collapsed onto it, still damp from his shower. The day had been long, but seeing the mooncalves had brought him a surprising sense of peace. He closed his eyes, listening to the muffled sounds of his dorm mates settling in for the night. Wonder what it's like to have a peaceful life, Neville muttered, shaking his head and sighing as he took in the scene in front of him. Leaning back against the wall of Hagrid's hut, he let out another deep sigh. How did I even get here? He thought, watching Hagrid stroke Norbert's spiky head through the crate slats. The dragon let out a puff of smoke, curling its tail tightly against the inside of the crate. The whole thing felt ridiculous, smuggling a dragon out of Hogwarts. Wasn't this place supposed to be safer than the outside world? His gaze flicked toward Harry and Hermione, who were huddled together, whispering about timing and Charlie's friends. Ron wasn't with them tonight, which was probably for the best. He was still in the hospital wing, his hand swollen and tinged green from the poisonous bite Norbert had given him days ago. Neville scowled slightly at the thought. At least that idiot got a break from all this nonsense, he thought grimly. He'd tried, he really had, to talk some sense into them earlier in the week. Why don't we just tell Professor McGonagall? He'd argued, standing in front of Harry and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room. She'd help Hagrid. She wouldn't let him go to Azkaban, and she'd probably know how to get Norbert sent to a sanctuary. She's not cruel, you know. Harry had looked at him like he'd grown a second head. What if she rats out Hagrid? They'll send him to prison, he'd said firmly, crossing his arms. We can't let that happen. Hermione had nodded reluctantly, her voice softer but still firm. It's too risky. If anyone finds out about Norbert, it could ruin Hagrid's life. We have to do this ourselves. Neville had thrown up his hands in frustration but didn't push the argument any further. He'd known it wouldn't make a difference. They were too focused on their plan. Rolling his eyes, he'd muttered to himself, Dumbledore probably already knows about the dragon. This has to be another one of his overly complicated schemes for Harry. It always came back to Harry, didn't it? Trolls, restricted sections, and now a dragon. Somehow, Dumbledore let Harry stumble into danger again and again, all part of some grand plan. Now, here they were, in the middle of the night, smuggling an illegal dragon out of the castle. Neville shook his head, glancing over at Hagrid, who was still fussing over Norbert like a proud parent. He leaned back against the wall of the hut again, his mind drifting to a memory from a few weeks ago. He'd sent a letter to his gran, Augusta Longbottom, asking to meet her in person. She had arranged for him to visit Hogsmeade one weekend with Professor McGonagall permission. Neville followed his grandmother into the Three Broomsticks, the warm, bustling atmosphere a welcome contrast to the chilly streets of Hogsmeade. Augusta had insisted on finding a private booth where they could sit and talk without interruption, and now they were tucked into a corner of the pub, a small wooden table between them. As they settled into their seats, a server brought over 2 steaming mugs of butterbeer, and Augusta adjusted her hat as she studied Neville carefully. Well, she began, her voice brisk but carrying a hint of warmth, how are you getting on, dear? I trust things are going well at school. Neville hesitated for a moment before nodding. Everything's fine, Gran, he replied. Actually better than fine. I've been learning loads, and, Hagrid even took us to see mooncalves a while ago. We got to feed them and everything. Mooncalves, Augusta's eyes softened slightly, a rare expression for her. That must have been quite the experience. Did you enjoy it? Neville smiled faintly. Yeah, they're amazing. A bit weird looking, but in a cute way. It was nice to see something like that. They chatted for a while longer, their conversation flowing easily as they waited for their meal to arrive. Augusta asked about his classes, and Neville recounted some. But as the server returned with their food, Neville, deciding it was time to address the real reason he had asked her to come. Gran, he began cautiously, setting his fork down. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. Something I need to know. Augusta looked up, her brow furrowing. Go on, she prompted. Neville swallowed hard. I want to know what really happened to Mum and Dad, he said quietly. How could they end up like that? What happened to them? For a moment, Augusta didn't respond. She let out a long sigh, her expression softening. She sat back in her chair, her hands resting on the table. Your parents Frank and Alice, they were Aurors, she began, her voice heavy with emotion. They worked for the ministry during the war. It was a terrible time, Neville. The whole country was in chaos, a civil war against you know who. Neville nodded slowly, though he already knew the answer. You mean Voldemort? He asked, feigning ignorance as he tilted his head. Augusta flinched slightly at the name, her lips pressing into a thin line. Yes, him, she said firmly. Though there's a reason people don't say his name, Neville. It was jinxed during the war. Anyone who said it would alert him, or his followers. That's why people still call him you know who. Neville nodded again, filing away the information. But what does he have to do with Mum and Dad? He asked hesitantly. Augusta let out another sigh, her gaze distant as she chose her words carefully. I don't know all the details, she admitted. But when you were born, Frank took you and Alice into hiding. I think it was to protect you. They were both well-known figures in the war, and that made them targets. Neville nodded slowly, already knowing most of what his gran had said. But there were still pieces missing. I take it they were under some sort of hiding spell. He asked carefully. I mean, it'd be easy for someone to find them otherwise, wouldn't sending an owl be enough to track them down? Augusta nodded, folding her hands on the table. Yes and no, she said. There are spells to redirect owls, make them miss their target or fly in circles. But that would only narrow down the area they were in, not hide them completely. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. No, they were under a much more powerful spell. The Fidelius charm. It's a very complex bit of magic. It hides a secret, like the location of a house, inside a living person, called the Secret Keeper. Only the Secret Keeper can reveal the location. You can't force it out of them, not even with magic. Neville frowned, trying to process her words. So if they were under a spell like that, then how did they end up like this? Augusta's expression grew pained, her shoulders sagging slightly. They weren't tortured in the house that had the Fidelius charm, she said quietly. I don't know myself why they left that house. But they were found by Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, and his brother Rabaston. It happened in one of the cottages the Longbottom family owns. Her voice trembled ever so slightly as she spoke, and Neville could see the sadness etched deeply into her features. Neville's brow furrowed, his mind racing. Why would they leave the safety of their protected home? And how did Bellatrix and her cucks find them? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. It doesn't add up unless it was all part of a grand plan, he thought bitterly, knowing exactly whose word would have drawn his parents out of hiding. Breaking from his thoughts, Neville looked at his gran, who seemed visibly saddened. I'm sorry for making you remember that, Gran, he said softly, his voice filled with genuine regret. Augusta let out a heavy sigh and shook her head. No, Neville, it's all right. You have the right to know. The weight of the conversation hung heavily between them, but they let it fade. For the rest of the evening, they caught up on each other's lives. Augusta asked him about his studies, his friends, and the goings-on at Hogwarts, while Neville listened attentively as she spoke about life at Longbottom Manor and the family's history. Hagrid had Norbert packed and ready to go in a large crate. His face was red and blotchy, and his voice wavered as he explained, he's got lots o' rats and some brandy fare the journey. He sniffled loudly. He's got a teddy bear in there in case he gets lonely, Hagrid muttered tearfully as he adjusted the crate's straps. Neville let out a soft snort. Hagrid, you're a legend, he mumbled under his breath. From inside the crate came a ripping noise, followed by the unmistakable sound of stuffing being torn apart. Neville winced. That poor Teddy never stood a chance, he thought. Bye-bye, Norbert. Hagrid sobbed as Neville, Harry, and Hermione carefully draped the invisibility cloak over the crate. It barely fit all three of them in the bulky box. Mommy will never forget you. Hagrid wailed, wiping his eyes with the corner of his sleeve. Under the cloak, Neville, Harry, and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances. Moving the crate was awkward and cumbersome, and Norbert was already shifting around restlessly inside. This is going to be a nightmare, Neville thought as they began their trek back up to the castle. How they managed to haul the crate all the way back to the castle, none of them could say. Midnight drew closer as they heaved it up the marble staircase in the entrance hall, sweat dripping from their brows. The dragon inside let out occasional growls and thumps, making the already difficult task even harder. Even with one of Harry's shortcuts, the journey felt endless. Nearly there, Harry panted as they reached the corridor beneath the tallest tower. Neville's arms ached, and he wondered if his back would ever feel the same again. But just as they started forward, a sudden movement ahead made them freeze. Neville almost dropped his side of the crate in alarm. The three of them shrank into the shadows, instinctively forgetting they were already invisible. Two dark shapes were grappling with each other just a few feet away. Then a lamp flared, and the figures came into focus. Professor McGonagall, looking stern as ever in a tartan bathrobe and hairnet, and Draco Malfoy, who was squirming as she held him firmly by the ear. "Detention!" McGonagall shouted, her voice sharp enough to cut through the quiet corridor. "And 20 points from Slytherin. Wandering around in the middle of the night. How dare you?" "You don't understand, Professor," Malfoy protested, his voice frantic. "Harry Potter's coming. He's got a dragon." Neville sighed, glancing at Harry and Hermione. "Did I mention that Ron slipped up and let Malfoy find out about us smuggling the dragon?" He thought grimly. Neville resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Typical Ron, he thought, shaking his head slightly. "What utter rubbish!" McGonagall snapped. "How dare you tell such lies? Come on. I shall see Professor Snape about you, Malfoy." As McGonagall dragged a protesting Malfoy away, the three of them waited until the corridor was silent again before resuming their climb. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the top of the tower and stepped out into the cool night air. They threw off the cloak, grateful to finally breathe properly again. Hermione did a little jig, grinning from ear to ear. "Malfoy's got detention. I could sing." Neville chuckled at her glee. "Maybe next time, Hermione. Let's focus on getting this over with first." Still laughing softly, they set Norbert's crate down in the middle of the tower. The dragon thrashed inside, clearly unhappy with his confinement. "Just hang on, Norbert," Harry muttered under his breath. "You're almost free." 10 minutes later, the sound of rushing air filled the quiet night as 4 broomsticks swooped down from the darkness. Charlie's friends landed lightly on the tower, their faces cheerful despite the late hour. "You lot did well," one of them said, giving them a friendly grin as they inspected the crate. "He'll be safe with us. Don't worry." They showed the trio the harness they'd rigged up, a clever contraption designed to suspend Norbert safely between the 4 broomsticks. Neville helped secure the crate, fastening the straps tightly. As he worked, he couldn't help but snort softly. "Yeah, Dumbledore definitely knows about this. They can't just bypass Hogwarts wards without him knowing. If it were that easy, Voldemort and his Death Eaters would have stormed the castle ages ago." At last, Norbert was ready. With a few final adjustments, the handlers took off, lifting the crate into the air. The dragon gave one last disgruntled thrash inside the harness, but the broomsticks rose steadily into the sky. And like that, Norbert gone. Neville, Harry, and Hermione stood there for a moment in silence, watching as the dark shapes vanished into the starry sky. Relief flooded through them, and they let out a collective sigh. The weight of the dragon, literal and metaphorical, was finally gone. Quietly, they slipped back down the spiral staircase. But just as Harry stepped out of the shadows at the base of the stairs, Neville's stomach dropped. "Filch. Harry, wait," Neville hissed, reaching out to grab his arm, but it was too late. The lantern light flickered, and Neville cursed under his breath as Filch's hunched figure emerged from the darkness. "Well, well, well," Filch whispered, his voice laced with smug satisfaction. "We are in trouble." Without missing a beat, Neville pulled the invisibility cloak off himself and threw it over Hermione, ignoring her startled gasp. "Stay hidden," he muttered under his breath. "It's better this way." But Hermione started to protest, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just do it," Neville insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. As Filch's lantern swung closer, Neville straightened up, his mind racing. It's better to follow the script, he thought grimly. Dumbledore would have made sure Harry ended up in the Forbidden Forest to meet Quirrellmort anyway. This way, at least Hermione wouldn't be dragged into the mess. Filch's beady eyes gleamed as he swung the lantern wildly, illuminating Harry and Neville. "Caught you red-handed," he sneered, his delight practically radiating off him. "Sneaking around at this hour, Up to no good as always, Potter. Neville said nothing, keeping his expression carefully neutral. He wasn't about to give Filch the satisfaction of a reaction. Come on, then, Filch growled, motioning with his lantern. Professor McGonagall will deal with you lot. She'll know what to do with troublemakers like you. They were marched straight to Professor McGonagall's office, where Malfoy was already waiting. He stood in the corner, his face a mix of smugness and nervousness, clearly not expecting to see Harry and Neville being dragged in as well. Professor McGonagall, standing tall and fierce, looked angrier than Neville had ever seen her. She loomed over them, her tartan dressing gown adding an extra layer of authority. I would never have believed it of any of you, she snapped, her tone sharp enough to cut glass. Mr. Filch says you were up in the astronomy tower. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Explain yourselves. Neville stayed quiet, his mind racing. He needed to steer this away from the dragon. If she doesn't ask, don't volunteer. I think I've got a good idea of what's been going on, McGonagall continued, her voice growing colder. It doesn't take a genius to work it out. You fed Draco Malfoy some cock and bull story about a dragon, trying to lure him out of bed and into trouble. I've already caught him. Neville saw his opening and jumped in before Harry could say a word. Huh, he said, feigning confusion. I'm sorry, Professor, but I don't know what dragon you're talking about. McGonagall's eyes narrowed, but Neville pressed on. Actually, we were waiting for Malfoy, he said earnestly. He challenged Harry to a duel. Said Harry would be a disgrace to all Potters if he didn't show up. Harry nodded quickly, adding to Neville's explanation. Rubbish. Malfoy shouted, his face going pale. That's not enough. Professor McGonagall snapped, silencing Malfoy just as he opened his mouth to protest. Her piercing gaze swept over all three boys, her lips pressed into a thin line. That's enough, she repeated sternly. 3 students out of bed in one night. I've never heard of such a thing before. She turned to Malfoy first. Mr. Malfoy, I will be writing to your parents to explain, in great detail, exactly what has occurred here tonight. Her sharp eyes then fixed on Harry, making him squirm. And you, Mr. Potter. I thought Gryffindor meant more to you than this. All 3 of you will receive detentions. Finally, she turned to Neville, her voice heavy with disappointment. Mr. Longbottom, I expected more from you. I thought you had more sense than to let someone goad you into a challenge. I am extremely disappointed in you. Neville felt his chest tighten as she continued. And 50 points will be taken from Gryffindor. 50. Harry gasped. His face paled as he realized what that would do to their house points. 50 points each, McGonagall said firmly, her voice trembling with frustration. Her nostrils flared as she glared at them. Neville stayed quiet, biting back the urge to argue. This whole mess could have been avoided if we'd just reported the dragon to McGonagall in the first place, he thought bitterly. Professor. Please. Harry tried again. You can't. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. Potter, McGonagall snapped, cutting him off. Now, get back to bed, all of you. I have never been more ashamed of Gryffindor students. On their way back to the common room, Harry groaned. 100 points in one night. Neville snorted. Must be a record, he said dryly. Good thing Hermione wasn't caught with us. That would have made it 150. Harry managed a weak chuckle but didn't say anything. When they climbed through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was waiting for them. The moment she saw Neville, she flung herself at him, wrapping him in a tight hug. Neville, she cried, her voice thick with emotion. I should have been caught with you. I'm so sorry. I should have been there. Neville gently patted her shoulder, prying her off him. If you'd been caught, we'd have lost even more points, he said with a faint grin. As it is, we've already lost 100. No need to make it worse. Hermione's face crumpled slightly, but she nodded, sniffling. Neville turned to Harry with a sarcastic smile. Get ready, mate. We're about to be ostracized by the rest of Gryffindor. He wiped an imaginary tear from his cheek and added dryly, Ah, the wonders of peer pressure. Harry groaned again, collapsing into an armchair by the fire. Tomorrow's going to be awful. Neville snorted. Must be a record, he said dryly. Good thing Hermione wasn't caught with us. That would have made it 150. Harry managed a weak chuckle but didn't say anything. When they climbed through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was waiting for them. The moment she saw Neville, she flung herself at him, wrapping him in a tight hug. "Neville," she cried, her voice thick with emotion. "I should have been caught with you. I'm so sorry. I should have been there." Neville gently patted her shoulder, prying her off him. "If you'd been caught, we'd have lost even more points," he said with a faint grin. "As it is, we've already lost 100. No need to make it worse." Hermione's face crumpled slightly, but she nodded, sniffling. Neville turned to Harry with a sarcastic smile. "Get ready, mate. We're about to be ostracized by the rest of Gryffindor." He wiped an imaginary tear from his cheek and added dryly, "Ah, the wonders of peer pressure." Harry groaned again, collapsing into an armchair by the fire. "Tomorrow's going to be awful." Neville stood in the middle of an almost empty classroom, his wand clutched tightly in his right hand. He was winded, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. Beads of sweat trickled down his temple, but he paid them no mind. "Defendo!" he shouted, slashing his wand toward a chair in front of him. The spell cut through it cleanly. Without pausing, he rolled to his right, springing up quickly. "Glacius!" he cast at another target, freezing a desk solid. He spun on his heels, spotting another imaginary foe, and with a sharp flick of his wand, yelled, "Expelliarmus!" Then, with a leap to his left, he rolled to the ground, coming to a stop in a crouch. Petrificus Totalis. The spell shot toward the final target, locking the imagined enemy in place. Neville straightened, panting heavily. Around him lay the aftermath of his practice. Chairs and desks in various states of destruction. One was sliced neatly in half, another encased in ice, and a few were toppled over, bearing the marks of his improvised training session. "I really need some moving targets to practice with," Neville muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He dropped to the floor, sitting cross-legged to catch his breath. The stillness of the abandoned classroom seemed to press in around him as he gathered his thoughts. Neville had been practicing rapid spellcasting, chaining one spell to another while adding imaginary dodges to simulate battle conditions. It was the closest he could get to preparing for a real fight. He wished he could use the Room of Requirement, but with Voldemort's presence at Hogwarts, it was far too risky. The last thing he needed was to draw attention to himself. So, he made do with what he had. This forgotten classroom, filled with old chairs and desks that no one would miss. Pulling himself to his feet, Neville pointed his wand at one of the broken chairs. "Reparo," he said, and the scattered wood pieces flew together, mending seamlessly until the chair looked as good as new. He moved around the room, casting the charm repeatedly. Each ruined desk and chair returned to its former state under the soft glow of his magic. Satisfied with the results, Neville checked his watch. His stomach sank as he saw the time. 4:40, he muttered. "Shit, I'm late." Shoving his wand into his pocket, he grabbed his bag from one of the tables and slung it over his shoulder. Without another glance at the room, he bolted out the door, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. As he made his way to the Gryffindor common room, Neville's thoughts drifted. It had been a month since they'd been caught out after curfew. For the first few days, nothing much had happened. But it hadn't taken long for rumors to spread like wildfire. The whispers, the glares, and the pointed comments had made it clear that the fallout was far from over. At first, Gryffindors passing the giant hourglasses that recorded the house points thought there'd been a mistake. How could they possibly be 100 points down from the day before? Whispers broke out among the students, confusion quickly turned to outrage. It didn't take long for the story to spread like wildfire. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, their hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had cost them all those points, him and another first-year boy. The two of them had become the most hated students in Gryffindor almost overnight. The anger wasn't limited to their own house, either. Even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs had turned on them, furious that Gryffindor's chances of unseating Slytherin in the House Cup had been dashed. The first few days after the rumors started were awful. Wherever Harry and Neville went, they were met with glares, whispers, and open insults. Nobody bothered to lower their voices as they hurled comments like, "Great going, Potter. Longbottom. You're a bloody disgrace to Gryffindor. Maybe they should just kick you both out. The Slytherins, of course, were having the time of their lives. They jeered and cheered whenever Harry or Neville passed by, often whistling sarcastically and calling out, "Thanks, Potter, we owe you one." Or, "Good job, Longbottom, don't let the door hit you on the way out." Unlike when the rumors about the troll incident had circulated, Neville bore the brunt of Gryffindor's anger. Harry still had a loyal circle of supporters: Ron, Hermione, and a few others who admired his reputation as the boy who lived. But Neville didn't have that luxury. For him, the isolation was absolute. When he was alone, things got worse. He'd been cornered more than once by angry Gryffindors looking to vent their frustrations. One time, someone hit him square in the face with a pie, the custard blinding him as he stumbled down a few stairs. Fortunately, he'd only been on the fourth step and escaped with nothing more than bruised dignity. During one of their study sessions in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, Ron tried his best to lift Harry's spirits. "They'll all forget this in a few weeks," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Fred and George have lost loads of points in their time, and people still like them." Harry sat slumped over his parchment, a deep frown creasing his face. "They've never lost 150 points in one go, though, have they?" he replied miserably. "Well, no," Ron admitted after a moment's hesitation. Sitting nearby, Neville didn't bother joining the conversation. He kept his head down, focused on his notes. What was the point of chiming in? No matter how much they talked about it, nothing would change the way their housemates looked at them now. Nearby, Neville sat quietly, scribbling in his notebook. He didn't bother to join the conversation. What was the point? The damage had already been done, and words wouldn't change how the rest of the house felt about them. For Harry, the shame of it all was unbearable. He was so ashamed of himself that earlier that week, Neville had rolled his eyes when Harry recounted the incident. Harry and his resolutions, Neville thought with a sigh. Harry had sworn not to meddle in anything that didn't concern him, but Neville knew better. It's only a matter of time before he's back to sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Harry gone to Oliverwood and offered to resign from the Quidditch team. He'd hoped it might ease some of the resentment from his teammates, but Neville had warned him it wouldn't go as planned. As usual, Neville had been right. Resign. Wood had thundered, his voice echoing through the empty corridor. What good'll that do? How are we supposed to get any points back if we can't win at Quidditch? Wood's frustration had been palpable, and Harry had left the meeting red-faced and defeated. In fact, the entire Gryffindor house had stopped talking to them. Even the first years, Seamus, Dean, Parvati, and Lavender, had quietly distanced themselves from Neville and Harry. There were no outright confrontations or insults, just a cold, deliberate silence that felt even worse. They acted as though the two boys didn't exist, and it was suffocating. The only ones who still spoke to them were Ron and Hermione. Neville was actually glad he'd thought to drape the invisibility cloak over Hermione that night, shielding her from being caught. If she had been, she'd be suffering the same ostracization, and Neville didn't think she would have coped with it as well as they had. Even so, the ordeal had changed her. Hermione no longer raised her hand in class or challenged the professors. She kept her head down, quietly doing her work and drawing as little attention to herself as possible. It was a stark contrast to the confident, eager Hermione he'd first met. Even Professor McGonagall was sharper with them. She wasn't outright cruel, but her patience had clearly worn thin. Her tone was curt, her reprimands harsher than usual, and she seemed to hold Harry and Neville to a stricter standard than the rest of the class. Neville, however, didn't care whether the other students spoke to him or not. The cold shoulders and glares didn't bother him as much as the sheer stupidity of the situation. All this fuss over the bloody house cup. The winning house got nothing tangible, just some decorations in the Great Hall for a few days. In Neville's opinion, the entire house system was idiotic. Sure, it encouraged competition, but it also bred animosity between the houses, creating divisions that Voldemort had exploited to build his army. Cooperation would make Hogwarts stronger, but instead, they clung to this outdated system that only encouraged rivalries. Reaching the fat lady's portrait, Neville muttered the password and stepped into the Gryffindor common room. As soon as he entered, several students turned to glare at him. He met their gazes briefly before turning away, ignoring them entirely. Their judgmental looks didn't faze him anymore. He made his way to the far corner of the room, where Ron and Hermione were sitting with their books spread out before them. Both were engrossed in their work. Neville dropped his bag onto the floor and slid into the chair beside Hermione. "I see you two started without me, huh?" he said, his tone light as he pulled his astronomy book from his bag. Hermione looked up from her notes, her brows furrowed in annoyance. "You're late," she said sharply. "We agreed to meet here at 5. Where have you been?" Neville smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "Yeah, sorry about that. I, lost track of time practicing spells," he admitted, flipping open his book to the chapter they were revising. Hermione sighed, clearly still annoyed but choosing not to press the matter. She turned back to her parchment, her quill scratching away as she resumed her work. Final exams were only a week away, and the pressure was palpable. Just as they settled into studying, Harry burst into the common room, looking winded. He made his way over and plopped down in the seat beside Ron, brushing his messy hair out of his eyes. "What took you so long, mate?" Ron asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. "I was walking back from the library," he began, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "I heard someone whimpering in a classroom up ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was Quirrell's voice. He was saying, 'No, no, not again, please,' like someone was threatening him." Ron and Hermione exchanged startled looks, but Harry continued. "I crept closer and heard him sob, 'All right, all right.' Then Quirrell came hurrying out of the classroom, straightening his turban. He looked pale, like he'd been crying, and didn't even notice me standing there. As soon as his footsteps faded, I looked into the room. It was empty, but there was a door at the other end, slightly open." Harry hesitated for a moment, then admitted, "I was halfway toward it before I remembered my promise not to meddle anymore. But," he paused, his expression darkening, "I'd bet 12 sorcerer's stones that Snape had just left the room." Quirrell looked like he'd finally caved. Neville, who had been flipping through his astronomy book, rolled his eyes at Harry's dramatic retelling. "Quirrell's probably crying because Voldemort tortured him for failing to get the stone," Neville thought dryly. He didn't bother voicing his opinion, knowing Harry wouldn't listen. "Snape's done it. Then," Ron exclaimed, his voice loud enough that Neville winced and glanced toward the rest of the common room. "If Quirrell's told him how to break his anti-dark force spell. There's still Fluffy, though," Hermione interjected, her tone thoughtful. "Maybe Snape's figured out how to get past Fluffy without asking Hagrid," Ron suggested. His eyes lit up with a familiar spark of excitement. "I bet there's a book somewhere in here about how to get past a giant three-headed dog. So what do we do, Harry?" Before Harry could answer, Hermione cut in firmly. "Go to Dumbledore. That's what we should have done ages ago. If we try anything ourselves, we'll be expelled for sure. But we've got no proof," said Harry, frustration evident in his voice. "Quirrell's too scared to back us up. Snape's only got to say he doesn't know how the troll got in on Halloween and that he was nowhere near the 3rd floor. Who do you think they'll believe? Him or us? It's no secret we hate him. Dumbledore'll just think we made it up to get him sacked. Filch wouldn't help us if his life depended on it. He's too friendly with Snape. The more students that get thrown out, the better, as far as he's concerned. And don't forget, we're not even supposed to know about the stone or Fluffy. That'll take a lot of explaining." Neville didn't look up from his work, flipping a page in his astronomy book as he spoke. "Even if we had proof, it'd be a waste of time. I'm telling you, the stone must be a fake. There's no way it's actually here in Hogwarts. Only an idiot would place something that important in a school full of children. We're wasting our time thinking about that stupid stone." Hermione glanced between Neville and Harry, clearly considering Neville's point, but Ron frowned, unconvinced. "If we just do a bit of poking around." "No," Harry said firmly, cutting Ron off. "We've done enough poking around." He pulled a map of Jupiter toward him and focused on learning the names of its moons, clearly done with the conversation. The following morning, Neville, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat at the far end of the Gryffindor table, away from the rest of their housemates. It had become their norm. No one wanted to sit near them, and they preferred the quiet anyway. Neville took a bite of his bacon sandwich, glancing up occasionally as he listened to the soft rustle of Hermione flipping through the Daily Prophet beside him. As usual, she was eating toast with one hand while scanning the paper with the other. Across the table, Harry and Ron picked at their breakfasts, speaking in low voices. Just then, two folded paper planes glided through the air toward them, landing neatly in front of Neville and Harry. The planes unfolded themselves, revealing identical notes written in Professor McGonagall's neat handwriting. Neville picked up the note, scanning the contents. Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Signed, Professor McGonagall. He glanced up at Harry, who was already looking at him, holding his own note. Wordlessly, Neville raised his parchment. You got the same? He asked. Harry nodded, his expression one of resignation. Neville shrugged, setting the note back on the table. Well, I was wondering when it might be, he said casually before taking another bite of his sandwich. It had been over a month and they still haven't been assigned their detention yet, Neville thought. As he chewed, Neville couldn't help but think, Dumbledore was probably waiting for Quirrell to go after the unicorns. It made sense in a way. Hermione leaned over and plucked the note from Neville's hands, reading it quickly. Detention at 11 o'clock at night. That seems late, even for Filch, she said, her tone tinged with concern. Neville shrugged again, unbothered. Filch probably thinks it'll scare us more if it's dark, he replied, taking another bite of his sandwich. Can't imagine it'll be anything good, though. Hermione's frown deepened as she passed the note back to Neville. Well, you'll need to be careful, she said, her tone serious. Filch is bound to make it as awful as possible. Not like we have a choice, Harry muttered, folding his note back into a square and stuffing it into his pocket. Neville shrugged, setting the note back on the table. Well, I was wondering when it might be, he said casually before taking another bite of his sandwich. It had been over a month and they still haven't been assigned their detention yet, Neville thought. As he chewed, Neville couldn't help but think, Dumbledore was probably waiting for Quirrell to go after the unicorns. It made sense in a way. Hermione leaned over and plucked the note from Neville's hands, reading it quickly. Detention at 11 o'clock at night. That seems late, even for Filch, she said, her tone tinged with concern. Neville shrugged again, unbothered. Filch probably thinks it'll scare us more if it's dark, he replied, taking another bite of his sandwich. Can't imagine it'll be anything good, though. Hermione's frown deepened as she passed the note back to Neville. Well, you'll need to be careful, she said, her tone serious. Filch is bound to make it as awful as possible. Not like we have a choice, Harry muttered, folding his note back into a square and stuffing it into his pocket. Neville and Harry sat by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, the warm glow of the flames casting flickering shadows across the walls. The room was nearly empty, save for the four of them, Neville, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Ron leaned back in his chair, trying to sound reassuring. Don't worry, mate. Filch'll probably just have you two cleaning or something. Fred and George always end up scrubbing the trophy cabinet when they're in trouble. Harry frowned, staring into the fire. Then why did at 11? He asked, his tone edged with frustration. Honestly, I don't care what it is as long as it's over quickly. Hermione was unusually quiet, biting her lip as if debating something. Finally, she spoke. Maybe. She trailed off, clearly uncertain. The late hour didn't make sense to her either, and her eyes darted nervously between Harry and Neville. Neville already knew the answer, though he kept it to himself. The forest, he thought grimly. Dumbledore's waited until now because Quirrell needs to drink unicorn blood to keep Voldemort alive. The thought made his stomach churn. Dumbledore's manipulations were as intricate as they were infuriating, and Neville didn't like how much the headmaster controlled events from the shadows. Sighing, Neville glanced up at the clock. It was nearing 11. He stood, brushing his robes. Well, we'd better get going, he said, his voice heavy with resignation. Harry stood as well, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Yeah, the sooner we're done with it, the better, he muttered, already dreading whatever awaited them. Be careful, you two, Hermione said, following them to the portrait hole. Her brow furrowed with worry as she added, Ron and I will wait for you to come back. Neville sighed, his face softening slightly. Yeah, thanks. Bye, guys. He turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for what was to come. Good luck, Ron added, waving them off. Harry and Neville made their way down the staircases to the entrance hall. As they descended the final staircase, they spotted Filch and Malfoy. Malfoy was glaring at them as Neville and Harry approached, his arms crossed and his expression full of disdain. Filch, meanwhile, gave them a creepy smile as he raised his lamp. Good, you're here on time, Filch said gruffly. Come on, follow me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and began leading them across the castle grounds. As they walked, Filch launched into one of his usual tirades. I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, He sneered, leering at them over his shoulder. Oh yes, hard work and pain are the best teachers, if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out. Hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days, that'd teach you proper. I've still got the chains in my office, kept 'em well oiled, just in case they're ever needed again. Right, off we go, and don't think of running off now. It'll be worse for you if you do. Neville rolled his eyes, tired of Filch's attempts at intimidation. Oh, that sounds like fun, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Might just break some more school rules to try it out. Filch stopped abruptly, spinning around to glare at Neville. Think you're smart, do you? He snapped. I've seen plenty like you, boy. Let's see if you're still running that mouth after tonight. Neville yawned exaggeratedly. Yeah, sure. Can we just get on with it? He replied flatly. His patience was already worn thin, and the prospect of meeting Quirrellmort in the forest was far more pressing than Filch's bluster. Harry and Malfoy exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unsure how to react to Neville's nonchalance. Filch grumbled under his breath but turned back around and continued leading them down the path. The small group eventually reached Hagrid's hut, its warm glow standing out in the darkness. A distant shout rang out. Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. I want to get started. Harry let out an audible sigh of relief at the sound of Hagrid's voice, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Filch, on the other hand, scowled. I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf. He snarled at Harry. Well, think again, boy. It's into the forest you're going, and I'll be surprised if you all come out in one piece. At this, both Harry and Malfoy stiffened. Malfoy stopped dead in his tracks, his usual confidence evaporating. Neville could see Harry glance nervously at the dark line of trees in the distance, his face pale in the lamplight. The forest, Malfoy repeated, his usual smugness replaced with a tremor of fear. We can't go in there at night. There's all sorts of things in there. Werewolves, I heard. That's your problem, isn't it? Filch said, his voice cracking with malicious glee. Should have thought about those werewolves before you got yourself in trouble, shouldn't you? Neville sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Honestly, that's the dumbest thing I've heard all day, he thought. People affected by lycanthropy only turn into werewolves on a full moon, he said aloud, pointing up at the sky where a half-moon gleamed faintly through the clouds. And it isn't one, is it? Besides, he added dryly, do you really think any sane person would let werewolves roam freely near a castle full of teenagers? That'd be a disaster waiting to happen. Then thought to himself, though, with how reckless Dumbledore is, who knows? He might just do that. Malfoy's pale face turned slightly red, but he didn't retort. Harry stifled a laugh beside him, and even Filch's glee faltered momentarily at Neville's bluntness. From the shadows, Hagrid emerged, striding toward them with Fang at his heels. The boarhound's tail wagged lazily, and Hagrid himself carried a massive crossbow, with a quiver of arrows slung over his broad shoulder. Aboo! Time, Hagrid said gruffly. I've been waitin' fair half an hour already. All right, Harry, Neville. I wouldn't get too friendly with them, Hagrid, Filch interjected coldly. They're here to be punished, after all. That's why you're late, is it? Hagrid said, frowning as he turned his gaze to Filch. Been lecturing them, It's not your place to do that. You've done a bit. I'll take over from here. Filch scowled but didn't argue. I'll be back at dawn, he said nastily, turning on his heel. As he stalked back toward the castle, his lamp bobbed in the darkness like a distant will-o'-the-wisp. For what's left of them, he added, his voice faint as he disappeared into the shadows. Malfoy, now visibly unsettled, turned to Hagrid. I'm not going in that forest, he said, his voice higher-pitched and tinged with panic. Hagrid's face darkened as he loomed over Malfoy. Ye are, if ye want to stay at Hogwarts, he said fiercely. You've done wrong, and now you've got to pay for it. But this is servant stuff. Malfoy snapped, his tone bordering on a whine. It's not for students to do. I thought we'd be copying lines or something. If my father knew I was doing this, he'd tell me that's how it is at Hogwarts. Hagrid growled, his voice deep and rumbling. Copyin' lines. What good's that to anyone? Ye'll do summit useful or ye'll get out. If ye think father'd rather ye were expelled, then get back off to the castle and pack. Go on. Malfoy's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, but no words came out. Neville crossed his arms and watched with mild amusement, while Harry bit back a grin. For once, Draco Malfoy had nothing to say. Malfoy didn't move. He glared furiously at Hagrid, his jaw tight, but after a tense moment, he dropped his gaze and muttered something under his breath. Right then, said Hagrid, his tone firm. Now, listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and I don't want no one talkin' risks. Follow me over here a moment. Sighing, Neville followed after Hagrid, his wand clutched tightly in his hand. He was on high alert, his eyes scanning the darkened tree line for any movement. The forest loomed ahead like a wall of black, the air carrying a faint, damp chill. Hagrid led them to the very edge of the forbidden forest, holding his lamp high as he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick, shadowy trees. A light breeze rustled through the underbrush, lifting their hair as they stared into the oppressive darkness. Look there, said Hagrid, holding the lamp higher and illuminating a silvery trail on the ground. See that stuff shinin' on the ground? Silvery stuff. That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn in there been hurt badly by summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. Might have to put it out of its misery. And what if whatever hurt the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy asked, his voice betraying his fear despite his best efforts to sound cool. There's nothin' that lives in the forest that'll hurt ye if with me or Fang, Hagrid reassured him. And keep to the path. Right, now, we're gonna split into two parties and follow the trail in different directions. There's blood all over the place. It must have been staggerin' around since last night at least. I want Fang, Malfoy blurted out quickly, his eyes darting nervously to the boarhound's long, sharp teeth. All right, Hagrid said, a slight smirk tugging at his lips, but I warn ye, he's a coward. Neville, who had remained quiet so far, stopped Hagrid before the group could split. Actually, Hagrid, he said, his tone measured, why don't you take Malfoy with you? You can keep him in line, and me and Harry can handle Fang. Hagrid frowned thoughtfully, scratching his beard as he considered Neville's suggestion. After a moment, he nodded. All right then. Malfoy, with me. Harry, Neville, you two take Fang. He looked at all of them, his expression serious. Remember, if ye find the unicorn, send up green sparks. If anyone gets into trouble, send up red sparks, and we'll come find ye. Got it. Neville and Harry nodded silently as they split off from Hagrid and Malfoy, heading down their own path into the forest. Neville raised his wand. Lumos, he murmured, the tip of his wand illuminating their surroundings with a pale glow. Might as well get started, he said quietly, his eyes darting around. Harry followed his lead, casting his own lumos as they walked close together, the light from their wands overlapping. They followed the faint trail of unicorn blood, glistening silver under their wandlight. They wandered the forest for over an hour, following the faint silvery trail until it abruptly ended, leaving them aimless. For the next half hour, they walked in circles. Finally, Fang sniffed at the ground, letting out a low whimper before leading them to a fresh trail of blood. Neville exchanged a wary glance with Harry. Harry knelt beside a puddle of the silvery liquid, holding his wand close to it for a better look. "It's getting thicker," he said, his voice hushed. Tentatively, he touched the blood with his fingers and winced slightly. "It's still warm. We must be close." Neville nodded, his jaw tightening as he became even more alert. His gaze swept the surrounding trees, every nerve in his body on edge. They followed Fang deeper into the forest, their light barely cutting through the suffocating darkness. The trees grew denser, their branches tangling into a canopy that blocked out even the faint glow of the half-moon. The air felt heavier, and the stillness was deafening. Finally, they reached a clearing. Neville stopped abruptly, his gut tightening as he took in the eerie silence. His breath caught as his worst fears were confirmed. "We're here," he thought grimly. "Quirrellmort. Look," Harry murmured, pointing to the center of the clearing. Lying on the ground was a large, bright white unicorn, its lifeless body glistening in the faint light. Before Harry could say more, Neville quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. "Shish," Neville hissed quietly, his voice barely audible. His eyes were locked on the cloaked figure crouched over the dead unicorn, its dark robes billowing slightly in the faint breeze. The sight was horrifying, like something straight out of a nightmare. The figure leaned over the unicorn's neck, its hood obscuring its face as it drank the silvery blood. Neville's mind screamed a single thought: "We need to leave. Now." Slowly, he began stepping backward, pulling Harry with him. His movements were careful and deliberate, and his only goal was to retreat without making a sound. But fate wasn't on their side. Both boys tripped over a gnarled root, the sudden fall startling Fang, who let out a loud bark before bolting into the woods. "Damn it," Neville muttered under his breath, cursing himself as he scrambled to his feet. He grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him up, only to see Harry clutching his forehead, his face twisted in pain. Harry's hand covered his lightning scar, and he winced as though it were burning. Neville's eyes shot back to the clearing. The cloaked figure had turned toward them, as the hooded figure began advancing. Panic surged through Neville. He raised his wand, Defendo. The severing charm shot from his wand with a bright flash, slicing through the air toward Quirrellmort. But Quirrell flicked his wand effortlessly, deflecting the Defendo to the side. The spell struck a tree behind him, slicing it cleanly in half, and the top half crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. The figure snarled, raising its wand. "Crucio!" He spat, a jet of white light streaking toward them. Neville reacted instinctively, shoving Harry to the side while diving in the opposite direction. The curse missed them both, hitting the ground with a burst of sparks. Scrambling to his feet, Neville raised his wand again. Defee. The curse hit him before he could finish. Neville's world exploded in a blinding white light as pain engulfed him, sharp and excruciating. His wand slipped from his grasp as his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming. "A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-G-G-G-G-H-H-H-H-H-H." He cried, his body writhing uncontrollably. The pain was all-consuming. Through the haze, he could faintly hear Harry calling his name, but the pain was too overwhelming to process anything else. All he could think was one desperate: make it stop. But the hooded figure flicked his wand effortlessly, deflecting the Defendo to the side. The spell struck a tree behind him, slicing it cleanly in half, and the top half crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. The figure snarled, raising its wand. "Crucio!" He spat, a jet of white light streaking toward them. Neville reacted instinctively, shoving Harry to the side while diving in the opposite direction. The curse missed them both, hitting the ground with a burst of sparks. Scrambling to his feet, Neville raised his wand again. Defee. The curse hit him before he could finish. Neville's world exploded in a blinding white light as pain engulfed him, sharp and excruciating. His wand slipped from his grasp as his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming. "A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-G-G-G-G-H-H-H-H-H-H." He cried, his body writhing uncontrollably. The pain was all-consuming. Through the haze, he could faintly hear Harry calling his name, but the pain was too overwhelming to process anything else. All he could think was one desperate, make it stop. Neville's agonized scream cut through the forest like a knife. Harry, still on the ground where Neville had pushed him to dodge the curse, tried to scramble to his feet. The pain in his forehead was unbearable. Harry called out, "Neville!" upon seeing his friend screaming while the hooded figure held him under the curse. Neville writhed under the effects of the curse, screaming at the top of his lungs in agony. All Neville could think was, make the pain go away. Harry tried to move closer to Neville to help his friend when he heard a sudden rush of hooves pounding against the forest floor. A shape burst into the clearing, moving so fast it was hard to tell what it was at first. Then he saw a horse's body with a human torso. It was a centaur. Harry recognized it because Hermione had once told them about the centaurs that lived in the Forbidden Forest. The centaur galloped straight toward the hooded figure. Hooves struck the ground, sending up clumps of dirt and leaves. The hooded figure jerked his wand around, trying to fend off this new threat. As soon as the curse holding Neville was released, Neville's eyes shut tight, and his body went limp. "Back away!" the centaur shouted, his voice echoing in the dark. The centaur slammed his hooves down, the force shaking the ground and loosening the hooded figure's stance. Before the hooded figure could fire another spell, the centaur reared up, forcing the attacker to retreat a few steps. Harry pushed himself upright, his scar still throbbing, and stumbled to Neville's side. He grabbed Neville under the arms and picked up Neville's wand from the ground, hauling him away from the immediate danger. The centaur threw a quick glance over his shoulder at them. "You must leave," he said urgently. "It's not safe here, especially not for either of you." The hooded figure snarled, regaining his footing. He whipped his wand out. "Avada!" "No!" the centaur roared. He lashed out with his front legs, striking the figure's arms so hard that the aim went wild. A burst of green light blasted a nearby tree, sending splinters flying. Harry tugged Neville with him as the hooded figure snarled again. The sound made Harry's blood run cold. He looked ready to try the curse once more, but the centaur stomped the ground and tossed his head angrily. Realizing he was outmatched in close combat, the hooded figure spun around and bolted into the trees, vanishing like a dark shadow. Suddenly, the forest fell quiet, except for Neville and Harry's ragged breathing and the centaur's heavy panting. Harry, feeling sweat drip down his face, croaked, "He's gone." To no one in particular. The centaur turned to them. "Are you two hurt?" Without waiting for an answer, he knelt down, looking from Harry's scar to Neville's trembling form. "I saw the unicorn," he said softly, motioning to the lifeless white creature in the clearing, "and I sensed something dark was here. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner." Harry said, "Thank you for saving us. Is Neville, will he be okay?" Harry asked, looking at the limp Neville. Firenze placed a hand on Neville's chest, as though checking for his heartbeat. "He was hit by a dark curse," Firenze said softly. "It did not last long, so he should recover. But we need to get him help as soon as possible." He turned his gaze to Harry, his expression serious. "We must get you both out of here." "My name is Firenze," the centaur said briskly. "I wish we had time for introductions, but we must leave. That dark wizard could return at any moment." He lifted Neville and placed him on his back, then gestured for Harry to get on as well. Firenze gestured toward a narrow path that led out of the clearing. "Come with me. I'll take you to Hagrid. He's been searching for the unicorn as well." Harry asked. "Who, or what, was that?" Firenze. Bane thundered. "What are you doing? You have a human on your back. Have you no shame? Are you a common mule? Do you realize who this is?" said Firenze. "This is the Potter boy. The quicker he leaves this forest, the better." "What have you been telling him?" growled Bane. "Remember, Firenze, we are sworn not to set ourselves against the heavens. Have we not read what is to come in the movements of the planets?" Ronan pawed the ground nervously. "I'm sure Firenze thought he was acting for the best," he said in his gloomy voice. Bane kicked his back legs in anger. "For the best? What is that to do with us? Centaurs are concerned with what has been foretold. It is not our business to run around like donkeys after stray humans in our forest." Firenze suddenly reared onto his hind legs in anger, so that Harry had to grab his shoulders to stay on. Do you not see that unicorn? Firenze bellowed at Bane. Do you not understand why it was killed? Or have the planets not let you in on that secret? I set myself against what is lurking in this forest. Bane, yes, with humans alongside me if I must. And Firenze whisked around. With Harry clutching on as best he could, they plunged off into the trees, leaving Ronan and Bane behind them. Harry had no clue what was going on. Harry shot Bane and Ronan a nervous glance, but they made no move to stop him. They only glowered as Firenze headed off, carrying Neville with steady care. Why's Bane so angry? Harry asked. What was that thing you saved me from, anyway? Firenze slowed to a walk and warned Harry to keep his head bowed in case of low-hanging branches, but he did not answer the question. They made their way through the trees in silence for so long that Harry thought Firenze didn't want to talk to him anymore. They were passing through a particularly dense patch of trees when Firenze suddenly stopped. Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is used for? No, said Harry, startled by the odd question. We've only used the horn and tail hair in potions. That is because it is a monstrous thing to slay a unicorn, said Firenze. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips. Harry stared at the back of Firenze's head, which was dappled silver in the moonlight. But who'd be that desperate? He wondered aloud. If you're going to be cursed forever, death's better, isn't it? It is, Firenze agreed, unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will bring you back to full strength and power. Something that will mean you can never die. Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment? The Sorcerer's Stone. Of course. The elixir of life. But I don't understand who. Harry's eyes widened as he said it. Can you think of nobody who has waited many years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance? Harry's eyes widened in realization. He swallowed hard, then looked at Neville and back at Firenze. Do you mean, Harry croaked, that was Voldemort? Firenze nodded, and they soon found Hagrid. Alongside him stood Malfoy, arms wrapped around himself as though he were freezing, eyes wide with alarm. The moment Hagrid saw Neville draped over Firenze's back, he let out a shocked cry. What in the... Neville! Hagrid rushed forward, taking the limp boy into his own arms with surprising gentleness. Malfoy stared, pale-faced, at Neville's still form. He opened his mouth like he wanted to make a snide remark but thought better of it. Firenze looked at Hagrid, nodding once. He was hit by a dark curse, the centaur explained. I believe it was the Cruciatus curse. Hurry and get him to your hospital wing. Hagrid nodded, his eyes on Neville's slack face. I'll get him there quick, he said, voice thick with worry. He turned to Harry. Harry, yay, all right. Harry's scar still throbbed, but he managed a nod. I'm okay. Just worried about Neville. We can't stand here all night, Hagrid muttered, adjusting Neville in his arms. Come on, Malfoy, we're going back. Malfoy, still looking unsettled, followed without complaint. Harry glanced back at Firenze, feeling an odd sense of gratitude. Thank you, he managed. The centaur gave a small bow of his head. Then, with a last warning look into the darkness, he turned and galloped back into the deeper parts of the forest. They hurried across the grounds toward the castle. Hagrid led the way, Malfoy trailing behind him, while Harry jogged to keep pace. Neville hung limp in Hagrid's arms. The second they entered the main doors, their footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Filch's lamp glowed near the entrance, but he merely stared wide-eyed at the sight of Neville, clearly thrown off. Hagrid brushed past without stopping, heading straight for the hospital wing. Hagrid burst into the room, shouting, Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey almost leapt out of her seat when the doors banged open. What on earth? She began, but then she saw Neville's slack form and her face took on a look of professional urgency. Put him on that bed, now. Hagrid laid Neville down, stepping back to let Madame Pomfrey work. She immediately began checking Neville's pulse, breathing, and any sign of further damage. While she did, she said, Hagrid, Use the flow in my office to contact Professor McGonagall and the headmaster while I tend to Mr. Longbottom. Hagrid nodded. Yes, ma'am, he said, then rushed off to Madame Pomfrey's office, leaving Harry and Malfoy standing by, watching. Malfoy, regaining some of his nerve, asked, "So what happened, Potter? Did Longbottom trip and hit his head again?" He mocked, though he clearly looked shaken. Harry scowled at Malfoy. "If you have to know, he was hit by a curse. Firenze the centaur saved us." Malfoy opened his mouth to ask something more, but just then they heard hurried footsteps. Turning to look, they saw Professor McGonagall, dressed in her nightclothes and a long robe, walking briskly toward them. Hagrid followed, worry etched on his face. "What has happened?" McGonagall demanded, her gaze flicking from Neville's pale face to Hagrid, Malfoy, and Harry. Hagrid removed his moleskin cap, twisting it nervously. "Attacked in the forest. Cruciatus curse," he said in a low voice. "That's what the centaur said." McGonagall blanched. "What? How could it be?" Just then, another person arrived. Dumbledore. Hearing Hagrid, he said in a serious tone, "Are you sure about that, Hagrid?" Madame Pomfrey nodded grimly. "Yes, I can confirm that. There are signs of the curse on his nervous system," she said, waving her wand over Neville with a gentle swirl of light. "It's not permanent. He wasn't under it for very long, but it will leave lingering effects. He'll need rest and potions for the pain." Harry breathed a small sigh of relief. "He'll be okay?" he asked Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey nodded firmly. "Yes. But he's out cold right now and likely won't wake until morning. You can come see him tomorrow." McGonagall asked, "But who could have done that?" Dumbledore nodded gravely. "We will have to lock down the castle and search it. I will assemble the rest of the professors. Minerva, would you mind escorting Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy back to their common rooms?" McGonagall nodded and looked at Harry and Malfoy, her lips pressed into a thin line. "You two," she said sternly, "back to your common rooms at once. You heard the headmaster." With that, she pointed to the door. Malfoy looked relieved to be dismissed and quickly slipped out, eager to put distance between himself and the hospital wing. Harry cast one last, worried glance at Neville, who lay still on the bed, then trudged after McGonagall. The walk through the corridors felt longer than usual. McGonagall said little, except to remind Harry to remain in the tower. At the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, she gave him a curt nod. "In you go," she said, "and do not leave until the morning, understood?" "Yes, Professor," Harry mumbled. He gave her a small nod back. As soon as the portrait swung open, he slipped inside. Ron and Hermione were waiting near the fireplace. Ron shot to his feet when Harry appeared, and Hermione's eyes went wide as she rushed forward. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed. "What happened? What did Filch have you and Neville do?" She glanced around, expecting Neville to be right behind him. "Where's Neville?" Ron, looking confused, asked. "Yeah, mate, where is Neville?" Harry sighed and said, "He's in the hospital, Hermione." Running a hand through his hair, he took Neville's wand from his pocket and handed it to Hermione. "Here. It's Neville's wand." Hermione's eyes widened with worry. She clutched the wand to her chest. "What? Why? What happened? Why is Neville in the hospital wing?" Harry said. "Calm down, Hermione. Neville is fine. Madame Pomfrey said he'll be out for the rest of the night, but he'll be okay. As to why he's in the hospital, well, we were attacked," he added, his words tumbling out in a rush. "Filch took us to Hagrid for our detention, and we were sent into the Forbidden Forest." Ron exclaimed, "The forest?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, something's been killing unicorns, and Hagrid took us to find out what was doing it." He let out a long breath. "We split up. Malfoy went with Hagrid, and Neville and I followed another trail." Harry continued, "We found the unicorn, and we also found what was hunting it. A hooded person. We couldn't see his face clearly. Neville signaled for me to back away, but we tripped, and the hooded figure noticed us. He attacked us, and Neville was hit by a curse. We were only saved by Firenze, a centaur. He said it was the Cruciatus curse." Hermione gasped, tears filling her eyes. "Oh no," she whispered, voice trembling. "Neville's he." She couldn't finish her sentence and looked as though she might bolt straight out the portrait hole. Ron said. Blimey, mate. He was hit by the Cruciatus. Harry asked. Yeah, do you know what it does? Looking confused by Ron's alarm. Ron went pale. Mate, that's one of the 3 unforgivable curses. It's the worst torture curse there is. A one-way ticket to Azkaban if you use it. Harry felt his stomach twist with dread. Hermione still looked on the brink of tears. We have to go see him, she demanded, voice shaking, and started toward the portrait hole, but Harry gently grabbed her arm. We can't, Harry said, shaking his head. Dumbledore's locked the castle down while the professors search for whoever did this. We're not allowed to leave the common room. Hermione looked torn between anger and heartbreak. But Neville. I know, Harry said quietly, but McGonagall told me we have to stay here. Madame Pomfrey said we can visit him tomorrow. We'd just cause trouble if we went now. Hermione stood still, tears slipping down her cheeks. Ron stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. He'll be all right, Ron muttered, though he looked shaken too. He's tough, Hermione. Taking a shaky breath, Hermione nodded and brushed away her tears. She slowly sank down onto the couch by the fire. I'm sorry, she whispered. I just can't believe this happened. That's not all, Harry said, lowering his voice. Firenze told me that the hooded man was Voldemort. Ron flinched. Don't say his name out loud, mate. Harry ignored him. Don't you get it? Snape is after the stone for Voldemort. He attacked that unicorn to drink its blood. Harry's chest tightened at the memory. Ron let out a low whistle, looking pale. Blimey. So you know who is still alive, and Snape is after the stone to help him. Harry nodded. If Snape manages to steal the stone, then, he trailed off uneasily. Hermione wiped her eyes, staring into the flickering flames. But Dumbledore is still here, right? He won't let you know who get the stone. Voldemort's afraid of Dumbledore. Hermione stood still, tears slipping down her cheeks. Ron stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. He'll be all right, Ron muttered, though he looked shaken too. He's tough, Hermione. Taking a shaky breath, Hermione nodded and brushed away her tears. She slowly sank down onto the couch by the fire. I'm sorry, she whispered. I just can't believe this happened. That's not all, Harry said, lowering his voice. Firenze told me that the hooded man was Voldemort. Ron flinched. Don't say his name out loud, mate. Harry ignored him. Don't you get it? Snape is after the stone for Voldemort. He attacked that unicorn to drink its blood. Harry's chest tightened at the memory. Ron let out a low whistle, looking pale. Blimey. So you know who is still alive, and Snape is after the stone to help him. Harry nodded. If Snape manages to steal the stone, then, he trailed off uneasily. Hermione wiped her eyes, staring into the flickering flames. But Dumbledore is still here, right? He won't let you know who get the stone. Voldemort's afraid of Dumbledore. Neville stirred in his bed, eyes flickering open to the muted light filtering through the edges of the drawn curtains around him. He blinked once, confusion flooding his mind. For a moment, he didn't know where he was or why everything felt so achy. Then the memories came rushing back. The forbidden forest, the dead unicorn, Quirrell, and the searing pain of the Cruciatus curse. Neville let out a shaky breath. He tried to sit up too quickly and groaned, his muscles protesting. Ugh! He muttered under his breath, clenching his teeth as a throb pulsed down his legs and through his shoulders. His whole body felt like it had been trampled by a herd of hippogriffs. Neville let his head fall back onto the pillow, panting slightly from the effort. Curtains surrounded his bed, giving him a bit of privacy in what he realized was clearly the Hogwarts hospital wing. He could make out the sounds of students chatting beyond the room's walls, though it was faint and muffled. He swallowed, finding his throat dry and raw. The last thing he remembered was screaming at the top of his lungs when that curse hit. Neville shuddered at the memory of the agonizing pain that had ripped through his body. Bloody hell, he thought. That bastard Quirrell used the torture curse on me. I'll make sure he pays for that one day. His fingers dug into the bedsheets, and he stared up at the ceiling. That curse. He knew all about it from what had happened to his parents. They'd been tortured for hours by Death Eaters. It was the very reason they'd lost their minds and ended up in St. Mungo's. Neville's stomach twisted angrily at the thought. Quirrell had used that same unforgivable curse on him without hesitation, and if things had gone on any longer, who knew what sort of damage Neville would have suffered. With a grunt, Neville tried again to sit up, although more carefully this time. Even that slight movement made him wince, and his arms shook from the effort. His vision wavered for a moment, and he needed a second to let everything settle. He heard the swish of curtains being pulled back, followed by the soft click of shoes on the stone floor. Madame Pomfrey stepped inside his little enclosed space, her expression one of practiced sternness laced with genuine concern. "Oh, you're awake," she said, in a brisk but not unkind voice. "Careful there, Mr. Longbottom, don't go trying to hop out of bed just yet. You've had quite the night." She set a tray of potions down on the small table beside him. "Drink this," she said, handing him a goblet. "It'll help with the soreness." Neville nodded, taking the goblet in unsteady hands. His fingers trembled, and it took all his concentration not to spill the potion. Slowly, he raised it to his mouth and sipped. The taste was bitter, and he had to fight the urge to gag. Still, he forced it down. Almost at once, a faint warmth spread through his limbs, easing the tight ache in his muscles. Madame Pomfrey pressed her lips together as she watched him drink. Then she gave a small, exasperated sigh. "Honestly," she muttered, shaking her head. "A detention that sends students into the forbidden forest in the middle of the night. Quite unthinkable. And now we have a student who's been hit by the torture curse, of all curses. I sometimes wonder what's become of Hogwarts these days." Neville swallowed the rest of the potion, feeling it settle uneasily in his stomach. "Thank you," he rasped, grimacing at how weak his voice sounded. He cleared his throat, which stung horribly. Madame Pomfrey nodded, carefully taking the goblet from him. "Lie back," she said, gently guiding him down onto the pillows. "You're lucky, Mr. Longbottom. The curse didn't last very long. Still, you'll be sore for a few days at least." She placed a cool hand on his forehead, checking for fever. "Any lingering pain?" she asked, eyeing him closely. "Headaches? Spells of dizziness?" Neville gave a tiny nod. "Yeah," he said, his voice scratchy. "Everything hurts. Feels like I've been knocked about by a troll. And my throat." He winced, remembering the screams he'd let out in the forest. "It's so sore," he croaked. "I can barely talk." Madame Pomfrey offered him a sympathetic look. "That's quite normal, given the state you were in last night. Your body's been through a shock, and your throat will feel raw from all that screaming." She flicked her wand in a small, neat motion, conjuring a glass of water. "Here, sip this. Try not to speak too much if you can help it. It'll only make your throat worse." Neville took the glass and sipped carefully. The cool water felt heavenly as it trickled down his throat, soothing some of the rawness. He let out a slow breath. His fingers twitched without him wanting them to, and he frowned at the sudden involuntary movement. Noticing his twitching hand, Madame Pomfrey nodded in understanding. "Side effect of the curse," she said briskly. "You'll have a few shakes here and there, especially after such a painful experience. But it will pass in a few days. Lucky for you, it ended quickly. If you'd been under that curse for much longer, it might have been too much for your mind to bear." Neville's stomach tightened at that reminder. A bitter taste touched his tongue that had nothing to do with the potion. That's what happened to my mum and dad," he thought grimly. He clenched his fist, trying to steady the tremors. "They had it for hours," he muttered under his breath, though he wasn't sure Madame Pomfrey even heard him. A flush of anger rose in his chest. Quirrell was the cause of all this, or perhaps Voldemort, whoever was controlling him. Neville vowed quietly that he wouldn't forget or forgive. Before he could dwell on it any longer, the curtain was tugged aside again, and this time the tall figure of Albus Dumbledore stepped in. The headmaster's eyes, so often twinkling and kind, were solemn as he looked down at Neville. "Good morning, Mr. Longbottom," he said, his voice carrying that gentle note so many found comforting. "I'm glad to see you awake." He glanced at Madame Pomfrey. "How is our patient faring?" Madame Pomfrey set her hands on her hips. "He'll need rest and potions," she said, giving the headmaster a pointed look. "Though I can't imagine how this happened in the first place. A detention in the Forbidden Forest, Ridiculous. And now this. What in Merlin's name is the world coming to? She picked up some salve from the tray. But yes, he's recovering. Dumbledore nodded, his expression grave. Very good. He turned his attention back to Neville. Tell me, my boy, do you recall much of what happened last night? Neville stared as he left, annoyance building in his chest. Of course, Dumbledore was going to pretend he didn't know. Neville inhaled slowly and thought, then I will spell it out for you. It was Professor Quirrell, Neville said, each word scratching at his throat. He used the curse on me. He met Dumbledore's eyes, refusing to look away. He was the one hunting the unicorn. I saw his face in the forest. Neville heard Madame Pomfrey let out a startled gasp. She stopped fussing over him and snapped her head around to stare at Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell, she repeated, her voice trembling. But that's unthinkable. Are you sure, Mr. Longbottom? Neville gave a single, pained nod. I'm sure. I know his voice. He cast the spell on me and Harry. He's the one who was drinking the unicorn's blood. A heavy silence fell around the bed for a few moments. Madame Pomfrey's lips parted in disbelief, and Dumbledore's expression darkened ever so slightly. The headmaster's eyes shifted, and Neville could have sworn he saw something flicker. A calculation, maybe. Then Dumbledore released a slow sigh. That is troubling news indeed, Dumbledore said quietly. Poppy, perhaps we should exercise caution before. Madame Pomfrey's shock quickly turned to outrage. Caution. Headmaster, if Mr. Longbottom is telling the truth, we have someone in the castle who's willing to use that foul curse on children. I'll inform the Aurors immediately. This is unthinkable. Neville watched her move to the edge of the curtains, thinking, yes, get the Aurors. Have them arrest Quirrell. But the next instant, Madame Pomfrey seemed to freeze in place, her expression going blank. She stood there as though she'd forgotten what she was doing. Neville blinked, feeling a strange fog settle over his own mind. He tried to hold on to his thoughts, but for a moment, his head felt heavy, and he couldn't quite recall why Madame Pomfrey was leaving. He frowned, fighting the sudden wave of confusion. Then he spotted Dumbledore slipping something back into his long sleeve with a smooth movement. A wand, no doubt. The old wizard's voice cut through the haze. That was very unfortunate, Mr. Longbottom, he said softly. Be assured, such a thing will not happen again. He paused, eyes shifting to Madame Pomfrey. I think you'll be quite safe now. I wish you a speedy recovery. Neville's thoughts slowly cleared as Dumbledore's words anchored him. He realized with a surge of dread what had just happened. Dumbledore had cast a spell on Madame Pomfrey, and likely on him too, if only to muddy their memories or confuse them. That old man had effectively prevented Pomfrey from contacting the Aurors. Dumbledore gave him one last kind smile, as if nothing odd had happened, and turned back to Madame Pomfrey, who blinked and seemed to snap out of her trance. Dumbledore gave him a kindly smile. I'll let you rest, my boy. I wish you a speedy recovery. He bowed his head toward Madame Pomfrey. I'll leave him in your capable hands, Poppy. Neville's jaw tightened, and he glared up at the back of Dumbledore's head in mute anger. Yes, Professor, she said, sounding slightly flustered, I'll see to it that Mr. Longbottom rests. He'll be right as rain in a few days. Wonderful, Dumbledore said, with a small nod that made his half-moon glasses slide down his crooked nose. He pushed them back up. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. I'll leave him in your capable hands. With that, he turned and slipped out through the curtains, his robe swishing softly behind him. Madame Pomfrey blinked again, then shook her head. Yes, well, she mumbled to herself, her voice somewhat distant. She turned to Neville, patted his shoulder gently, and said, make sure you rest, Mr. Longbottom. You'll have another dose of your potion at lunch. No visitors until then, all right. She gave him a small, polite smile and stepped away, drawing the curtains behind her. Neville lay there, furious, his mind racing. He couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. That old git actually wiped part of our memories, he thought, feeling a chill run through him. And probably confounded us as well so we'd forget what I said about Quirrell. Neville's mouth went dry. He closed his eyes, letting a flood of anger wash over him. He was sure that Dumbledore was controlling events, planning everything with Harry at the center. He doesn't want me derailing his grand scheme, Neville thought bitterly. Well, we'll see about that. He was still fuming quietly when he heard voices outside the curtain, familiar ones. He recognized Hermione first, her tone full of worry and insistence. Please, Madame Pomfrey, we won't stay long. We just want to see how he's doing. A sigh from Madame Pomfrey. Oh, very well, Miss Granger. But only for half an hour, mind you, and keep your voices down. Mr. Longbottom needs rest. Neville heard Hermione's excited, thank you. And then the curtains were pulled aside, letting in fresh light. Hermione Granger's bushy hair and wide, worried eyes appeared first. The moment she spotted Neville, she practically ran over, flinging her arms around his shoulders in a tight hug. Oh, Neville, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. We were so worried. Are you all right? Ow. Neville hissed, though gently. He couldn't help the small yelp that escaped him at the sudden pressure on his sore body. Still, he mustered a weak smile. Hi, Hermione, he managed, patting her back. I'm all right. Hermione pulled away, flushing slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean to squeeze you, she stammered. I'm just so happy to see you awake. I'm sorry we didn't come to see you sooner. We weren't allowed to leave the common room until this morning. The professors have been coming around the castle, and all classes are cancelled for the day. Calm down, Hermione, Neville interrupted gently, raising a hand to cover her mouth. I'm fine, and I just woke up a few minutes ago, so no big deal. Hermione blushed and nodded, and Neville took his hand away from her mouth. Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, who had come with Hermione, finally spoke. Blimey, mate, Ron went on, you gave us a fright. Harry nodded, stepping closer. Glad you're awake, Neville. You had us all worried. How are you feeling? Neville took a moment to breathe, then forced a small grin. I'm fine, he answered hoarsely. Madame Pomfrey says I'll be up and about in a few days. I just need to take it easy. Ron grimaced. Harry said that you were under the Cruciatus curse. Flaming hell, that's an unforgivable. Anyone using that should be chucked into Azkaban or worse. Hermione hovered worriedly by his side, fiddling with the hem of her robes. I can't imagine how painful that curse must have been. Her eyes glistened, but she kept her composure. Neville said, yeah, it was the worst, but I'm just glad I wasn't under it for too long. Speaking of which, what happened after I was hit by the curse? He asked, looking at Harry. Harry recounted what had happened. You and I were both on the ground, and I was trying to get to you, but my scar felt like it was splitting my head apart. Then a centaur showed up, Firenze. He chased off the hooded man. He saved our lives, really. Took us back to Hagrid, who hurried us to the castle. You were already unconscious. Neville nodded slowly, as if this was new information. Of course, he remembered a decent chunk of it, but he had to keep up appearances. So they didn't catch the hooded person, then? Harry shook his head, then leaned in and spoke in a low voice. Nah, he fled when Firenze showed up, but Firenze reckoned it was well Voldemort. Ron flinched. Mate, don't say his name. Hermione pursed her lips. Ron, don't be silly, Voldemort's just a name. Ron shot her a quick glare. Yeah, but I don't fancy hearing it any more than I have to. Neville feigned confusion, though he was quite aware of the situation. So you lot think it was Voldemort? He asked in a low voice. Harry nodded, a grim look settling on his face. Firenze told me that unicorn's blood can keep someone alive, even if they're half dead. He said it's a cursed life, but if you only need a bit more time to get something else, the stone, it can give you eternal life. Neville watched Harry, seeing the anger and worry flicker in his eyes. He decided to keep quiet about Quirrell in front of the others for now. After all, Dumbledore had just tried to wipe that revelation away. And from the look in Harry's eyes, Harry already had his own suspicions, mostly aimed at Snape, no doubt. Let him hold on to that, Neville thought. No sense in fighting Dumbledore's grand scheme just yet. Hermione frowned. Well, like I said, as long as Dumbledore's here, surely the stone's safe. He's the only one you know who was ever afraid of. At that moment, Neville remembered something else, his wand. He glanced at the small table beside the bed, frowning when he didn't see it. My wand? He asked, worry creeping into his voice. Where's my wand? Hermione brightened. Oh, I almost forgot. She reached into the pocket of her robes and pulled out Neville's wand, extending it toward him. Harry picked it up after you dropped it in the forest. He gave it to me yesterday. I kept it safe. Harry nodded. It was lying on the ground, near where you got hit by that curse, he said. Didn't want it left there. Relieved, Neville took it from Hermione's hand, feeling a gentle hum of familiar magic tingle against his palm. He let out a small sigh. Thanks, you too, he said, giving them both a grateful nod. I thought I might have lost it forever. Hermione frowned. Well, like I said, as long as Dumbledore's here, surely the stone's safe. He's the only one you know who was ever afraid of. At that moment, Neville remembered something else. His wand. He glanced at the small table beside the bed, frowning when he didn't see it. My wand? He asked, worry creeping into his voice. Where's my wand? Hermione brightened. Oh, I almost forgot. She reached into the pocket of her robes and pulled out Neville's wand, extending it toward him. Harry picked it up after you dropped it in the forest. He gave it to me yesterday. I kept it safe. Harry nodded. It was lying on the ground, near where you got hit by that curse, he said. Didn't want it left there. Relieved, Neville took it from Hermione's hand, feeling a gentle hum of familiar magic tingle against his palm. He let out a small sigh. Thanks, you too, he said, giving them both a grateful nod. I thought I might have lost it forever. Neville, Hermione, Harry, and Ron stepped out of the castle and onto the sunny grounds. The warmth of the late spring sun and the light breeze made the end-of-term atmosphere feel almost festive. Students crowded the pathways, their voices loud and carefree as they made their way to the lake or other favorite spots to enjoy the afternoon. Neville had his bag slung over his shoulder, his right hand gripping the strap while his left rested casually in his pocket as they descended the stone stairs. That was far easier than I thought it would be, Hermione said, walking beside him. Her voice was light with relief as she clutched a stack of exam papers. I needn't have learned about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager. Neville chuckled softly. Even if you had known, you'd still have memorized it, Hermione. Hermione ignored the remark, flipping through the exam sheets in her hands. She always liked to review their answers after the fact, double-checking what they'd gotten right, or wrong. Neville didn't mind. It was just Hermione being Hermione. The group wandered down to the lake, where the water sparkled under the bright sunlight. Finding a shady spot beneath a large tree, they all flopped down on the grass. Neville let out a long sigh as he leaned back against the trunk, stretching his legs out in front of him. Well, he said, I'm just glad it's done and over. Exams, everything. It had been a week since the incident in the Forbidden Forest. Neville had been discharged from the hospital wing 2 days afterward, though some lingering effects of the curse still remained. His fingers twitched occasionally, and Madame Pomfrey had reassured him it was normal and would fade in a few days. Hagrid had visited him during his stay in the hospital wing, apologizing profusely for what had occurred. I'm sorry, Neville, he'd said, his voice thick with guilt. I should have kept ye out of there. Should have made sure nothing happened to ye. He'd brought Neville a small potted plant as a gift, one that thrived in low light and smelled faintly of peppermint. The school, of course, was abuzz with rumors about what had happened in the forest, though the specifics remained vague. The most popular story was that Neville had fainted after seeing something terrifying, and Neville didn't bother correcting them. What bothered Neville most, though, was something more subtle. When checking on him, Madame Pomfrey had referred to the curse that hit him as a dark curse. When Neville had asked her directly which curse had been used on him, she had only told him that it was a dark curse, without naming it. When he'd asked Harry, he'd gotten a similar answer. Firenze said it was a dark curse, Harry told him, looking uncertain. He didn't call it anything specific. It was as though everyone had forgotten, or been made to forget, the exact nature of the curse. Neville's suspicions turned to Dumbledore. Of course, he thought grimly, Dumbledore wouldn't want anyone digging too deeply into what happened. A Cruciatus curse hitting a student would lead to an investigation, and that would lead back to him and his decision to hide the Sorcerer's Stone in Hogwarts. It wasn't difficult to imagine the headmaster quietly memory charming everyone involved to protect the school, and himself. Meanwhile, Harry had been plagued by nightmares ever since the forest encounter. Neville had noticed the dark circles under his eyes and how he would frequently rub his forehead. When Neville asked about it, Harry confided that his scar had been hurting more often since the night they saw the hooded figure. On a brighter note, McGonagall's demeanor had softened toward him and Harry. She was no longer as sharp or demanding as she had been after they were caught wandering the corridors after curfew. Neville suspected guilt weighed on her. It was she who had assigned them that detention, after all. Even if it had been Dumbledore's idea, McGonagall clearly felt responsible, and her kindness now seemed an attempt to make amends. Neville shook the thought from his mind. There was no point in dwelling on it now. He glanced around at his friends. Ron was lying on his back, staring up at the sky and talking lazily about their summer plans. Harry was skipping stones across the lake, and Hermione, of course, was still going through their exam papers, muttering about missed questions. No more studying. Ron sighed happily, tilting his face up to the sun. You could look more cheerful, Harry. We've got a week before we find out how badly we've done. No need to worry yet. Harry threw another stone into the lake and then sat cross-legged beside Ron, rubbing his forehead again. His expression darkened as he muttered, I wish I knew what this means. My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never as often as this. Go to Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested, her tone brisk. I'm not ill, Harry snapped, shaking his head. I think it's a warning. It means danger's coming. Ron groaned again, flopping onto his back. Can we just have one day without talking about curses, dark magic, or stones? He waved a hand dismissively. Relax, Harry. Hermione's right. The stone's safe as long as Dumbledore's around. Anyway, we've never had any proof Snape figured out how to get past Fluffy. He nearly had his leg ripped off once. He's not going to try again anytime soon. And Neville will play Quidditch for England before Hagrid lets Dumbledore down. Neville, plucking a few blades of grass, rolled them between his fingers. I'm not so sure about that, he said casually. Hagrid does have a loose mouth. After all, he's the one who gave us most of the information about the stone so far. He shrugged, glancing sidelong at Harry. Harry's eyes widened as the implications of Neville's words hit him. Suddenly, he leapt to his feet, his face pale. Where are you going? Ron asked sleepily, squinting up at Harry. I've just thought of something, Harry said, his voice urgent. We've got to go and see Hagrid. Now. Without waiting for a response, he took off running. Neville groaned, pushing himself to his feet. Oh, here we go again, he muttered, jogging after Harry. Hermione and Ron scrambled to follow, trying to keep up with Harry's frantic pace. Why? Panted Hermione, struggling to match his speed. Don't you think it's a bit odd, Harry said, scrambling up the grassy slope, that what Hagrid wants more than anything in the world is a dragon, and then a stranger turns up who just happens to have an egg in his pocket. How many people walk around with dragon eggs when it's against wizarding law? Lucky they found Hagrid, don't you think? Why didn't I see it before? What are you talking about? Ron asked, completely baffled. Neville sighed and cut in, his tone dry. What Harry's saying is that Hagrid getting the dragon egg wasn't a coincidence. That stranger probably used it to get Hagrid to talk. And Hagrid might have already let slip how to get past Fluffy. Ron's eyes widened as he turned to Neville. You already knew Hagrid might have let something slip about Fluffy. Why didn't you tell us? Neville raised an eyebrow at him. Of course I didn't tell you. You'd have freaked out. Just like you're doing now. Besides, he added with a shrug, I've been saying it all along. The stone is probably a fake. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but Harry wasn't listening. He was already sprinting toward Hagrid's hut, the others doing their best to keep up. As they crossed the grounds, the forest loomed in the distance, its dark edges contrasting with the bright sunlight. Hagrid was sitting in an armchair outside his house, his trousers and sleeves rolled up as he shelled peas into a large bowl. Hello. Hagrid greeted them with a smile, looking up from his work. Finished her exams. Got time for a drink. Yeah, sure thing, Hagrid, Neville said casually, but Harry cut him off, his urgency overriding any sense of politeness. No, we're in a hurry. Hagrid, I've got to ask you something, Harry said, stepping closer. You know that night you won Norbert. What did the stranger you were playing cards with look like? Hagrid frowned, thinking. Dunno, he said with a shrug. He wouldn't take his cloak off. He noticed the stunned looks on their faces and raised his eyebrows. It's not that unusual. Ye get a lot o' funny folk in the Hog's Head. That's the pub down in the village. Might have been a dragon dealer, mightn't he? I never saw his face. He kept his hood up the whole time. Harry sank down next to Hagrid's bowl of peas, his expression tense. What did you talk to him about, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts at all? Hagrid frowned again, clearly trying to recall. Mighta come up, he said slowly. Yeah, he asked what I did, and I told him I was gamekeeper here. He asked a bit about the sort of creatures I look after, so I told him, and I said what I'd always really wanted was a dragon. Then I can remember too well, 'cause he kept buyin' me drinks, let's see, yeah. Then he said he had the dragon egg and we could play cards fair it if I wanted. But he had tear be sure I could handle it, he didn't want it tear go tear any old home. So I told him, after Fluffy, a dragon would be easy. Harry froze. And did he seem interested in Fluffy? He asked, struggling to keep his voice steady. Well, yeah. How many three-headed dogs do ye meet, even around Hogwarts? Hagrid replied, looking confused at the question. So I told him, Fluffy's a piece o' cake if ye know how to calm him down. Just play him a bit o' music, and he'll go straight off tear sleep. Hagrid suddenly froze, his face pale as realization dawned on him. I shouldn't have told ye that. He blurted out, looking horrified. Forget I said it. Hey, where are ye going? But Harry was already running back toward the castle, his face set with determination. Neville groaned and pushed himself up, muttering, always running, as he jogged after Harry, with Hermione and Ron close behind. None of them spoke as they raced into the entrance hall, the cool, dim interior a sharp contrast to the sunny grounds they'd just left. Harry skidded to a stop and turned to the others, his voice urgent. We've got to go to Dumbledore. Hagrid told that stranger how to get past Fluffy, and it was either Snape or Voldemort under that cloak. It must have been easy, once they'd gotten Hagrid drunk. I just hope Dumbledore believes us. Firenze might back us up, if Bane doesn't stop him. Harry looked around, his urgency growing. Where's Dumbledore's office? Hermione's gaze flicked to Neville. Neville, you've been to Dumbledore's office, haven't you? Neville sighed, nodding reluctantly. Yeah, it's on the 7th floor behind the gargoyle statue, he said, already bracing himself for the inevitable sprint up 7 flights of stairs. Then come on, Harry said, taking off toward the nearest staircase. Neville groaned, muttering under his breath as he jogged after Harry. I should have stayed by the lake. But before they could make it far, a sharp voice rang out across the hall. What are you four doing inside? It was Professor McGonagall, balancing a large pile of books in her arms. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said bravely, stepping forward. See Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall repeated, her tone laced with suspicion. Why? Harry swallowed hard. Now what? It's sort of secret, he stammered, immediately regretting his choice of words. Professor McGonagall's expression turned colder. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said curtly. He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once. He's gone, Harry asked frantically. Now, Professor Dumbledore is a very important wizard, Mr. Potter, she said sharply. He has many demands on his time. But this is important, Ron interrupted, trying to reason with her. Neville remained at the back of the group, staying silent as he watched the exchange unfold. Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic, Potter. McGonagall said, her tone clipped and her expression stern. Harry, throwing caution to the wind, blurted, Professor, it's about the... But before he could finish, Neville stepped forward and cut him off. Harry would like to know if he could stay at Hogwarts for the holiday, Professor. Harry turned to Neville, his eyes wide with shock, but Neville ignored him and pressed on. You see, Professor, Harry's relatives aren't exactly kind to him. So, he wanted to know if the headmaster would allow him to stay for the summer break. Ron and Hermione looked just as stunned as Harry, but they held their tongues. Whatever McGonagall had been expecting, it wasn't that. Her stern expression softened, her lips pressing together in a thoughtful line. I see, she said after a pause. Normally, students aren't allowed to stay in the castle during the summer holiday, but there have been exceptions made before. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow. I'll speak with him when he returns and see if something can be arranged. Harry tried to protest, starting with, but Professor. Neville cut him off again. Thank you, Professor. We really appreciate your help. McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked between them, her suspicion returning. If that's all, I suggest you all go back outside and enjoy the sunshine, she said, shooing them off with a wave of her hand before heading down the corridor with her books. Once she was out of earshot, Harry spun toward Neville, furious. What was that? He shouted. We could have told her about the stone, about Hagrid letting slip how to get past Fluffy. Neville met Harry's glare with a calm, steady gaze. And you really think she'd just believe you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. You think it's that simple? Harry opened his mouth, but Neville continued before he could argue. McGonagall just started being less cold toward us after the whole Norbert incident. You want to throw that progress away so soon? You think she'll listen to first year's rambling about the stone? How are you going to explain how we even know about it in the first place, huh? Say that Hagrid told us. Then wouldn't Hagrid get into trouble for that? Neville already knew that telling McGonagall about the stone wouldn't do any good, since it was all part of Dumbledore's plan. Aware of what was likely to happen, he didn't want to be on bad terms with McGonagall. He still hoped to get some tips on Transfiguration for next year's curriculum, and he wasn't going to let Harry ruin that for him. Harry faltered, his anger fading into uncertainty. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances but said nothing, letting Neville's words sink in. After a tense pause, Harry sighed. Fine. But we're running out of time. What are we supposed to do now? Snape's going through the trapdoor tonight. He's found out everything he needs, and now he's got Dumbledore out of the way. He sent that note. I bet the Ministry of Magic is going to get a real shock when Dumbledore turns up. Neville rolled his eyes but said nothing, thinking to himself, yeah, right. If he wanted to go to the Ministry, it would only have taken a few seconds with the flow. The old bastard is probably still in the castle. But what can we? Hermione started, but her words caught in her throat as Harry and Ron froze, their eyes widening. Neville turned to see what had startled them. Snape was standing there, his dark robes billowing slightly, his expression unreadable. Good afternoon, he said smoothly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. They stared at him, frozen like deer caught in wandlight. You shouldn't be inside on a day like this, Snape added, a twisted smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. People might think you're up to something. We were, Harry began, scrambling for an excuse but clearly at a loss for words. You'd best be more careful, Snape interrupted. Hanging around like this gives the wrong impression. And Gryffindor can't afford to lose any more points, can it? Neville thought. Yeah, he isn't helping himself right now. He's just making himself look like the one after the stone. Then he wondered, is he in on Dumbledore's plans as well? That would explain why Snape is taunting us right now. Harry flushed, his face turning as red as a Gryffindor banner. The group turned to head outside, but Snape's voice stopped them in their tracks. Be warned, Potter, Longbottom, any more nighttime wanderings, and I will personally ensure you're expelled. Good day to you. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, Snape strode off toward the staff room, leaving the four of them standing in tense silence. Once they were outside on the stone steps, Harry turned to the others, his voice low and urgent. Right, here's what we've got to do. One of us has to keep an eye on Snape, wait outside the staff room and follow him if he leaves. Hermione, you'd better do that. Why me? Hermione asked, looking slightly put out. It's obvious, Ron said with a smirk. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick. You know, he put on a high, mockingly sweet voice. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried, I think I got question 14b wrong. Oh, shut up, Ron, Hermione snapped, though her cheeks turned slightly pink. Fine, I'll do it. Neville sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'll go with Hermione, he said reluctantly. He didn't want to interfere with Dumbledore's plan, he knew better than that. Dumbledore had already tried to erase his memories once, and Neville wasn't eager to give him another reason to do so. For now, he would have to play along. Be warned, Potter, Longbottom, any more nighttime wanderings, and I will personally ensure you're expelled. Good day to you. With a dramatic swirl of his robes, Snape strode off toward the staff room, leaving the four of them standing in tense silence. Once they were outside on the stone steps, Harry turned to the others, his voice low and urgent. Right, here's what we've got to do. One of us has to keep an eye on Snape, wait outside the staff room and follow him if he leaves. Hermione, you'd better do that. Why me? Hermione asked, looking slightly put out. It's obvious, Ron said with a smirk. You can pretend to be waiting for Professor Flitwick. You know, he put on a high, mockingly sweet voice. Oh, Professor Flitwick, I'm so worried, I think I got question 14b wrong. Oh, shut up, Ron, Hermione snapped, though her cheeks turned slightly pink. Fine, I'll do it. Neville sighed, running a hand through his hair. I'll go with Hermione, he said reluctantly. He didn't want to interfere with Dumbledore's plan, he knew better than that. Dumbledore had already tried to erase his memories once, and Neville wasn't eager to give him another reason to do so. For now, he would have to play along. Neville and Hermione stood quietly outside the staff room. Hermione fidgeted nervously, glancing at the closed door in front of them. What are we going to do if Professor Snape catches us here? She whispered, her voice tinged with panic. What if we slip up and he finds out that we know? What if? Neville rolled his eyes, interrupting her frantic ramble. She's always overthinking, he thought. He leaned against the wall, keeping his voice calm. Hermione, relax. Let me do the talking, all right. Hermione hesitated but eventually nodded, clasping her hands together to stop them from trembling. After a brief pause, Neville decided to distract her. So, have you mastered the shrinking charm yet? He asked. Hermione's face brightened slightly as the familiar topic of spellwork brought her some comfort. Yes, she said with a nod. I got it down while you were in the hospital. I've been working on the banishing charm, but I haven't mastered it yet. I would have gotten it by now if we hadn't been so focused on exams. She sighed. I wish I could practice spells during the holidays. It's so unfair that we're not allowed. Neville nodded sympathetically. It's not fair, he agreed. But you know it's for safety reasons. Hermione sighed again. I know, but that doesn't make it any better, she said, crossing her arms. Neville rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe, he began, then looked at her with a small smile. Maybe you could come over to Longbottom Manor during the break. You could practice a bit there. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. Without warning, she threw her arms around Neville in a hug. That's a brilliant idea, Neville. That would be amazing. Caught off guard, Neville wobbled slightly before regaining his balance. I can't make any promises, Hermione, he said, patting her back awkwardly. I'd have to ask Gran first and see if she agrees. Before Hermione could respond, a low, deliberate cough echoed from beside them. Both of them froze, turning to see Professor Snape standing nearby, his sneer firmly in place. Hermione quickly let go of Neville and jumped back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. 20 points from Gryffindor for inappropriate behavior in the school, Snape drawled, his tone cold and mocking. Neville rolled his eyes. Sure, inappropriate, he thought sarcastically. Snape's gaze shifted between the two of them, his sneer deepening. And what, pray tell, are the two of you doing loitering outside the staff room? Hermione stammered, clearly flustered, but Neville stepped in smoothly. We're here looking for Professor Flitwick, he said evenly. We wanted to ask him a few questions, so we were waiting for him. Snape's dark eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced, but he didn't press further. Wait here, he said sharply, his cloak sweeping behind him as he turned and entered the staff room. Hermione let out a shaky breath, her hands twisting nervously. Neville gave her a reassuring look but didn't say anything, keeping his focus on the door. After what felt like an eternity, Snape returned, followed by a much more cheerful Professor Flitwick. "Here they are, Professor," Snape said, his tone curt and disdainful. "Ah, thank you, Severus," Flitwick said, his tiny frame barely reaching Snape's elbow. He gave the potions master a polite nod. Snape nodded curtly, sneering at Neville one last time before sweeping away down the corridor. His robes billowed dramatically as he disappeared from sight. Hermione watched him go with a worried look, then turned to Neville. Professor Flitwick's cheerful voice broke the tension. "Ah, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. I must admit I was surprised when Professor Snape informed me there were students waiting for me outside the staff room. I thought you two would be outside enjoying the sun like the rest of the students." Neville stepped forward, smiling sheepishly and rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry for disturbing you, Professor. We just wanted to ask you a few questions before the summer break." Flitwick's eyes sparkled, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Ah, I see. Eager to learn as much as you can before the break. That's a commendable attitude. Well then, tell me, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, what can I help you with?" Neville hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Well, Professor, I've been trying to learn the Protego spell, the shield charm, but I can't seem to get it right. When I cast it, all I get is a translucent white sheen, but it fades almost immediately." Flitwick tilted his head, a look of understanding crossing his face. "Ah, the shield charm. A very advanced spell indeed, Mr. Longbottom. May I ask why you're so keen on mastering it? Does it have anything to do with what happened in the forest?" His voice softened as he mentioned the forest, his gaze turning slightly sad. Neville felt Hermione squeeze his hand. He nodded. "It's partly because of that, Professor," he admitted. "Though I started practicing it before the incident." He made air quotes at the word, his voice laced with an edge of dry humor. "But yes, I can't help but think that if I'd been able to cast it properly, maybe the curse wouldn't have hit me." What Neville didn't say was that he wasn't entirely sure Protego could block the unforgivable curses. The killing curse was definitely unstoppable, but there wasn't much reliable information on the other two. He couldn't outright ask Flitwick if the shield charm would work on them. That would raise too many questions, and Neville didn't want Dumbledore finding out his memory charm hadn't worked. Still, even if Protego couldn't block unforgivables, it would be useful against other spells. Flitwick nodded solemnly. "I'm sorry you had to go through what you did, Mr. Longbottom. But it's admirable that you're taking the initiative to learn spells to protect yourself." He paused, his tone becoming more instructive. "You should know, however, that the shield charm might not protect you from every dark curse. There are some spells, particularly more sinister ones, that Protego won't block." Hermione glanced at Neville, her brow furrowed, but she didn't interrupt. "That said," Flitwick continued, his voice brightening, "I think I might know why you're having difficulty producing a full shield. It's similar to the summoning charm. It's a spell we teach in your 5th year for good reason. Your magical core might not be strong enough yet to sustain it fully. However," he added, his tone becoming encouraging, "the fact that you can already produce a white sheen is very impressive. That tells me you might have the potential to cast it, though it may only hold against weaker spells for now. With more practice, I believe you can get there." Neville felt a flicker of pride at Flitwick's words. "Thank you, Professor. I'll keep practicing." "Good, good," Flitwick said with a wide smile. "Now, why don't you show me what you've got so far? A demonstration would help me see where the issue lies." Neville nodded, stepping back slightly and raising his wand. He focused his thoughts and called out, "Protega," while making the proper wand movement. A white, shimmering plume of magic emerged from the tip of his wand and began to spread, but it faded quickly, dissipating into the air before it could fully form. Professor Flitwick nodded approvingly. Good, Mr. Longbottom. Your wand movement was precise, and your intent was clear. As I mentioned, you have just enough magical energy to attempt the spell, but only just. With a bit more practice, the shield will fully form. And when it does, it will look like this." Flitwick raised his own wand and, with a quick, fluid motion, cast the shield charm. Protega. A glowing, transparent shield materialized from the tip of his wand, its surface shimmering faintly like a bubble in the sunlight. He held it for a moment, allowing Neville and Hermione to observe it closely before letting the spell dissipate with a small flick of his wrist. Neville nodded, his eyes reflecting determination. I see. Thank you for showing us, Professor, he said sincerely. Flitwick smiled warmly. You're most welcome, Mr. Longbottom. You're progressing well. Keep practicing, and I'm confident you'll master it in time. He paused, then added, now, is there anything else you'd need help with? Neville hesitated, considering for a moment, but eventually shook his head. No, Professor, that's all I wanted to ask. Flitwick turned to Hermione. And you, Miss Granger. Is there anything you need? Hermione quickly shook her head. No, Professor. Thank you. Very well then, Flitwick said, his smile widening. You should both get going and enjoy the sunshine while it lasts. With a final nod of thanks, Neville and Hermione parted ways with Flitwick and began briskly walking down the corridor. They followed the same path Snape had taken earlier, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. As they reached the end of the corridor, Hermione stopped abruptly, glancing around in both directions.
We've lost him, Neville, she said frantically. Professor Snape's gone. Where could he have gone?
Neville shrugged, unconcerned. I don't know. He's probably long gone by now.
Hermione bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously down the empty hallway. What should we do? Harry and Ron are going to be furious with us. Neville rolled his eyes. There's no point looking for him, he said. Snape's not going just to stroll back this way. Let's head back to the third floor and see if Harry and Ron are still there.
Hermione nodded reluctantly, and they hurried off toward the third floor. When they arrived, the corridor near the trapdoor was eerily silent and completely empty. There was no sign of Harry or Ron.
They're not here, Hermione said worriedly, scanning the area. Where could they be? They said they'd stand guard here.
Neville shrugged again, glancing around but finding nothing unusual. Maybe they went back to the common room, he suggested. They might have decided waiting here wasn't worth it.
Hermione frowned, clearly not satisfied with that answer, but they wouldn't just leave without telling us.
Neville sighed. They'll turn up, Hermione. Let's just head back and see if we can find them. Hermione hesitated, glancing once more down the empty corridor, before nodding. All right, she said quietly. Together, they turned and began making their way back toward Gryffindor Tower. They made their way back to the Gryffindor common room in silence. As they stepped through the portrait hole, they immediately spotted Harry and Ron sitting by the fireplace. The warm glow of the flames highlighted their tense expressions as they looked up. Harry's eyes narrowed. What are you two doing here? Where's Snape? Neville shrugged. We lost him. You lost them. Ron exclaimed, his voice rising. How could you just lose him? Weren't you supposed to be tailing him? We're sorry, Harry, Hermione said quickly, looking distressed. Snape came out and asked us what we were doing, so we said we were waiting for Professor Flitwick. He went to fetch him, and by the time we were done talking with Flitwick, Snape was gone. We don't know where he went.
Neville, looking annoyed, crossed his arms. What did you expect, Harry? We're not ninjas who can just blend into the shadows and go unnoticed by someone like Snape. If you wanted us to pull that off, you should have at least lent us the invisibility cloak. Harry frowned, but before he could respond, Neville added, What are you two doing here anyway? Weren't you both supposed to be on the third floor? Ron scowled. We were almost caught by Professor Sprout. She shooed us away and told us to get back to the common room. Well, that's it then, isn't it? Harry said, his tone sharp with frustration. He stood abruptly, pacing in front of the fireplace. I'm going out there tonight, and I'm going to try to get to the stone first. You're mad, Ron said, staring at him like he'd grown a second head. You can't, Hermione said, her voice a mix of panic and disbelief. You'll be expelled. So what? Harry shouted, his voice echoing through the nearly empty common room. Don't you understand? If Snape gets hold of the stone, Voldemort's coming back. Haven't you heard what it was like when he was trying to take over? There won't be any Hogwarts to get expelled from. He'll flatten it. Or turn it into a school for the dark arts. Losing points doesn't matter anymore, can't you see? Do you think he'll leave you and your families alone if Gryffindor wins the House Cup? If I get caught before I can get to the stone, well, I'll just have to go back to the Dursleys and wait for Voldemort to find me there. It's only dying a bit later than I would have anyway because I'm never going over to the dark side. I'm going through that trapdoor tonight, and nothing you three say is going to stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember? He glared at them, his chest heaving with frustration. Neville rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. He fought the urge to snort aloud at Harry's dramatic declaration. The stone's probably a fake, he thought, and even if it's real, the elixir of life doesn't bring people back from the dead. It just extends their life while leaving their bodies frail and weak. You're right, Harry, Hermione said quietly, her voice almost trembling. Her agreement surprised Harry, who blinked at her. I'll use the invisibility cloak, Harry said quickly, seizing on the moment. It's just lucky I got it back. But will it cover all four of us? Ron asked, frowning. All four of us? Harry asked, his eyes widening. Neville snorted, his tone dry. You'd get yourself killed if we let you go alone. Oh, come off it, said Ron, rolling his eyes. You don't think we'd let you go alone, do you?
Of course not, Hermione added briskly, her usual practical tone returning. How do you think you'd get to the stone without us? I'd better go and look through my books, there might be something useful. Harry hesitated, his determination faltering slightly. But if we get caught, you three will be expelled, too, he said, looking at them with concern.
Neville shook his head, annoyed. Yeah, like Dumbledore's going to expel you, rolling his eyes. I'm afraid you're the center of his plans, Harry, so don't worry about that, and as for us, he probably wants his golden boy to have a few friends who can help. Neville sighed, leaning back against the armchair and rubbing his temple. Anyway, Hogwarts isn't the only magical school in the world. If we get expelled, we'll just have to apply somewhere else. I've heard there's a school in France. Ron looked at Neville like he'd grown a second head. You're joking, he said flatly. Neville shrugged. I'm not. It's called Beauxbatons. There's another one in Eastern Europe somewhere, Durmstrang, I think. Hogwarts isn't the be-all and end-all of magical education, you know. Hermione looked thoughtful, but Harry still looked unconvinced. We're not getting expelled, she said firmly. We're going to stop Snape, or whoever it is, from getting the stone. Neville sighed again, running a hand through his hair. This is going to end badly, he thought. Fine, he said aloud. Harry hesitated, his determination faltering slightly. But if we get caught, you three will be expelled, too, he said, looking at them with concern. Neville shook his head, annoyed. Yeah, like Dumbledore's going to expel you, rolling his eyes. I'm afraid you're the center of his plans, Harry, so don't worry about that, and as for us, he probably wants his golden boy to have a few friends who can help. Neville sighed, leaning back against the armchair and rubbing his temple. Anyway, Hogwarts isn't the only magical school in the world. If we get expelled, we'll just have to apply somewhere else. I've heard there's a school in France. Ron looked at Neville like he'd grown a second head. You're joking, he said flatly. Neville shrugged. I'm not. It's called Beauxbatons. There's another one in Eastern Europe somewhere, Durmstrang, I think. Hogwarts isn't the be-all and end-all of magical education, you know. Hermione looked thoughtful, but Harry still looked unconvinced. We're not getting expelled, she said firmly. We're going to stop Snape, or whoever it is, from getting the stone. Neville sighed again, running a hand through his hair. This is going to end badly, he thought. Fine, he said aloud. Neville stood at the back of the group, panting slightly as he adjusted Hermione on his back. She clung to his shoulders as he crouched low, the group huddling together under Harry's invisibility cloak. It was a tight squeeze, and the cloak barely covered all of them as they shuffled quietly down the corridor leading to the third-floor door. They had just narrowly avoided Peeves, who was humming to himself as he floated by, and Mrs. Norris, who had sneezed loudly before slinking off into the shadows. When they finally reached the door to the forbidden corridor, Neville crouched lower to let Hermione climb off his back. Straightening, he helped her steady herself before lifting the cloak off them. As the fabric slipped away, the group could see the door ahead of them, slightly ajar. Well, there you are, Harry said quietly, his voice tense. Snape's already got past Fluffy. Neville rolled his eyes. So, how long are we just going to stand here for? He asked, his tone dry as he crossed his arms. Harry didn't respond immediately, his face pale as he turned to look at the others. If you want to go back, I won't blame you, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. You can take the cloak, I won't need it now. Don't be stupid, Ron said sharply, stepping forward, we're coming. We're all in this together, Hermione added firmly, brushing off her cloths.
Neville sighed, already regretting his decision to follow along. Without another word, he moved to the door and peeked through the small gap. Inside, he could see Fluffy, the massive three-headed dog, lying on the floor. Its chest rose and fell with deep, rumbling breaths as it slept, lulled by the soft melody of a harp.
Neville pushed the door open slightly, careful not to make too much noise. He's asleep, he whispered over his shoulder. Come on. He led the way into the room, stepping lightly on the stone floor. The door creaked slightly as they entered, and a low growl rumbled from one of Fluffy's throats. The three massive heads stirred, noses twitching madly as they caught a hint of the intruder's scent. What's that at its feet? Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible as she pointed toward the giant dog. Looks like a harp, said Ron, pointing to the instrument near Fluffy's massive paws. Snape must have left it there.
It must wake up the moment you stop playing, Harry said, his voice filled with tension. Well, here goes. Before Harry could make a move, the harp abruptly stopped playing. The gentle melody faded, and Fluffy's three heads snapped awake. Its eyes glinted in the dim light, and low, rumbling growls began to echo through the room. Each head turned toward them, sniffing the air and baring its teeth.
Guys, Ron said, backing up slightly, his voice rising in panic.
Neville didn't waste a second. He stepped forward and raised his wand. Cantus Continuo. He cast, directing the spell at the harp. Instantly, the instrument began playing again, this time shifting into a soothing lullaby. The calming tune filled the room, and Fluffy's heads tilted slightly as the growls softened.
The massive dog swayed on its feet, its eyelids drooping. Slowly, it staggered, collapsing first to its knees and then to the ground, snoring deeply. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to Neville, their faces a mix of shock and admiration. That was brilliant, Neville, Harry said, stepping closer. His voice was filled with genuine awe. Where'd you learn that? Neville shrugged, brushing off the praise. I figured your obsession with the Philosopher's Stone would drag us here by the end of the year, he said with a faint smirk. So, I asked Professor Flitwick to teach me a spell that makes instruments play music on their own. Hermione's face lit up. You have to teach me that spell, Neville. Yeah, sure, Neville replied with a nod. But let's focus on the task at hand. The faster we're done here, the faster we can leave. Well, that's a lifesaver, Ron muttered, exhaling in relief. The group crept cautiously toward the trapdoor. Fluffy's snoring rumbled like distant thunder, and the oppressive heat of its breath filled the room. Neville gagged slightly, covering his nose with his sleeve. I really need to learn the bubblehead charm, he thought as he edged closer to the sleeping beast. All right, mate, Ron hissed, nudging Harry. He gestured toward the trapdoor, partially obscured by one of Fluffy's massive paws. Go on, see if you can shift it. Harry nodded, his face set with determination. He crouched low and carefully pushed against Fluffy's paw. It was heavy and coarse, but after some effort, he managed to move it enough to reveal the trapdoor. He grabbed the iron ring and heaved it open. The trapdoor swung upward with a loud creak, revealing a pitch-black hole. What can you see? Hermione whispered, peering anxiously over Harry's shoulder. Nothing, just black, Harry replied, his voice echoing slightly in the hollow space below. There's no ladder or anything. Looks like we'll just have to drop. Ron leaned in beside Harry, squinting into the darkness. Want to go first, Hermione? He asked, turning to her. No, I don't, Hermione said quickly, stepping back with a shake of her head. Someone else can do it. I'll go first, Harry said firmly, taking a deep breath. You want to go first? Are you sure? Ron asked, his voice laced with concern. We don't even know how deep it goes. Yeah, I'm sure, Harry said. He then turned back to the trapdoor, lowering himself carefully until he was hanging by his fingertips. The room was silent except for the soft music of the harp and Fluffy's rhythmic snores. As he hung there, Harry glanced up at Ron. "If anything happens to me, don't follow. Go straight to the owlery and send Hedwig to Dumbledore. Got it?" Neville, standing at the back, rolled his eyes thinking, yeah, because Dumbledore would really let anything happen to his golden pawn. This whole thing's probably going exactly the way he planned. "Right," said Ron. "See you in a minute, I hope," Harry said. With a deep breath, he let go and dropped into the darkness below. Neville leaned over the trapdoor and shouted, "You okay, mate?" He already knew the answer but felt compelled to ask. A moment later, Harry's voice echoed back up, "Yeah, I'm fine. It's okay to come. It's a soft landing. You can jump." Hearing that, Neville straightened and turned to Ron and Hermione. "All right, I'm going in next. You two, jump a bit further than where Harry and I are, or you'll land on our heads." Ron and Hermione nodded, stepping aside to give Neville space. "I'm coming in," Neville called, gripping his wand tightly as he swung one leg over the edge. Without hesitation, he dropped through the trapdoor, landing softly on the spongy surface below. He stumbled slightly but caught himself, glancing around in the dimness. "Come on, Hermione," he shouted up. "All right, here I come," Hermione's voice rang out. Moments later, she dropped through the hole, landing lightly on Harry's other side. Ron was the last to follow, landing in a heap beside Harry. "What's this stuff?" were his first words, brushing at his robes. "Dunno," Harry replied, crouching to examine the ground. "Some sort of plant thing. I suppose it's here to break the fall." Neville stood silently, holding his wand ready as he surveyed their surroundings. It was pitch black, the air cool and damp. He strained to hear any sounds beyond the faint rustling of the plant beneath them. "We must be miles under the school," Hermione said, her voice echoing faintly. "Lucky this plant thing's here, really," Ron said, stretching his legs out. "Lucky?" Hermione shrieked, her voice filled with alarm. "Look at you both." She leapt up, struggling toward the damp wall. Neville noticed her movements becoming sluggish as the plant's tendrils began snaking around her ankles. Harry and Ron, meanwhile, were oblivious to the fact that their legs had already been tightly bound by the creeping vines. "It's Devil's Snare," Neville said calmly, watching the tendrils with a critical eye. "You need to stay calm. It tightens when you struggle." "Of course," Hermione exclaimed, relief in her voice. "That's exactly what it is." "Oh, I'm so glad we know what it's called," Ron snarled sarcastically, leaning back as he fought to pull the tendrils away from his neck. "That's a great help." Hermione stilled herself, taking slow, steady breaths. As she calmed down, the Devil's Snare loosened its grip on her and began retreating. Neville, who had remained calm the entire time, was unaffected and helped pull Hermione free. The two of them turned to watch as Ron and Harry wrestled frantically with the plant. The more they struggled, the faster and tighter the tendrils wrapped around them. "Shut it, and calm down, you idiots," Neville shouted. "Stop moving, or you'll make it worse." "What should we do?" Hermione panicked. "Think, Hermione, think." "Well, hurry up. I can't breathe," Harry gasped, the tendrils curling tightly around his chest. Neville sighed, shaking his head. He raised his wand and said firmly, "Lumos Solum." From the tip of Neville's wand, a brilliant beam of golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire pit. The Devil's Snare recoiled instantly, its tendrils writhing and hissing as they retreated into the shadows. Within seconds, Harry and Ron were free, collapsing onto the plant's surface as they caught their breath. "That," Harry said, leaning against the wall and wiping the sweat from his face, "was too close." Harry sat up, gasping. "Thanks, mate," he said, his voice hoarse. "That was horrible. Never thought I'd miss Fluffy," Ron muttered, shooting a pointed look at Hermione. "Next time someone calls a plant lucky, I'm putting my foot down." Hermione folded her arms, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I just meant it was lucky it broke our fall," she said quietly, looking away. "I didn't know it was Devil's Snare until it started strangling us." Neville sighed, keeping his wand ready as he nodded toward the passage ahead. "Let's keep moving. We're wasting time." "This way," Harry said, pointing to the sloping stone passageway that stretched into the darkness ahead. They moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing softly off the walls. The air grew cooler as they descended, the faint sound of fluttering reaching their ears. "Can you hear something?" Ron whispered, his voice tense. "Do you think it's a ghost?" Hermione asked, glancing around nervously. Neville tilted his head, listening carefully. "Sounds more like birds flapping," he said, his tone calm but wary. The soft fluttering grew louder as they approached a bright light ahead. "There's light up there," Harry said, squinting as he led the way. "I can see something moving." The passageway opened into a brilliantly lit chamber, its ceiling arched high above them. The room sparkled as if it were alive, filled with hundreds, maybe thousands, of small, jewel-bright creatures. They fluttered and darted around the room, their wings shimmering in the bright light. On the far side of the chamber stood a heavy wooden door with a large lock. "Do you think they'll attack us if we cross the room?" Ron asked, his voice hushed. "Probably," Harry replied, scanning the chamber. "They don't look vicious, but if they all swooped down at once—" He trailed off, shaking his head. "Well, there's no other way forward." Neville stared up at them, narrowing his eyes. "Those aren't birds," he said matter-of-factly, "they're keys." Harry, Ron, and Hermione all squinted upward, following his gaze. "They're not birds," Harry exclaimed, realization dawning. "They're keys. Winged keys. Look carefully." He glanced around the chamber, his eyes darting between the swirling mass of keys and the door on the far side. "That must mean one of them is the key to open the door," Neville finished, pointing to the locked door. "Probably the one that stands out from the rest." Harry nodded. "And I bet that broomstick over there is how we're supposed to catch it." "What's this all about?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head, his expression darkening. "I don't know, but it feels too convenient." Neville smirked faintly, his thoughts echoing Harry's sentiment. "Yeah, not suspicious at all, Dumbledore. All the obstacles were perfectly suited for the four of us. Nothing strange about that." "But there are hundreds of them," Ron said, staring up at the swarm. He moved to the door and drew his wand. "Alohomora," he cast, pointing at the lock, but nothing happened. The door didn't budge. "Well, worth a try," he muttered, stepping back. Hermione threw her hands up in frustration. "What are we supposed to do? There are so many up there, it could take ages." Hermione groaned in frustration, pacing back and forth as she looked up at the swirling mass of keys above them. "What are we going to do?" she growled, throwing her hands up. "There must be 1,000 keys up there." "Well," Harry said, gripping the broomstick firmly, "the only thing we can do is catch the key." With that, he mounted the broom, kicked off the ground, and soared into the air. As soon as Harry's hands touched the broom, the keys reacted. The entire swarm buzzed to life, darting and speeding around the room like a chaotic, glittering storm. Their wings beat furiously, the sound filling the chamber as Harry zigzagged through the air, chasing after them. Neville, Hermione, and Ron watched from below, their heads tilted back as they tried to follow the movement. "This is going to take forever," Ron muttered, his tone exasperated. "It's like looking for a needle in a haystack." Neville squinted up at the cloud of keys, his eyes darting between them. "I think Harry's just spotted the one," he said, his voice steady. Sure enough, Harry was zeroing in on a large silver key with a bent wing, which fluttered awkwardly among the others. "That's it," Hermione exclaimed, pointing. "The one with the broken wing. It must have been caught before." Harry darted toward the key, weaving through the swarm as the other keys zipped past him in every direction. With a sudden burst of speed, he reached out and snatched the silver key from the air. The buzzing intensified as the swarm turned its attention to Harry, chasing him furiously as he dove toward the ground. "Catch the key and open the door," Harry shouted as he neared them. He threw the key toward the group in a swift arc, narrowly avoiding the pursuing keys. Neville reacted quickly, catching the key mid-air. He sprinted to the heavy wooden door without hesitation, jamming the key into the lock. Come on," he muttered under his breath, twisting it with all his might as the keys swarmed closer. "Hurry up, Neville," Hermione urged, her voice high with panic. "Anytime now, mate," Ron shouted, his eyes wide as the buzzing grew louder. With a loud click, the lock turned, and Neville pushed the door open. "Got it?" he called, holding the door wide as Harry looped around for another pass. Ron and Hermione darted through the opening, Neville close behind. "Quick, Harry! Come on!" they shouted, waving him in. Harry dove through the open doorway just as the keys swarmed toward him. Neville slammed the door shut, pressing his weight against it as the keys thunked and embedded themselves into the wood, their wings fluttering madly. Hermione slumped against the door, breathing heavily. "That was too close," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "You could say that again," Harry said, landing next to them and wiping sweat from his forehead. He leaned on the broomstick, his chest heaving from the effort. Ron, catching his breath, pointed past them. Guys? Look." Neville reacted quickly, catching the key mid-air. He sprinted to the heavy wooden door without hesitation, jamming the key into the lock. Come on," he muttered under his breath, twisting it with all his might as the keys swarmed closer. "Hurry up, Neville," Hermione urged, her voice high with panic. "Any time now, mate," Ron shouted, his eyes wide as the buzzing grew louder. With a loud click, the lock turned, and Neville pushed the door open. "Got it?" he called, holding the door wide as Harry looped around for another pass. Ron and Hermione darted through the opening, Neville close behind. "Quick, Harry! Come on!" they shouted, waving him in. Harry dove through the open doorway just as the keys swarmed toward him. Neville slammed the door shut, pressing his weight against it as the keys thunked and embedded themselves into the wood, their wings fluttering madly. Hermione slumped against the door, breathing heavily. "That was too close," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "You could say that again," Harry said, landing next to them and wiping sweat from his forehead. He leaned on the broomstick, his chest heaving from the effort. Ron, catching his breath, pointed past them. Guys? Look." They found themselves standing at the edge of a massive chessboard, the black chessmen towering above them, each piece carved from what appeared to be solid black stone. Opposite them, on the far side of the chamber, were the white pieces, equally massive and eerily faceless. Their smooth, blank surfaces gleamed in the dim light of the room. Hermione stepped forward cautiously, stopping at the edge of the board. "It's a chessboard," she said, her voice hushed. She pointed across the room to the opposite side of the board. "There's the door," she said, gesturing toward a heavy wooden door visible beyond the white pieces. "That must lead to the next chamber." "Maybe we can just cross it," Ron suggested, already stepping forward. Neville sighed, shaking his head. "I doubt it's that simple," he said flatly, following them. They moved carefully across the board toward the opposite side, but before they could get far, one of the black pawns stepped forward with a heavy clang. It raised a massive stone sword and blocked their path. "Ah!" Hermione yelped, jumping back in fright. Neville crossed his arms, his expression unsurprised. "Just like I thought," he said calmly. "It won't be that easy." Hermione huffed and shrugged. It was worth a try. "Now what do we do?" Harry whispered, glancing nervously at the imposing chess pieces. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Ron said, his tone more excited than worried. "We've got to play our way across the room." Neville glanced at Ron, noticing the slight grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Of course, he's excited, Neville thought dryly. It's something he's actually good at. Dumbledore really did tailor these obstacles for us, didn't he? "How?" Hermione asked nervously, pointing to gaps in the lineup. "Some of the pieces are missing." Ron stepped forward, inspecting the board closely. "I think," he said slowly, "we're going to have to be chessmen." He walked up to one of the black knights and extended his hand toward the horse. The moment his fingers touched the cold stone, the knight sprang to life. The horse pawed the ground, and the knight turned its helmeted head, looking down at Ron with an expressionless but somehow expectant posture. "Do we, have to join you to get across?" Ron asked hesitantly. The Black Knight nodded stiffly. Ron turned back to the group. "This needs some thinking," he said, rubbing his chin. "I suppose we've got to take the place of 3 of the black pieces." Harry and Hermione remained silent, watching as Ron's mind worked through the problem. Neville stood nearby, his gaze shifting between the board and Ron, already resigned to the fact that the redhead would be leading this part of the challenge. After a few moments of contemplation, Ron spoke again. Now, don't be offended or anything, but neither of you are particularly good at chess. We're not offended, said Harry quickly. Just tell us what to do. Ron nodded, his face serious as he surveyed the chessboard. All right, Harry, you take the empty bishop square. Hermione, you're the queenside castle. Neville, you take that rook's spot on the kingside. He pointed to their positions. Neville let out a sigh and thought to himself, let's just get this over with, as he mentally braced for whatever madness was about to unfold. What about you? Harry asked, curiosity laced with concern. I'm going to be a knight, Ron declared, his tone resolute as he strode confidently toward the piece and climbed onto the horse. Neville rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath, why does it feel like he's making this more dramatic than it needs to be? Still, he walked to his assigned square, along with Harry and Hermione, while Ron adjusted his grip on the reins of the now riderless knight. Hermione glanced nervously between the chess pieces and Ron. What happens now? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. White always goes first in chess, Ron explained, squinting at the board as the pieces came to life. Look, there it goes. Neville quipped instinctively, that's racist. All three of them turned to stare at him. Harry blinked, and Hermione looked scandalized. Ron just gave him a deadpan look. Neville shrugged and mumbled, what? It's true. Before anyone could respond, a white pawn moved forward 2 spaces, the faint grinding of stone against stone echoing through the chamber. Ron immediately began directing the black pieces, pointing sharply as he gave instructions. The game was on. Harry, move diagonally 4 squares to the right, Ron ordered, his voice sharp with focus. Their first real shock came when one of their knights was sacrificed. The White Queen advanced, smashing the Black Knight into jagged pieces that scattered across the board. Ron winced but kept his composure. Had to let that happen, he muttered, though his shaken tone betrayed his nerves. Leaves you free to take that bishop, Hermione. Go on. Neville gripped his wand tightly, his mind racing. If I could cast Bombarda, we could end this whole mess in a second. His thumb brushed the tip of his wand as he glanced around the board. The game dragged on for nearly 20 minutes, with Ron issuing commands and directing their moves with unwavering focus. Tension built with every turn, and each piece they lost made the stakes feel higher. We're nearly there, Ron muttered suddenly, his voice low as he scanned the board. Let me think, let me think. The White Queen turned her blank, unfeeling face toward him, her next move clear. Yes, Ron said softly, his expression resolute. It's the only way I've got to be taken. No, shouted Harry and Hermione in unison, their voices echoing through the chamber. That's chess, snapped Ron, his frustration bubbling over. You've got to make sacrifices. I make my move, she'll take me, and that leaves you free to checkmate the king, Harry. Neville groaned, rolling his eyes so hard it felt like they might fall out of his head. Why is he acting like this is the end of the world? Just get off the bloody horse and let's finish this already. But, Harry began, his face pale. Do you want to stop Snape or not? Ron shot back, cutting him off with a sharp glare. Ron. Harry tried again, but Ron silenced him with a raised hand. Look, if you don't hurry up, he'll already have the stone. Ron shouted, his voice rising dramatically. There's no alternative. He took a deep breath, his pale face determined, and called out, ready? Here I go. Don't hang around once you've won. With that, Ron urged the horse forward. The White Queen moved swiftly, her marble arms raised to strike. Neville's eyes narrowed as he watched the Queen's movements. His grip tightened on his wand. The moment the Queen lunged, Neville acted. With a quick flick of his wand, he shouted, Accio, aiming at Ron's robes. Ron yelled in surprise as the spell yanked him off the horse just as the Queen's blow shattered it into pieces. He landed with a thud on the ground next to Neville, his face a mix of confusion and shock. What just happened? Ron stammered, looking bewildered as he stared at Neville. Neville sighed, his expression unimpressed. Stop being so dramatic, Ron. You weren't hit by the Queen. Just walk off the board next time. Ron blinked, then looked sheepish. Yeah, thanks, mate. Hermione, realizing what Neville had done, looked at him with a mixture of awe and relief. Brilliant, Neville. you saved Ron." Harry, still wide-eyed, asked, "How did you do that?" Hermione jumped in to explain. "It was the summoning charm. He used it on Ron's clothes and pulled him back just in time." Neville shrugged off the praise, turning to Harry. "What are you waiting for? Let's finish this and get it over with." Ron, still sitting on the floor, nodded. "Yeah, Harry. Checkmate the king." Harry snapped out of his shock, stepped forward, and moved 3 spaces to the left. The White King froze, then removed his crown and threw it to the ground, signaling the end of the game. The chessmen parted, bowing to the group as the path to the next door cleared. "We did it," Harry said, excitement mingling with relief. "Come on, let's go." "Come on, let's go," Harry said, his voice firm as he led the way toward the next door. Neville, Hermione, and Ron followed close behind, their footsteps echoing softly in the tense silence of the chamber. As they reached the door, Harry hesitated briefly, glancing back at his friends. "What do you reckon's next?" he asked, his voice low. Hermione furrowed her brow, thinking aloud. "We've had Sprouts, Devil's Snare. Flitwick must have enchanted the keys. McGonagall transfigured the chessmen to make them alive. That leaves Quirrell's spell and Snape's." Neville froze mid-step, his eyes widening as her words sank in. "Wait, Quirrell?" he thought. As soon as Harry pushed the door open, and a wave of putrid stench hit them immediately. The foul smell made their eyes water, making all of them pull their robes up over their noses. As they stepped inside, the source of the smell became painfully clear. Lying flat on the floor in front of them was a massive troll, easily larger than the one they had faced on Halloween. Its mottled, grayish skin gleamed with sweat, and its enormous limbs twitched slightly as it stirred. The moment the door creaked open, the troll turned toward them, its beady eyes narrowing with a low, guttural growl. Neville's thoughts froze for a split second. Shit. The troll let out an ear-splitting roar, as it stood up and lunged toward them with terrifying speed. Acting on instinct, Neville pointed his wand and shouted, "Lumos Maxima," unleashing an overpowered burst of light that blazed through the room. The troll howled in fury, shielding its face from the searing brightness, but it kept charging. "Move!" Neville yelled, grabbing Hermione's and Harry's arms. Harry managed to grab Ron's hand as they dove out of the troll's path. The troll crashed into the wall, then fell heavily to the ground, momentarily dazed and still blinded by the light. Neville shoved his friends toward the door on the far side of the chamber. "Go, I'll distract it," he shouted. Hermione, still blinking spots out of her vision, shook her head. "No, we can't leave you to face that troll alone," she shouted. Harry nodded in agreement, his grip tightening on his wand. "She's right, Neville. We can't just leave you here." Neville turned to them, his expression firm. "Go. I can't focus on keeping you alive and fighting this thing. You'll only slow me down. Get to the next chamber. I'll catch up. Trust me, I have a plan." His eyes darted back to the troll, which was shaking its massive head in an attempt to clear its vision. "Quickly!" Neville shouted as the troll stood up and roared again, turning toward them, its vision slowly clearing. Harry hesitated, looking between Neville and the troll, then gritted his teeth. "Come on, Hermione. He says he has a plan. We just get in his way. And we can't waste more time. Snape might already be after the stone." Ron nodded quickly. "We've got to hurry. That thing's starting to figure out where we are." Hermione looked torn, her hands clenched into fists. She finally stepped forward, hugging Neville tightly. "You'd better be okay when we come back," she said, her voice trembling. Neville gave her a small, reassuring smile and gently patted her shoulder. "Yeah, sure. Now go, before it's too late." Harry grabbed Hermione's arm, pulling her away as Ron opened the door on the far side of the chamber. The 3 of them darted through the opening, sparing one last glance at Neville before disappearing into the next room. Neville turned to the troll, which had now steadied itself. It let out a low growl and focused its beady eyes on him. "All right," Neville thought, gripping his wand. "Now I just have to take down this troll. Let's hope the others stick to the plan. And that only Harry ends up hurt like in the movies." His eyes swept the room, searching for anything he could use. The troll roared and charged, raising its massive club. Neville dove to the left, rolling away just as the troll's club slammed into the floor where he'd stood seconds before. Coming to a stop, Neville aimed his wand at the troll's wrist and shouted, "Flipendo!" firing an overpowered spell. The spell hit the troll's wrist with a loud thud, forcing it to drop the club. The troll roared in pain, clutching its wrist. Neville, not letting up, raised his wand again. "Lumos Maxima," he shouted, sending another blinding flash of light into the troll's face. The troll stumbled back, roaring and thrashing blindly as it tried to protect its eyes. Neville ducked under the troll's wild swing, rolling toward the fallen club. His breathing was ragged as he tapped the club with his wand. "Aqueous Force," he incanted. The club shimmered, twisting and shrinking into a giant, sharp needle. The troll shook its head again, blinking as its vision returned. Spotting Neville, it let out an enraged growl and stomped forward. Neville pointed his wand at the needle and cast Wingardium Leviosa, lifting the needle into the air and aimed it at the troll's head. As the troll roared and took a step forward, Neville yelled, "Depulso!" The needle shot forward like a spear, piercing straight through the troll's skull. The creature froze, let out a low groan, and then toppled backward with a thunderous crash that shook the floor. Neville dropped to his knees, panting heavily. He stared at the troll, now lying still on the ground, and let out a shaky breath. He fell onto his bum, panting hard. Sweat dripped down his face, and his whole body felt tired from the magic he'd used. "Good thing I came up with a strategy after the Halloween troll incident," he thought, wiping his forehead. "If I hadn't, I'd be squashed by now." Neville then looked toward the door the others had gone through. "Now I just have to wait for them to come back," he thought. Neville ducked under the troll's wild swing, rolling toward the fallen club. His breathing was ragged as he tapped the club with his wand. "Aqueous Force," he incanted. The club shimmered, twisting and shrinking into a giant, sharp needle. The troll shook its head again, blinking as its vision returned. Spotting Neville, it let out an enraged growl and stomped forward. Neville pointed his wand at the needle and cast Wingardium Leviosa, lifting the needle into the air and aimed it at the troll's head. As the troll roared and took a step forward, Neville yelled, "Depulso!" The needle shot forward like a spear, piercing straight through the troll's skull. The creature froze, let out a low groan, and then toppled backward with a thunderous crash that shook the floor. Neville dropped to his knees, panting heavily. He stared at the troll, now lying still on the ground, and let out a shaky breath. He fell onto his bum, panting hard. Sweat dripped down his face, and his whole body felt tired from the magic he'd used. "Good thing I came up with a strategy after the Halloween troll incident," he thought, wiping his forehead. "If I hadn't, I'd be squashed by now." Neville then looked toward the door the others had gone through. "Now I just have to wait for them to come back," he thought. Neville sighed and flopped onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. His body ached from exhaustion, but at least the fight was over. He had barely caught his breath when he heard the click of the door unlocking. The same door Harry, Ron, and Hermione had gone through. "Huh?" Neville turned his head, frowning as he saw the door slightly ajar. Through the small gap, Hermione's face appeared, her wide eyes scanning the room. The moment she spotted Neville lying on the ground, her face paled. "Neville!" she cried, shoving the door open fully and rushing toward him. Ron followed quickly behind, looking just as worried. Neville sighed and pushed himself up with a groan, thinking, "That was quick." Hermione skidded to a stop beside him, immediately kneeling down and checking him over. "Neville, are you all right?" she asked, her voice shaky. She grabbed his arm gently, helping him sit up. "You're not hurt, are you?" Neville sat up properly and nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine, Hermione, just tired." Ron stood beside them, staring at the fallen troll, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. "Blimey, Neville," he muttered, sounding impressed. You actually took it down on your own?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, had to. Otherwise, I'd be troll paste," he said, shaking his head. Then he glanced past them, noticing someone was missing. "Wait, where's Harry? Did you guys get the stone?" he asked, acting confused. Ron grimaced. "Harry went after the stone alone." Hermione swallowed nervously and nodded. "There was only enough potion for one person to go through the fire. Harry said he'd do it himself and told us to go back and get help. He went on alone. Her voice wavered slightly on the last word, her worry clear. Ron's expression was grim. We've got to hurry. If you know who's down there with Snape, Harry's in big trouble. Neville, already knowing the plot, forced his face into a shocked expression. What? He went alone. He tried to stand, only for his legs to give out beneath him, making him fall back onto his bum. We've got to do something. We can't just leave him down there by himself. Steady on, mate, Ron said, stooping down and offering his arm to help him up.
Neville shook his head and said firmly, No, Harry needs your help. I'd only slow you down. You should hurry and get one of the professors, quickly. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, clearly torn. Hermione hesitated before nodding. He's right, Ron. We can waste time. Harry might be in danger as we speak. I'll stay here and help Neville. You go ahead. You're faster than me anyway. Ron looked serious as he nodded. All right, I'll go first then.
Neville gestured toward the bundle of fabric nearby. Take the invisibility cloak with you, in case Fluffy's awake. Ron nodded, quickly grabbing the cloak. I'll be back as soon as I can, he said before turning and sprinting off into the darkness.
Hermione turned back to Neville, offering her hand. Here, let me help you.
Neville took her hand and stood up slowly, nodding. Thanks, Hermione. Together, they made their way back through the chess set and the flying key chamber. By the time they reached the Devil's Snare room, Neville was able to stand on his own. Entering the dimly lit chamber, they were immediately engulfed in darkness. Hermione quickly raised her wand. Lumos.
The tip of her wand glowed brightly, casting a soft light over the room.
There's a ladder on the wall, Neville pointed out. He climbed up first, knowing Hermione was wearing a skirt. As he reached the top, he carefully lifted the trapdoor a little and peeked through. The faint sound of harp music still drifted through the air. That's good, Neville thought, relieved. I don't think I could cast another spell right now. Hermione whispered up to him. Is Fluffy awake? Neville looked down at her and shook his head. I don't think so, I can still hear the harp playing. Satisfied, Neville fully opened the trapdoor and climbed through, quickly turning back to help Hermione up. Come on, hurry, he urged, pulling her through. They swiftly made their way out of the room, closing the door behind them as quietly as possible. Hermione sighed in relief, leaning against the wall. That was so stressful. Neville nodded. Yeah, but we're not done yet. Come on, we should find Ron. Just as they were about to move, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Hermione stiffened, her eyes wide with panic. Oh no, what if? Neville, however, already knew who it was. It's fine, he muttered. Sure enough, Dumbledore appeared, his long robes billowing behind him, with Ron running close behind. The moment she saw him, Hermione rushed forward. Professor, Harry went after the stone alone. You need to help him. Dumbledore nodded and said, I know, Miss Granger. Please wait here. I shall go after him at once. No matter what happens, stay put until I return. Before any of them could protest, Dumbledore strode past them, his robes billowing behind him. His expression was grim, and he moved with surprising speed. Neville rolled his eyes and thought, yeah, good acting, old man. Ron, still panting from running, looked at them. Blimey, I hope we're not too late. They backed away from the door as it shut behind Dumbledore. Neville let out a long sigh before lowering himself onto the cold stone floor, resting his head against the wall. So how did you find Dumbledore? Neville asked, looking at Ron. Wasn't he supposed to be at the Ministry? Ron shook his head. I ran into him on my way to the Owlery. He said the minister was quite shocked to see him there. That's when he knew something was wrong, so he rushed straight back. Hermione sat beside Neville, wringing her hands in her lap. I do hope Harry's going to be all right, she said softly, her eyes fixed on the stone floor.
Ron stood a short distance away, hands stuffed into his pockets, brows furrowed. He will be, he said in a quiet voice, though it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. He's Harry. He's always finding a way out of trouble.
Neville nodded but didn't say what he was really thinking. Yeah, I'm sure Quirrell is dead by now. Instead, he closed his eyes, still catching his breath. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps made them all jump. The door swung open, and Dumbledore returned, but this time, he wasn't alone. In his arms, he carried Harry, limp, pale, and unconscious. Hermione gasped and jumped to her feet. "Harry," she cried, rushing forward. Ron hurried beside her, eyes wide with alarm. "Is he all right, Professor?" Dumbledore's voice remained calm, but there was an urgency to it. "He is alive, but he has had quite a scare. He used a powerful bit of magic and got knocked about in the process. We must get him to Madame Pomfrey at once." None of them argued. They didn't want to slow Dumbledore down with questions. Without further delay, they followed him back upstairs. It was a blur of cold corridors and winding staircases until they reached the familiar doors of the hospital wing. Their footsteps echoed on the tiled floor as they entered.
Madame Pomfrey, wearing her usual starched apron, bustled over, a stern but worried look on her face. "Put him here, headmaster," she said briskly, pointing to a bed in the corner. "What have they gone and done this time?" Though flustered, her hands moved quickly, already checking Harry's breathing and heartbeat with practiced ease.
Ron, Hermione, and Neville found themselves guided onto the beds beside Harry. Dumbledore stood at the foot of Harry's bed, quietly observing. Hermione watched as Madame Pomfrey fussed over Harry, twisting her hands in her lap. "Is he going to be all right?" she asked in a shaky voice.
Madame Pomfrey sniffed. "He'll be perfectly fine, dear, but I won't have anyone else pestering him tonight." She threw them all a sharp look. Honestly, students these days have no sense. Up and about at all hours meddling in who knows what.
Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you, Poppy." Then, turning his gaze toward the three of them, he said, "Now then, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, please tell me everything that happened." Hermione swallowed nervously before she began. "Professor, we found out that Professor Snape was after the stone." Before she could continue, the doors to the infirmary suddenly burst open. Professor McGonagall strode in, her nightgown and dressing robe flowing behind her. Her face was a mix of worry and frustration, and Neville thought she looked even more intimidating than usual. "Right," she said, striding over to the row of beds, her voice sharper than Neville had ever heard it. She pressed her lips into a thin line before continuing. "I want to know what on earth you three were thinking." Hermione flinched at the tone, looking like she wanted to shrink into the bed. All these broken rules, near-death experiences. McGonagall's eyes flickered to Harry, still unconscious, before settling on the three of them. "Do you realize how serious this is?" Hermione, still nervous, tried to explain. "Professor, we only..." McGonagall cut her off with a sharp wave of her hand. "Never in all my years have I heard such nonsense. The three of you, sneaking into the depths of the castle, facing Merlin knows what. You could have been killed." Ron, looking a little braver, sat up. "We only wanted to protect the stone, Professor. We thought..." McGonagall's voice rose, filled with frustration. "The stone is no concern of yours. You should have come to a teacher, to me, or even to the headmaster, running off on your own. I've half a mind to give you all a month of detentions." Her sharp gaze then landed on Neville, her lips pressing into a thin line. "And you, Mr. Longbottom," she said, her voice lower but no less stern. "I thought you would have learned your lesson by now, after what happened a few months back." Neville forced himself not to scowl. He wanted to tell her that he had already warned Dumbledore about Quirrell, only for Dumbledore to obliviate both him and Madame Pomfrey. But he clenched his fists instead, biting back his words. Dumbledore, who had remained silent, gently placed a hand on McGonagall's shoulder. "Minerva, I think we should allow them to tell their side of the story." Though his voice was quiet, it was enough to make her pause. McGonagall let out a long breath, shaking her head. "Reckless, foolish, and completely unacceptable," she muttered. But she didn't argue further.
Neville exhaled, relieved the lecture was coming to an end. He wasn't about to apologize, not when all of this was Dumbledore's grand scheme from the start.
Dumbledore turned his head, his eyes settling on Ron, Neville, and Hermione. "Before we discuss matters of punishment," he said, his tone gentler, "I would like to hear precisely what happened below. We must have a clear account." Madame Pomfrey had finished her checks on Harry but lingered nearby, clearly keeping an eye on them all. She looked at Dumbledore with a pointed frown.
Albus, these children need rest. Please keep your questions brief. Ah, yes, Poppy, Dumbledore said with a small nod before turning back to Neville, Ron, and Hermione. Now, would you be so kind as to explain how you ended up there in the first place? What led you to go after the stone on your own?
Hermione shifted on the bed, twisting her hands together. Well, Professor, she began hesitantly, we thought that Professor Snape was after the stone. We saw him acting suspiciously earlier in the school year, and Dumbledore held up a hand, stopping her gently. Miss Granger, I must stop you there. Professor Snape was not the one after the stone. Hermione's brow furrowed. But we saw him with a cut on his leg after the troll at Halloween. And we heard him threatening Professor Quirrell once, and Dumbledore gave a small, sad smile. I understand your suspicions, Miss Granger. But I assure you, it was not Severus who went after the stone. It was Professor Quirrell.
Ron looked stunned. Quirrell, he repeated, blinking. You mean that stuttering, timid bloke who taught defense against the dark arts?
Dumbledore inclined his head. Yes, indeed. I am afraid he deceived us all. Hermione stared, mouth slightly open. That's barmy. Neville stayed silent, his expression unreadable. Yeah, sure. Deceived us all, except you, Dumbledore. You knew exactly what was going on. He didn't say anything, though. Neville forced his face into an expression of shock, pretending to be surprised. Professor Quirrell? He managed. But how? Dumbledore's mouth formed a grim line. I am afraid so. He was more cunning than we gave him credit for. He harbored a great evil, and tonight, he made his final move. Thanks to all of you, and especially to Harry's bravery, his plan was stopped. Ron glanced at Hermione, then at Neville. Seeing the cue, Neville spoke up. Well, the centaurs told Harry that you know what was after the stone. At the time, we thought Professor Snape was involved because we saw him with a bite on his leg after the troll on Halloween. He paused briefly before continuing. Then we found out that Hagrid let slip how to get past Fluffy when he got drunk in Hogsmeade. We tried to find you, sir, but we couldn't. Professor McGonagall told us you had gone to the Ministry on urgent business, and we panicked. We thought we had no choice. We went through the trapdoor to stop him ourselves. Hermione nodded quickly, adding, we wanted to tell Professor McGonagall, but we. Neville stepped in again, his voice steady but carrying just the right amount of hesitation. To be honest, Professor, we didn't think she would believe us. After the dragon incident, she was clipped with me and Harry. She barely tolerated us. She only started being a little less strict after the forest incident. He took a breath, lowering his eyes to the floor to add to the act. We didn't want to get on her bad side again. We didn't want to risk ruining the small bit of trust we just regained. He hesitated for effect before finishing. We should have told a professor, and we're sorry that we didn't. We panicked after learning that Voldemort boss after the stone. Dumbledore watched them quietly, his blue eyes unreadable, but Neville knew that this was exactly the kind of answer the old man wanted to hear, an excuse he could work with. Hermione, however, still looked anxious. Are we going to be expelled, Professor? She asked hesitantly. McGonagall sighed. That decision is not mine to make. Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on McGonagall's shoulder. Though he spoke softly, it was enough to make her pause. Minerva, we should be too harsh on them after all they have done something very brave, though not entirely wise. We should be thankful that they are safe. McGonagall's expression softened, just slightly. She still looked stern, her lips pressed tightly together, but the blazing anger in her eyes dimmed. She exhaled sharply and folded her arms across her chest. I suppose you are right, Albus, she said, though there was still frustration in her tone. Madame Pomfrey, who had been remarkably patient up until now, decided she'd had enough of the excitement. She bustled forward, hands firmly on her hips. That's quite enough, she snapped. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, if you please. These children need rest. They've been through a right ordeal, and I will no save them troubled further. Out, all of you.
Dumbledore inclined his head, his eyes twinkling slightly. Of course, Poppy. He turned to Neville, Ron, and Hermione, giving them a kindly glance. You three should rest. There will be plenty to discuss in the days ahead, but for now, recover your strength. As Madame Pomfrey shooed the professors away,
She checked over them one last time, muttering under her breath about reckless children. They were each given a dose of Wiggenweld potion, the warm liquid easing their lingering exhaustion, and told to sleep. Hermione, perched on the edge of the bed beside Neville, ran a hand across her brow, letting out a slow breath. "I just can't believe it was Professor Quirrell all along," she said, voice low, and poor Harry had to face him alone. Ron, sitting on his own bed, fiddled with the hem of his sheets. "At least Harry's breathing," he muttered, trying to sound confident. "Never in a million years would I have guessed it was Quirrell." Neville, already closing his eyes, let out a tired sigh. "Well, I'm just glad it's all over now." Madame Pomfrey, who had been remarkably patient up until now, decided she'd had enough of the excitement. She bustled forward, hands firmly on her hips. "That's quite enough," she snapped. "Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, if you please. These children need rest. They've been through a right ordeal, and I will no save them troubled further. Out, all of you." Dumbledore inclined his head, his eyes twinkling slightly. "Of course, Poppy." He turned to Neville, Ron, and Hermione, giving them a kindly glance. "You three should rest. There will be plenty to discuss in the days ahead, but for now, recover your strength." As Madame Pomfrey shooed the professors away, she checked over them one last time, muttering under her breath about reckless children. They were each given a dose of Wiggenweld potion, the warm liquid easing their lingering exhaustion, and told to sleep. Hermione, perched on the edge of the bed beside Neville, ran a hand across her brow, letting out a slow breath. "I just can't believe it was Professor Quirrell all along," she said, voice low, and poor Harry had to face him alone. Ron, sitting on his own bed, fiddled with the hem of his sheets. "At least Harry's breathing," he muttered, trying to sound confident. "Never in a million years would I have guessed it was Quirrell." Neville, already closing his eyes, let out a tired sigh. "Well, I'm just glad it's all over now." It was late evening in the Scottish Highlands. Neville sat in the Gryffindor common room along with Hermione, both of them finishing up their homework. With a final scribble, Neville stretched his arms and let out a yawn. "And that's done," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Finally, a full week of nothing but homework, finished." Hermione, finishing up her last line, nodded. "Well, that should free us up for the summer." Just then, Ron walked over, looking at them in disbelief. "Blimey, you two are still doing those?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "We just finished, actually, Ronald. You could have been done too if you had joined us." Ron scoffed. "And stay cooped up in here for days on end? No thanks. I'd rather do it over the summer than spend an entire week like you two."
Neville rolled his eyes. "Well, we won't have to worry about it now," he said, packing his books into his bag. "And if we don't hurry, we might be late for the end-of-year feast."
Ron's stomach growled, and he grinned. "Yeah, I'm starving." Hermione closed her book and sighed. "I hope Harry can join us."
To avoid a trip back to the dorms, Neville stuffed Hermione's books into his bag, so they could head straight to dinner, slinging his bag over his shoulder.
Neville yawned and said, "I have a feeling that he will."
As they climbed through the Gryffindor portrait hole, Neville's thoughts drifted back to everything that had happened over the past few days.
It had been a week since the Quirrell incident. Neville, Hermione, and Ron had been cleared from the hospital wing the morning after, but Harry had remained unconscious for 3 days after his confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort and was still under Madame Pomfrey's care. Somehow, by the next evening, the entire school had heard about their late-night adventure.
Neville was certain it was Dumbledore's doing, because how else would everyone know some version of the events when all of them had been in the infirmary that night? The only person who knew everything was Dumbledore himself.
Either way, the damage had been done. Since the whole school knew, Ron and Hermione had now joined Neville in being ostracized by most of Gryffindor. Many students believed their reckless actions had cost them even more points.
Things only got worse after Gryffindor lost their final Quidditch match of the season, losing the Quidditch Cup entirely, all because their seeker had been unconscious in the hospital wing. While waiting for Harry to wake up, Neville and Hermione spent their time doing their summer homework. Ron, however, vehemently disagreed with them about doing homework so soon and instead chose to hang out with his brothers.
Thanks to Ron's blabbering about what had happened, The entire school quickly found out about their adventure. Of course, Ron told his own version of the story, one that conveniently painted him in a better light. Gradually, the ostracization they had faced began to lessen. Even the rest of the first years slowly started talking to them again. Many students approached Neville and Hermione, asking them what had really happened. Neville, however, got far more attention than he wanted, especially after people found out that he had defeated another troll. When Harry finally woke up, they all went to visit him. Harry explained everything. How Quirrell had been after the stone, how Voldemort had been living on the back of Quirrell's head, and what had happened when he touched Quirrell. Neville, of course, already knew all of this, so he stayed quiet. Instead, he casually mentioned, Fred and George hit the Dark Lord in the face with snowballs. The image of you-know-who getting pelted with snowballs made Harry, Ron, and Hermione chuckle. Harry then told them something else, something Dumbledore had said to him. He said the Flamels decided to destroy the stone. Neville rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. After 600 years, they're suddenly afraid of a weak ghost Voldemort? But he didn't say that out loud. Then Harry added something that made Neville pause. He's a funny man, Dumbledore. I think he sort of wanted to give me a chance. I think he knows more or less everything that goes on here, you know? I reckon he had a pretty good idea way we're going to try, and instead of stopping us, he just taught us enough to help. I don't think it was an accident that he let me find out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort if I could. Neville blinked for a second. So even Harry recognizes that Dumbledore was manipulating things. This is going to make things much easier, he thought, smiling to himself. They reached the Great Hall, where students were still filing in, the low hum of chatter filling the vast space. As soon as Neville, Hermione, and Ron stepped inside, a wave of murmurs spread through the hall. Eyes turned toward them, whispers following in their wake. Ignoring the stares, Neville made his way toward the far end of the Gryffindor table, where the rest of the Gryffindor first years were seated. He deliberately chose a seat closest to the professors. He knew exactly what was about to happen. Dumbledore would pull his usual last-minute points stunt, rig the House Cup in Gryffindor's favor, and manipulate Harry even further. Neville had no interest in being caught up in the over-the-top celebration that would follow. Hermione sat beside him, while Ron slid into the seat across from them.
As they settled down, Neville greeted the others. Hey there, guys. What are you all talking about?
Not much, mate. Just summer plans, Seamus said, leaning forward eagerly. I might be going to see Ireland's qualifying match. What about you lot? Neville shrugged. Dunno, don't really have anything planned. Probably just spend time with Gran and do some research, he said, lying smoothly. He did have a few plans for the summer, but he wasn't going to share them. Lavender, twirling a strand of her hair, gave him a look. You want to study even during summer break? Merlin, Neville, you need to get a hobby. She shook her head before adding, as for me, my parents are taking me to France for a few weeks. We'll be visiting a magical market in Paris. I can't wait. Hermione perked up instantly. You mean Place Cachet? She asked excitedly. I really hope I can visit while we're there. I've heard it's completely different from Diagon Alley. Parvati grinned. Different magical markets have their own style. It all depends on the culture, she said knowingly. Me and my sister are going to India to visit relatives. The Wizarding Bazaar there is nothing like the ones here. I'm hoping to buy some enchanted jewelry. What about you, Ron? Lavender asked. Ron groaned dramatically. I'll be stuck at home with Percy, who'll be going on about how he's a prefect now, and the twins, who'll probably prank me all summer. He sighed heavily, slamming his head on the table. I'm not looking forward to it. It's going to be a nightmare. Dean chuckled. As for me, he said, I'll just be at home in London. Probably play some football with my mates and try not to use magic by accident. He shook his head. It's gonna be hard after getting used to it all year. Seamus laughed. Yeah, same here. I accidentally tried magic over winter break, and my mum nearly killed me for it. Reckon she'd ground me until second year if I tried again. The group chuckled, falling into easy conversation as the great hall continued to fill. They shared a laugh, but the hall suddenly fell silent. Neville turned to see what had caused the hush and spotted Harry entering. The entire room stared as he headed their way. Ron waved. Over here, mate. Harry approached with a small smile. Hey, guys, he said, taking a seat next to Ron. Hermione beamed. You made it. Neville looked him over. So Madame Pomfrey finally let you leave, huh? Harry rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I had to beg her to let me come to the end of year feast. He glanced around, fully aware of all the eyes on him. Seamus smirked. Glad you made it, mate. I thought Pomfrey might keep you in the hospital wing all summer, he joked. Just then, the hall quieted again as Dumbledore stood and walked to the podium. Another year gone. Dumbledore said cheerfully, his voice carrying through the great hall. And I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into this delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were. There were a few chuckles throughout the hall. But of course, Dumbledore continued, you all have a whole summer ahead to empty them again before next term starts. There was more light laughter, but Neville stayed silent, knowing what was coming next. Now, Dumbledore went on, as I understand it, we still need to award the House Cup. The points stand thus. In fourth place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. In third place, Gryffindor, with 412 points. In second place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And in first place, Slytherin, with 472 points.
Cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. Malfoy pounded his goblet, grinning smugly. Dumbledore, however, merely smiled. Yes, well done, Slytherin, he said. However, recent events must be taken into account.
The entire hall fell silent. The Slytherins' cheering died away. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Ahem. I have a few last-minute points to distribute, let me see. Yes. Neville maintained a neutral expression. Here we go, he thought. First, Dumbledore announced, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 20 points.
The Gryffindor table roared in celebration. Percy puffed out his chest, boasting to anyone who would listen that it was his youngest brother who had bested McGonagall's giant chess set. Neville clapped along with everyone else, though he noted that Ron's award was less than in the version he remembered from the films.
The hall eventually settled. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, Dumbledore continued, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 20 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, overwhelmed with emotion. Neville smiled and patted her on the back as Gryffindors up and down the table erupted with cheers. They were only at 20 points behind now. Then, Dumbledore spoke again. Third, to Mr. Neville Longbottom. For defeating a troll, not once, but twice, I award Gryffindor House 20 points. The applause was thunderous. Gryffindors screamed, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs applauded, and even some Slytherins looked impressed. Those quick enough at mental arithmetic realized that Gryffindor was now tied with Slytherin at 472 points apiece. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. Last, but not least, to Mr. Harry Potter for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 25 points. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then the hall exploded. Anyone outside the Great Hall might have thought a bomb had gone off. The roar of celebration was so loud that Neville was sure they could hear it in Hogsmeade. Harry, Ron, and Hermione leapt up, cheering. Neville quietly slipped back from the table a bit, watching the wild celebration unfold. Dumbledore's voice rang out over the uproar. Which means, he called, beaming, we need a little change of decoration. With a clap of his hands, the Slytherin banners draped high above them dissolved into the S. Arlet of Gryffindor. The silver snakes transformed into golden lions that roared from the cloth. And now, Dumbledore concluded, let us eat. As the cheers finally diminished and everyone took their seats, the feast appeared. Platters of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, buttered corn, and countless other delicious dishes. Neville returned to sit beside Hermione, who was practically glowing. Can you believe it, Neville? We won? Neville picked up a piece of chicken. Yeah, he said quietly, taking a bite. He could believe it, he'd seen it coming all along. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. Last, but not least, to Mr. Harry Potter for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 25 points. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then the hall exploded. Anyone outside the Great Hall might have thought a bomb had gone off. The roar of celebration was so loud that Neville was sure they could hear it in Hogsmeade.
Harry, Ron, and Hermione leapt up, cheering. Neville quietly slipped back from the table a bit, watching the wild celebration unfold.
Dumbledore's voice rang out over the uproar. "Which means," he called, beaming, "we need a little change of decoration." With a clap of his hands, the Slytherin banners draped high above them dissolved into the S.R. of Gryffindor. The silver snakes transformed into golden lions that roared from the cloth. "And now," Dumbledore concluded, "let us eat." As the cheers finally diminished and everyone took their seats, the feast appeared. Platters of roast chicken, mashed potatoes, buttered corn, and countless other delicious dishes. Neville returned to sit beside Hermione, who was practically glowing. "Can you believe it, Neville? We won?" Neville picked up a piece of chicken. "Yeah," he said quietly, taking a bite. He could believe it. He'd seen it coming all along. Neville stepped into the first-year dormitory, towel slung over his head as he briskly dried his damp hair. He was dressed casually in a t-shirt and long pants, comfortable for the journey ahead. The room was still quiet, save for the occasional rustling of blankets and soft snores from Ron's bed. Seamus let out a wide yawn as he stretched and nodded at Neville while grabbing his own towel. "Morning, mate," he mumbled sleepily before trudging off towards the showers. Neville nodded back. "Morning, mate," he replied, watching as Seamus disappeared out the door. Ron was still out cold, sprawled across his mattress, one arm draped dramatically over his face as he snored softly. Shaking his head, Neville walked over to his trunk and slung his towel over one shoulder. He reached for his wand from his nightstand and gave it a flick. A warm breeze stirred around his head, quickly drying his hair. "Much better," he muttered in satisfaction. With another flick, he dried his towel before tossing it into his dirty clothes bag. Just as he shut his trunk, Harry walked in from his shower, his hair still damp and sticking up in every direction as usual. "All packed?" Harry asked, rubbing his neck as he grabbed his own bag. Neville nodded. "Yeah," he said simply, then glanced over at Ron's still sleeping form. "You better wake him up, or he might miss the train." Harry let out a sigh and walked over to Ron's bed. He gave Ron's shoulder a shake. "Ron, mate, wake up," he called, keeping his voice level. "You're going to miss the train." Ron groaned, shifting slightly under his blankets. "What train?" he mumbled, trying to bury his face deeper into his pillow. Harry rolled his eyes. "The train from Hogsmeade. You're going to be late." Neville smirked and chimed in, "And you haven't even packed yet, mate. Better hurry up, or you'll miss breakfast too." That seemed to get Ron's attention. His eyes cracked open groggily, and he blinked blearily at them. Right, I'm up," he muttered, stifling a yawn before stretching his arms. "Blimey, I stayed up too late last night." Shuffling off his bed, Ron grabbed his towel and staggered toward the bathroom. Neville chuckled and shook his head before turning back to his trunk. With a flick of his wand, he cast Reducio, shrinking it down to a size small enough to fit in his sling bag. He tucked it away and slung his sling bag over his shoulder. "All done, I'm heading down. You coming, mate?" he asked, running a hand through his hair as he glanced at Harry. Harry shook his head as he stuffed his clothes into his trunk. "No, I still have a few things to pack. I'll wait for Ron. Then I'll head down first. I'm starving. I'll wait for you in the Great Hall." With that, Neville gave him a quick nod and headed out the door. The Gryffindor common room was still lively, though not as packed as usual. Most students had already made their way down to the Great Hall for breakfast or were waiting by the carriages to head to the train. As Neville stepped inside, he spotted Hermione by the notice board, standing with a few older students who were peering at a freshly pinned parchment. Curious, Neville walked over, rubbing a bit of sleep from his eyes. "Morning, Hermione. What are you up to?" he asked, stifling a yawn. Hermione jumped slightly, turning around with wide eyes. "Neville, you scared me," she said, pressing a hand to her chest before letting out a small huff. "And good morning to you too." Neville chuckled. "Sorry about that. Didn't mean to sneak up on you." His gaze flicked to the notice board. "What's this about?" Professor McGonagall just posted the final rankings for the year, Hermione said, nodding toward the parchment. At that, Neville perked up. Oh, right, the end-of-year rankings. He leaned in to get a closer look. So, I take it you came top? Hermione's face turned slightly pink with pride, and she nodded excitedly. Yep, first place, she confirmed. Neville scanned the list and let out a low whistle when he spotted her name right at the top. Well done. Congratulations, he said, giving her an approving nod. Thanks, Neville, she said, beaming. But you didn't do too badly yourself. She pointed at the rankings. Look, you came in 6th. Following her finger, Neville's eyes landed on his name, ranked just below Susan Bones from Hufflepuff. Huh, he muttered, surprised. Not bad at all. He read through the list quickly. 1 Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. 2 Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. 3 Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin. 4 Padma Patil, Ravenclaw. 5 Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. 6 Neville Longbottom, Gryffindor. 7 Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw. Well, looks like Ravenclaw dominates the rankings, Neville mused. Well, of course, Hermione said matter-of-factly. They're Ravenclaws. Ignoring the other rankings, Neville moved his attention to his own subject grades. Transfiguration. Oh, outstanding. Charms. Oh, outstanding. Potions. EE. Exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts. Oh, outstanding. Herbology. Oh, outstanding. History of magic. A. Acceptable. Astronomy. A. Acceptable. Neville raised an eyebrow. Huh. Didn't think I'd get an O from Quirrell, and Snape actually gave me an E? That's surprising. I expected him to mark me lower just out of spite. Not bad at all, Hermione said, glancing over his shoulder. You aced all the practical subjects, and honestly, E in potions is impressive considering who teaches it. Neville chuckled. Yeah, I half expected to see a T for troll next to potions. Hermione giggled but then nudged him playfully. You're just as bad as Ron sometimes, she said, though she looked pleased. Neville smirked, rolling his eyes. I'll take that as a compliment. Shaking his head, he glanced at Hermione's name and, as expected, saw a perfect row of O's next to her subjects. Letting out a low whistle, he smirked and reached over to pat her on the head. And, of course, you got all O's. Congrats, Hermione. Hermione flushed, swatting his hand away with an annoyed huff. Stop that, Neville, she scolded, though the pink on her cheeks betrayed her pride. Neville chuckled at her reaction, but then Hermione glanced around, her brow furrowing. Where's your luggage? Didn't you bring it with you? Grinning, Neville patted his sling bag. Got it right here, he said smugly. Shrunk it down to make it easier to carry. Hermione's eyes widened in realization before she groaned and smacked her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? She muttered. It would have been so much easier than lugging around a giant trunk. Pulling out her wand, she quickly cast Reducio, and her trunk shrank down to a pocketable size. Neville smirked. Just remember to enlarge it before getting off at platform 9, he warned playfully. Or else you'll be stuck with a shrunken trunk for the whole summer. Hermione without books. That would be a tragedy. Hermione shot him a glare and smacked his arm lightly. Prat, she muttered, though a smile tugged at her lips. Neville turned back to the rankings, his curiosity piqued. I wonder where Harry and Ron placed, he mused aloud, scanning further down the list. Hermione, who had already checked, answered, they both passed. That's what matters, or they might have had to repeat the year. Neville finally found their names. Harry was ranked 18th, while Ron was at 25th. He yawned, stretching his arms. Well, at least they didn't fail, he said, grinning. Could have been worse. Turning back to Hermione, he rubbed his stomach. Fancy heading to the Great Hall? I'm starving. Hermione nodded, slipping her now shrunken trunk into her pocket. Let's go, she agreed. With that, the two made their way out of the common room, ready for their last breakfast at Hogwarts before the summer break. After breakfast, the students were escorted to Hogsmeade Station by the thestral-drawn carriages. Neville fed an apple to one pulling his carriage when Harry, Ron, and Hermione weren't paying attention. As the carriage came to a stop, Neville stepped down first and turned, offering Hermione a hand to help her down. she accepted with a small nod of thanks. Ron, hopping off the carriage with a grunt, glanced at the two of them before his eyes narrowed. "Ha, I just noticed. Where are your trunks? Did you forget them or something?" Hermione patted her pocket. "Oh, it's all here, Ron. Much easier than dragging that great box around." Harry, dragging his heavy trunk behind him, looked over and said, "Yeah, I saw Neville shrinking his trunk earlier." Ron's jaw dropped. "What? And you didn't do that for us? That's not fair. Now both of you don't even have to carry your trunks?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Ron, we are carrying our trunks." Ron glared at her. "You know that's not what I meant. It's unfair that the two of you shrunk yours and we didn't." Hermione simply shrugged. "Well, whose fault is it that you two didn't join us when we were practicing the spell?" Neville raised an eyebrow. "You know, even if you didn't know the shrinking charm, both of you could have just levitated your trunks with the levitation charm." Harry blinked and sighed. "Huh, I didn't think of that." Ron threw his hands up. "Now you tell me, after I've dragged this thing all the way here?" Neville just shrugged, fighting back a grin. "You didn't ask, mate. Not my fault." Hermione giggled at Ron's grumbling as they walked toward the train, Ron muttering under his breath the entire way. As they stepped onto the platform, Neville spotted Hagrid standing off to the side, towering over the students with his usual warm smile. Harry noticed too and turned to them. "You guys go on ahead. I want to speak with Hagrid for a bit." "Yeah, sure, mate," Neville shrugged, giving Hagrid a wave as they passed by. Hagrid waved back at them before turning his attention to Harry. Neville, Hermione, and Ron boarded the train and began walking down the corridor, peeking into compartments. Most were already filling up, but after a bit of searching, they found an empty one near the back. Neville quickly slid the door open and grinned. "Dibs on the seat next to the window," he declared, plopping himself down before anyone could argue. Hermione rolled her eyes but took the seat next to him without complaint, while Ron flopped onto the seat opposite them, still grumbling after he heaved his trunk onto the overhead rack. Hermione looked out the window, watching the platform bustle with students. She sighed softly. "Feels strange going home, doesn't it?" Ron nodded. "Yeah, I get you," he admitted. "It feels weird after spending almost an entire year at Hogwarts." Neville shrugged. "I'd say the same, but for me, it's a bit different. You know, with the lost memory and all," he said, tapping his temple. "The only memory of home I really have is the one from winter break." Hermione's expression softened. "That must be difficult," she murmured. Neville gave a small, lopsided smile. I manage." A while later, the compartment door slid open, and Harry walked in, carrying a large book in one hand, Hedwig's cage in the other, while his trunk floated behind him. Ron's eyes landed on the book Harry was holding. "What's that you've got, Harry?" he asked curiously. Harry sat down next to Ron and lifted the book, flipping through the pages. "It's a photo album. Hagrid reached out to some of my parents' old friends and put this together for me." Hermione smiled warmly. "That was really thoughtful of Hagrid, Harry." Harry nodded, his fingers gently brushing over one of the photos. "Yeah, before, thanks to Neville, I had pictures of my mum, but now I've got some of my dad too." The train gave a long whistle as it started picking up speed. Harry glanced out the window and waved at Hagrid, who stood on the platform, giving them a broad smile and a wave in return. With a small sigh, Harry finally settled into his seat, placing the album carefully on his lap. Neville stayed quiet, watching as the Hogwarts Express sped past Hogsmeade, the familiar sight of the village quickly fading into the distance. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels filled the air, a steady reminder that their first year was now behind them. His gaze shifted to Ron, who was now animatedly chatting with Harry about Quidditch. "Now's as good a time as any." Without drawing attention, Neville slid a hand into his robes and discreetly took out his wand, aiming at Ron. He flicked it slightly and whispered, "Stupefy." A red jet of light shot out, striking Ron square in the chest before he could react. His body slumped back against the seat, completely unconscious. Harry and Hermione gasped, their heads snapping toward Neville in shock. But before they could shout, Neville swiftly flicked his wand at them and muttered, "Silencio." Both of their mouths opened, but no sound came out. Wide-eyed, they scrambled for their wands, panic flashing in their expressions. Before they could react further, Neville quickly traced a few glowing words in the air using flagrate. "Please don't panic. I will explain. Just give me a moment." Harry and Hermione hesitated, exchanging a look before reluctantly lowering their hands from their wands, though their wariness remained. Neville wasted no time. He stood up, flicked his wand at the compartment door, and whispered, "Colloportus." The door sealed shut, ensuring no unexpected interruptions. Then, he waved his wand and cast a quiet Revelio. A faint glow pulsed through the compartment, scanning for any listening charms or magical surveillance. When nothing was detected, he followed up with Muffaliato. A subtle buzzing filled the air, ensuring their conversation stayed private. Finally, he turned back to Harry and Hermione, and murmured, "Finite incantatum." The silencing charm on both of them lifted. Neville looked at them both. "I know that looked bad," he admitted. "But I needed to make sure no one was listening before I said anything." He raised his hand in a non-threatening gesture. Harry and Hermione gasped, their heads snapping toward Neville in shock. But before they could shout, Neville swiftly flicked his wand at them and muttered, "Silencio." Both of their mouths opened, but no sound came out. Wide-eyed, they scrambled for their wands, panic flashing in their expressions. Before they could react further, Neville quickly traced a few glowing words in the air using flagrate. "Please don't panic. I will explain. Just give me a moment." Harry and Hermione hesitated, exchanging a look before reluctantly lowering their hands from their wands, though their wariness remained. Neville wasted no time. He stood up, flicked his wand at the compartment door, and whispered, "Colloportus." The door sealed shut, ensuring no unexpected interruptions. Then, he waved his wand and cast a quiet Revelio. A faint glow pulsed through the compartment, scanning for any listening charms or magical surveillance. When nothing was detected, he followed up with Muffaliato. A subtle buzzing filled the air, ensuring their conversation stayed private. Finally, he turned back to Harry and Hermione, and murmured, "Finite incantatum." The silencing charm on both of them lifted. Neville looked at them both. "I know that looked bad," he admitted. "But I needed to make sure no one was listening before I said anything." He raised his hand in a non-threatening gesture. Hermione S. Ked in a breath, her hands balling into fists. "Neville," she hissed, her voice sharp but controlled, "you have about 10 seconds to explain before I hex you." Harry, still gripping his wand tightly, nodded. "Yeah. What the hell was that about?" He gestured to Ron, still slumped unconscious in his seat. Neville exhaled slowly and raised a hand. "All right, let me explain, just hear me out," he said, keeping his voice calm. "Hermione, who escorted you when you went shopping for your school supplies?" Hermione frowned at the sudden question but answered without hesitation, "Professor McGonagall." Neville nodded as if expecting that. "I asked everyone in our year the same question. I even asked the older years and every Muggle-born I could find. They all told me it was always a professor." He then turned to Harry. "And you, Harry? Who took you shopping?" Harry hesitated for a moment. "Hagrid," he said simply. Neville nodded again, his expression unreadable. "Right. Why would Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, be the one to take you shopping?" Harry blinked. "Well, Hagrid was a friend of my parents," he said, though there was uncertainty in his voice. "Maybe," Neville allowed, "but he's also Dumbledore's biggest fanboy." He leaned forward slightly. "Tell me, Harry, how many times during that trip did Hagrid tell you that Dumbledore was a great wizard? That Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald? That Dumbledore was the greatest headmaster Hogwarts has ever had? That he's a good person?" Harry paused, thinking back. "He did say that a lot," he admitted, "but that doesn't mean anything." Neville tilted his head. "Doesn't it?" He turned to Hermione. "Hermione, based on everything Hagrid told Harry, what kind of impression do you think Harry would have formed about Dumbledore?" Hermione's brow furrowed as she thought about it, then she nodded seriously. "He would have had a favorable opinion of him." Harry shook his head, frowning. "But that's just Hagrid. He's not like that. He wouldn't try to manipulate me or anything." Neville sighed. "No, Hagrid wouldn't do it on purpose," he agreed. "But that's the point. Hagrid didn't need to be ordered to do it. He did it involuntarily because of how much he idolizes Dumbledore." Harry remained silent, his fingers tightening slightly around his wand. Neville, what are you trying to say? Hermione asked, her voice cautious. Neville leaned back, crossing his arms. Harry, think about it. You were isolated from the magical world your whole life. No books, no stories, no anything. The first thing you heard about Dumbledore was from Hagrid, the man who rescued you from the Dursleys and told you that you were a wizard. He paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. And then, you get to Hogwarts, and everything Hagrid told you lines up. Everyone respects Dumbledore. Everyone admires Dumbledore. The teachers, most of them, follow him without question. If someone only told you good things about him, why wouldn't you think he's a great man? Harry looked down at the book still in his hands. I don't know, he muttered. Neville let out a small breath before saying, all right, let's move on. Remember when I asked you how you met Mrs. Weasley? You told me that after Hagrid left, you were confused at the station, and she was the one who helped you find Platform 9. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah? Neville looked at him seriously. Didn't you find it odd that she was shouting about Platform 9 in the middle of a Muggle train station? Harry and Hermione both frowned. She went to Hogwarts for 7 years herself, Neville pointed out. Then another 7 years while Bill and Charlie were there. Then Percy, Fred, George, Ron last year. He raised an eyebrow. Why would she need to loudly announce the platform she's used for over a decade? Hermione's mouth parted slightly as realization dawned. You're saying she did it on purpose? Neville nodded, watching Harry carefully. I reckon she was told, Harry, he said steadily, she was told to keep an eye out for you. Harry shook his head immediately. That can't be right, he muttered, though there was hesitation in his voice. She was just being nice. Neville nodded. It was too convenient, don't you think? She just so happened to be there at the exact moment Harry needed help? And instead of quietly showing him the way, she makes a scene? He looked straight at Harry. Harry frowned. But why? Neville shrugged. If I had to guess, he said, it was to make sure you formed a good opinion of the Weasley family. Dumbledore wanted you close to them. Maybe so you'd be more likely to go there in the summer, or so you'd have a certain group of friends. Harry blinked, confused. But what does that? Neville pressed on, his voice lowering. Harry, have you ever noticed that Ron actively made it hard for you to make friends with anyone else? Hermione straightened at that, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Neville turned to her. Hermione, don't tell me you didn't notice it too. Ron always tried to keep Harry away from us. He constantly distracted him. And whenever someone else tried to befriend Harry, Ron would get hostile. Hermione hesitated before nodding slowly. Now that you mention it, he did seem to do that. Harry's face twisted with discomfort. Are you saying Ron was in on this? Neville lifted a hand. I don't know if he was in it. He might have been, or he might have been compelled to be your friend and keep you away from others. Or maybe he's just naturally possessive. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes serious. But don't you find it suspicious that for almost half a year, your only friend was the one whose mother was possibly sent to look out for you at King's Cross? Neville said calmly. And think about it, Harry. What if Ron wasn't the first person you met? What if you ended up sitting with someone else? Wouldn't things have turned out differently? Harry opened his mouth but hesitated. Hermione, deep in thought, whispered, it's a little too coincidental, isn't it? And that's not all, Neville continued, his voice gaining an edge. Think about everything that happened this year. The stone, the obstacles. Fluffy, doesn't it all seem tailored for us four in particular? Hermione stiffened. What do you mean? Neville raised his fingers, ticking off the points one by one. You, Hermione, you're brilliant at logic, he said, gesturing toward her. Ron. He's good at chess, Neville continued. Harry, you're a natural flyer. And me? Neville let out a breath. I defeated the troll. Hermione paled. Neville pressed on, his tone unwavering. And remember Devil's Snare? We learned about it in herbology this year. Harry frowned. Fluffy? Neville nodded. Fluffy? We learned about him from Hagrid. Hagrid, the first person you met from the wizarding world. The one you trust completely. Harry's expression darkened, but Hagrid wouldn't. Neville gave a small, almost sad smile. Hagrid wouldn't do anything on purpose, he agreed. But tell me, Harry who let slip about Fluffy? Who told the wrong person about how to get past him? Harry's breath hitched. Hagrid, Neville nodded. Exactly. Hermione let out a quiet gasp. Oh my God. Neville's eyes flickered between them, making sure they were following. Now, ask yourself, does it really seem like a coincidence? Or does it look like we were being set up to go after the stone? Silence filled the compartment. Harry clenched his fists. Are you saying Dumbledore planned all this? Hermione swallowed hard. But why? Neville leaned back against his seat. Manipulated, he corrected. Dumbledore has been managing this whole year. He's been guiding things to go exactly how he wanted them to. Neville leaned forward, his tone serious. You both know that Quirrell was the one after the stone, right? Harry and Hermione both nodded cautiously. What if I told you, Neville continued, that I knew it was Quirrell since the night in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione's eyes widened in shock. What? Harry blurted, his posture straightening. Neville nodded. I saw his face before I blacked out. Hermione looked stunned. Then why didn't you tell us? Or the professors? Neville exhaled. I did. He looked between them, his face grim. When I woke up in the hospital wing, Dumbledore was there with Madame Pomfrey. I told them, both of them, that Quirrell was the one who cursed me. Harry frowned. And? Neville's expression darkened. Madame Pomfrey was about to call the Aurors. But then she froze. Like she suddenly forgot what we were talking about. And at the same time, I felt a haze clouding my thoughts. My mind felt fuzzy. Harry's brows furrowed. That doesn't make sense. When I came to, Neville continued, I saw Dumbledore putting his wand away, and suddenly, Madame Pomfrey acted like I'd never even said anything. Hermione looked skeptical. But if Dumbledore erased your memory, then how do you remember it happening? Neville reached into his sling bag and pulled out a book. He placed it on the table between them. This, he said, tapping the cover, is a book on occlumency. I've been practicing since winter break. It protects the mind from legilimency and helps organize your thoughts. Harry frowned. Legili what? Legilimency, Neville explained. The ability to read minds. Or, more accurately, to invade them. To see into your thoughts, even manipulate them. Hermione's face paled. Wizards can read minds? She whispered, horrified. Neville nodded. Yeah, and I think that the memory wipe didn't fully work on me. I'd been practicing occlumency for a while by then. I didn't fully block it, but I resisted not to keep my memories. Harry stared at him, completely thrown. But why would Dumbledore do that? Neville clenched his fists. Because Dumbledore has been controlling your life, Harry. He's always known what we were up to. He knew about Norbert. He knew about Quirrell. He knew about everything happening in Hogwarts and he did nothing to stop it. Neville's expression hardened. That's why he sent us into the forest for detention. He knew Quirrell was hunting unicorns. He knew you'd run into him. Hermione gasped softly. He wanted Harry and Quirrell to meet? Neville nodded. Quirrell attacking me, and Firenze saving you in the Forbidden Forest, that wasn't part of Dumbledore's plan. So, Dumbledore had to allow one last chance. With the stone. That's why he left Hogwarts that night. To make sure you followed Quirrell and it all played out exactly as he wanted. No interruptions. Harry frowned. So you think he was testing me? Neville shook his head. No, Harry. Dumbledore wasn't just testing you. He's been manipulating you. Ever since you became an orphan. Harry's face darkened. What do you mean? Neville exhaled, choosing his words carefully. Dumbledore wanted you to meet Voldemort at the end of the year. He wanted to see if the magic protecting you was still working. Hermione gasped. You mean he planned this? Neville nodded. Dumbledore spent the whole year making sure you'd confront Voldemort. He tried to set it up in the Forbidden Forest, but Firenze saved you. So, he had to arrange another way, through the stone. Harry's hands clenched into fists. But why? Why me? Neville looked at him seriously. Harry, your parents weren't the only ones Voldemort was after before he was defeated. Both Hermione and Harry stared at him, confused. Neville continued. Both my parents and your parents went into hiding at the same time. Do you know what they had in common? Hermione thought for a moment. They both opposed Voldemort? Neville nodded. Yeah. They were both fighting him. And they both had babies, born just one day apart. And both families went into hiding suddenly. His voice lowered. According to my gran, someone told them they should hide because Voldemort was after them. He let the words sink in before adding, "Do you want to take a guess who told them?" Hermione's face paled. Dumbledore. Harry looked between them, confused. "What are you saying, Neville?" Neville exhaled. "I'm saying it was Dumbledore who told both our parents to go into hiding." He paused before continuing. "I learned from my gran that my parents were part of a group that fought against Voldemort, an organization that worked directly under Dumbledore. I think your parents were part of it too." Harry's expression darkened, but he stayed quiet, letting Neville continue. Neville took a breath. "Harry, Voldemort was after us. That's why our parents went into hiding. He was after you." The compartment fell silent for a moment. Neville then turned to Hermione. "Hermione, what is magic in its purest sense?" She blinked, caught off guard by the sudden question. "Intent," she answered automatically. Neville looked straight at Harry, his voice steady. "Intent, Harry. The magic that protected you. The magic that rebounded Voldemort's attack. The magic that burned Quirrell when he touched you. It was intent. A mother's intent to protect her child." Harry's breath caught. "My mother," he whispered. Neville nodded. "Yes, Harry. Your mother protected you because Voldemort was after you." Harry shook his head, confusion written across his face. That doesn't make sense. Why would Voldemort be after me in the first place?" Neville nodded, as if expecting that question. "Yeah, why would he, huh?" He leaned forward slightly. "Remember, I told you. Your parents weren't the only ones who went into hiding. Mine did too." Harry frowned. Neville continued. "So let's think about it. What do we have in common, Harry? We were both born around the same time. Just one day apart. Both of our parents were part of Dumbledore's vigilante group. And Voldemort was after both of them." His eyes narrowed. "Why would he be after two babies?" Hermione paled. "Unless it was a prophecy." Harry's head snapped toward her. "A prophecy?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, Harry. Prophecies in the magical world are real. There's an entire department for them in the Ministry." He exhaled. "And I think you and me, we're part of one." Harry's face twisted in confusion. "A prophecy about me?" Neville nodded. "It's the only reason that makes sense. It had to be about either of us, but in the end, Voldemort chose you." Harry's breath hitched slightly. "Chose me? The only difference between you and me, Harry," Neville said, "is that I'm a pureblood, and you're a half-blood." Hermione's eyes widened. "Wait, you think that's he Voldemort chose Harry?" Neville nodded. "It makes sense, doesn't it? Voldemort despises half-bloods, but he also fears them. Who's the most powerful wizard Dumbledore ever faced?" Hermione answered immediately. "Grindelwald." "Exactly," Neville said. "And who's the most powerful wizard alive now?" Harry and Hermione exchanged glances before Harry muttered, "Dumbledore." Neville nodded. "And Dumbledore's a half-blood too." Harry swallowed hard. "So you're saying Voldemort thought I was the one who could defeat him? Just because I was half-blood?" Neville exhaled. "It's possible. If Voldemort believed in the prophecy, if he thought the one who could defeat him would be like Dumbledore, another half-blood, then he had to choose between us, and he chose you." Harry stared at the floor, trying to process it all. Neville continued. "And here's something else I figured out. I think Voldemort himself is a half-blood." Hermione gasped. "What?" Neville nodded. "Think about it. If he was a pureblood, he would have kept this family name. You know how much purebloods flaunt their blood status. They're obsessed with their lineages." Harry frowned. "But his name is Voldemort." Neville shook his head. "That's a chosen name, Harry. No pureblood family, no matter how twisted, would name their kid Voldemort. They'd give him a proper wizarding name, one with a legacy, one that ties back to an ancient lineage. But he changed his name. That means he was hiding something." Hermione bit her lip. "You think he was ashamed of his real name?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, because if he wasn't a pureblood, that means he wasn't what his followers thought he was." Neville exhaled. "It's possible. If Voldemort believed in the prophecy, if he thought the one who could defeat him would be like Dumbledore, another half-blood, then he had to choose between us, And he chose you. Harry stared at the floor, trying to process it all. Neville continued. And here's something else I figured out. I think Voldemort himself is a half-blood. Hermione gasped. What? Neville nodded. Think about it. If he was a pureblood, he would have kept this family name. You know how much purebloods flaunt their blood status. They're obsessed with their lineages. Harry frowned. But his name is Voldemort. Neville shook his head. That's a chosen name, Harry. No pureblood family, no matter how twisted, would name their kid Voldemort. They'd give him a proper wizarding name, one with a legacy, one that ties back to an ancient lineage. But he changed his name. That means he was hiding something. Hermione bit her lip. You think he was ashamed of his real name? Neville nodded. Yeah, because if he wasn't a pureblood, that means he wasn't what his followers thought he was. Neville shrugged. So yeah, I think that's why Voldemort went after you on Halloween. He chose you because you were a half-blood, and your mum sacrificed herself to protect you that night. That's what shielded you when he cast the killing curse. And it's probably the same thing that protected you when Quirrell touched you. Harry let out a shaky breath, sinking into a chair and holding his head in his hands. This is a lot to take in. My mum sacrificed herself to protect me and Voldemort is after me because of some dumb prophecy? Hermione, looking stricken, reached out and rubbed his back gently. Oh, Harry. Harry exhaled heavily before lifting his gaze to Neville. His voice was quiet but firm. You think Dumbledore's pulling all the strings? Neville nodded without hesitation. Yes. And I think there's even more to it. He leaned forward. You told me Dumbledore was the one who left you with your relatives, right? But don't you think it's strange that you were sent to the Dursleys instead of your godparents? Why would Dumbledore put you there when my parents could still care for you?
Harry frowned, confusion flickering across his face. That brings me to something else, Neville continued, his expression darkening. My mum, Alice Longbottom, was your godmother, which means you should have automatically been under her custody when your parents weren't able to care for you anymore.
Harry's eyes widened. Wait, what? Neville clenched his fists. My gran told me that my parents were found in November 3rd, a full 3 days after Halloween. They were still in hiding. Then, suddenly, they weren't. They left wherever they were hiding and ended up in a place that was immediately found by Death Eaters. And they were tortured for hours under the Cruciatus curse.
So here's my question. He met Harry's gaze. If my mum was still capable of taking care of you, why didn't Dumbledore hand you over to her? Why did he leave you with the Dursleys instead? Neville leaned forward, his expression serious. You know what's really suspicious about all this? Harry and Hermione looked at him, confusion etched on their faces. What do you mean? Harry asked. Neville exhaled sharply. They were in hiding, right? Safe. Completely off the grid. Then, suddenly, they're lured out, right into a trap. That means someone they trusted told them it was safe. Someone they believed without question. And then, somehow, the Death Eaters knew exactly where to find them.
Hermione furrowed her brows. But how? I mean, how could anyone just find them if they were hiding? Neville looked at her, weighing his words carefully. Do you know what a Fidelius Charm is? Hermione shook her head, and even Harry looked puzzled. Neville leaned back slightly. It's one of the most powerful protective spells that exist. It works by hiding a secret inside a living person, the Secret Keeper. The location can only be revealed if the Secret Keeper willingly tells someone. Even if you tortured them, they couldn't let the secret slip by accident. As long as the Secret Keeper doesn't talk, the place remains hidden forever. He hesitated before adding, according to my gran, my parents were hidden under that spell. And I think yours were too, Harry. Harry's eyes widened, and Hermione's mouth parted slightly as she processed this information. So, she said slowly, connecting the dots, whoever told your parents it was safe had to be the secret. Only way they would ever come out was if someone they trusted convinced them to. Neville nodded grimly. Exactly. My mom and dad weren't reckless. They were Aurors. They knew how dangerous it was, yet they left their hiding place. Why? Because they trusted the person who told them it was safe. Silence stretched between them. Then Hermione whispered, You're suggesting that the person they trusted was Dumbledore. Neville didn't say anything at first, just letting the weight of the words sink in. Then, slowly, he nodded. Harry's breath hitched. But why? That doesn't make sense. Neville gave him a sharp look. Harry, you were placed with your Muggle relatives immediately after your parents were killed. My mum, your godmother, was rendered incapable of taking care of you within the next 3. You think that's just a bit too convenient? Harry's face paled. If my theory is right, Neville continued, his voice dark, then Dumbledore was the one who told them to go into hiding in the first place. And then, for some reason, he brought them the moment they left. The Death Eaters knew exactly where to find them. Harry swallowed hard. His hands clenched into fists on his lap. Why? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why would Dumbledore go to those lengths to keep me at the Dursleys? Neville looked him dead in the eye. To mold you. Harry flinched. To make you the perfect pawn, Neville continued, his voice unwavering. Harry, you had to be broken. Beaten down. Desperate for love and validation. Abused enough that, when Dumbledore finally showed up to save you, you'd see him as you'd follow without question. Hermione let out a small, horrified gasp, her hands covering her mouth. Harry, Neville said, his voice softer now, you've got no sense of self-worth. Dumbledore made sure of that. He needed you to feel indebted to him. That way, you'd never question him. Never think for yourself. Never ask if there was another way. Harry sat down, hard, his whole body trembling. Is that all I am? He asked numbly. Just a pawn in Dumbledore's grand plan? Neville nodded. If I had to guess, he said carefully, Dumbledore leaked the prophecy. Voldemort got wind of it, and suddenly, 2 babies became targets. You and Dumbledore went to our parents, telling them to hide, and he waited. Neville pointed to the scar on Harry's forehead, for Voldemort to choose. He needed Voldemort to mark his chosen enemy, Neville continued. Dumbledore didn't know which one of us the prophecy was about. He needed Voldemort to decide for him. But Dumbledore didn't expect Voldemort to survive, Neville went on. The prophecy wasn't fulfilled, so he still needed you to do it, and to make sure you played your part he had to control you. The compartment fell into silence, no one spoke. Neville turned his gaze to the window, watching as the scenery blurred past. Harry sat slumped forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his hands clasped together as he stared at them, lost in thought. Hermione stood beside him, biting her lip. She glanced between Harry and Neville, her mind racing through the implications of everything they had just talked about. Finally, she broke the silence. So the prophecy is still active? And Dumbledore is manipulating everything to make sure Harry fulfills it? Her voice was quiet, but there was a sharp edge to it. Neville nodded. Yeah, pretty much. We know Voldemort is still out there, so the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled yet. And as long as that's the case, Dumbledore will keep pushing things to fit his plan. Harry lifted his head slightly, his brows furrowed. Then can't we go to the Aurors or something? Report Dumbledore? Neville shook his head. Harry, if it were that simple, don't you think I would have done it when he tried wiping my memories? He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Dumbledore isn't just some random wizard. We don't have proof. Just speculation. And even if we did, do you really think people would believe 3 first years over him? Hermione sighed, crossing her arms. He's right, Harry. Dumbledore is the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. He's one of the most powerful and respected wizards in the world. Even if we did tell someone, it wouldn't make a difference. Neville nodded. And if we tried, he could just erase our memories, make us forget everything, or worse, he might decide to get rid of me. Harry's head snapped up, his green eyes dark. Then what do we do? If we can't report him, what's the point of you telling us all this in the first place? His frustration bubbled over, his voice rising slightly. Neville raised an eyebrow at Harry. Let me finish, he said firmly. What I'm saying is that we do nothing for now. We can't openly challenge him or go against him yet. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, still looking uneasy, but they let Neville continue. The first thing we must do is make sure Dumbledore never finds out that we know what's going on, Neville went on, lowering his voice. That means we act normal, like we don't suspect a thing. And whatever you do, don't look Dumbledore in the eye. He can read minds. Harry frowned. How are we supposed to stop that? Neville reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, handing it to Harry. "That's why I want you to start learning occlumency over the summer. I wrote down the method and shortened it for you to make it easier to follow. I also put an impervious charm on it, so it won't get damaged." He turned to Hermione next. "Same goes for you. I'll lend you my book on occlumency. Just promise me you'll take good care of it." Hermione nodded, gripping the book tightly as if it were the most valuable thing she'd ever held. "You don't have to worry about that, Neville. I'll take good care of it." Neville then turned back to Harry. "I'll talk to Gran and get her to let you stay over for the summer," he said. "Give me a week, and I'll come get you." Harry looked surprised. "Stay over? Why?" Neville leaned forward, his expression serious. "Harry, the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled yet. That means, at some point, you will have to face Voldemort. We need to start getting you ready for that." He paused before adding, "When you come to stay at Longbottom Manor, we'll start training, learning how to fight using magic." Harry blinked. "But I thought students weren't allowed to perform magic outside of school?" Before Neville could answer, Hermione scoffed. "That only applies to Muggle-borns," she said, her voice tinged with irritation. "The Trace can't detect magic in a wizarding household, only in Muggle homes." Neville nodded. "Hermione, when you visit over the summer, you can join us then." She gave a firm nod in response, already mentally preparing for what was to come. Neville exhaled and leaned back. "For now, all we can do is prepare and get stronger." Harry nodded. "Right." After a moment of thought, Neville added, "I don't know if there's such a thing as a loyalty potion, but I do know love potions and even hate potions exist in this world. I'll be looking into it, see if there's some kind of purging potion. Something to protect us from being affected by them." Hermione looked horrified. "You mean there's really something as vile as a love potion?" Neville nodded. "Yeah, and worse, it's perfectly legal to use." He shook his head in disgust. "I don't think the magical world has common sense at all. It's basically like using the Imperious Curse on someone, but somehow, it's considered acceptable." Hermione's face twisted in revulsion, but before she could say anything else, there was a knock on the compartment door. She jumped slightly, startled by the sudden noise. Neville sighed. "I really need to learn how to cast a Notice Me Not charm." The knocking grew more persistent. Neville stood up but turned back to Harry before opening the door. "Whatever you do, don't go to the Weasleys," Neville warned, his voice low and serious. "We don't know if they're involved with Dumbledore. Just wait for me. I'll try to come get you within a week." Harry's expression hardened with determination. "Got it." With a final nod, Neville undid the muffaliato and the locking charm, then swung the door open, looking mildly annoyed. "What?" Seamus and Dean stood there, looking a bit sheepish. "Hey, mate," Seamus said with a grin. "We were wondering if you guys wanted to join us for a game of gobstones." Neville glanced over his shoulder at Harry and Hermione before nodding. "Yeah, sure. But we've got to wake Ron up first." Seamus groaned. That's gonna take a while." Neville nodded. "Yeah, and worse, it's perfectly legal to use." He shook his head in disgust. "I don't think the magical world has common sense at all. It's basically like using the Imperious Curse on someone, but somehow, it's considered acceptable." Hermione's face twisted in revulsion, but before she could say anything else, there was a knock on the compartment door. She jumped slightly, startled by the sudden noise. Neville sighed. "I really need to learn how to cast a Notice Me Not charm." The knocking grew more persistent. Neville stood up but turned back to Harry before opening the door. "Whatever you do, don't go to the Weasleys," Neville warned, his voice low and serious. "We don't know if they're involved with Dumbledore. Just wait for me. I'll try to come get you within a week." Harry's expression hardened with determination. "Got it." With a final nod, Neville undid the muffaliato and the locking charm, then swung the door open, looking mildly annoyed. "What?" Seamus and Dean stood there, looking a bit sheepish. "Hey, mate," Seamus said with a grin. "We were wondering if you guys wanted to join us for a game of gobstones." Neville glanced over his shoulder at Harry and Hermione before nodding. "Yeah, sure. But we've got to wake Ron up first." Seamus groaned. That's gonna take a while." By the time the train reached King's Cross, it was already evening, around 6 p.m. Neville, Harry, Ron and Hermione parted ways with the other Gryffindors as they gathered their things. "See you guys in 2 months," Neville said, giving a nod to Seamus, Dean, Lavender, Parvati, and Faye Dunbar. "Yeah, see you next term, mate," Seamus replied with a grin. "Goodbye, guys," Parvati added, waving. Faye gave Hermione a quick hug. "See you soon, Hermione." Hermione smiled and waved back. "See you guys." As their friends left the compartment, Hermione brushed off her skirt and cleared her throat. "We should hurry before the platform gets too crowded," she said hastily, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere lingering between them and Ron. Neville stretched as he got up. "Yeah, we might already be too late for that," he remarked, glancing towards the window at the bustling platform outside. As Hermione reached for her bag, Neville gestured toward her pocket. "Aren't you forgetting something?" he teased. "You don't want to be stuck all summer without your books." Hermione blinked before realization hit. "Oh, right. I almost forgot about that." She quickly pulled out her shrunken trunk and gave Neville a grateful smile. "Thanks for reminding me." Neville smirked. "No problem." Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione tried to act normal around Ron, but their interactions still felt awkward and strained. Ron, who had just woken up groggy and confused, wasn't exactly helping the situation. Hermione took out her wand and tapped her trunk. "Engorgio," she muttered, and the trunk expanded back to its full size. Ron frowned slightly, still not entirely used to seeing people shrink and unshrink their trunks so casually. He muttered something under his breath but said nothing. "Here, let me help you," Neville offered, grabbing one side of Hermione's trunk and lifting it with ease. "Thanks," Hermione said, giving him a small smile as they stepped out of the compartment, making their way onto the busy platform. As they stepped off the train and onto the platform, they were met with the bustling noise of King's Cross Station. The air was filled with the sounds of chatter, rolling luggage, and the distant whistles of other trains arriving and departing. A wizened old guard stood by the ticket barrier, letting students pass through in 2s and 3s to avoid alarming the Muggles by having a large group suddenly appear out of a solid wall. "You lot have to come and stay this summer," Ron said eagerly. "All 3 of you. I'll send you an owl." Harry shifted uncomfortably. Thanks, Ron, but I'll have to ask the Dursleys first." "Not sure they'd go for it. I'll let you know if they allow it." Hermione gave an awkward laugh. "Yeah, I don't know, Ron, I'm not sure when I'll be back from France." Neville shook his head and said, "No thank mate, it'll be busy all summer." Ron frowned slightly, confused at their hesitant responses. Before he could say anything, his face lit up. "There they are, Mum. Look, there he is." Following his gaze, they spotted the Weasleys waiting nearby. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, was practically bouncing on her toes, eyes wide with excitement. "Look, Mum. I can see him. That's Harry Potter." Neville noticed Harry's grip tightened on the strap of his trunk as he looked at the Weasleys. Neville bumped his shoulder. Harry turned, and Neville gave him a subtle nod before jerking his head in another direction, away from the Weasleys. Taking the hint, Harry quickly stepped back, following Neville as he led them away. Hermione, catching on, quietly fell into step beside them. The 3 of them ducked through the crowd, weaving past the other students and parents before stopping near an older woman standing with impeccable posture, a dignified air about her. Neville smiled as he approached. "It's good to see you again, Gran. Have you been waiting long?" Augusta Longbottom, dressed in her usual elegant green robes with her signature vulture hat perched on her head, gave her grandson a once-over before shaking her head. "It's good to see you too, my boy. And no, I just arrived." Then, turning her sharp gaze to Harry and Hermione, she asked, "Are these your friends?" Neville nodded and gestured to Hermione first. "This is Hermione Granger, easily the brightest witch of our year." Hermione, recalling the etiquette book she had borrowed from Neville, bowed politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Longbottom." Augusta raised a mildly surprised eyebrow before returning the greeting with a small nod of approval. "How refreshing. It's nice to meet you as well, Miss Granger. Neville has told me quite a bit about you." Then, Neville smirked slightly as he gestured to Harry. "And this is Harry Potter, the boy wonder." Harry shifted uncomfortably. Hello, ma'am," he said awkwardly, not quite sure how to address her. Augusta's sharp eyes studied Harry for a moment before she nodded. "You certainly look like a Potter," she remarked. "The resemblance to your father, James, at your age is striking." Harry blinked, caught off guard. You knew my dad?" "Of course," Augusta said simply. "I knew many of the Potters. Your father was a troublemaker, but a brilliant wizard nonetheless." Before Harry could respond, Augusta's eyes flicked back to Neville, and to his empty hands. Her lips pressed together, and she raised an eyebrow. "Neville," she said pointedly, "where's your trunk? Did you leave it behind?" Neville shook his head and patted his pant pocket. "No, it's in here. I shrunk it to make it easier to carry." Augusta nodded approvingly. "You've learned the shrinking charm? That's quite advanced for your age," she said, clearly impressed. As Neville was introducing Harry and Hermione to his gran, the Weasleys made their way over. Ron, looking pleased to see his family, quickly introduced them to Harry, Neville, and Hermione. Neville leaned toward Harry and whispered, "Act normal." Harry gave a slight nod and, despite his earlier hesitation, shook hands with the Weasleys as if nothing was amiss. Mrs. Weasley beamed at them. "Busy year?" she asked kindly. "Very," Harry replied. Then, remembering his manners, he added, "Thanks for the fudge and the sweater, Mrs. Weasley." Before Mr. Weasley could say anything, a sharp voice cut through the noise of the station. "Ready, are you?" They all turned to see Uncle Vernon standing a short distance away, his face still a deep shade of purple, his thick mustache twitching in irritation. He looked absolutely furious, likely at the sight of Harry standing in the middle of a crowded station with an owl in a cage, completely unconcerned about how normal people might react. Behind him, Aunt Petunia stood stiffly, her lips pressed into a thin line, while Dudley hovered behind her, looking terrified at the very sight of Harry. "You must be Harry's family," Mrs. Weasley said brightly, offering them a warm smile. In a manner of speaking, Uncle Vernon replied gruffly, "Hurry up, boy, we haven't got all day." Without another word, he turned on his heel and stomped away. Harry, for possibly the first time in his life, actually felt relieved to see his relatives. He turned back to Neville, Hermione, and the Weasleys. "I'll see you all soon," he said quickly. "Bye." Ron gave Harry a confused look but said, "Yeah, goodbye, mate." Neville quickly leaned in and whispered, "I'll come in a week, okay?" Harry nodded, his expression serious. Hermione stepped forward and gave him a quick hug. "Just hang in there," she said softly. Harry nodded once more before quickly turning and hurrying after Vernon, eager to avoid any more lingering goodbyes. Neville glanced back and saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looking bewildered. Beside him, Augusta observed quietly, her sharp eyes catching something others might have missed. Harry actually looked relieved to be going with his relatives. Before Neville could dwell on it, his gaze shifted across the platform, spotting a woman who looked quite a bit like Hermione standing beside a man who was likely her husband. He nudged Hermione. "Looks like your parents are here," he said, pointing towards them. Hermione turned, immediately recognizing them. A wide smile spread across her face, and without hesitation, she grabbed Neville's arm and started pulling him along. "Come meet them, Neville," she said excitedly, leaving the Weasleys behind as they made their way over. As they approached, Hermione called out, "Mum, Dad." Her parents turned, smiling warmly as she reached them. "Mom, Dad, this is my friend Neville Longbottom," Hermione introduced proudly. Her mother, Bonnie Granger, smiled kindly. "Ah, so this is Neville, it's finally nice to put a face to the name. I'm Bonnie Granger, and this is my husband, Wendell Granger. Hermione has been writing about you in all her letters." Hermione blushed. "Mum," she groaned, clearly embarrassed. Neville smirked. "All good things, I hope," he said, shaking their hands. "It's nice to meet you both, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Then, gesturing towards his grandmother, he added, "And this is my gran, Augusta Longbottom." Augusta stepped forward, offering a firm handshake. "It's a pleasure to meet you both," she said, her voice dignified but warm. Then, with a small approving nod towards Hermione, she added, "You've raised a very bright young witch." Mr. and Mrs. Granger beamed with pride. "Thank you," Mr. Granger said. After a bit more polite conversation, they soon said their goodbyes. As Hermione turned to leave with her parents, she looked at Neville with a pointed expression. "You'll write to me, right? And don't say it's too bothersome, promise," she demanded, narrowing her eyes. Neville chuckled. "Yeah, sure, Hermione. I promise I'll write to you." Hermione smiled, satisfied. "Good. See you soon, Neville." With that, she left with her parents, heading towards the station exit. Augusta placed a gentle hand on Neville's shoulder. "Come along now, dear, time to go home." She led him toward the apparition point, and with a quiet pop, they disappeared from King's Cross Station. They arrived at the gates of Longbottom Manor with a soft pop. Augusta turned to Neville with a small nod. "Welcome back, Neville." Neville grinned. "Good to be back, Gran." Stepping into the manor, they were immediately greeted by a small, eager voice. "Welcome back, young Master Neville. Does the young master be needing anything, sir?" chirped a house elf, bouncing on his feet. Neville smiled. "It's good to be back, Tinkle, and no, thank you, I'm good for now." Augusta turned to him. "I'll let you settle in, dear. Once you're done, come down for dinner." Neville nodded. "Sure thing, Gran. I'll just put my things away and take a bath first." Before he could say another word, Tinkle clapped his hands excitedly. "Then I will get the bath ready for the young master." And with a pop, the elf vanished before Neville could even protest. With a sigh, Neville made his way up the staircase, heading toward his room. Once inside, he reached into his pocket, pulled out his trunk, and unshrunk it with a quick engorgio. Grabbing a towel, he headed to the bathroom, letting the warm water wash away the exhaustion from the long train ride. After a refreshing bath, Neville stepped out of his room, now dressed in a simple black t-shirt and gray pants. He made his way downstairs to the dining room, where Augusta was already seated, waiting for him. She gestured to the seat beside her. "Come, take a seat, Neville. You must be starving." Neville slid into his chair and nodded. "Yeah, I'm starving, especially after skipping lunch." Tinkle appeared again, swiftly serving dinner, a perfectly cooked roast with all the trimmings. The rich aroma filled the room as Augusta delicately cut into her chicken. "So," she asked, taking a measured bite, "how was your first year? I hope it went well." Neville swallowed a mouthful of food before replying, his voice light but deliberate. "Yeah, it was great," he said before lowering his voice so Augusta wouldn't hear him. "Except for the whole incident in the Forbidden Forest and, you know, fighting a troll again. Other than that," he shrugged casually, "it was a good year." Augusta froze mid-bite, her fork pausing halfway to her mouth. Her sharp eyes flicked up, locking onto him. What was that?" Neville tilted his head slightly, feigning mild confusion. "Huh?" he asked, already knowing full well that Dumbledore wouldn't have shared any of it with her. "I said it was a good term." He kept his expression neutral. He didn't want her storming off to Dumbledore demanding answers. If his theory was right, the old man had likely placed some kind of mild compulsion charm on students so they wouldn't talk about certain things with their parents. It would explain why no parents seemed to know about the troll on Halloween. Before Augusta could press further, Neville smoothly changed the subject. "Hey, Gran, do you think Harry could stay over for the summer?" he asked casually. "His relatives aren't exactly kind to him." Augusta pursed her lips thoughtfully but didn't interrupt, so Neville continued. "Oh, and by the way, would it be all right if Hermione visited as well? Maybe even her parents? It'd be nice for her to show them what she's learned so far, especially with the trace not working inside the manor." Augusta took a moment, finishing her bite before nodding. I don't see why not. Mr. Potter is welcome to stay if he'd like. It would be nice to have more people around the manor." She took another sip of her tea before adding, "As for Miss Granger, she's welcome as well, and her parents too. Just let me know before inviting them over." Neville grinned. "Thanks, Gran. I'll send them a letter soon." He kept his expression neutral. He didn't want her storming off to Dumbledore demanding answers. If his theory was right, the old man had likely placed some kind of mild compulsion charm on students so they wouldn't talk about certain things with their parents. It would explain why no parents seemed to know about the troll on Halloween. Before Augusta could press further, Neville smoothly changed the subject. "Hey, Gran, do you think Harry could stay over for the summer?" he asked casually. "His relatives aren't exactly kind to him." Augusta pursed her lips thoughtfully but didn't interrupt, so Neville continued. Oh, and by the way, would it be all right if Hermione visited as well? Maybe even her parents? It'd be nice for her to show them what she's learned so far, especially with the trace not working inside the manor. Augusta took a moment, finishing her bite before nodding. I don't see why not. Mr. Potter is welcome to stay if he'd like. It would be nice to have more people around the manor. She took another sip of her tea before adding, as for Miss Granger, she's welcome as well, and her parents too. Just let me know before inviting them over. Neville grinned. Thanks, Gran. I'll send them a letter soon. Morning sunlight streamed over Longbottom Manor, nestled in Bursay on the Orkney Islands. The estate basked in the golden glow, the vast greenery stretching as far as the eye could see. Neville made his way down the staircase, adjusting the cuffs of his white shirt. He wore long black trousers and a brown sweater vest, his hair neatly swept up. He was heading to the dining room, his stomach already grumbling in anticipation of breakfast. As he stepped inside, he spotted his grandmother sitting at the table, her sharp eyes scanning the morning paper as she sipped her tea. Good morning, Gran, Neville greeted cheerfully as he took a seat beside her. Augusta looked up from the newspaper and gave him a nod. Morning, Neville. I see you're all dressed for the day, she remarked, setting the paper down. Her gaze flickered over him. I take it you're done with your workout. Are you planning on trying out for your house Quidditch team this year? Is that why you've been training so diligently? Neville reached for a plate, grabbing a few pancakes and drenching them in syrup before shaking his head. Nope, he replied, taking a bite. Augusta raised an eyebrow. No, Neville snorted. Quidditch? He swallowed his bite before continuing. I find the whole sport dumb. Augusta folded her newspaper, placing it neatly on the table as she gave him a skeptical look. You don't like Quidditch? I'm surprised. It's usually quite popular with kids your age. Your father, Frank, was fanatic about the sport. He trained hard and made it onto the Gryffindor team in his third year. Neville shrugged, taking another bite before explaining. I just find Quidditch poorly balanced. It relies way too much on the seeker, which makes the rest of the game basically pointless. Augusta took another sip of her tea, nodding slowly as she considered his words. I suppose when you put it like that, it is heavily biased toward the seeker position. Neville glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. His eyes widened slightly. It's already 10, he said, sitting up straighter. We've got to hurry if we want to pick up Harry on time. He started shoveling his food down, eager to finish quickly. Slow down, Neville, Augusta admonished, raising an eyebrow. You'll choke on your food at this rate. We still have time before it turns 11. She set her teacup down and asked, Has your friend, Mr. Potter, replied to the letter you sent him? Neville swallowed a mouthful of pancakes before shaking his head. No, he hasn't replied to my letter. Actually, he hasn't replied to any of the letters my friends have sent him either. Augusta frowned slightly. That's concerning. Could his relatives be blocking his mail? She mused. If that's the case, he'll be quite surprised when we show up unannounced. Neville already knew the real reason. Dobby had been interfering, making sure Harry didn't receive any of his letters. Shaking his head, Neville set down his fork on his now empty plate. I already told Harry I'd be coming in a week to pick him up if you gave permission for him to stay. Augusta nodded, glancing at the clock. Well, we should get going then. Have you got everything you need? Neville stood up. Yes, ma'am, he answered as they made their way to the drawing room. Reaching the room, Augusta turned to him. Where did you say Mr. Potter stays? Neville pulled out the piece of parchment where Harry had written his address. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Augusta nodded. Surrey, since I've been there before, it'll be easier if we take a taxi from the Leaky Cauldron to his place. She grabbed her coat and picked up an umbrella. Walking over to the fireplace, she reached for a handful of flow powder before turning to Neville. You remember how to use the flow? Neville nodded and grabbed some powder for himself. Right then, Augusta said, stepping aside. Go to Diagon Alley. Neville stepped into the fireplace, took a deep breath, and threw down the flow powder. Diagon Alley, he called out as emerald flames roared up around him, swallowing him whole. Neville appeared in the flow station of Diagon Alley, stepping out of the fireplace and brushing off the stray soot from his clothes. A moment later, Augusta emerged from the flow next to him, as composed as ever. "Come on, Neville," she called, ushering him forward. Neville followed as Augusta led him out of the alley and into the bustling streets of Diagon Alley. The morning rush was in full swing, with witches and wizards moving about, shopping and chatting, while owls hooted from their perches outside Elop's Owl Emporium. Augusta glanced at Neville. "Is there anything you want to get while we're passing through?" Neville shook his head. "No, Gran, I'm fine." She nodded. "Well then, we should make haste." Without wasting any time, she began walking toward the leaky cauldron. Neville followed behind her, taking in the sights around him. This was only his second time here, and the first time, he barely had the chance to explore, mostly because it had taken forever to find a wand that actually worked for him. As they reached a familiar brick wall at the end of the alley, Augusta stopped and turned to him. "Make sure to remember this, Neville," she instructed. He watched as she took out her wand and tapped a specific brick, 3 up, 2 across, 3 times. The wall shifted and folded inward, revealing the entrance to a dimly lit pub. As they stepped inside, Augusta continued, "If you ever need to return, just tap the wall in the same pattern." Neville nodded, storing the information away. As he followed his grandmother through the pub, he glanced around, taking in the worn-down interior. When was the last time they renovated this place? He wondered, eyeing the cracked wooden tables and the dim lighting. The magical world, he was starting to realize, seemed stuck in the late 1800s or early 1900s. Everything from the furniture to the clothing styles felt like they hadn't changed in over a century, maybe even longer. They made their way past the pub's patrons and toward the exit. Stepping out of the leaky cauldron, Neville blinked as they emerged onto Charing Cross Road, smack dab in the middle of London. "Welcome to the Muggle side of London, Neville," Augusta said, watching his reaction. "So, what do you think?" Neville's first thought came out instantly. "Noisy," he muttered, wincing slightly at the sudden shift in atmosphere. The honking cars, the chatter of pedestrians, the occasional blare of music from passing shops, it was loud. After spending an entire year in a castle, he had almost forgotten how bustling normal world was. Augusta chuckled. "That's one way to put it. Well, we should catch a cab." She led him over to the curb, where they hailed a taxi. As soon as they got in, the driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror. "Where to?" Neville straightened up and replied, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The driver nodded, pulled into traffic, and began the journey. Neville gave the driver the address. 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The driver nodded and pulled into traffic, starting the journey. It had been a week since the end of his first year at Hogwarts, and Neville had returned home for the summer. The past week had been busy. Most of his time was spent studying and researching potential ways to treat his parents, though progress was slow. He had also been practicing his spellcasting with Augusta, refining his control and expanding his repertoire. Speaking of Augusta, she had taken it upon herself to hire tutors for him, lessons in wizarding etiquette and formal dancing, subjects she deemed essential for the heir of a noble house. The lessons weren't too demanding, taking place only every other day for 2 hours, with each subject being taught once a week. Outside of his studies, Neville had also been working on a training schedule for himself, Harry, and Hermione once they arrived. In Harry's case, he'd be staying for the summer, so Neville wanted to make sure they made good use of their time. But beyond just training, Neville had been thinking about the bigger picture. Dumbledore's influence in the magical world was something that needed to be undermined. He remembered how, with the help of the Daily Prophet, Fudge had successfully stripped Dumbledore of much of his power and credibility in the Order of the Phoenix timeline. That gave Neville an idea: a new newspaper. A publication that wasn't controlled by the Ministry or dictated by the whims of powerful figures like Dumbledore. There was just one problem: he couldn't run it, at least, not yet. He was too young to legally start a business, and he didn't have access to the necessary funds. Sure, the Longbottoms were wealthy, but as a minor, he needed supervision over any major financial decisions. Augusta, as his legal guardian, controlled the family accounts until he turned 17. Right now, he could only access his trust vault, which had enough for school expenses but nowhere near enough to fund a newspaper company. When he had asked Augusta for her thoughts on starting a newspaper, she had actually approved of the idea, acknowledging that an independent news source could be very useful. However, she had also made it clear that she wasn't interested in dealing with the headache of starting a company from scratch, research, hiring, managing. She was already overwhelmed with overseeing the existing Longbottom businesses. Her advice: if you still want to do it when you're old enough, go for it, but for now, focus on your studies. Neville hadn't pushed further. He understood, she was tired, stretched thin with her responsibilities. So, for now, he would focus on training, studying, and setting the foundation for what he wanted to do. After an hour-long drive, the taxi pulled into a quiet neighborhood lined with identical houses. They stopped in front of number 4, Privet Drive, a pristine, overly neat home that looked as unwelcoming as it felt. Neville and Augusta stepped out of the taxi, and Augusta paid the driver while Neville walked up to the front door and knocked firmly. They waited. A moment later, Augusta joined him at the doorstep just as the door swung open, revealing a very surprised Harry Potter. "Neville? Lady Longbottom?" Harry blinked in shock, glancing between them. Neville grinned. "Hey, Harry. You all packed?" Harry nodded, but before he could say anything else, a loud, irritated voice bellowed from inside the house. "Boy! Who's at the door?" Harry winced, turning his head toward the hallway. "It's my friend," he called back hesitantly. Heavy footsteps pounded toward them, and a moment later, Vernon Dursley appeared, his face already turning a shade of puce. He eyed Augusta and Neville with barely concealed disdain before his lips curled into a smug sneer. "So you lot are here to take the boy off our hands for the rest of the summer?" Vernon barked. "No take-backs. We won't be dealing with him again until school starts." Augusta bristled at his crude tone but kept her composure. "Yes," she said coolly, "as you so eloquently put it, we're here to take Mr. Potter off your hands for the summer." Vernon grunted, clearly pleased with himself. "You heard her, boy. Get your things and leave." Harry didn't need to be told twice. "Right, sir," he muttered before bolting up the stairs. Vernon turned back to them. "Wait here. I don't want your kind inside my house," he said with a glare. Augusta's lips curled in distaste, but her voice was laced with mock politeness. "We wouldn't dream of stepping inside such a small home," she said dryly. Vernon's face darkened, but he merely grumbled under his breath and stepped back inside. Neville thought to himself, "I knew Vernon was unpleasant in the movies, but this is just outright hostility." A short while later, Harry hurried back down the stairs, his trunk in one hand and Hedwig's cage in the other. Neville stepped forward and took the cage from him. "Here, let me carry this," he offered. "Thanks," Harry said gratefully. The moment Harry was outside, Vernon slammed the door shut. Augusta pursed her lips in disapproval. "That man is insufferable," she muttered. "In all my years, I've never met a ruder muggle." They headed down the path, Harry apologizing. "I'm sorry about my uncle. He hates anything to do with magic." "It's not your fault, dear," Augusta reassured him. Then, with a rare softness in her voice, she added, "And you are welcome in our home every summer." Harry looked up at her, a little stunned. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Neville lifted Hedwig's cage door and let her out. "Go on to Longbottom Manor in Bursay, Hedwig," Neville said, giving her a gentle nudge. The snowy owl hooted and flew off, disappearing into the morning sky. Harry frowned. "So, how do we get there? Train? A bus?" Augusta glanced at him. "We'll be apparating," she explained. "We just need to find a quiet, secluded spot so no muggles see us." Harry still looked confused, so Neville clarified, "It's basically teleporting." Harry blinked. "Oh right." He hesitated before adding, "There's a playground nearby. It's usually empty around this time." "That'll do," Augusta said, and they set off toward the playground. As they walked, Neville glanced at Harry and asked, "By the way, why did you look so surprised when Gran and I showed up? I'd tell you I'd come in a week." Harry hesitated before shrugging. "I didn't think you'd actually come. You said you'd send a letter before coming."
Now Neville understood. So that's why. Feigning ignorance, he frowned. "Huh, I did send you a letter. You didn't get it." Harry shook his head. "No, I haven't gotten any mail." Augusta frowned. "That's odd." The owls came back empty. Even if there was a mail redirection ward, the letters should have returned to the sender. Harry shot Neville a knowing look, silently mouthing Dumbledore. Neville simply shrugged in response, playing along. They soon reached the playground and found a spot near a large tree. Augusta turned to them and held out her hands. "Grab onto my arm and don't let go," she instructed. "The first time is uncomfortable, but as long as you hold on, you'll be fine." Neville grinned mischievously at Harry. "You're totally gonna love traveling this way. Trust me," he said with a shit-eating grin as he grabbed Augusta's outstretched arm. Harry, looking wary, grabbed her other hand. With a loud crack, they vanished from the playground. They appeared with another crack in front of the gates of Longbottom Manor. Neville had long since gotten used to the sensation of apparition, but Harry, not so much. He was sprawled on the ground, looking like the world had just spun out from under him. Neville walked over, grinning as he reached down to help him up. "You okay, mate?" he asked, barely holding back laughter. "Told you you'd love it." Harry groaned, one hand clutching his stomach as he looked miserable, like he might hurl. Augusta, already walking toward the gates, glanced back. "That's how it is the first time. You'll get used to it," she said smoothly. "I remember Neville being in the exact same condition the first time we apparated." Harry took a few deep breaths, slowly regaining his composure before grabbing the handle of his trunk and pulling it along. As Augusta pushed open the gates, she turned back to him. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Mr. Potter." Harry looked up, and his jaw dropped. The manor was massive. "It's huge," he muttered, staring in awe. They appeared with another crack in front of the gates of Longbottom Manor. Neville had long since gotten used to the sensation of apparition, but Harry, not so much. He was sprawled on the ground, looking like the world had just spun out from under him. Neville walked over, grinning as he reached down to help him up. "You okay, mate?" he asked, barely holding back laughter. "Told you you'd love it." Harry groaned, one hand clutching his stomach as he looked miserable, like he might hurl. Augusta, already walking toward the gates, glanced back. "That's how it is the first time. You'll get used to it," she said smoothly. "I remember Neville being in the exact same condition the first time we apparated." Harry took a few deep breaths, slowly regaining his composure before grabbing the handle of his trunk and pulling it along. As Augusta pushed open the gates, she turned back to him. "Welcome to Longbottom Manor, Mr. Potter." Harry looked up, and his jaw dropped. The manor was massive. "It's huge," he muttered, staring in awe. Evening had settled over Longbottom Manor, casting a warm glow across the estate. The sky outside was painted in hues of deep orange and purple as the sun dipped below the horizon. Inside his room, Neville sat at his study desk, surrounded by open books and scattered notes filled with his careful handwriting. He was deeply engrossed in his research, trying to understand how potions could target specific parts of the body. In front of him were notes on Skelligro, a potion known for regenerating bones. Neville was studying its properties, trying to figure out how it affected only bony sand, not other parts of the body. If he could unlock that secret, he could begin developing a potion that might heal the damaged parts of his parents' brains. Leaning back in his chair, Neville threw his head up, staring at the ceiling in frustration. "Man, this is harder than I thought," he muttered to himself. "I need to figure out a way to make a potion act only on a specific part of the brain, but how?" Just then, a knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. "Huh," Neville blinked. "Hey, Neville, can I come in?" came Harry's voice from the hallway. Neville sat up. "Yeah, come in." The door opened, and Harry stepped inside, glancing around. His eyes landed on the open potion books scattered across the desk. "You're still studying?" Harry asked, walking over. "Potions." Neville shook his head. "Something I'm working on," he replied vaguely before turning to Harry. "Did you need something? I thought you were too tired and wanted to sleep before dinner." Harry raised an eyebrow. "It's already evening. I was heading to dinner." Neville frowned and glanced at the clock on the wall. His eyes widened slightly. "What? Evening already?" Stretching his arms, Neville stood up and yawned. "Man, it's already 7 o'clock. I didn't even realize it was this late." He yawned again before walking toward the door, Harry following behind. "Were you asleep till just now?" Neville asked as they made their way down the hall. Harry shook his head. No, I woke up around 5 and did some homework. Finished with them? Neville asked. Harry sighed. Still have herbology and history of magic left to do. Neville nodded and smirked. Good luck with that. I fell asleep when I was doing it. It had been a week since Harry had been staying at Longbottom Manor. The two of them had settled into a routine, waking up early for workouts, followed by spell practice. In the afternoons, they flew around the estate on their brooms, enjoying the vast open space surrounding the manor. Neville had found an old Comet 360 stored away in the house, one that had once belonged to his father. To his surprise, flying came naturally to him. At first, Augusta had been apprehensive about letting him fly. After all, the old Neville had died falling of a broom. But after watching him fly with confidence, she had reluctantly allowed it, though she always kept a close watch whenever he was in the air. Aside from flying and training, Harry was also subjected to Neville's etiquette and dancing lessons, a requirement Augusta had firmly insisted upon. Much to Neville's amusement, Harry had no choice but to attend. While Harry grumbled about it, Augusta made it clear that as a guest in her home, proper wizarding manners were expected. They soon reached the dining hall, where Augusta was already seated at the table, reading through a few documents. As soon as she saw them enter, she set them aside and looked up. Good evening, boys. I was just about to send Clippy to fetch you both for dinner. Neville walked over and took his seat beside her. Hey, Gran, he greeted. How's your day been? Harry sat down across from Neville, shifting slightly. Good evening, ma'am, he said, a bit sheepishly. Augusta waved a hand dismissively. How many times do I have to tell you, Harry? Just call me Gran. Harry rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Mrs. Lon. I mean, Gran, he corrected quickly. It's a force of habit. Augusta gave a small nod before turning to Neville. The usual, meetings with the managers and supervisors, checking to make sure everything is running properly, she said, taking a sip of her tea. She then studied Neville for a moment before humming in thought. I should take you with me one of these days, she said. You need to start learning about the family businesses. I won't be around forever to manage them, and one day, you'll have to take over. Neville sighed and shook his head. Don't say that, Gran. Besides, you're only 58. I've read that witches and wizards can easily live past 100, he pointed out. But as for learning about the business, I'd be happy to. Augusta nodded approvingly. That's good to hear, she said. But let's leave it for next summer. You should enjoy this one with your friends. Just then, Tinkley appeared with dinner. The plates floated to the table with practiced ease, settling in front of them. It was English roast again, and Neville thought to himself, I really need to get some recipe books. As they ate, Augusta glanced between them. So, what were you boys up to while I was gone? Neville shrugged. Not much, he said between bites. We exercised in the morning, then practiced some spells. After that, we flew around the manor for a while. Later in the evening, Harry said he was feeling tired and wanted to sleep, so I did some studying while waiting for dinner. Augusta then turned to Harry. And you, Harry, did you sleep the whole evening? She asked curiously. Augusta turned to Harry. And you, Harry, did you sleep the whole evening? Harry shook his head. No, Ma, Gran, he corrected quickly. It was just a short nap. I did some homework afterward. Augusta nodded before turning to Neville. And what about you, Neville? Have you finished your homework as well? Neville nodded. Yeah, Hermione and I finished it before the summer break. Smart of you to get it done early, Augusta said approvingly. As they continued eating, she turned back to Harry. Tomorrow, Neville and I will be visiting his parents at the hospital. Would you like to come along? It's fine if you'd prefer to stay here. Harry looked caught off guard. I wouldn't want to intrude, ma'am. Neville, swallowing a mouthful of mashed potatoes, glanced at him. Speaking of parents, have you ever visited yours? Harry blinked in confusion. No, I can't. You know they're gone. Neville sighed. I meant visited their graves. You know, paying your respects. Harry's eyes widened slightly. No, I haven't thought about that. Augusta shook her head. That won't do, young man. They gave their lives to protect you. The least you could do is visit their resting place. Harry looked down, his fingers tightening slightly around his fork. It's just last year was so overwhelming, he admitted. I didn't even know my parents were wizards. I didn't even know the wizarding world existed. The Dursleys always told me they were drunks who died in a car crash. I guess it just slipped my mind. Augusta sighed, her expression softening slightly. It's not too late to visit them, she said gently. Then, after a moment of thought, she tapped her chin. What do you say, Harry? We can stop by Godric's Hollow and pay your respects before heading to St. Mungo's to visit Neville's parents. Harry hesitated. I don't want to inconvenience you, Mrs. Longbottom. Augusta shook her head. Nonsense. It's no inconvenience at all, she assured him. Then she raised an eyebrow. And didn't he ask you to call me Gran? Harry nodded quickly. Thank you, Gran, he said, his voice sincere. Augusta shook her head. Nonsense. It's no inconvenience. And didn't he ask you to call me Gran? Harry nodded quickly. Thank you, Gran. She waved off his thanks. They finished dinner and moved on to dessert. After a while of talking, Augusta let out a tired sigh and pushed back her chair. Well, boys, I'm knackered. I'm heading to bed, she said, standing up. Then, she turned to Neville and gave him a pointed look. And you, I think you've had enough ice cream for one night. Neville, still with a spoon in his mouth, looked up at her with wide eyes. Ah, come on, Gran, just one more scoop. You know I can't get this at Hogwarts. She sighed in exasperation but relented. Fine. But just one more, she said, turning to Tinkle. After this scoop, no more. With that, she left the dining hall. Neville grinned as he watched her leave. Thanks, Gran. Across the table, Harry smirked. So, when did Hermione say she'd be coming over? Neville took another bite of ice cream before answering. I think next week. And when she's here, we should go watch a movie or something. Entertainment in the magical world is kindering, he said, shaking his head. Though, knowing her, she'll want to go straight to Diagon Alley for the second-year books as soon as they send us our school letters. Harry chuckled. Yeah, she might just drag us there first. Finishing the last of his ice cream, Neville placed his spoon down and stood up. All right, we should go practice occlumency before bed. Harry stood as well, and just as they were about to leave the dining hall, a loud commotion came from the kitchen. Neville and Harry exchanged glances. Neville put a finger to his lips, signaling for Harry to stay quiet. They listened. There was the sound of pans and pots crashing to the ground, followed by muffled grunts and scuffling. Neville pulled out his wand and cautiously approached the kitchen door. Carefully, he pushed it open and stepped inside, his wand raised. Inside, 3 house elves were fighting, 2 of them ganging up on one. The small creatures were rolling around on the floor, punching, kicking, and pulling each other's ears. Neville immediately recognized 2 of them, Tinkle and Clinky, his family's house elves. The third, however, was someone he didn't recognize. Neville immediately raised his wand and cast Immobilis. All 3 house elves froze mid-fight, their limbs locked in place. Without hesitation, Neville pointed at the unfamiliar elf and cast Stupefy. The unknown elf slumped to the floor, unconscious. To be sure, Neville followed up with Incarcerus, ropes materializing and binding the stunned elf securely. Now that everything had settled, Neville finally got a good look at the unfamiliar house elf. Unlike Tinkle and Clinky, who wore clean tunics, this one was dressed in a worn, ragged pillowcase. Neville's eyes widened as he immediately recognized who it was in his thoughts. This must be Dobby. Keeping his wand at the ready, Neville waved at Agon and muttered, Finite incantatem. Tinkle and Clinky shook off the effects of the Immobilis, both looking anxiously at Neville. He gestured toward the bound elf. All right, what's going on? Who is this? Tinkle and Clinky exchanged nervous glances before Clinky spoke first, their voice trembling. We are sorry, young Master Neville. We don't know who this is. He showed up and started stealing Harry Potter's mail for the past 2 days. We finally caught him. Harry's eyes widened. My mail. He's the one messing with my letters. Neville shrugged slightly and nodded at Tinkle and Clinky. Good job catching him. I'll take care of it. Just don't tell Gran about this, okay? I'll explain later. The elves nodded obediently before disappearing with two small pops. Neville then turned back to Harry. Well, now we know what happened to all the letters we sent you. Harry clenched his fists. Did Dumbledore send him? Was this to make Surrey didn't get mail from my friends? Neville shrugged. Only one way to find out. He pointed his wand at the bound elf and cast, Enervate. The house elf jerked awake with a jolt, its eyes blinking as it took in its surroundings. Finally, its gaze landed on Harry and Neville, and in a high-pitched, excited voice it cried out. Harry Potter. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir, such an honor it is. Harry and Neville exchanged a look before Harry managed a quiet, thank you. Neville crossed his arms and fixed the elf with a sharp gaze. What's your name, and what are you doing here in Longbottom Manor? The house elf turned to him, his large eyes blinking rapidly. Dobby, sir. Just Dobby. Dobby the house elf, he said, bowing slightly. Harry frowned. Dobby, why were you taking my letters? Dobby's ears drooped, and he shuffled nervously. Harry Potter mustn't be angry with Dobby. Dobby did it for the best, he said earnestly. Harry Potter mustn't be angry. Dobby hoped if Harry Potter thought his friends had forgotten him, Harry Potter might not want to go back to school, sir. Neville sighed and released the Incarcerus spell with the flick of his wand. Where are the letters? Dobby hesitated for a moment, then reached into the inside of the filthy pillowcase he was wearing and pulled out a thick wad of envelopes. Harry snatched them up and quickly sifted through them, letters from Hermione, Neville, Ron, and even Hagrid. As Harry checked through the stack, Neville narrowed his eyes at the elf. Do you work for Dumbledore? Dobby shook his head rapidly. Dobby wishes. Oh, how Dobby wishes. Dobby worked for the great wizard Dumbledore. Harry looked up sharply. Then who do you work for? Dobby's whole body stiffened as if an invisible force had suddenly grabbed him. He shook his head violently. Dobby can't say who Dobby works for. Neville and Harry exchanged a glance. Then, Dobby leaned in close, his wide eyes gleaming. Dobby heard tell, he whispered hoarsely, that Harry Potter met the Dark Lord for a second time, just weeks ago, that Harry Potter escaped yet again. Harry stiffened. Yeah, he muttered, unsure of what else to say. He exchanged another uncertain glance with Neville before nodding. Dobby's eyes suddenly filled with tears. Ah, sir, he gasped, dabbing his face with the filthy corner of his pillowcase. Harry Potter is valiant and bold. He has braved so many dangers already. But Dobby has come to protect Harry Potter, to warn him, even if he does have to shut his ears in the oven door later. Harry frowned, his concern growing. Warn me. Warn me of what? Neville, arms still crossed, asked. You don't want Harry to go back to Hogwarts? Yes, squeaked Dobby, nodding so hard his large ears flapped. Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. He is too great, too good, to lose. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. Harry frowned. Why? He asked, caught off guard. Dobby trembled all over, lowering his voice to a whisper. There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make the most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This has known it for months, sir. Harry Potter must not put himself in peril. He is too important, sir. What terrible things? Harry demanded immediately. Who's plotting them? Dobby let out a funny choking noise, then suddenly banged his head madly against the floor. Neville sighed and shook his head. He can tell us, Harry. He's bound by magic. Harry clenched his fists. All right, he said, exasperated. You can't say, I understand. But why are you warning me? A sudden, unpleasant thought struck him. Hang on. This doesn't have anything to do with Dumbledore, does it? Dobby's head tilted dangerously close to the wall again, but Harry quickly added, you could just shake or nod. Slowly, Dobby shook his head. Not Dumbledore, sir. Harry exhaled heavily and ran a hand through his messy hair, frustration clear on his face. Dobby blinked anxiously up at Harry. Harry Potter, sir, if he gives Dobby his word that he will not return to Hogwarts, Dobby will never disturb Harry Potter again. Harry was about to speak, but Neville cut in first. All right, he said smoothly. I'll make sure Harry doesn't go back to Hogwarts. But in return, I don't want you coming back into Longbottom Manor again or stealing Harry's letters. Harry turned to Neville in shock, wondering what was doing. Neville gave him a quick wink. Harry hesitated, then nodded along. All right, he said. I won't go to Hogwarts. Dobby jumped up excitedly. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. Neville waved a hand. All right, now leave. Dobby gave one last excited nod before popping away with a crack. The moment he was gone, Harry sighed and turned to Neville. Do you think it's Dumbledore? Is he trying to test me like last term? Neville shook his head. I don't think so. Dobby did say it wasn't Dumbledore. Dobby's head tilted dangerously close to the wall again, but Harry quickly added, you could just shake or nod. Slowly, Dobby shook his head. Not Dumbledore, sir. Harry exhaled heavily and ran a hand through his messy hair, frustration clear on his face. Dobby blinked anxiously up at Harry. Harry Potter, sir, if he gives Dobby his word that he will not return to Hogwarts, Dobby will never disturb Harry Potter again. Harry was about to speak, but Neville cut in first. All right, he said smoothly. I'll make sure Harry doesn't go back to Hogwarts. But in return, I don't want you coming back into Longbottom Manor again or stealing Harry's letters. Harry turned to Neville in shock, wondering what was doing. Neville gave him a quick wink. Harry hesitated, then nodded along. All right, he said. I won't go to Hogwarts. Dobby jumped up excitedly. Thank you, sirs. Thank you. Neville waved a hand. All right, now leave. Dobby gave one last excited nod before popping away with a crack. The moment he was gone, Harry sighed and turned to Neville. Do you think it's Dumbledore? Is he trying to test me like last term? Neville shook his head. I don't think so. Dobby did say it wasn't Dumbledore. Neville stepped out of his room, already dressed for the day. He wore a crisp white long-sleeve shirt, a fitted black suit vest, and matching black trousers. As he adjusted his sleeves, folding them neatly up to his elbows, he took a moment to admire his reflection in the hallway mirror. He had always liked the way Newt Scamander, Theseus Scamander, and even Dumbledore addressed in the Fantastic Beasts movies. So, the moment he got back home for the summer, one of the first things he did was get clothes similar to theirs. And he had to admit, he quite liked how he looked. As he made his way down the staircase, he spotted his grandmother already dressed for the day, a handbag tucked under her arm. Hey, Gran, Neville greeted as he came to stand in front of her. Augusta gave him a once-over, then gave an approving nod. Looking sharp, Neville, though you could stand a bit straighter. She reached out and adjusted his shirt collar, smoothing it down before stepping back. Where's Harry? She asked. Neville shrugged. Still getting ready, I think. Just then, Harry appeared at the top of the stairs, making his way down. He was wearing an oversized t-shirt and baggy jeans that had clearly seen better days. The fabric hung loosely off his frame like sacks, and the hems of his jeans dragged along the floor. Augusta's eyes narrowed the moment she saw him. Her expression was calm, but there was a steely edge to her tone as she spoke. Harry, she said, folding her arms, what in the world are you wearing? Harry flushed and shifted awkwardly, fiddling with the frayed hem of his shirt. These are my clothes, ma'am, Gran, he corrected quickly, offering a sheepish smile. I haven't got anything else. Neville could see his grandmother's expression darken. She's mad at the Dursleys. Augusta let out a sharp tut. That won't do, she said, shaking her head. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Augusta cut him off. It's fine if you wear them inside the house, but if you're going out, you should wear something proper, she stated firmly. I'll not have you traipsing around Britain looking like that. She eyed Harry for a moment before deciding, you're about Neville's size, height and build, so you'll wear some of his until we can get you a proper set of clothes. Before Harry could react, Augusta turned her head and called sharply, Clinky. There was a soft pop, and a house elf appeared, bowing deeply. Yes, mistress, Clinky squeaked. Augusta turned to Clinky and said, fetch Harry a suitable outfit of Neville's. Shirt, trousers, vest, the lot. And be quick about it. Clinky bowed again. Yes, mistress, he squeaked before vanishing with another pop. Augusta then turned to Harry. Go on, up you get. Change into the clothes Clinky brings for you. Harry nodded and hurried back upstairs to change. As Neville and Augusta watched him go, Augusta let out a disapproving sniff. Those awful muggles, she muttered. The nerve of them, treating a wizarding heir as though he's not even worth new clothes. Neville, sensing an opportunity, asked, Gran, mind if we stop by some muggle bookstores later? Augusta raised an eyebrow. Huh, sure. But why? Do you need something for your research? Neville scratched the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. Ah, no, I just want to get some cookbooks. English food is all good, but it gets boring after a while. It's been the same in Hogwarts, and even here. Augusta gave him an amused look. Are you planning to cook? Neville shrugged. It's a good skill to have. Augusta hummed thoughtfully. What did you have in mind? Neville perked up. Chinese, maybe some Indian food. Augusta nodded. I suppose a little change is fine. I've had Indian food before, it was quite good. But I don't believe I've ever had Chinese food. Neville grinned. I've heard Indian food is really good from one of my year mates, she's Indian. And a few others said Chinese food is great as well. Augusta nodded in approval. Well, I suppose we'll see, then. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, speaking of your friends, when is your friend Hermione coming over with her parents? Neville blinked. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. She sent a letter saying she'd be back in England next week and asked if she could visit on Saturday with her parents. Augusta considered this for a moment before nodding. Next Saturday works fine. Neville thought for a moment before frowning slightly. Gran, I was wondering, how will they get here? I mean, there's no muggle way to reach this place, and I doubt side-along apparition with 4 people is safe. Hermione doesn't have a flow in her house, or at least I don't think he does. And I doubt the ministry would allow one to be installed just for this. Are we sending her a portkey or something? Augusta sighed. As for sending a portkey to the Grangers, we can't just create a portkey to Longbottom Manor. First off, we'd need a license from the ministry to make one. Secondly, it's dangerous for muggles to travel by portkey. If they let go of the object before reaching their destination, they could be seriously injured, or worse. And thirdly, it's generally not wise to create a portkey that has direct access to one's home. Neville frowned. Then how are they supposed to arrive? Are we going to send a carriage like the one from Hogwarts? Augusta gave him a pointed look. Stop overthinking, Neville. The solution is a simple one. We'll have them take the Floo-from Diagon Alley. Neville blinked. Then, realization hit him like a bludger. He groaned and facepalmed. I totally forgot about that. Just then, Harry walked down the stairs, now dressed in a white shirt and brown vest and trousers. He looked a bit awkward. Augusta's sharp gaze flicked over him with satisfaction. That's much more like it. You look like a proper heir now, Harry. Your parents would be proud. She said it gently but firmly, leaving no room for protest. Neville grinned. Looks good on you, mate. Harry managed a shy grin as he adjusted his collar. Thanks. Feels a bit odd, though. You'll get used to it, Neville said with a shrug. Augusta clapped her hands together. Well, come along, boys. We should leave now if we want time later to buy some new clothes for Harry. Harry's head snapped up. Gran, you don't have to do that. Oh, hush, boy, Augusta interrupted, wagging a finger at him. Your parents would be appalled to see you in those ragged hand-me-downs. I have the means, and since you'll be staying with us for the holidays, I will not have you going without. Besides, you're the heir to House Potter. Appearances don't matter in the wizarding world. Harry shifted uncomfortably. But, before he could argue further, Neville slapped his arm lightly. Just let her buy you some clothes, mate. Don't you want some of your own? Harry sighed in defeat. All right, thank you, Gran. Augusta nodded crisply. That's better. Now, shall we? We'll go shopping after our visit to St. Mungo's. They reached the gates of the manor, and Augusta held out her hand. Grab hold, boys. We're apparating. Neville and Harry took her hands, and with a sharp crack, they vanished. With a sharp crack, Neville, Augusta, and Harry arrived in a quiet road leading to a small town. Neville, by now, had gotten used to apparition, so he managed to stay standing, though he felt a bit dizzy from the sudden shift. Harry, on the other hand, was hunched over, one hand clutching his stomach, the other gripping his head as he took deep breaths. Neville took a moment to look at the town in front of them. A weathered sign stood near the road, displaying the words, "Welcome to Godric's Hollow." Augusta glanced at both of them, her sharp gaze assessing. "It seems you're both getting used to traveling by apparition. That's good." Harry, still a bit unsteady, straightened up and read aloud, "Godric's Hollow," he murmured. "My parents, they lived here." Augusta nodded. "Come along. Cemetery should be on the other side of town." She started walking down the road, her posture upright and purposeful. Neville quickly jogged up beside her. "Is this place named after Godric Gryffindor?" he asked, just as Harry fell into step beside him. Neville knew Harry had lived here before Voldemort's attack, but beyond that, he didn't know much about the town itself. Augusta nodded. "Yes. It is said that Godric's Hollow is the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor. Though, I'm not sure if he was named after the place, or if the place was named after him." Neville thought for a moment before asking, "So is this a magical settlement?" "I've read that there are wizard-only villages. Is this one of them?" Augusta shook her head. "No. While there is a large community of wizards living here, there are also muggles." Harry, looking around at the old houses and streets, frowned. "But how does that work? Wouldn't people worry about getting caught using magic?" Augusta shook her head again. "There are parts of the town that only wizards and witches can access. All the wizarding families live in that area, protected by charms." As they walked, the buildings grew older and more worn, the streets quieter, until they finally reached an old cemetery, filled with rows of weathered gravestones. Augusta paused at the entrance. "This cemetery is reserved for wizards and witches. Your parents' graves should be among them," she said, before stepping through the iron gates. Neville followed after her, his eyes scanning the rows of headstones. Augusta walked ahead, her sharp gaze scanning the rows of tombstones. "This cemetery is reserved for wizards and witches. Your parents' graves should be among them," she said, stepping further in. Neville followed after her. He glanced back and noticed Harry had stopped at the entrance, his posture stiff, his hands clenching slightly at his sides. He looked hesitant. Harry gulped, his eyes fixed on the rows of graves. Neville waved him over. "Come on, Harry." After a brief hesitation, Harry took a deep breath and stepped inside. Neville wandered lazily around the cemetery, scanning the tombstones as he walked, searching for the Potter family's grave. As he ventured a bit farther in, his eyes landed on a large tomb, partially covered in dirt and moss. Frowning, he knelt down and wiped the dust off the surface. The name engraved on the stone made him pause. "Ignotus Peverell." Neville blinked. "Wait, Ignotus Peverell. Peverell. Why does that name sound familiar?" Still crouched, he tilted his head back and called out to his grandmother. "Gran, come here for a sec." Augusta, who had been scanning the graves for the Potters, turned around at his voice. "Did you find them?" she asked, striding toward him. Neville shook his head. "No, I just wanted to ask you, have you ever heard this name before?" He gestured to the engraved name on the tombstone. Augusta's brows furrowed as she looked down and read aloud, "Ignotus Peverell." Neville tapped his chin. "I swear I've heard Peverell somewhere before." Augusta hummed thoughtfully. "If I'm not mistaken, the Peverells were an ancient wizarding family, but they've been extinct for centuries. There's even a story written about them." Neville's curiosity piqued. "A story?" Augusta hummed in thought. "I think it's about 3 brothers or something, I don't quite remember." She turned to Neville with a curious look. "Why are you so interested?" Neville shrugged. "The name just felt familiar, that's all." Augusta sighed. "Well, come on, we should help Harry." She glanced up and paused. Not far from them, Harry stood silently in front of a grave, his posture rigid. With a knowing sigh, Augusta murmured, "I think Harry might have found them." She walked over to where Harry was standing, and Neville lingered for a moment, his gaze still on the Peverell name. Why does this feel so familiar? He wondered before shaking off the thought and following after his gran. As Augusta reached Harry, she pulled out her wand and with a delicate flick, conjured a bundle of neatly arranged white flowers. She gently tapped Harry on the shoulder, offering the flowers. Here, Harry. Harry's eyes were puffy, tears brimming at the edges. He looked at Augusta, then at the flowers, and took them with a small, "Thank you." Neville stepped up, standing on Harry's other side, saying nothing but offering silent support. Harry knelt down in front of the grave and placed the flowers on top, his fingers lingering over the cold stone. "Hey, Mum, hey, Dad," Harry's voice cracked as he whispered, I'm sorry I haven't come earlier. I didn't even know, no one told me." He stayed there for a moment before slowly standing back up, returning to where he had been standing. Neville reached out and patted Harry's shoulder. "Go on," Augusta said softly. "It's all right to cry, Harry. You shouldn't keep it bottled up." A choked sob escaped Harry as he looked at the grave. Neville sighed and gave Harry's shoulder a gentle squeeze, looking up at the clear sky. He must be feeling really awful right now. After all, he just saw his parents alive in the mirror of her eyes. It probably gave him some hope. And now, standing in front of their graves, it must have hit him hard. After a while, Harry slowly calmed down. Augusta, ever prepared, conjured a handkerchief and handed it to him. "Feeling better?" she asked gently. Harry nodded and took the tissue, wiping his eyes. Thank you." Augusta nodded. "Your parents were brave, Harry. They loved you fiercely. I know they'd be proud of who you're becoming." Harry nodded again, his gaze lingering on the headstone. Neville gave his shoulder another reassuring pat. "You okay?" Harry swallowed, pressing his lips together to keep more tears from spilling. He took a deep breath and stepped back. Let's go," he said softly. "I think I've done what I came here for." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.